Chapter 0, Prologue. Time, unknown, perhaps a very long time ago. Place, Xianxia. Since the early dawn of man, humanity have observed the strange and hostile world surrounding them. From the sound of rumbling thunder, the fearsome bursts of lightning, the heavy rainstorms accompanied by howling winds, devastating floods that wreaks destruction and cost massive loss of lives, and countless other natural disasters, humanity reached the stunning conclusion that these strange and powerful forces of nature were beyond the power of any one man to create and impossible to resist against. This insight leads them to believe that divine beings lived in the 9 heavens above, and demons dwell in hell, beneath the great earth. Because of this, tales of divine beings passed down from one generation to the next. Owing to humanity's imaginations to rationalize the harsh and unpredictable world around them, humanity created elaborate rituals to worship these false gods. From ancient times till now, no man, no matter how powerful or great they are in life, have ever escaped from the cold grasp of death. All men craved for life's sweet delights and fear death's cold embrace. Just the mere mention of death will send a small chill of fear down the spine of men. Due to this irrational fear, humanity begins their fruitless struggle against death and search for immortality. Compared to other living species, humanity is physically weaker, but yet they have dominated all living species. This is no small feat. Humanity's secret to their dominance is being able to pass the knowledge they gathered during their lifespan and passing it on to the next generation. So as one man lies down, another man rises up to pick up his mantle. Following the same process that they did for dominance, humanity persistently continued their lifelong pursuit for immortality. Unfortunately, up till now, humanity still has not found the secret to immortality. However, stories are told that a select group of Taoists have seen into the fabric of creation of heaven and earth. Using what they have learned, these Taoists have decided to take humanity's destiny into their own hands. Using mysticism, alchemy, and various other magical tools, they can make heaven and earth shake with the sound of thunder. Other stories tell that many of these enlightened Taoist elders live to be thousands of years old, maybe even achieving immortality. The common people assume that these enlightened Taoists have become deities, so therefore attracting more people to join in the practice and study of the way of Tao. Xianxia is a wide and open land. However, only the central plains is lush and fertile. 9 out of 10 people lived here. The surrounding lands of the central plains is treacherous and almost uninhabitable to man. This is mainly due to large mountainside and toxic water. In addition to this, various wild and dangerous beasts roam through this inhospitable area. Rumors of bloodthirsty barbarians tribes exists here. According to ancient legends, there are still remnants of ancient creatures and long-lost civilization hidden there, but no one alive have seen or witnessed this. To this day, many priests practice the way of Tao, but very few have complete understanding of it due to the large expanse of Xianxia. The Taoist priests are many, they practice various ways, but not all Taoist priests' practices are the same. Since they have not discovered the secrets to immortality, the world is split into multiple sects and clans, both good and evil. Due to these differences, these sects and clans compete against one another, which often resulted in endless killings. With immortality remaining a distant and elusive goal, strength and power became the focus of many of these practitioners. Today, good is in ascendance, and evil is on the decline. Thus the Central Plains is the domain of the various good sects and clans. Of these good sects and clans, 3 stands out as pillars of the Central Plains: Qingyun sect, Tian'an Temple, and Fenxiang Valley. This story begins with Qingyun sect. Note: Qingyun sect equals Green Cloud sect. Tian'an Temple equals Sounds of Heaven Temple. Fenxiang Valley equals Incense Valley. Chapter 1, Qingyun. Chapter 1, Qingyun. Qingyun mountains tower magnificently over the Central Plains. On the north side of the mountain flow a large river called Hongchuan, and to the south lies Yangcheng Town, an important town due to its strategic geographic location. Qingyun Mountains stretches consecutively for hundreds of miles long, filled with undulating ridges and peaks. There are 7 high peaks that are often surrounded by clouds. On a normal day, the peaks would be hidden by these clouds. Xianxia Mountains is famous for their dense forest, serene waterfalls, jagged cliffs, and rare wildlife. More famous than these natural wonders is a religious sect located at the foot of these mountains called Xianxia sect. Xianxia sect has a long varied history. From its founding until now, Xianxia sect has been in existence for over 2,000 years. It is one of the top-tier sects in the world of good and evil today. Legends say that the founder of the sect was a master practitioner in Jianghu, martial arts world, who spent half of his life disappointed and wandering aimlessly. At the age of 49, he traveled through Xianxia Mountains. Here, he saw how divine the mountains looks and felt. He felt that heaven have spiritually blessed this place. Immediately, he descended to the foot of the mountains. Feeling inspired, he trained in the way of Tao. Not long after, he discovered an ancient, unnamed book within a secret cave. The book contained secret knowledge of profound magical and martial arts that were both incredibly wonderful and powerful. Blessed with this treasure, he focused his time to train from this ancient book. 20 years quickly flew by. With minor improvements to his skills, he left the mountain. Weathering the ups and downs of Jianghu, although he did not dominate the world, he did establish himself a reputation as a hero. Returning to Xianxia Mountains, he established a sect called Xianxia sect. The arts he learned from the ancient book was similar to the way of Tao, so he set aside his mundane clothing, and started wearing the marking of a Taoist priest. He called himself son of Xianxia. Later disciples would proclaim him Xianxia saint. Xianxia saint lived to be 167 years old. He accepted 10 disciples. At his deathbed, he told them the following: I have learned many magical arts during the latter half of my life. The skill that I am most proud of is feng shui. Xianxia Mountains is a rare and blessed location, and will definitely allow us to become a top-tier force in the future. No matter what happen, my heirs must never give up these mountains ranges. Remember these words. Remember these words. The 10 disciples firmly nodded their heads in agreement and promised him that they will follow his death wish. Content with their promises, Xianxia saint closed his eyes and died peacefully. During the next 100 years after Xianxia saint's death, instead of flourishing, Xianxia sect went through a great decay. It is unknown if this was due to heaven's will or a lack of faith of the Xianxia sect's disciples, but Xianxia sect encountered one misfortunes after another. Of the 10 disciples that Xianxia saint accepted, 2 died early, died trying to make a reputation for themselves within Jianghu, 1 became disabled, and 1 went missing. Only 2 out of 10 disciples survived. The misfortunes continued during the next 50 years, when, within 100 miles surrounding Xianxia sect, a massive earthquake hit causing terrible flooding, thereby killing countless people within the sect. Those who survived these catastrophes were mostly untalented and did not do Xianxia saint any justice to his reputation. To rub salt into the wounds, enemies attacked and demanded their sacred book. If it was not for the magical weapons that Xianxia saint left for his heirs, Xianxia sect would not have survived these catastrophes. These misfortunes continue for another 400 years. Xianxia sect did not prosper at all, but continue their downward decline. It could be said that Xianxia sect was on its last leg. Xianxia sect was only able to retain 1 out of the 7 peaks, Tongtian Peak, Sky Peak. The other 6 was taken by enemies and was used as a base to attack, loot, and harass Xianxia sect in the surrounding areas with no one to put a stop to them. Observers from other sects who did not understand the situation were merciless in their comments about Xianxia sect misfortunes, accusing them of falling to the evil path and were in cahoots with the bandits. Xianxia sect's disciples try to explain the situation and kill the enemies, but they lacked the skills to do either. Reflecting back, this was indeed a dark period within Xianxia sect's history. It was not until 1,300 years ago that a new development happened to turn the situation around for Xianxia sect. It is unsure if Xianxia saint's death wishes finally came true or if heaven was tired and decided that it had punished Xianxia sect enough. During the 11th generation of Xianxia sect, a talented, moral disciple with peerless character appeared and took leadership. His name was Taoist Xinyi, Green Leaf Taoist. Xianxia's layman's surname was Yi. He was originally a poor scholar. Although he was extraordinarily gifted, due to how poor he was and his lack of connections, he was unable to get a post within the government. Fate, feeling sorry for Qinyun's sect, crossed Xianxia's path with Wu Fangzi, the 10th generation leader of Qinyun sect. At the age of 22, Xianxia was accepted as a disciple of Qinyun sect. A year after Qinyun joined the sect, Xianxia grasped all the secret arts and Taoist ways that Wu Fangzi could teach him. He seized the rank of the #1 disciple within Qinyun sect. Another year after that, it was only due to years of Wu Fangzi years of training and deep insight that he was able to fight on par with Qinyun. Wu Fangzi was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. Seeing this, he decided to take out the ancient sacred manual that Qinyun saint left back and gave it to Qinyun to reflect and meditate on. Secluding himself to Huangyu Cave behind Tongtian Peak, Qinyun mediated and trained from the ancient sacred manual. 13 years later, all was quiet on the night of a full moon. The full moon was high up in the sky, bathing the entire mountain range with its radiant light. But suddenly an evil wind came from up behind the mountain, howling and shrieking like the raging sound of an angry dragon, causing clouds to hide the moon radiant light, casting darkness on the mountain. The howling winds could be heard for miles around, causing goosebumps for all who heard it. Suddenly, a large explosion could be heard from within Huangyu Cave. Qinyun sect members ran to Huangyu Cave to investigate. From the cave, a bright purplish light rose up from the earth and illuminated the sky, flooding everything with its warm glow, and Qinyun slowly emerged. His hair and beard have changed completely to white, and his face was glowing, causing everyone there to wonder if he had attained immortality and became a saint. After 13 years of secluded mediation and training, Qinyun formally renounced the worldly life and officially became a priest. For his priestly name, he took the word Yi from his surname and the first word Qin from Qinyun, and he named himself Taoist Qinyun. That day, Qinyun bid farewell to his master and said, "Master, please wait. Disciple will take leave for a day to take care of some business and then return." Qinyun departed, leaving everyone confused. The next day, Qinyun returned. The enemies located on the other 6 peaks have been surrounded and eradicated. Qinyun's skills was deadly and efficient. Within a short period of time, he had made a reputation for himself and his sect within Jianghu. A year later, Wu Fangzi transferred the leadership of the sect to Qinyun. Wu Fangzi retired from the day-to-day matter of the sect to fast and meditate in peace. Qinyun took his leadership position seriously. He wholeheartedly helped his fellow sect members, chose a successor, and due to the knowledge gained from the ancient book, he gained considerable wisdom and power. 50 years later, Qinyun's sect had become a pillar of power for the good sects within Jianghu. After another 200 years, Qinyun's sect had become the de facto leader of the good sections. Qinyun lived to be 550 years old. He kept strict discipline within his sect. He accepted 7 disciples and divided the 7 peaks among them. He ordered the 7 branches of the sect to live in peace and harmony. The main branch of the sect was based on the central peak, Tongtian Peak. At the foothill of Mount Qinyun, away from the big city of Heyang, about 50 miles to the northwest, there exists a small village called Chaomiao Village, Grass Temple Village. It is home to about 40 families. These families are honest, hard-working villagers who gathered firewood for a living and sold the collected firewood to Qinyun sect. The villagers commonly saw the Qinyun sect disciples go up and down the mountain. Qinyun sect had always taken care of the villages within the mountains. The villagers had no worries. The village and Qinyun sect had a harmonious relationship. Today, the sky was heavily covered with clouds, making Mount Qinyun dark and boding. The villagers of Chaomiao village have lived here for generations, so a grim sight like this did not change their daily routine or cause them to notice anything out of the ordinary. "Stinky brat, where can you run off to?" The sound of yelling followed by a small laugh came from the mouth of a young boy, about 12 to 13 years old. His name was Lin Yu. He was leading 5 other children as they chased the boy ahead of them. The boy being chased was about 10 years old. The 10-year-old boy would often turn around and make faces at the other children chasing after him. The 10-year-old boy was named Xianxia. Xianxia turns around and yelled, "Pooh, what kind of idiot do you think I am?" After saying that, he ran even faster. Continuing their chase, soon they reached a dilapidated, old temple. Zhang Xiaofan quickly bolted through the door of the old temple. Not paying attention, he tripped over a board and promptly fell down. Lin Yu and the rest of the children were ecstatic when they saw this turn of event. They piled on top of Zhang Xiaofan and started beating him. Lin Yu said, "This time we have caught you. What more do you have to say?" Zhang Xiaofan promptly responded, "This doesn't count. This doesn't count. You ambushed me." Lin Yu was surprised at his response and angrily yelled, "How did I ambush you?" Zhang Xiaofan responded, "Great job, Lin Yu. Are you going to tell me that you didn't plant this board here so that I would trip?" Lin Yu yelled back, "How in the world could I do that?" Zhang Xiaofan bit back his tongue, gave a defiant look at Lin Yu with the intent of refusing to give up. Lin Yu got angry and started to beat him into submission while yelling, "We stated earlier, if we caught you, you will have to admit defeat." Zhang Xiaofan stubbornly refused to submit. Lin Yu, red in the face, added more strength to his hands and started choking him while yelling out over and over again, "Submit or not?" Bruises started appearing from the beating that Zhang Xiaofan was getting, but still he refused to submit to Lin Yu and his gang. Lin Yu, in his anger, continued his choking and yelling. Not noticing that the other children have started to back off and have huddled off together, Lin Yu continued on. Then suddenly, within the old temple he heard, "Ami Tuafo, quickly stop your beating." Two fingers darted out from the Buddhist monk and touched both of Lin Yu's hands, causing electric shocks to course through his body, causing Lin Yu's hands to limply fall to the side. Released from the choke, Zhang Xiaofan grasped desperately for air, but overall was fine. The two boys stared at each other for a while, remembering the situation that just happened. Lin Yu quickly said, "I'm sorry, Xiaofan. I don't know why." Xiaofan shook his head and took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry about it." He then turned over to the monk and said, "Sir, who are you?" The rest of the children moved their gaze to where Xiaofan was looking at and saw within this old temple, there was an old monk standing there. His face was old and wrinkled. He was wearing an old robe, and from top to bottom, he was very dirty. Held between his hands was a rosary of jade beads that was crystal clear and blinding to the eyes. The curious thing was, among the dozen or so of these smooth jade beads of the same size, there was a bead that was not jade or stone, but was dull and dark violet. Chapter 2, Confuse. Chapter 2, Confuse. Mainline Chapter 2, Confuse. The old monk did not respond. He peered down at the boys, looked at Bei a few more moments, then thought, very good potential, but why such a bad temper? Sha Danan stepped forward and said, "Hey, who are you? Why have I never seen you before?" Grass Temple Village was near Jadian. The inhabitants were mainly Taoist, Dagos, so Buddhists, Fuwa, were rare near here, which was why Sha Danan was curious. The old monk looked at him with a smile on his face and responded, "Young donor, your life was at stake. All you needed to do was give up. Had this old monk not helped you, you might have died already." Sha Danan stood there a moment and thought about what the old monk had just said. However, he could not find an answer for him. All he could do was stand there. They glared at the old monk and pulled on Sha Danan's hand, saying, "Xiaofan, this old monk is weird, don't bother with him." Then Bei pulled Sha Danan out of the temple. The other children followed behind them. Sha Danan looked back at the temple. The sky was getting dark, but he was still able to see the old monk standing in the temple lonely, but the face was getting fuzzy. Midnight. Thunder roared. The night wind blew. The dark clouds were coming. A storm was coming, with a thirst for blood. The old monk, still in the temple, meditating, looked up. Mount Jadian is getting hazy, with no sound of people, only the sounds of wind and thunder. A great storm. As lightning flashed, it lit up the temple for a second. The old monk was already standing at the door. Looking at the sky, he frowned. At the west end of the village, a black gas appeared. The old monk, standing in the temple, stared at the gas. Suddenly, the black gas spiraled, like a tornado, moving toward to the temple. Traveling at great speed, the monk could see Bei was within the black gas. The old monk did not hesitate, his skinny body leaped into the black gas. From an unknown place in the dark, a sound of surprise came, "Huh?" After a few moments, the black gas stopped and circled above the temple. The old monk carried Bei down. A part of his cassock had been torn off. Under the weak light, Bei's eyes were closed, breathing steadily, difficult to tell if he was sleeping or fainted. The old monk didn't put Bei down. Looking up at the black gas, he said, "Mr. Skill is deeply profound. Why are you attacking a little child?" "What a shame." A voice responded from within the darkness, "And who are you? How you dare to interrupt my plan?" The old monk did not answer, but said, "This is near Mount Jadian. If Jadian knew that you, sir, are killing people here, I am fear for you, sir, will have a really difficult time." The man in the darkness responded, with disdain, "What is Jadian? They only have a large number of people. You old bald-headed monk, give me that boy now." The old monk clasped his hands together responding, "Umatba, monks are mercy. This old monk must not give the child to you." The man in the darkness responded, "Stupid bald head, you want to die." As he spoke, a red light began flashing, energy and ghostly spirits instantly flooded the temple. Poison blood banner, the old monk's face turned angry. "Animal. You practice that type of evil item, against nature, and harm the people. I must not let you go." The voice did not respond, except for a cold laugh. Suddenly, the sky turned red, the scent of blood permeated the air, a 2-yard banner appeared, ghostly wails grew louder, and the sound of bones crushing filled the air. "Bald head, die," the man in the black smoke shouted, and a ghostly face appeared on the banner bearing 3 horns, 4 eyes, pointed teeth, long fangs. The eyes on the ghost's face opened, roar, it became solid, arising out of the banner, attacking towards to the old monk. The old monk grew even more angry. The more powerful the poison blood banner is, the more people need to be killed to power it. With the power of the banner the man is using, it must be fueled by at least 300 people's blood. That person is heartless. The ghost is getting closer. Old monk still didn't put Bei down. Using the left hand which is holding the jade prayer beads, he drew a circle in mid-air, forming lion mark, gold light flash on the fingertips, a golden wheel appeared, blocking the ghost. "All you have is just a little." He not finished the word trick, when he felt his right arm got bitten by something, the body become numb with paralysis, eyes grew black, the wheel is about to fall. The ghost's face forehead separated in half, a large eye appeared, destroyed the wheel and hit hard against the monk's chest. The old monk fell back, Bei dropped to the ground, the old monk's ribs broke, he fell onto the wall with so much force that the wall collapsed. "Ha ha ha ha." The man laughed wildly. The old monk stood up, blood spouted out from his mouth, dyeing the cassock crimson. The poison is getting closer to his heart. He looked at Bei, he saw a colorful centipede coming out from his clothes. Size of a palm with 7 tails, each tail has its own individual color, very beautiful, but containing horror within. 7 tails centipede, the monk's voice let out as a low groan. The black smoke growing heavier on his face, blood kept on flowing out from the mouth, seemed like he was going to fall, but not willing to. He looked up at the black gas. "You hid that rare poison in that boy and waited, hiding your strength, finding the right time to attack me. You are after my life, are you?" The man in the gas gave a cold laugh. He, "Right, I am after you, Pooji bald head. Had I not done this, it's not easy to face your skysong skills. Now hurry and give me sinister orb. In return, I will give you the antidote for 7-tail centipede, so you can live." Pooji smiled, "Shame that my name has Ji, note 1, and cannot stand the thought of you practicing poison blood banner. As such, there is no way that I could want to give you sinister orb. His face growing more serious. If you want me to give you the evilest thing in this world, never think about it. The man in the dark got mad, then go see your Buddha. The ghost appeared again, it turned, and flew toward to Puji. Puji roared, the cassock flapped wildly despite the lack of wind, his body looked bigger than before, left hand filled with strength, the string of jade prayer bead broke, jade light flashed, the beads flew in front of Puji, only the purple orb fell straight toward to the ground. Puji's hand turns, and catches the falling orb, both hands forming vase mark, the whole body shone with gold light, and his mouth shouted, Yen, Ma, Na, Ba, Mi, Mao. 6 words incantation. When Puji said Mao, all of the jade beads lit up, the ghost came near, but couldn't advance anymore. It froze in mid-air. Although he blocked it, his body still shook and fell back a little. The 7-tailed centipede is the most powerful poison, even with 100 years of Fuwa practice, it's still hard to defend against it. But on his face, a smile appeared. Die. Puji made a lion roar, a bead broke into pieces, forming the word Buddha, striking at the ghost. The ghost screamed, the red light began to retreat. The man in the dark said, You bald head. He tried to do something, 7, 8 jade bead turned into the word Buddha and hit against the ghost. When the 9th bead hit, 5 eyes smacked and the ghost fell on the ground, turning into blood. At the same time, Puji coughed out blood, again, the blood had already turned black. Ah, a scream came from the entrance of the temple. Puji and the man looked at the door, they saw Sha Danan. Sha Danan stared, horrified, at the scene. The 7-tailed centipede flew, as fast as lightning, toward to Sha Danan. Puji pointed, a bead flew between Sha Danan and the centipede. The centipede, knowing the power of the bead, flew upward, into the black smoke. The man in the smoke said, Hee, you are deserving to be known as Skysong's 4 divine monk, you can defend against my king of poison blood while heavily injured, but you got poisoned by 7-tailed centipede, how long you think you can survive? Now hurry and give me sinister orb. Puji's eyes start to spout out black blood, even if I am going to die, I need to kill you, devil. All the beads lit up, flew toward the black smoke, the bead that chased the 7-tailed centipede went behind and ambushed him. Bang, 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 green light shone everywhere, all the black smoke dispersed, a man in a black cloak descended slowly, his face could not be seen, only his eyes, a sword was tied on his back. Puji said, Sir, you are very strong, why not show your face? Bald head, today I must kill you. He took his sword out, the sword has soft light, luminescent but not hurting the eyes. Nice sword, Puji said. The man walked 7 steps, sword pointing toward the sky, saying. Note 2. Dark clouds gathered, lightning began flashing, huge storms started roaring. Thunderblade. Puji said with surprise. You are Jadian. Note 1, Ji mean wisdom. Note 2, rage of 9 skies, turn to divine thunder. Might of heaven, arrive at this sword. Comma. Zhu Xian intro. Visit Zhu Xian English version to read the translated chapters of Zhu Xian / Celestial Destroyer. Make sure like it if you love the book. Zhu Xian Glossary. Check this before thinking an incense or fortiskill is bugged. PM me in forum if you need help with translating and make sure got your website ready. A member of Anti-Ryan Movement. Chapter 3, Wish. Chapter 3, Wish A. Sha Danan's eyes had never witnessed a night such as this, the clouds had never hung so close to the ground as the darkness of this night. The thunder had never roared so loudly, lightning had never flashed so harshly, making it almost difficult for him to see. It was as though the sky was falling down. He stood there, watching the old monk and the man in the black glare at each other, as if it were a battle of wits. Suddenly, he heard a loud clap of thunder, so loud the shock made his ears buzz, before bearing witness to a streak of lightning race across the sky, coming down into the earth and falling on top of the man's sword. At that moment, the man in black clothes' body swelled, his eyes wide open as though it were about to burst apart. Meanwhile, all of Grass Temple was lit by strong light as bright as the dawn. Lightning dancing upon the tip of the sword in the night is so beautiful that Sha Danan lost his breath, and, in the eyes of Puji, he appeared to be excited. Is this the true power of the Taoists? The man only released a loud shout, his left hand pointed at Puji, thunder roared and the sword dashed toward Puji, leaving a dark trail of scorched earth on the ground behind it. Puji took 3 steps backward, removed the mark, clasped his palms together, cheeky, solemn, his whole body lit up with faint golden light. Puji whispered, "My Buddha of compassion." Pop, all the remaining 7 jade beads shatter in front of Puji. They took the huge form of the word Buddha, so bright that it could not be seen. The next moment, lightning and the word Buddha clashed together. Suddenly, Xiaodanan felt his heart begin to race. It was as though all of his body's blood flowed in reverse in an instant. His limbs grew soft and he choked for breath. In this moment, the wind stopped, the thunder stopped, the entire world stopped. Then, he flew backward involuntarily. Without even a chance to feel afraid, he witnessed bright white light, even brighter than the sun in the sky. Then, the grass temple fell apart. His heart felt empty, all he could hear was fierce wind sweeping in his ear. He felt terrified, subconsciously he wished to curl up, but, feeling powerless, he had flown to the unknown. In his head, the idea arose, am I dying? Intense fear, sudden palpitations in his heart, his body broken into a cold sweat, trembling, slightly. When standing in front of death, how to face it? He passed out, unconscious. Puji slowly walked over, shambling, carrying Bei and Xiaodanan to a slightly cleaner area. Placing the 2 children on the ground, he felt a pain in his body, it almost split, no longer able to cope, he collapsed. He inspected his chest. Through the burned cassock, faintly visible, he could see a surge of black gas has gradually encircled the chest, leaving only a small place uninvaded. A smile slowly arose on his face as his arms reached into his clothes. His hand, trembling, moving shakily and slowly, drew out a red pill, about the size of a fingertip. Puji sighed and whispered, hard to believe Dr. Go was right, I still need to take his 3 days death pill at the end. He hesitated, then finally nodded and swallowed the pill. Then, he looked up to see the mountains. Finally it began to rain. Mount Jadian stands in the wind and rain, hazy mystery. Taoist surgical precision in its method is truly wonderful, it contains godly power. If used together with my Manhwa teachings, accenting each other, it may be possible to discern the secret of immorality. It is a pity that Master Doilshan is far stronger than me, like the 3 of my Xianxias, cannot relinquish faction differences and positions. Alas! Puji gave a long sigh, looking back, his sight fell on the 2 children. The rain, growing stronger, wet their hair and faces. Grass Temple was destroyed, there is no nearby place around to block the wind and rain. His mind suddenly grew tight, he could not help but worry for the 2 children. He had been forced to use his spirit to form the Fawn wisdom and relied on the Buddhist treasure jade prayer beads to create a strong anti-falcon power in order to block the strength of that man's thunderblade. The backlash having hit him caused him to run away. However, Puji is badly injured and poisoned, even his last chances of survival vanished. His only option, to use the 3 days death pill he received from Dr. Go, extended his life by 3 days only. That devil was injured, however, I did not hurt him on the inside. After I have departed, he will turn back to kill the witnesses. At that time it will not be only the 2 children, I am afraid that all of the village people's lives will be at risk. This, what should I do? Puji's mind was growing confused, although his knowledge was very high, one day he must die. Also, he found himself worrying about the lives of innocent people. However, that man seems to have a high status in Jadian, if Puji rushed up the mountain for help his fears would be of no benefit. In his mind the situation is most regrettable, however, there is something else that is a major wish in his life. A task he wishes to see completed. As he stands today as one of 4 Skysong's divine monks, admired by the world, honored by others, but for him, more important was, the riddle behind life and death, untying the knot of immortality. However, 50 years ago, he had already come to realize however long he had practiced Manhwa teachings he could only enhance the skill of his practice, he could not solve the riddle of life and death. He pondered over a few decades, the developments in his thinking have been unprecedented. Today, the Manhwa, Dagos and Falcon reign as the most prosperous 3 religions, deeply seated in magic. Falcon has developed a bad reputation, having done things in many cruel ways that people could not take. However, Dago's intensive training with wonderful skills combined with Fuwa teachings, each having their strength, join in learning, they will be able to break the dead knot. But such a prospect had never been pursued. He had always been against by his open-minded Xianxias. They were saying it is evil thinking. He visited many different Dago's factions. Jadian alone he had visited several times, however, every time Master Doylshan refused. Thinking of this, he let out a smile, quite self-deprecating. The thought arose, there is only 3 days left to live now, what use is there to wanting to live forever? Although he is open-minded, seeing the two children laying on the ground and, unable to think of any good way, he looked instead to the left. Seeing, in the distance, there is a pine tree which can still block a little wind and rain, better than nothing, he picked up the two children and managed to walk there. Unable, that is, until he came to stand under the tree, carefully putting the two children down. Puji, exhausted, suddenly sat down and gasped for breath. This is a Taoist saying, with a sort of mournful rage, come from the mouth of Puji. Chapter 3 Wish B. The sky is dark as ink, covering the world. Dark clouds grow lower to the earth, the rain comes down from the sky, cold wind blows, every raindrop on the face brings coldness into the heart. He looked at the sky, slowly recoiling at the sight, looks at the two children and whispers, two young donors, old monk wants to help, but does not have the strength. Everything happened because of me, but the harm came to you too, Sin. He lets out a sigh, if you two were Jadian disciples, now at Mount Jadian, among all those people, it should be more safe, but now. Suddenly, Puji's mouth dropped open shocked, he kept repeating, Jadian disciple, his mind racing, seemed to think of something and had gone blank of the eyes. After a few moments, his whole body began to sweat. Then, within his eyes, for an unknown reason the excitement began to appear again. He laughed, traces of madness could be heard within the laughter. Amazing, amazing. Although I am not able to live for long, if I pass one of them Fuwa practice, then put him in Jadian to practice Dagos, isn't it like 2 birds with 1 stone, able to save both their lives and still complete my wish? His mind settled on the task, his whole existence was very excited, cheeks flushed, eyes bloodshot. Subconsciously he looked at Bei and stretched his hands out. But once they were half out he stopped, thought within his mind, this is very important, today the difference of faction is very important, especially learning secret teachings behind a master, if people find out he will die certainly. Bei is excellent quality, if he is in Jadian the masters will pay a lot of attention to him. At his young age I am afraid that he cannot hide this big secret. Once he thought of this, his mind began to turn, his eyes followed, turning to Sha Danan, remembering the day he would rather to die than give up by his stubborn temper. Puji nodded his head and said, quality is not that good, but that does not matter, your future is dependent upon yourself. Finished thinking, he did not hesitate, he reached out and hit Sha Danan a few times, using the last of his strength to wake him up. Sha Danan woke up, eyes blurred and ears ringing. It took a while before they returned to normal and could see things in front of himself. Suddenly, his jaw dropped in shock. He could see the old monk, wounded everywhere on his body, sitting in front of him. The left side of his body was burned, blackened and ugly, his face had a heavy, dark air about him. He looked as though he was about to die. He could not tell why, but the old monk appeared to be excited, smiling. In addition to this, Sha Danan could also see his friend Bei laying on the ground to the side, unconscious. What are you doing? Sha Danan froze for a long while before asking. Puji did not answer, instead he looked at him and asked, young donor, it's raining here, you are a child, why come to this remote place? Sha Danan was slightly startled and responded, I saw you standing in the temple at dusk, then I saw it's going to rain and knew the temple is in poor repair, I thought it will be cold, so I came to give you something to eat. Puji's lip moved a little, placing his palms together he said, good, good. All things are fated, destined to be, my Buddha of compassion. Sha Danan curiously responded, what did you say? Puji smiled, old monk is saying that it seems young donor and I have been meant to meet each other. If that is so, old monk practices a special set of incantations, perhaps, young donor would be willing to learn them? Sha Danan responded, "What is an incantation?" Puji was surprised, then laughed. He stretched out bony hands, touched Sha Danan's head and said, "It is nothing complicated, just teaching you some breathing methods. After you learn them, I also need for you to promise me a few things, okay?" Sha Danan seemed to understand, simultaneously, seemed not to but still responded, "Say it." Puji said, "You never talk about this to anyone else, even to your closest relatives you cannot speak of this, can you do that?" Sha Danan nodded his head and replied, "I know, I will not say even under threat of death." Puji's heart was startled, seeing his young age but his face marked by perseverance, the rain bearing down like blade and sword wet his small face, looking slightly wan and shallow. Puji suddenly took a deep breath and dropped his eyes, no longer able to see him. The mouth continued, "In addition, you must practice this every day. You cannot practice in front of people, only do it in the middle of the night when no one is nearby. Finally, if it is not related to life and death you cannot use this practice, otherwise, there will be trouble." Here, he again opened his eyes, staring at Sha Danan. He said, "Can you do that?" Sha Danan hesitated, tilted his head to one side and scratched it. He looked confused, but eventually gave a heavy nod. Puji smiled, and then did not say much. He began to pass Sha Danan a set of words. The words are not really long, only about 1,000 in total, however, they are difficult to comprehend and steeped in meaning. Sha Danan used all of his effort and, after about 6 hours, he had memorized everything. Puji waited until he memorized everything, then gave a sigh of relief and looked extremely tired. He looked at Sha Danan with deep compassion in his eyes and said, "Old monk has spent his whole life practicing Fuwa skills but has never thought to have a disciple. Now, at the edge of death, it is destined for you to be my disciple. Say, you should know my name." He paused and said, "I am known as Puji, a Skysong monk." Child, do you know what Skysong Temple is?" Sha Danan thought, shook his head. Puji laughed, said, "What a child." Then, he remembered something. He took out a deep purple bead, looked at it a few more times, then gave it to Sha Danan and said, "You take this bead and hide it. Do not allow outsiders to see. Once you settle down, find a cliff and throw it away, then, all will be fine. Also, the name I just revealed to you, you must not talk to anyone about it." Sha Danan took the bead and replied, "Understood." Puji touched his head, saying, "You and I have fated bond, perhaps in the next life we will meet at the end? Child, you bow to me 3 times, call me master." Sha Danan looked at Puji. He was surprised to find that his smile had withdrawn in place of a solemn look. He nodded, called out "Master," then fell to his knees in prostration, knocking his head on the floor 3 times. He had just finished knocking and was about to rise when he heard Puji give a whispered laugh, laughter symbolizing a deep grief. When Sha Danan lifted his head he felt the back get hit, his eyes blacked out and he fell unconscious again. Note: Xianxia mean older disciple brother. Shi mean master, disciple related. Xiong mean older brother. Chapter 4, Surprise Change. Chapter 4, Surprise Change. Morning, the rain finally stopped. The raindrops on the tree are crystal clear, slipping quietly from the edge of the leaves, dropping down, making a beautiful arc in the air, landing on Sha Danan's face. Ice coldness woke Sha Danan up. He opened his eyes, unconsciously cried out, "Master," but there is no one, only Bei asleep beside him. Everything seemed like a dream. But, judging by the broken grass temple and his sleeping friend, he knew that it was all true. He started thinking for a moment, shook his head, went to Bei's side and shoved him hard. Bei's mouth muttered a few words, slowly woke up, rubbed his eyes. Before saying a word, he felt a chill hit and could not help but sneeze. His eyes opened and looked surprised to find himself and Sha Danan wet, resting under a pine tree. He could not help but feel stunned, said, "Didn't I sleep at home? How did I get here?" Sha Danan shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't know, but I am very cold, let's go back quickly." Bei has all sorts of questions on his mind, but it is really cold out. Immediately he nodded, got up and ran to the village with Sha Danan. Upon arriving at the village, the two find things to be not quite right. Usually, by this time, the villagers should be up. Today, however, is extremely quiet, even shadows are not to be seen and, with the blowing of the morning breeze, a faint bloody smell was in the air. The two looked at each other, seeing surprise in each other's eyes, while quickening their pace as they ran to the village. It doesn't take long for them to reach the entrance of the village. The view reveals the ground in the middle of the village to be covered. More than 40 families of Grass Temple Village, 200 people, old and young, men and women, are strewn about the ground, the bodies stiffened into corpses, rivers of blood, flies buzzing about, the stench of blood wafting through the air. Bei and Sha Danan, surprised to see such a terrible scene, out of shock, screamed and fainted. After an unknown span of time, Sha Danan awoke, suddenly sat up, panting, his hands trembling slightly. When he fainted, his mind was full of the faces of evil, bloody bones of the dead, many nightmares. He calmed down, looked at the surroundings, saw this as a common room, 2 small windows, the room furnishing simple and clean, only a few pine tables and chairs, a kettle and cups. Half of the room is taken up by 4 beds. Besides the one he is now laying upon, the bed next to him is also slightly messy, as though someone had just been sleeping. As for the other 2, quilts are stacked neatly, meticulous. Above each of the 4 beds, on the walls, hung a banner that read in large print, Tao. This place seemed like a common room in, or a room for disciples. Sha Danan sat for a while. Suddenly, his heart could not help but raise an idea. Perhaps, all of this is a nightmare, right? Maybe I've been sleeping here? Perhaps, out of the room, Mother will, as usual, call and smile, "You little slacker." He slowly got out of bed, put on shoes, step by step, went over to the door. The door was half shut. From the door, a light wind blew inside. He walked step by step, the 2 hands holding tighter together. His heart beat fast, holding his breath. Soon, he went to the entrance and placed his hand on the door. At that moment, the door felt as heavy as mountains, sinking like iron. He grit his teeth, "Jia" sound, opened the door. The bright light from outdoors suddenly flooded in, causing his eyes to narrow. Sun shined on his body, with a slight touch of warmth. But, his heart suddenly fell into deep ice. It's a small courtyard outside the door. There are pine and cypress trees, brush, several flowers. In front there is a corridor leading to outside of the courtyard. 4 feet in front of the door, there are a few steps attaching the courtyard and corridors. At the corner of the steps sat a lonely child with his hand holding his cheek, sitting there motionless. Perhaps the door opening disturbed him. The child hesitated, slowly turned. Bei. Sha Danan's mouth opened. There are hundreds of questions in his mind, but, when the words near the mouth, all turns into silence. He wanted to shout aloud but, chest depressed, cannot shout out. 2 lines of tears, just like that, quietly, slipping. 2 children, just like that, silently, look at each other in the eye. From far away, there came the singing of the birds in the blue sky, white clouds. Sha Danan sitting on the steps on the other side, head down, watching the stone in the courtyard's trail. In the small courtyard, silence. After long time, Bei said slowly, "I woke up earlier than you. There were several people in the room. I asked them, 'Here is Mount Jadian, Peak of Widow.'" Sha Danan whispered, "Mount Jadian." Bei said, "Listen," they said, "a few Jadian disciples passing by saw the village." Here, his voice could not help but choke up. He put his hands firmly to rub his eyes, stretched his breath, then said, "Then, they found us in the village and brought us to the mountains." Sha Danan's mouth moved a little, but still did not lift his head, and said, "What are we going to do, Jingyu?" Bei shook his head sadly and said, "I don't know." Sha Danan still wanted to talk. However, an unfamiliar voice suddenly intervened from behind. "Ah, you all have woken up?" They looked back at the same time and saw a young Taoist standing there, dressed in blue robes, a quite handsome individual. He trotted over, said, "Master would like to see you, he has some questions for you. Come with me." Sha Danan and Bei looked at each, stood up. Bei said, "Yes, big brother, bring us please." The young Taoist looked at Bei, nodded his head and said, "Come with me." Following the Taoist, they leave the courtyard, seeing a much longer corridor in front of them. Every 20 feet lays a red pillar. Between each set of two pillars, there is an archway. They went forward along the corridor. After a few arches and pillars, they find out that in each archway there are almost identical small courtyards which seem like a living place for Jadian disciples. Just from the scale, no less than 100 of those small courtyard clearly shows the high number of Jadian disciples. Taking a long while to get to the end of this corridor, immense white walls and a door come into view below. Two large wooden doors made of thick plates, up to 10 yards in height. No one knows where such timber was originally found. The young Taoist didn't say anything, probably going through here daily, numb to the sights unlike the two children. As soon as they passed through the doorway, the two children held their breaths, eyes looked up in wonder. Here appears an almost legendary wonderland. A very large square lay in the center. The ground is all paved with white marble. Light flashes. Distant white clouds swell, seem to coat the area like a veil, actually rolling past underfoot. In the center of the square stands a giant bronze tripod every few hundred feet, divided into 3 rows, each row of 3, a total of 9. The rules are placed. Smoke pours from the tripods, clear and not scattering into the air. Come this way. Seeming to understand the minds of these two children, the young Taoist smiled, let them gaze for a moment, then woke them up and moved along. This is one of the Jadian's 6 scene, the Cloud Sea. The wonders are even greater ahead. The young priest walked onward. They could not help but inquire, what? The young priest pointed, said, Rainbow Bridge. The two children looked over, saw in the distance at the end of the square, behind hazy mist and clouds, seeing something shiny, they sped up their pace and traveled forward. The sound of water became audible, followed by a few strange sounds like thunder, coming from an unknown place. They grew closer and closer, the clouds as gentle as fairies and gently surround by their side, and gradually lift the veil, revealing a clear face. A stone bridge was placed at the end of the square, reaching, with no seat nor pier, across the sky, traveling from one side of the square, going upward, deep into the clouds, like a dragon into the sky. The gentle sound of water came. Under the sunlight the whole bridge shone colorfully with the 7 colors falling like a rainbow into the earth. Sha Danan and Bei stared. The young Taoist smiled and said, come with me. Then headed onto the stone bridge. Setting foot onto the stone bridge, the two children found that there was water running down on both sides of the bridge's edge, very clear, but the middle remained dry. The sun shone through the clouds on the bridge, but, also because of the water, the light turned into a brilliant rainbow. Chapter 4 Surprise Change B. The Taoist looked at their excitement. He, concerned, said, you must be careful. If you accidentally fall down you will end up in the bottomless abyss. By that time we won't even have a body to bury. Sha Danan and Bei were both startled, then quickly calmed down, walked carefully. This rainbow bridge was extremely long and high. The 3 walked along it, felt all the clouds around them gradually sink underfoot. They understood that they were getting higher and higher. The strange sound from up ahead still kept coming. After walking for a while the clouds gradually become thinner, moving out of the clouds, seeing the blue sky stretching infinitely wide, with clouds now under their feet, floating lightly. In front is where highest peak of Widow, Jadian's main hall Crystal Hall is located. The mighty Crystal Hall is located at the top of the mountain with clouds surrounding it. A few cranes fly by, circling around in the sky. Such celestial environment fills people's hearts with admiration. Rainbow Bride no longer continues rising into the sky at this time, arched in the air and landing on the ground next to the green pool. At the same time, Taoist songs faintly filter through the air out of Crystal Hall. The strange sound from before grows ever more loud. The 3 got off the rainbow bridge. Next to the pool a set of large stone steps lead from the poolside to the door of Crystal Hall. Green pond water, clear as a mirror, shadows of mountain clearly visible. They got onto the stone steps and were about to walk toward the door. Suddenly, a roar arose from deep within the pond, like the sound of thunder. It was the noises that had boomed earlier. The young Taoist has taken precaution. Leading with his left hand the body floats upward, wafting back 20 feet, far from the pond, and stopping in mid-air. There is, however, no way for the two children to escape. Suddenly, their bodies are splashed with pond water. But they do not notice their own situation, simply stare at the giant in front of them, about 5 yards high, with a dragon head and lion body, covered with scales, giant eyes and a large mouth with 2 sharp fangs shining in the sun, face grim, frightening to anyone. The monster shook itself, flapping in the wind. Another spray dashed up, and then, as though it found something, the giant head stretched over. Sha Danan and Bei saw the monster had a head substantially bigger than both of them. In the sunlight, sharp teeth were clearly visible protruding from its mouth. Looking at it ever more closely, they grew really frightened, could not help but hold together tightly, the heart pounding heavily. At this time, the young Taoist drifted back closer, placing a single hand in front of the chest, respectfully said, "Mr. Spirit, Master specially summoned them." Monster glared down at him, rip, and snapped the nose. A big pair of eyes rolled as the monster used its brains to ponder the situation. Then, ignoring the three, walked to the side, laying on dry ground in the pool, yawned, put its head down lazily, fell asleep under the sun. The young Taoist told the 2 shocked children to continue walking, said, "Mr. Spirit is an ancient animal tamed by our faction leader Master Jadeleaf 1,000 years ago, called Water Kirin. That year, Master Jade Leaf expanded Jadian, slaying evil. Water Kirin also helped us a lot. Now, he is the mountain protector, people call him Mr. Spirit." Finished speaking, he bowed to Water Kirin. Sha Danan was daydreaming, but was pulled by Bei, giving him a look, then they also respectfully bowed to Water Kirin. Water Kirin didn't look, motionless, but let out a loud snoring sound from his nose. After completing the salute, the 3 moved on. Through the high stone steps a golden plaque can be seen. Written upon it are the words, "Crystal Hall." Arriving in front of the mighty hall, the doors open wide. Well-lit interior enshrines Yuanshi Tianzuan, Lingbao Tianzuan and Dao Tianzuan, the Sanqing statues. Note 1. In front of the statues, dozens of people stand within the hall, some in Dao, some in Su. Note 2, seems like all are Jadian. Before them there is 7 large ebony chairs, 3 on each side. The center chair sits in front of all, but only 6 people are sitting there. The last chair, at the right, was empty. Note 1, San Sheng is the gods of Taoism, believed to be create this world. San mean 3. Sheng mean clear. So it mean those 3 gods, Yuanshi Tianzu, Lingbao Tianzuan and Dao Tianzuan, are already exist before the world is created. Note 2, Dao mean Taoism, or something similar to that. Su mean normal people. In this sentence it's saying how the people look like. Some wear Taoist clothes and some wear normal people clothes. Chapter 5, Adopt. Chapter 5, Adopta. Presently, the people inside the hall are discussing something. The young Taoist who lead Sha Danan and Bei respectfully said, "Master, and Shirshu, Note 1, disciple Dabaku, in accordance with your orders, has brought 2. Suddenly his words get interrupted by a mournful sound of shouting echoing from the hall, "Ghost, ghost! Ghosts!" Dubaku was surprised, but notices Sha Danan and Bei are even more so. Although the sound is broken and ugly, it is of extreme familiarity to them. Sha Danan, not caring much for keeping composure any longer, rushed into the hall and shouted, Uncle Bozo, is that you?" Marked by his impatience, his voice contains slight anxiety and sadness. People see it in their eyes, sadness arising from their hearts. In the corner, behind the crowd of people, a middle-aged man dressed in woodcutter's clothing, both hands clenched tight to cover his head, curled tightly in a corner, shaking. The ghost sound issues out from the gap between his hands. Sha Danan and Bei, who had just entered, immediately recognized that the person is a woodcutter from Grass Temple Village. Last name Long, second child of the family. Note 2, a kind-hearted individual with a smile on his face all the time, always treats the children very well. Beside chopping firewood on the mountain, he also returns with fruits and shares them with all the children. Sha Danan rushed to Uncle Bozo without thinking, grabbed his shoulder and shouted loudly, "Uncle Bozo, what happened? Why are the village people all dead? My mother and my father, what happened to them? Say something." Uncle Bozo heard Sha Danan asking the same question over and over again, seeming to have touched him on some level. He ceased saying ghost, then, slowly, looked up at Sha Danan. Everyone in the hall grew quiet, Even some of the people who had been seated could not help but stand up. All eyes turned to Sha Danan. Uncle Bozo's eyes shone crimson, filled with fear. He stared at Sha Danan for a long while but said nothing, frowned, as though he were struggling to remember something. At this time Ajadian could not help but step forward. As he was about to speak he was quietly pulled back by the person beside him. Sha Danan witnessed Uncle Bozo's lack of response. He saw Uncle Bozo staring at him lifelessly. Sha Danan could not wait any longer and again shouted, "Uncle Bozo, what happened to you?" Unexpectedly, as Uncle Bozo heard his loud shout, his body began to tremble, fear spread across his face again. He rolled to the other corner, curled up with both hands covering his face. His mouth kept moaning, "Ghost, ghost, ghosts." Sighs suddenly issued out from everywhere in the hall. Jadian people are disappointed. Those who stood up have not returned to sitting. Sha Danan sought to ask again but was grabbed by Bei. Sha Danan, puzzled, looked back. Bei's eyes filled with tears, mournfully responded, "There is no use, he has gone insane." Sha Danan, shocked, did not say anything. Bei is 1 year older than him, more meticulous in his thoughts. He looked at everyone in the hall and noted all of them wearing Jadian clothing, both men and women. Most people in the hall have a weapon with them, the majority being long swords. 6 people sitting on chairs appear to be superior to the others, especially the one sitting in the middle dressed in a dark green robe, the head of Jadian, Master Doilshin. They pulled Sha Danan towed the 6 people. Kneeling in front of Doilshin he began to knock his head against the floor, bang, 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 kowtowing in honor of the faction head. Doilshin looked over them carefully, sighed, said, "Poor child, you can stand up." Bei has not arisen, peered up at these immortal-like people, sadly replied, "Master, we are young and ignorant but suddenly befallen by great changes. We do not know what to do. You elders are strong, know the past and future, please help us." Sha Danan is not as intelligent as him, so he followed suit and said, "Yeah, immortal elders, you must help us." Everyone who was listening could not resist a smile spreading across their face. Sha Danan is just an ignorant child, but, then, all eyes fall on Bei. Bei is under great changes at a young age, also facing well-known individuals like Master Doilshin, but his speaking remains in perfect order, well organized. His calmness is far stronger than that of usual children, compared to the foolish Sha Danan, who even thinks Doilshin is a god. The Grass Temple Village tragedy is something that Jadian had never dealt with for thousands of years. Things occurred right under the eyes of Jadian. The whole Jadian faction was shocked. Doilshin was surprised and angry when he heard this. He immediately called for a meeting with the other 6 heads of the houses. Now, except the head of Bamboo Height Master Shueyu who did not attend, the other 5 are present within the hall. Being one of the 7 houses heads in Jadian, of course means they are Jadian's strongest people, and Jadian's strongest people are, of course, the strongest people in the world. Each of the leaders there are thinking the same thought in their heads as they peer at Bei, a good piece of jade. Master Doilshin smiled, said, "I don't know future or past, but you live near Mount Jadian. Jadian cannot ignore this. However, I would like to ask you a few questions. I hope you can answer." Bei nodded, "Yes, disciple will answer with all the knowledge I have." "Master, please ask." Master Doilshin nodded his head and said, "How did you escape this tragedy unscathed?" Bei was stunned for a moment, said, replying to Master's question, "I remember last night I was at home in bed sleeping. However, when I woke up this morning I found myself sleeping under a pine tree next to Xiaofan. I have no idea what happened. Xiaofan woke me up, we returned to the village, then we saw that scene, and fainted." Master Doilshin's eyebrows frowned. He looked at Sha Danan next and said, "You woke him up, how about you, then?" Sha Danan reflected for a moment, then replied, "I don't know how I got there. When I woke up I saw only Jingyu next to me, so I woke him up." Master Doilshin looked at the other leaders, eyes full of confusion. If someone had come to the rescue, why save only the 2 children? If not, then, there is no other answer for it. Master Doilshin thought for a moment, said, "So that means you know nothing about what happened last night?" 2 of them responded at the same time, "Yes." Master Doilshin sighed, cried out, "Xavian! Disciple, here!" a tall and burly Jadian disciple replied. He was standing behind a seated short, plump man. Xavian appears to be this man's disciple. Master Doyleson said, "You are the one who first discovered Grass Temple Village's massacre. What happened that day? Repeat it." Xavian said, "Yes. This morning, disciple and a few Shirshiondi, no 3, returned from attending to a selection of affairs. We were flying back. When passing over Grass Temple Village, the disciples looked down inadvertently and discovered more than 200 corpses piled together in the village, a miserable sight. Disciple and the others quickly went to examine but only found the 2 children. Noticing they were unconscious, allowed a shitty to bring them back first. Later, in the village latrine, his hand pointed toward Uncle Bozo who was curled in the corner, then continued, "We found this person. But, his eyes are dead, entranced, no matter how disciple asked, no response. Simply kept repeatedly saying, 'Ghost, ghosts, ghost.'" Bay's body shook a little, asked, "Big brother, did you count the number of people?" Xavian responded, "I found a shitty who trades firewood with your village daily. He was very familiar with the people at your village. After he was identified and we were done counting the tally, Grass Temple Village, all 42 families, a total of 247 people, aside from you 3, are all dead." Although his heart had already known, after hearing what Xavian said he comprehended. Bay and Shaw Danan are still not helped and their eyes almost black out and faint again. Master Doyleson sighs softly, his left hand swings, a red bead flies out from his sleeve, flies in front of Shaw Danan and Bay, rolls across their foreheads. Suddenly, cool air flooded their bodies. Their minds, which had originally been taut, nerves seemed to loosen, they grew physically and mentally exhausted, could not help but fall asleep. Doyleson waved his hand, the disciples who had been standing bow, then leave the hall. Within the hall, only 6 people remain. At this moment the short, plump man said, "Xianxia, you used calming beads to temporarily settle them, but, when they wake up, what are you going to do?" Master Doyleson thought for a moment, turned to the Taoist sitting at left and asked, "Vasp Kalo Shitty, what do you think?" Chapter 5 Adopt B. Master Vasp Kalo is a tall, sullen man, head of Jadian's Dragon Head Peak. In Jadian, except the head Master Doyleson's main peak, his peak is the strongest. Vasp Kalo is a severe man. In addition to managing his own disciples, he is also in charge of punishments in Jadian. Jadian disciples respect their head Master Doyleson of course, but the most feared is Vasp Kalo. Master Vasp Kalo's eyebrows wrinkled. After a while he said, "There is so many strange things in it, I am afraid we cannot clear this matter in a short time. However, Grass Temple villagers living near us, we cannot ignore them. I think we should adopt them as disciples." Master Doyleson nodded and said, "Yes, that is what I thought. The 2 children will be lonely out there, we have to take care of them. I have not adopted any disciples for years, which shitty can help me adopt them." At that moment, the short plump man, head of Jadian's Bamboo Peak Tian Belize, said, "Xianxia, from what I think, it is best not to let 2 of them remain under the same house. If they stay together, seeing each other constantly, it will remind them of the past, their sadness will never end, it will not be good for their future." Master Doyleson thought for a moment, said, "Tian Shitty's right. They are still young, but facing such great changes, we have to resolve their anger in their hearts, so we really should not let them live together in the same place. That means we will need 2 shitty to adopt them." Then, he looked to the others. Vasp Kalo, Tian Belize, and the rest of the 5 leaders turned their gaze toward Bay almost all at the same time. No one cares about Shaw Danan. In cultivation, quality is of considerable importance. Being gifted is better than practicing for hundreds of years. When Jadian almost fell, they needed to only rely upon Master Jade Leaf who, although very young, was also very talented and understood the ancient scrolls. His skill was far greater than the ancestors' practice. From a member of a small faction of Jadian, to the leader of the good. In addition to strong talent, a good master is certainly hard to find. However, the disciples of superior quality are also rare. Bay's talent is far greater than others, the heads of Jadian naturally gravitate towards him. After a while Tian Belize coughed, said, Hey Xixian, you know that my bamboo peak house always has a small amount of people, I'd help you and adopt one. As he was about to point at Bei, the head of Sunrise Peak Xianxia stood up, standing in front of Tian Belize, and said to Master Doilshin, Xixiang, today when I see this child I think there is a bond between us, it must be Suyuan, how about letting him study under my house? Each of the houses are gentle to the others on the surface, however, on the inside they are competing with each other, seeing that Bei is extraordinary quality, who will ever know if he is going to be the next Master Jade Leaf? Even if adopting a far worse disciple, just a regular disciple, they never let the other houses have a chance. Because of Master Doilshin's position and strength, no one will compete against him. However, Doilshin said he will not adopt, who would pass up this kind of golden opportunity. Right after Shang Zhangliang finished, the head of Sunset Peak Master Tianyin said, Shang Xixiang, your house has more than 200 disciples, if each of them have Suyuan with you, don't you have far too many bonds? Shang Zhangliang blushed, was about to reply, Tian Belize interrupted, Tianyin Xixiang is right, speaking of the number of disciples, all of OU have more than 100. My bamboo peak only has 7 people, how about? Master Vast Kalo interrupted, said, Tian Shitty, the 2 children's lives are so poor, we need to give them the best care rather than focus on the number of people we have. Then he turned to Master Doilshin and saluted, then continued, Xixiang, this child is really good quality, please let him be adopted under my house, I will carefully teach him to comfort the souls of Grass Temple Village. Master Doilshin pondered for a moment, Tian Belize, Shang Zhangliang and the others' hearts shout, not good, and as expected, after a while, Master Doilshin indeed replied, Vast Kalo Shitty's right, let him be adopted under your house. Vast Kalo smiled and said, thank you, Xixiang. In people's eyes, those who know Vast Kalo for a long time, Vast Kalo usually will not smile. Today, his smile showed his heart is very happy. Now that Master Doilshin has said so, and Vast Kalo's dragon head peak is so powerful, the rest can only swallow their resentment. Doilshin paused, then said, well, the other one. Shang Zhangliang coughed, eyes closed. Tianyin stared at the ceiling of the hall, finding the patterns to be suddenly enthralling. Tian Belize just, hey and gave a hollow laugh, suddenly falling asleep. The head of Peak of Wind Sing Shu Chang, who did not even get time to say anything, is meditating, seeming as though he did not care from the very beginning. Only the victorious Master Vast Kalo looked at them coldly, but his eyes are smiling. Master Doilshin cannot help but feel a little embarrassed, but of course he will not say, so the low quality you will not even bother with. His mind pondered for a moment, then immediately found a scapegoat. Tian Shitty. Master Doilshin smiled. Tian Belize's heart jumped, he immediately got up and was about to speak. Master Doilshin interjected, Grass Temple Village's murder is your disciple, Xavion's, discovery. It seems this child and your bamboo peak have a strong bond between you. Hey, let him be adopted under your house. Tian Belize is extremely anxious. Sha Danan's quality is average, everyone can see that, so adopting him under the house is just a burden, of course he does not like it. He was about to speak, but how would Doilshin give him the opportunity to speak, finishing, well, this is the end, Shitty you must pay attention to investigating the murder, understand? Vast Kalo, and the others stood up and said, yes. Master Doilshin nodded, coughing several times, but did not look at Tian Belize, quickly traveling into the back hall. After his shadow disappeared from the hall, in Jadian Crystal Hall, the sudden laughter broke out. Bamboo Peak disciple Xavion had been waiting outside of Crystal Hall. Finally all the masters came out. He ran towards them, seeing Tian Belize carrying Sha Danan, could not help but be surprised for a moment and said, Master, what happened? As Tian Belize saw him his heart burst out with anger, he said furiously, what happened? Are you being stupid? Why not quickly take it over? Xavion quickly took Sha Danan who was still sleeping. Tian Belize was angry, his eyes saw Shang Zhangliang, Tian Yun, and others who were laughing, his heart grew even more angry, he shouted at Xavion, come on, what are you staring at? When he finished, ignoring the others, his right hand drew in midair, red light flashed, a red sword with red edging leapt to his hand, then, jumping on the sword and piercing through the air he left. Xavion was puzzled for a moment, but at least he comprehended that he had gained one more Shitty. He looked at Sha Danan in his arms and said, "Xiao Shitty, I do not even know your name yet." Sha Danan, still sleeping, unaware of his own destiny, already having taken a great turn. Note 1, Shinyang Shirshu, Shirbua, Shixiang, Shitty, Sheji, Shimi. Shir mean master, so when character put behind Shir, it mean master related. Nyang mean mom, so Shir Nyang mean master's wife. Shu mean younger brother of father, uncle, so Shir Shu master's Shitty or Shimi. Bo mean older brother of father, so Shir Bo mean master's Shir Xiong or Shir Jia. Xiong mean older brother, Shir Xiong mean older male disciple. Di mean younger brother, Shitty mean younger male disciple. Jia mean older sister, Shir Jia mean older female disciple. Mei mean younger sister, Shir Mei mean younger female disciple. Note 2, Uncle Bozo's name in Chinese is Wang Er Shu. Wang is a Chinese last name. Er means second. Shu mean uncle. His last name is Wang, and the second son, and children call him uncle, so his name is Wang Er Shu. Note 3, Xiongdi Xiong mean older brother, Di mean younger brother, so Xiongdi mean bothers. Chapter 6, Meeting Master. Chapter 6, Meeting Master A. Sha Danan awoke, startled for a moment, then slowly sat up. The things that had happened over the past rushed into his heart like the tides onto the shore. Feels like waking up from a nightmare. You've woken up, that's good. A voice issued from the door, a person entered. Sha Danan looked up and recognized that he was Xavian, the disciple he had seen in Peak of Widow. In his mind, seeing familiar people, he felt slightly warmer. Song big brother. Sha Danan cried. Although Xavian is a large fellow, his heart cannot help but feel sorrow. He went to the bed, touched Sha Danan's head, said softly, "Xiao Shitty, don't be sad, from now on, we are one big family." Sha Danan, not understanding, asked, "What family?" Xavian smiled and told him that Tian Belize had adopted him as a disciple. Of course, the minor conflict between the Jadian elders during the day at the Peak of Widow's Crystal Hall, he will never learn of. Sha Danan listened, feeling a bit lost. Jadian, in such a farm boy's eyes, are like immortals, never having thought for one day that he will have the opportunity to join Jadian. However, the price is not what he would have willingly paid for it. He grit his teeth, feeling that it's useless to think about the matter any longer. Then he said, "Song Shixiang." Xavian smiled, nodded, said, "Good. Xiao Shitty, you have slept for a day and night, you are probably hungry, right?" Sha Danan did not think that he was, but, after Xavian asked this, his stomach growled twice. Xavian laughed, "Come, Xiao Shitty, we will eat something first, and then you can learn a bit about our faction. After, you can go see Master in Shenyang, and the other Shixiangs." Sha Danan nodded his head, then got out of bed. Noticing the room he is in is quite similar to Peak of Widow Jadian disciple's room, but it seemed even larger. Xavian walked with him as he explained, "Bamboo Peak is different from the other houses in Jadian. We have very few people, the total number of people is 10, including you, so the room is larger. Walking to the entrance there is also a similar small courtyard. Once out of the yard, there is also a hallway, but there is only a dozen houses, far less than Peak of Widow." Sha Danan followed Xavian toward the kitchen. Learning from his speech, Bamboo Peak has stood since Master Jade Leaf, reaching Tian Beli's hands now as the 6th generation, has always been the same way, not many people. Now the elders, except Master Tian Belize, remain only as Shirshu Surin, wife of Tian Belize. The two have a daughter, Hiti, 13 years old, 2 years older than Sha Danan. As such, Sha Danan is the true Xiao Shitty. Among all of the disciples of Tian Belize, Xavian is the oldest Shixiang, following him as Wu Dai, Zheng Dali, Hidaji, Ladaxin, and Dubishu. Sha Danan trying his best to remember, "Oh, Dai Shixiang, Dali Shixiang, Daji Shixiang, Dashin Shixiang, Dashu Shixiang." Xavian laughed, "It's Dubishu Shixiang." Sha Danan was slightly startled, then realizing, asked, "Why isn't 6th Shixiang the same?" Xavian said, "Originally, he was indeed called Dashu, but you say that again and listen to it." Sha Danan murmured, Dudishu, Uncle Do. Then understood and began laughing. Xavian also laughed. In fact, Master does not really care about it. However, Xianxia is very annoyed and, after a few times, she said how Dushiti does not respect his master and that he needed to learn some lessons. The Dushiti was scared half to death and quickly asked Master and Xianxia to provide a new name for him. Later, Xianxia gave him the name Dubishu. Say this name a few more times. Sha Danan lightly said, Dubishu, gambling must lose. Broke out in laughter so hard that he bent himself forward. Xavian had originally planned to make him laugh, perhaps it would help diminish his feelings of grief. Seeing Sha Danan happy, he smiles. Sixth Shitty was really addicted to gambling before he arrived here. Later, by chance, Master brought him here. Although he does not gamble anymore, he usually loves to put bets down for fun. Xianxia doing this is also a warning. Sha Danan smiled, the mournful mood had been softened a lot. Also seeing Shi Xiang is so kind, the fear of the future also gradually settled down. After eating in the kitchen, Xavian took Sha Danan to the Bamboo Peak's main hall of quietude. All of the people from Jadian's Bamboo Peak at the moment are all in the hall of quietude. Paved with red bricks, red tiles and stone pillars, a tai chi carved on the ground, everything is simple. There are two people seated on chairs, one is Tian Belize, the second person is a quiet, graceful woman of about 30, there is an adorable little girl standing beside her with a pair of watery bright eyes. The other 5 male disciples lined up, standing below, tall or short, strong or thin. At that moment all of their eyes were peering at Sha Danan. Xavian stepped up and said respectfully, Master, Xianxia, disciple has brought Xiao Shitty here. Tian Belize snorted, slightly impatient. Surin looked at Sha Danan, said, Darren, he had slept for a day and a night. I fear he is hungry, you should take him to eat something first. Xavian said, in reply to Xianxia, I had just went to the kitchen with Xiao Shitty. Surin nodded, looked at Tian Belize, no longer speaking. Tian Belize snorted again, said, let's begin. Sha Danan, uncertain what to do, heard Xavian whisper behind him, Xiao Shitty, quickly kneel down and kowtow to Master. Sha Danan immediately knelt down, dong kowtowed more than 10 times in a row, heavily and loudly. Ha ha. Hidi, the little girl could not help laughing. Surin smile, good boy, 9 times is enough. Sha Danan replied oh, then stopped and looked up. People saw his large, red forehead, could not help laughing aloud. However, in Tian Belize's eyes, Sha Danan was so stupid that he could not even be more stupid. The thought of teaching another idiot in the future, his large head seems to grow slightly bigger. Well, that's it, Tian Belize was in a very bad mood, waving, Darren, you take care of him first, teach him the rules of our faction and some basic methods of Taoism. Xavian answered, yes, hesitated, then said, but Master, Xiao Shitty was still little, this entry disciple's homework. Tian Belize rolled his eyes, responded, do it. Stood up, and, without looking back, went to the back hall. All the disciples bowed together, said, escort master. After Tian Belize left, and before anyone said anything, the little girl Hidi already jumped in front of Sha Danan and started staring at him closely. Sha Danan, seeing her cute face in front of his eyes, although still young, but already beautiful, when he was in Grass Temple Village, he had never seen such a beautiful girl around his age. He could not help blushing. Ha, Hidi seeming like she had found a treasure, pointing to Sha Danan, laughed out loud, she xiangs, you see, he blushes when he sees me. Bursts of laughter filled the hall, Sha Danan's face became even more red. Surin came over and said, Linger, don't make fun of Shitty. Hidi made a face, but does not take her mother's words into mind. Standing straight up she tells Sha Danan, hey, call me Shaji. Sha Danan's heart was angry, but seeing Hidi's bright eyes and beautiful body, his heart grew confused, cannot help but respond, Shaji. Hidi was always the youngest in Bamboo Peak, but now she has gained a Shitty that is younger than her, she was very happy. She was pretending to be an elder in front of Sha Danan, said, good boy, Xiao Shitty, you need to listen to Shiji-o. Chapter 6 Meeting Master B. Sha Danan answered, yes. Surin pulled her daughter aside, said, "Don't speak any more nonsense." Then, she turned to Xavian and said, "Darren, Xiaoshidi is still young. I am worried that homework may be a little difficult, so, take good care of him." Xavian said respectfully, "Yes." The other 5 shitty stood together laughing, looking at each other. All are happy that Xavian is the one tasked with taking care of Xiaodanan. Just then, Surin suddenly made a strange movement, turning the neck as though she were stretching muscles, significantly different than her graceful temperament just moments before. Just at that moment, all Bamboo Peak disciples stopped laughing, tongue-tied. They seemed like they sensed disaster coming. Surin cleared her throat, said, "You." "Xianyang," Xavian shouted, forehead sweating. Surin frowned and said, "What?" The remaining 5 shitty also said at the same time, "De Xixiang, what are you doing?" Xavian hurriedly said, "Xianyang, Xiao Shitty just started. Disciple is following master's order to teach him the rules of our faction and the daily homework. So, we need to go now." Surin was quiet for a moment, then nodded and said, "You are right, go." "What?" the remaining 5 shitty shouted. Xavian laughed hollowly, stepped forward, and picked up Xiaodanan, not waiting for anyone to say anything. Immediately they went outside. He said, "Xiao Shitty, let Xixiang find a quiet place first, then teach you the rules." Hidi followed with a smile. Someone behind him scolded loudly, "Shame on you, De Xixiang. Coward." Xiaodanan heard these and was puzzled. Thinking to himself, why would people call De Xixiang coward for teaching him the rules? As his mind was thinking, Surin suddenly shouted, as cold as ice and snow, "Shut up!" The hall was quiet immediately. Surin said, "All of you are useless. All of you got scared once you saw that I want to test your cultivation. Another 5 years from now is Jadian's 7-peak tournament held every 60 years. The last time you had your master and I angry half to death. If this time you do not try harder, we will look shameful in front of other houses. Come on, all 5 of you come together." Xavian ran faster and faster, ran out of the hall and went straight to the back hill. Xiaodanan sprawled over his shoulder, the brushes on both sides passed by at high speed. Hidi had taken out a red silk with light amber coloring, half transparent, radiating soft red light, apparently a cultivator esper. At this time Hidi, standing on top of the red silk, made a random sign with her hand and the silk carried her flying in the air, following Xavian from behind. Xiaodanan had never seen such a miraculous thing. He was more than surprised. Seeing Hidi flying, his eyes showed admiration. Hidi saw his expression and felt very proud. Catching up with Xiaodanan flying next to him, she said, "What is it, aren't I powerful?" Xiaodanan kept on nodding and said, "Yes, yes, 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 Shiji, you are really powerful. Shiji, you can run very fast while standing on red cloth." Hidi thought for a moment, then realized, figuring out what he meant by the red cloth, she could not help laughing. "Fool." Xiaodanan, puzzled, heard Xavian laugh. "Xiao Shitty, what you are talking about, that is Phoenix soul crafted by Xianyang while she was young, her famous esper. Very powerful. One of the most well-known cultivator espers in Jadian. How has it become the red cloth?" Xiaodanan blushed and secretly looked at Hidi, only saw her laughing at him. After running for a while, the 3 went to the slopes of the small back hill. Xavian stopped and put down Xiaodanan. Hidi also landed on earth, hands signed to return, seeming like there is a spirit within Phoenix soul. It automatically rolled up, played around her waist, appearing like a nice red belt. This hillside was covered with bamboo, some thick some thin, flourishing across the forest. But, looking closely, the bamboo was different and unusual. It had black bamboo joint. Xavian, pointing to the bamboo forest, tells Xiaodanan, "Xiao Shitty, we Bamboo Peak House have a rule. The early entry disciples need to cut down bamboo here daily. You are still young, just chop one down daily for the first 3 months. As for the thickness, that is up to you." When Xiaodanan heard Xavian talk about homework at the beginning, Surin also needed Xavian to take care of him. His mind thought it should be difficult, but he found out it is like chopping firewood. He was born in Grass Temple Village. As a farmer's child, he went with adults to the hill several times to cut firewood. His heart widened with a smile. He said, "De Xixiang, I have chopped wood before, don't worry." Xavian wanted to say something, but paused, smiled for a moment and said, "That's good. We will walk back slowly, I will let you remember the trail, then you can come here alone in the future. On the way back, I will teach you the rules of our faction." Hidi laughed. "To Xixiang, why do you run in such a hurry to say something so useless and then slowly walk back? Are you afraid my mother will beat you up?" Xavian's face grew red, not bothering with her and instead telling Sha Danan, "Sha Shidi, you must remember well, the faction's first regulation, must respect master." In fact, Jadian Bamboo Peak's head Tian Belis is just lazy. Although he seeks reputation, he has always been too lazy to discipline his disciples. Generally, he just teaches them the basics of Taoism, then later pays no attention, letting the disciples off on their own self-study. But his wife, Surin, always loves to compete with others, often getting into fights. Very famous when she was young, but after marrying Tian Belis, her temper had reduced significantly, but then often felt bored. Also, secondly, the disciples are so useless. In Jadian's 7-peak tournament held every 60 years, for many sessions, all the Bamboo Peak disciples were defeated, aside from Xixiang Xavian who won one round, the rest had all lost and become Jadian's joke. Surin always wants to win, how could she bear such a shame of loss? So, often, she teaches the disciples on her husband, Tian Belis' behalf. Although she looks soft, her temper is quite urgent, her cultivation is extremely high, she may beat the disciples black and blue all over if not careful. People fear the beautiful Xianxia far more than the fat, short master. By this time, it was already late, the sun sunk to the west, a brilliant sunset painted the sky. Sun shining down on Bamboo Peak, they walked slowly to the mountain. The barking of a dog came from the house on top of the peak mixed with scream of some poor men. Chapter 7, New Beginning. Chapter 7, New Beginning. The sky is already dark by dinner hour. On Bamboo Peak, the entire back of the mountain was filled with forests of bamboo. The people's houses are all built at the front hill. The largest and most important is the main hall, Hall of Quietude. The Tian Belis couple and their daughter lived in one of the back halls. Next to Hall of Quietude is the courtyard where the disciples live. Because there is only a few people, a small number of houses higher than the population, everyone has their own room, even the newly arrived Sha Danan has one as well. If comparing the living conditions, Bamboo Peak is superior to the other peaks. The only remaining locations are the Tai Chi Cave, kitchen, and the dining hall. At this time all the disciples gathered in the dining hall. Sixth disciple Amanla, Dubishu, who is in charge of cooking, is serving foods to the table, mostly vegetables, few are meats. Disciples are seated on the right side of the long table following order of oldest to youngest. Xavian sat in the front, Sha Danan sat at the end. Across the table there is a large chair and two smaller chairs. The place seems to be prepared for Tian Belis' family. Sha Danan saw there is an empty seat next to him, where Amanla had sat. After a while Amanla finally finished serving meals, washed his hands, then went back to the seat, waiting with the other disciples for their master to arrive. Amanla looked quite young, thin, pointed face, large eyes, looking like a thief, seemed to be clever. He sat down and looked at Sha Danan, smiling. "Sha Shidi, what is your name?" Sha Danan honestly said, "Sha Danan." Amanla nodded, pointed to himself, said, "I am your sixth Xixiang Amanla." Sha Danan respectfully said, "A sixth Xixiang." Amanla coughed, patted on his shoulder and smiles. "In a minute, you can try your Xixiang's cooking skill." See this table full of foods, Sha Danan could not help but swallow, nodding firmly. Amanla suddenly smiled, pointed to the hall entrance, said, "Sha Shidi, after a moment Master Xianxia and Sha Shimi will come, we'll make a bet, okay?" Sha Danan froze. The other disciples had turned their heads with a smile. Fifth disciple Ladaxin, who sat on the other side of Amanla, laughed. "Old sixth, your gambling addiction arises again, ah?" Fourth disciple Hidaji said, "He hasn't won for a long time, and now seeks to fool a child? Get lost." Amanla waved again and again, ignoring the other people, smiling and telling Sha Danan, "Sha Shidi, who do you think from Master's family will be the first one to enter?" "Well, you are new, you can have first guess, so people won't say sixth Xixiang bullied you." Second disciple Wu Dai, sitting at the far side, cried loudly, Xiaoshidi, this is a bet. First, ask him what will happen if you lose or win. Amandla grunted and said, What? You are afraid I will bilk, ah? I, Amandla, walk across the whole world. What I rely on is my gambler's conduct, which is famous around the world. Everyone laughed. But you have never won, Xiaoshidi. If you guess right, I will help you chop down the bamboo for 10 days. If you lose, you need to help me wash the dishes for 10 days. How does that sound? Everyone is laughing. Xavian scoffs, useless. Sha Danan, seeing all Xianxia smile, kind and friendly, not thinking him as an outsider, his heart feeling warm, said, Deal. Amandla slapped his leg, suddenly feeling energetic and radiant, said, Xiaoshidi, tell me, Master, Xianxia and Xiaoshimi, who will come in first? All eyes fall on Sha Danan. Sha Danan pondered for a moment. Jadian always respect their master as most important, so, Tian Belis, as a master, should enter first. Immediately he said loudly, I guess that master will come in first. Everyone laughed. Ladaxin shook his head. Can't believe that today someone really got fooled by old Sixth. Amandla, very happy, looking at Sha Danan, said, Xiaoshidi, in fact, Xiaoshimi is always the first one rushed in. Ha, you will stay to help me wash dishes then. Sha Danan touched his head, could not help but laugh out, nodded, yes, Sixth Xixiang. The short third disciple Zheng Dali laughed, Old Sixth, are you serious? Amandla, rolling his eyes, said, What are you saying, Old Third? I did not force him. We are all happy to lose, isn't it, Xiaoshidi? Sha Danan nodded. Suddenly Xavian said, Master is here. Everyone hid their expression, stood up, facing the door, ready to greet the master. A moment later, Tian Belis' stout body appeared at the entrance, and behind him is empty. He came alone. Everyone is stunned. Amandla cannot help but ask immediately, Master, where are Xianxia and Xiaoshimi? Tian Belis stared at him, said lightly, Xianxia went back home with Xiaoshimi. All are stunned, but after a moment they could not help laughing. Watching Tian Belis coming, Sha Danan felt embarrassed, would like to laugh but not dare to laugh. Amandla was stunned and speechless. Tian Belis sat in his large chair, waved his hand and said, Eat. All disciples sat down. Everyone looked at Amandla with a faint smile. Tian Belis looked Sha Danan, then turned to Xavian. Have you told him the rules and precepts of the our faction? Xavian nodded. Yes, I told Xiaoshidi 12 rules 20 precepts. As for the basic Dago's cultivation practices, disciple saw Xiaoshidi is tired today since it's his first day, intend to formally teach him tomorrow. Tian Belis nodded, agreeing, turned to Sha Danan and said, 7th. Sha Danan had not realized, Amandla pushed him, that remind him that master is calling himself, quickly stood up and said, Disciple is here. Tian Belis shook his head and lost a bit of confidence on that slow-reacting disciple, said, You first followed de Xixiang, remember to try hard, knowledge is boundless, diligence is your friend. Even if your quality is not as good as others, as long as you persevere, you will get it someday, understand? Sha Danan respectfully said, Yes. Tian Belis waved, Eat. Sha Danan was still young and short, sitting on a chair holding a large bowl. He has difficulty reaching foods from the dish that is slightly too far. However, Amandla, who is seated next to him, helps him get it several times, chuckles, Xiaoshidi, eat more. Seems like he totally doesn't care that he just lost the bet. His gambling conduct really is not bad. Sha Danan, grateful-hearted, nodded, eats for a while, secretly asked, 6th Xixiang. Amandla turned his head and said, What? Sha Danan said, Does Xianxia still have a home? In his little mind, Jadian are like immortals, how can they still be concerned about the outside world? Amandla said, Of course, Xianxia is still a human being. But Master said Xianxia went back home. It's not really her parents' home, it means she went back to Bamboo Height, Shueyu Shirshu's place. Sha Danan was surprised and said, What? Amandla lowered his voice, said, Xianxia was from House of Bamboo Height, with the head of Bamboo Height, Master Shueyu, or Shijiamai. But then, no idea how, she was as pretty as flower, surprisingly married to Master. I heard a lot of male Shirshu and Jadian don't understand. Puff, a chopstick fell on Amandla's forehead. The strength is not light, causing his forehead to turn red. They were shocked, seeing Tianbali's angry face, his hand missing a chopstick. Amandla turned to Sha Danan and stuck out his tongue, not daring to say any more, then put his head down and resumed eating. At this time, Xavian asked Tianbalis, Master, the head of the faction asked to have a meeting between 7 houses, how come only Shui Yushirshu didn't show up? Tianbalis grunted and picked up another pair of chopsticks, said, that old nun pretended to be sick, sent someone to tell the head of the faction about what? She had a fever and could not go, also, Xianxia actually believed it. Humph. Today, if she came, I can rob the boy, which will be easier, may not lose everything. 4th disciple Hidaji coughed twice, whispered, Master, Shui Yushirshu's house never adopts male disciples. Tianbali stopped, shook his head and said, and you're sure Nyang too, once she heard Shui Yu had any problems, immediately took Linger and saw her, seems like the end of the world, really. All the disciples looked at each other, all are filled with happy expressions on their face. Xavian hesitated a moment, and asked, Master, how long Sure Nyang will stay with Shui Yushirshu? Tianbali glared at him, said, what do you mean how long? When today, tonight we'll be back. Ah, all disciples sighed, all of them were disappointed. Tianbali looks around, snorted, and asked Xavian, today Sure Nyang guide you guys on practice again? Xavian did not even have time to speak. 2nd disciple Wu Dei already cut in, Master, don't ask him, does Xixiang deserted us today, what a shame. Xavian said angrily, nonsense, I have instruction from the master to help Xiao Shidi. Boo. Crowd booed everywhere. Chapter 7 New Beginning B. They spent an hour eating, then everyone was gone. Sha Danan wanted to stay and help Amandla to wash the dishes. Amandla laughed, Xiao Shidi, thank you, however, I can do it myself. You won the bet, don't worry, tomorrow I'll help you chop the bamboo. Sha Danan, quite embarrassed, was about to say something. Xavian's voice issued in from outside, 6th, don't help him. Xavian came in from outside, told Sha Danan, Xiao Shidi, come, I'll take you to your room. Sha Danan nodded, but Amandla said, does Xixiang, what did you say? Xavian said, Xiao Shidi has just started, needs to build a solid foundation, not the time to be lazy. Amandla scratched his head and said, that's right, how about this, Xiao Shidi, this time I owe you one, if you need me to do something for you in future, just tell me, okay? Sha Danan said, 6th Xixiang, what about we just forgot about, it's just. Amandla becomes serious, said righteously, what are you talking about, am I the kind of people who doesn't know the difference between right or wrong, good or evil, a promise is a promise, or other Xixiangs will laugh at me. Sha Danan nodded his head, but didn't understand what that had to do with right or wrong, good or evil. Xavian pulled Sha Danan's hand, said, Xiao Shidi, come, I'll take you to your new room. They leave the kitchen, sky already darkened, bright moon slowly rising, hanging on the east sky. They passed Hall of Quietude's entrance. Sha Danan looked to the inside and saw all the lights had gone out, all are darkness except the moonlight shining at the front entrance, quite ghastly. Walking for another moment, they returned to the courtyard where the disciples live. Xavian took him to the far right house, said, Xiao Shidi, today when you woke up the room you were in is where I live, the other Shirdas houses are all following order, all on the right side, the several rooms on the left were empty. Pausing, he looked at Sha Danan and said, you live by yourself, are you scared? Sha Danan shook his head. Xavian smiled, this is it. We are men, how can we be afraid of loneliness? Come, we will go inside. Talking with Sha Danan and went inside. Sha Danan carefully examined this strange place but later will be accompanied with it for a long time, a small courtyard's corner, pine tree on the left, 5 to 6 bamboo on the right, 2 or 3 people high. The small stones paved into a trail in the courtyard, lined with grass, the night wind blowing, gently shaking the bamboo leaves, a faint wave of grass fragrance came, everything is quiet. Xavian opened the door, lit up the candles, said, Xiao Shidi, come in. Sha Danan went in, saw the house furnished as simply as Xavian's room, table, chairs, bed, have nothing else. Xavian said, I had already cleaned a bit today, you stay here for now. Life on the mountain is harsh, you are still small, may feel lonely, but we cultivator, must able to bear all kind of suffering, the matters of daily life, you will have to do all by yourself. Sha Danan said, yes, de Xixiang. Xavian nodded his head, looked around, said, if there is nothing more then I will go back. You've been tired, get some early rest. Sha Danan answered, then suddenly remembered something, said, de Xixiang, it's just getting dark, why don't other Xixiang move around? Xavian laughed, you don't know, we studied Taoism cultivation in Bamboo Peak at least 4 decades already, rarely go out. Bamboo Peak is already boring to us, so too lazy for a walk, like fourth loves to read, second loves to hum songs, hard-working people like third will stay in the house and practice, normally won't come out. Sha Danan understand, Xavian smiled and patted his head, and remind him a few things, then turned away. Sha Danan went back to his house, closed the door, suddenly feeling the whole world had been quieted down, without any voice. He went back to the table, sat blankly for a while, nothing to do, then blew out the lights, took off his coat then went to bed. Turning over and over again, drowsily falling asleep. Ah! In the dark, Sha Danan shouted and sat up, gasping for air. He was dreaming back to Grass Temple Village, saw his father and mother, but also able to see every child playmates, uncles and aunts, all smiling, but all of a sudden they have become dead, bloody, horror. His body shaking, that's why he woke up. He sat a while on the bed, breath getting slower and more calm, eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness. Saw that window opened a bit, a faint pale moonlight shines on the brick surface, seemed like frost and snow. Sha Danan is not sleepy, got up and went to the door, opened the door and went outside. Silence surrounding him, faint sounds coming from unknown insects. Moonlight like water, shine on his body. He looked up, watched the sky and saw many stars. Moon on midair, white and bright. How is Jingyue doing now, is he unable to sleep too? He whispered, sighed, returned to the room, suddenly, his clothes loosened up a little, a thing rolled out from his clothes, fell on the ground. Sha Danan shocked, leaned over and picked it up, but, it is a dim dark purple bead, there is a hole on the bead, it seemed like the purple bead is string with the jade prayer bead that day. These days he was facing series of great changes, has been forgotten this thing, but now remember that Posey told him to throw this bead away. Thinking of this, suddenly his heart grew bitter, his father and mother did not leave him anything, the bond between Posey and himself is light, but that night together, they saw each other as family, and that ugly bead is the only thing Posey left him. Sha Danan raised his hand, holding the bead in the air, facing the moon. Under the moonlight, the bead's color grew lighter, into a light purple, translucent. Inside a green energy swirl can constantly be seen, it seemed to have a spirit within, wanting to hatch. However, every time the green grew closer to the surface of the bead, it will light up a little word and block it back. Sha Danan, looking at it for a long time, begins to like it, but also because this is the only thing Posey left behind, and Sha Danan doesn't want to lose it. He thought for a long time, took off a red string, it was a gift his father and mother gave to him wishing for long life and peace. Most people will use gold or silver lock, but his poor family can only use red string instead. He tied the bead with red string and wore it, hung on his chest. Not feeling cold, but warmth. He smiled to himself, looked up at the sky to the moon, turned back to his room and went to bed. His first day in the Jadian has ended. Chapter 8, Teaching. Chapter 8, Teaching A. Sha Danan. A sweet voice in a deafening pitch cried out, waking Sha Danan from his dream. Opening his eyes, he suddenly saw a big mouth, 2 rows of sharp teeth, laying right before him. He let out a scream, H. Kaka kaka. A burst of laughter came from behind. Sha Danan finally calmed down, saw a big brown dog in front of him. Half a man high, with shiny bright yellow hair, lying on his bed. Behind the yellow dog, Heidi in tight red clothes, laughing. Sha Danan secretly glanced at the large yellow dog, seeing its large body, sharp fangs, a long tongue sticking out, a ferocious look. He had never seen such a large dog before. He felt a little fearful, but then saw Heidi smiling at him. He murmured, said, Shaji, what's up? What's up? Heidi said, smiling, suddenly turning serious, frowns and shouts loudly, it's already morning and you ask me what's up? Hurry and get up, we are going to the mountain to chop bamboo. Sha Danan curious, you need to go too? Hidi said, nonsense, any new disciples of our house need to go up to the mountain and cut down black bamboo for the first 3 years. I started at 10 years old, so this is my last year. Hey, why are you still in bed? Sha Danan quickly answered, and carefully moved away from the big dog, got off the bed, hurried through getting dressed. Hidi shouted, catch it. Threw a machete over. Sha Danan caught it with both hands, saw that it was a common machete, quite heavy. Getting everything ready, he said to Hidi, Shiji, do we need to ask Xianxia to come too? Hidi rolled her eyes at him, said, didn't you hear me say only new disciples knew to do homework, so it's just me and you now who need to chop bamboo, let's go. She waved her hand. Sha Danan did not move, but the big yellow dog jumped out of bed, shaking his tail, then barked twice at Sha Danan, growled baring its teeth, and then ran outside. Sha Danan had this many times, remembered there was the sound of barking while following Xianxia coming back from the rear hill, seemed to be this dog. His mind could not help but secretly think, Jadian is so cool, even a random dog is much larger than the one we had in the village. He followed Hidi out of the room, saw it is still early morning. Walking out of the corridor, looking at the back hill from a distance, hazy fog rolled through the mountains. 2 people and a dog walking towards Bamboo Peak back hill. Yesterday, Sha Danan was carried by Xavion to the hill. It seemed reasonably quick to reach there, and the trail seemed comfortable too. But, today, when only halfway there, they discovered that the slope is increasing, the distance far further than what he had imagined. Hidi, on the other hand, did not use the Phoenix Soul today, still, she had a very easy time with walking. The red figure walking on the trail, fast and light-footed. The large brown dog traveled easily, as well, unusually energetic, sometimes in the front, sometimes in the back and sometimes running into the woods. With no idea what he is doing in there, bursting out from the other side after a moment, very excited. After half-hour, Sha Danan grew very tired, panting, legs aching. Hidi walking in the front, and looking back at him, grunted, said, completely useless, just stop and rest a bit then. Sha Danan nodded and sat down, breathing hard. That big yellow dog was gone, ran off somewhere else. Sha Danan rested for a moment. He sat on the trail, looked down and saw Bamboo Peak stands tall and straight, nearby mountains seem a much shorter distance away. Shiji, I have something to ask you, don't know. Hidi noticed his words are kind of timid, pair of eyes looked toward, feeling sort of proud, subconsciously fixed her hair a little. Her face got a little serious, just ask. Why we do need to cut the bamboo as homework? I thought homework is to practice cultivation. Hidi curled up her lip, said, you know nothing. For a cultivator, the body is one of the most important aspects. My mom said, if the body is not strong enough, no matter how strong the magic is, it is difficult to learn. We Jadian are branched from Taoism, very focus on health. When learning deeper, the body will be even more important. Take our Jadian strongest magic spell Thunderblade as example. Sha Danan body twitched, his face became pale. Hidi felt strange, what happened to you? Sha Danan's face still not settled, stammered, no. Nothing, I just think it must be very powerful because name of it. Hidi glared at him, said, of course it is powerful, this is one of our Jadian secret skills, not many people can cultivate it. I heard my dad said, to use this magic, they must use themselves, with the help of Esper, to attract the godly lighting from 9 skies, as powerful as God, anyone there will be dead all at once, peerless power. Sha Danan sighed, yeah. Hidi spoke again, think about it, even with protective spells protecting you, it is the power of God's thunder. When normal people touch it, they will immediately turn to ashes. Of course the caster's cultivation must be deep, but with poor health, they will get killed by the lightning before anybody else does. How would they still be able to kill anyone? She looked at Sha Danan, said, so, my dad told you doing homework is good for you, yet you seem reluctant. Sha Danan shocked, quickly jumped up and said, no such thing, I never dare to disrespect master, and no reluctance. I have rested enough, let go. He picked up the machete, began to move, ran really quickly to the mountain. Hidi looked at his back, smiled gently, and followed him. Finally reaching the hill, Xiaodanan was already out of breath. The big yellow dog has been laying in the bamboo forest. Seeing the two of them coming, he barks a few times, but does not even bother to get up. Then, he turned his head. Xiaodanan said, really fast. Are you talking about Big Yella? Hidi came up from behind. Her face is not red nor is she out of breath. Xiaodanan pointed to the big dog, said, its name is Big Yella? Hidi said, yeah, don't underestimate him, he is strong. Xiaodanan murmured, tell from the size, at least 20 years old. Hidi shouted, no way. Xiaodanan was surprised, he is less than 20 years old? Then Big Yella must grow really fast. At this moment Big Yella barked ruthlessly at Xiaodanan. Hidi said, I meant not that few years. Let's see, he was already here when 4th Xixiang came and that's 70 years, no, 3rd Xixiang said that Big Yella was already here when he came, then that's 97 years. Ah! She suddenly shouted. Xiaodanan was surprised, quickly said, what? Hidi happily said, I remember. When I was a child, one day Mom and Dad were arguing. She said she is going to kill the dog that Dad raised when he was a child to cook dog soup, made Dad very angry. Big Yella was also scared for many days and did not dare to go home. Chapter 8 Teaching Bee. Xiaodanan surprised, said, Big Yella afraid to return home? Hidi said, yeah, Big Yella has lived for many years, he understands humans, and, knowing how strong Mom is, he was really afraid he was going to be killed by her, so escape is the best. Smart, right? Of course. Xiaodanan. He glared at the big yellow dog again. Big Yella ignored him, snored, then shook his tail, turned over his body and lazily lay on the ground. When they got near the forest, Xiaodanan asked Hidi, Shaji, when I arrived at Peak of Widow, I saw a monster that is much larger than Big Yella. From what I heard, it's called Water Kirin. Is Big Yella the same as him? Hidi walked into bamboo forest, shaking her head. No, Mr. Spirit is an ancient rare beast, spiritual animal, far stronger than Big Yella, they can't be compared. While talking, she took Xiaodanan through the woods. After a while, they came to a place with more bamboo. The black bamboo here are all about wrist wide, very slim. Here, for next 3 months you only need to chop down 1 bamboo daily. Hidi seriously said. That thin? Only 1? Xiaodanan said surprised. Hidi grunted and said, try to cut it. Xiaodanan nodded, held up the machete and went toward a stalk of bamboo, looked at it for a moment, then swung the machete at it. It felt like the machete had struck against a stone, but force shocked Xiaodanan's hands. The bamboo bent forward a bit, then flicked back. Xiaodanan is not fast enough to dodge, his head got hit by the bamboo, leaving a red mark where it had contacted. Ka. Hidi laughed again. After a moment she said, you stay here and work, I will do my own homework. She smiled and walked away. Xiaodanan touched his face where it had been hit and saw a faint white mark was left at the place where the bamboo had been cut. For the whole morning, Xiaodanan dealt with that black bamboo, cut, split, saw, grind, press, bend, he tried every single method. For hours passed, the sun rose up into the sky, his whole body was sweating, hands and feet felt powerless, he could only create a small wound on the black bamboo. Sounds of the singing arose, Hidi skipping back while humming an unknown song. She looked at Xiaodanan, then looked at that black bamboo, shook her head and raised her machete, ready to chop it. Xiaodanan quickly asked, Shaji, what are you doing? Hidi impatiently responded, helping you chop it down. Xiaodanan forcefully shook his head, breathing heavily and said, thanks Shaji but no. This is my homework, I have finished it myself. Hidi grunted, pointed to the sun, said, do you know what time it is now? Xiaodanan grit his teeth and said, I still have to even when it's dark. Idiot! Hidi suddenly shouted at him. Xiaodanan shocked, speechless for a moment, only watching Hidi. Hidi shouted at him angrily, quite like a mother, you don't look at the time, don't think about others. You need to do it until it is dark out, Does that mean you want me to stay with you until darkness falls? If you really want to be successful, then work harder each day and think of a way to complete your homework within 4 hours rather than just speaking nonsense about working until it is dark. Right after she finished talking, her machete swung piercing through air. After 4 slices, the bamboo fell on the ground, while Sha Danan watched with his mouth open wide. Hidi looked at him, lightly said, "Let's go," and walked outside of the forest. Sha Danan, feeling embarrassment and shame, secretly made a resolution to work harder when doing homework. Sha Danan went back to Bamboo Peak with an extremely tired body. It's already noon. Hidi silently walked back to the Hall of Quietude. Sha Danan stood still for a moment, then walked toward to his room with difficulty. At corridor entrance, de Shixian Xavian was standing there. Xavian smiled, asking, "How it is, Xiao Shidi, are you tired?" Sha Danan smiled tiredly, and shook his head. Xavian, seeing him, although still young, but quite stubborn, could not help smiling. He walked with him to his room first, then said, "Usually there will be hot water in the kitchen. In the future you can go shower when you come back, then have lunch after a moment. You take a break first, I will come tell you when it's time for lunch. We have another homework to do after lunch." Sha Danan, shocked, asked, "There is still homework during the afternoon?" Xavian saw Sha Danan's great reaction, startled for a bit, then realizes and smiles, "Oh, my fault. Afternoon is the time for disciples to practice cultivation. Today I will start teach you some basics of cultivation." Sha Danan was relieved, surprised and happy, whispered, "De Shixiang, is cultivation very powerful, very difficult to learn?" Xavian smiled, "When practice is deep, of course it is extremely powerful. As for is it hard to learn, that depends on their own quality and understanding. However, it does not matter if your quality is not as good as others. You heard what Master said last night, knowledge is boundless, diligence is your friend, but as long as you persevere and practice hard, no matter how difficult it is, you will still get it." Sha Danan nodded hard. That day at lunch, Tianbelis asked a few questions of how Sha Danan did on his homework. Hidi reproved Sha Danan with much exaggeration about it, causing Sha Danan to blush. He did not dare to look up. Tianbelis listened to her, then shook his head, waved his hand, only said, "Eat." Tianbelis was too lazy to scold Sha Danan, but in Sha Danan's eyes, he felt his master was really concerned about him, but that he himself could not do well. Master was not mad at him, very generous, a really rare good master. He felt ashamed in his heart, not daring to say anything more, just swore to himself that he must practice harder in the future to repay his master. After lunch, Tianbelis returned to Hall of Quietude. While other disciples walked to Tai Chi Cave, only Xavian and Sha Danan returned to his room, said, "Xiao Shidi, our faction's practice really focuses on the basics. You just arrived, I will teach you the basis cultivation. After you remember what I said, then practice on your own. If there is something you don't understand, come ask me, you got that?" Sha Danan nodded, growing excited. Xavian's face growing serious said, "Another thing, I must warn you, our faction cultivation is extremely powerful. People from the evil side will try to spy on us. You must swear that after you learn this, if not our own faction's disciple, you cannot teach it to others." Sha Danan's heart moved, not quite understanding, but then realized, there is firmness on his face, said, "Yes. To God above, disciple Sha Danan, if telling anyone else about Jadian's secret cultivation in the future, shall die under 5 thunder, leaving no body behind." Xavian smiled, nodded, and let him sit in front of the table, first taught Xavian him how to meditate, and then roughly talked about the body's energy movement, and finally taught him, pure essence as the first layer method of cultivation. Pure essence is the basic of all Jadian's magical technique, found by Master Jadian 2000 years ago from a nameless tome. Through many generations of Jadian's master's research, and today, it has already become a powerful, amazing supreme cultivation. Pure essence has 3 stages, Yu Qing, Shang Qing, Tai Qing. Most Jadian disciples, including many intelligent people, spending whole lifetime, can never break through Yu Qing, although like that, even those with the top Yu Qing practice is already rare. Jadian, with thousands of overall members, has only about 10 people, including the head of Jadian Doilshan, that can pass through Yu Qing and enter Shang Qing. But, with only those people, Jadian became one of the strongest factions within cultivators. As for the legendary realm of Tai Ching, according to legend, only Master Jadeleaf ever reached there. Chapter 9, Dagos and Fuwa. Chapter 9, Dagos and Fuwa A. It was Xavion's first time playing the role of teacher. Seeing Xiaodan hand holding his cheek and enchanted, he could not help but increase in enthusiasm and continue talking. Pure essence process from simple to most complicated. Most people need only 1 year to master Yuqing's first level, however, later on greater difficulties will appear. Normal people need 5 years for the second level. The third level is like a watershed, it separates the strong from the weak. If quality is just a little poor, they will be stuck there for the rest of their life. More accomplished people may need as many as 50 to 60 years. Sha Danan was tongue-tied. Xavion smiled, and continued. Pure Essence's main cultivation incantation is roughly completed in terms of outside instruction at the third level, following that is dependent upon quality and self-study. A master with high cultivation may be of slight assistance. The experiential is personal, only in ensuring disciples can experience a less crooked path. Of course, this so-called crooked road is measured in terms of 100 years or more. When practice of pure essence reaches Yuqing 4th level, meaning they have mastered the basic principles, disciples then can practice different types of magic and craft their own esper. The origin of espers is a long story. Myths and legends purported that the gods of Heave have their own artifacts with peerless power. In the human world, cultivators are also able to develop. Those of weaker strength can fly at the speed of lightning, while the stronger are able to shake heaven and earth, destroy mountains and rivers. There are varieties of esper materials, some are strange. One thing, however, is certain: esper's material decides the esper's strength after it has been crafted. If simply normal iron is utilized to cast Thunderblade, the sword and the owner will have already turned to ashes before they even have an opportunity to attack enemies. In Jadian, because Master Jadeleaf found the ancient sword Regenesis in the Moontop Hollow, with no comparable opponent. Many younger generations not only admired him, most people practice with swords as their esper. Thousands of years later, many people became swordsmen. It has almost become Jadian's unwritten rule. Even the change of its name to Jadian Sword Faction is not surprising. Here, there is need to mention the specifics of the head of Bamboo Peak, Tian Belize. He himself crafted a sword esper, Flame Spirit. It is one of the most famous swords of Jadian. However, for some unknown reason, he does not wish to encourage his disciples to practice swords. Not only that, he often encourages his disciples to craft some different sorts of esper, which creates a bit of criticism within Jadian. Since there is no written rule, however, and, secondly, Tian Belize's disciples' quality is just normal and low in number, people generally let them be. Within all of Bamboo Peak's disciples, De Shixiang Xavion maintains the highest level of cultivation. He has already reached Pure Essence's Yuqing 5th level. Then, following his attainment, is 4th disciple He Daji, who has reached 4th level. Although he started later than Wu Dai, Zheng Dali, he is the wisest of all the disciples. As such, he was capable of catching up even though he started late. As for the 2nd disciple Wu Dai, 3rd disciple Zheng Dali, 5th disciple Ladaxin, 6th disciple Amanla, all were struggling in Yuqing 3rd level. But Xiao Shi Mei Hidi was of extraordinary intelligence. Parents carefully taught her while she was still a child. Although she started to do bamboo chopping homework at 10 years of age, she had already practiced pure essence for many years. At 13 years old she reached Yuqing 4th level, is able to use esper, is known as one of the famous precocious children in Jadian, favored by her parents and elders. Surin has given Hidi her famous phoenix soul as a self-defense esper. Wow, Shiji is so smart, Sha Danan said. Xavion smiled. Yes, Xiao Shimi is very intelligent. Very talented at cultivation. When Master and Xianyang teach her something, she will comprehend it. Her quality is far better than us. Now she is still young, not practicing enough yet. It's just a matter of time for her to become far more successful than us. To flourish, Bamboo Peak all rely on her. His eyes full of expectation, it is clear that he also put his hope on that lovely Xiao Shimi. Then, Xavian told Sha Danan something to pay attention to during cultivation, and finally seriously said, Xiao Shidi, I must tell you one last thing, our faction's cultivation is about progressing slowly, remaining down to earth. If you grow greedy and want to look for a shortcut, not only will work not be completed, it will also create disaster. To be successful or not, was originally destined and cannot be forced. Evil heretics and their Felkin evil practices are not to be satisfied and perpetually create more desire, they may bring forth nature's judgment, poor and pathetic. You must be careful. Sha Danan, frightened, hurriedly said, Yes, de Xiang, I understand. Xavian nodded, stood up and said, That should be enough, Tai Chi cave is in the back hill, only disciples with pure essence 3rd level can go in and practice. Before this, you can practice first in your room, it is quiet here, Master and Xianxia will usually not come by, so work hard. Sha Danan stood up and said, Thank you, de Xiang. Xavian smiled, patted his head and turned away. After Xavian left, Sha Danan returned to his room and shut the door. There is an indescribable excitement in his heart, even the tiredness from cutting bamboo has subsided. He took a deep breath, calmed down, walked slowly to the bed. He meditated in the position Xavian had taught him, then closed his eyes. Remembering the incantation of pure essences Yuqing 1st level Xavian had taught him, ready to practice, but all of a sudden his heart began to think of something, his eyes shot open, said, That's wrong. Pure essences Yuqing 1st level that Xavian taught him is the most basic incantation, a practitioner need only to focus on 2 words, obtain energy. When a cultivator is meditating, the mind must open and cast aside all sorts of trouble, obtain the spirit energy within the sky and earth into the body and meditate, use it to bind the oneself to the world, feeling change within sky and earth. If able to obtain spirit and meditate 36 times in a row, then the body's channel becomes stable and one is able to practice higher levels. This type of cultivation has been a part of Taoism for thousands of years, there should be no error. But at that moment, Sha Danan's mind, like a violent storm, keeps on shaking, because everything he had learned today is completely opposite of the incantation monk Pozi taught him. In the night before Grass Temple Village massacre, when Pozi taught him the incantation, he clearly told him, when meditating, be sure to cut off all contact with the outside world, gain understanding of the truth of self, also known as, form here is only emptiness, emptiness is only form. Form is no other than emptiness, emptiness no other than form. Feeling, thought, and choice, consciousness itself, are the same as this. Dharmas here are empty, all are the primal void. None are born or die. Nor are they stained or pure, nor do they wax or wane. So in emptiness no form, no feeling, thought, or choice, nor is there consciousness. No eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, mind, no color, sound, smell, taste, touch, or what the mind takes hold of, nor even active sensing. No ignorance, or end of it, nor all that comes of ignorance, no withering, no death, no end of them. Nor is there pain, or cause of pain, or cease in pain, or noble path to lead from pain, not even wisdom to attain, attainment to is emptiness. Note 1. The deep meaning within it, of course Sha Danan won't understand clearly, however, he can sort out that the 2 incantations are totally different from one another, he is now utterly confused, not knowing what to do. In fact Sha Danan didn't know, pure essence is Dago's supreme incantation, but Pozi had put his most important hope on him, and the incantation he taught him is also the supreme incantation of Fuwa, Fa and wisdom. 2 incantations, practiced in 2 very different ways, all come from their respective basic idea. Fuwa and Dagos hold a long history, never mixing together, the art of cultivation all originated from distinctly different types of though. Dagos, as example, the main subject is Tao, also known as, from Tao comes 1, from 1 comes 2, from 2 comes 3, from 3 arises the 10,000 things. All things have both yin and yang, the combination of the 2 maintains a neutral harmony. Note 2, Taoism comes from Taoists those, even the pure essence's 3 stages, also from Taoist mythology, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Lingbao Tianzuan, and Dao Tianzuan Zhu Qing, Shang Qing, Tai Qing, named after the 3 Qing. Taoist cultivation focuses on combining the self with the world, using the body to control nature, harnessing powerful magic. But Phua, on the other hand, the main subject is, everything that happens is answer to the heart, it cannot leave the self. Also said, understand self, originally clean, understand self, originally no birth and no death, understand self, originally enough, understand self, originally static, understand self, can give birth to everything. Note 3, Phua cultivation, focuses on understanding of self, can reflect the truth. One wisdom can give birth to 84,000 intelligences is what it means. Chapter 9 Dagos and Phua B. Buddhist and Taoist thought were very different. The way to practice were also completely opposite, but because people kept their secrets for thousands of years, no one knew anything about it. Now a small disciple named Sha Danan in Jadian's Bamboo Peak was having a headache because of it. Which one is right? Sha Danan jumped out of the bed and began walking back and forth in the room. His mind was confused, but he dared not to ask anyone. Then he finally sat on his bed, sighed, not saying anything. He was not intelligent originally. As a farmer boy of young age, of course he did not have much knowledge, and now he needed to decide such an important matter. Thinking it over for the whole day, simply wasted time and could not develop a solution. In the end, Sha Danan told himself, anyway, the Master Posi did not tell me that from the beginning, I can just practice both, that should solve the problem. Not thinking anymore, just relieved in his mind, he returned to his bed and began practicing pure essence. He thought it would be easy, but when actually doing it things became entirely different. Pure essence is refining spirit. Open the pores and let the spirit within sky and earth enter into the body and let it run through the veins, doing it to strengthen the vigor in veins within the body. Fallen wisdom needs a practitioner to enter the state of quietude, block all senses from the outside world, see the self as the world, find the true self, strengthen the vigor. The method of practice is completely opposite, giving Sha Danan a pain in the neck. For the next 3 months, besides cutting down the bamboo every single day, he focused on practicing the cultivation of 2 factions. But when he had a little success on pure essence, becoming able to draw spirit into the body, he then would practice fallen wisdom, needing to force himself to block out everything, enter into quietude. All the efforts he had putted in for the previous practice were all wasted. One day, 3 months later, Tianbali suddenly felt curious and came to see how Sha Danan is doing in cultivation. After a slight investigation, he became angry almost half to death. When normal people practice pure essence, as the first level is the easiest, they should have slight success after 3 months, ability to absorb spirit and cycle them 3 to 5 times. Surprisingly, the poor quality of Sha Danan is really rarely found. After 3 months' practice, he was still not even able to control pores of the entire body and hardly let any spirit in. Of course, he can't cycle the spirit. Tianbali, with eyes wide, stared at Sha Danan angrily. All the disciples standing nearby feel sorry for him but do not dare to say anything. Zabian wanted to say a few words on Sha Danan's behalf, but seeing the poor practice Sha Danan had been taught by him, felt he did not have the right to say anything. As for Hidi, she was laughing and seeing it as a joke. Sha Danan felt shameful, kneeling in front of Tianbali, thinking that no matter how his master scolded him, he deserved it. Unexpectedly, after a long time, surrounding Xianxia and even Tianbali did not say a word. He felt strange, secretly looked up and was surprised to find that Tianbali's angry face turned into disappointment. Just like the saying, most sadness comes from disappointment. Tianbali waved his sleeve, then shook his head, began to move his fat body and walked toward the rear hall without saying anything. All the disciples looked at each other, not understanding what happened. Zabian had known Tianbali for a long time. He knew what Tianbali meant. He guessed that master had given up his hope on Xiao Shidi. For the past 3 months, beside doing homework and practicing cultivation, Sha Danan helped others when he had the free time. He is a helpful and honest person. Everyone liked him. Because of the loneliness of living on the mountain, even the usually arrogant Hidi suddenly had a similar-aged playmate. Although on the surface she often scolded him, she was actually happy about it. Zabian frowned and lifted up Sha Danan, said, "Xiao Shidi, the master is angry for a moment, it doesn't matter. As long as you continue to put effort in, sooner or later he will approve of you." Sha Danan's heart felt shame, nodded, and put more and more effort in since. He went with Hidi each morning to cut bamboo. Normal disciples can chop down one black bamboo after practicing pure essence for 3 months, but Sha Danan cut down his first black bamboo after half a year. However, because of doing homework daily, his body grew progressively stronger. At least he no longer grew tired when going up to the mountain. From that point on, Tian Belize did not ask anything more about Sha Danan. At the beginning, Xavian still asked him about his progress in cultivation practice. But as time grew longer, Sha Danan's progress was as slow as it can be. In the end, even Xavian gave up and did not ask him anymore. Sha Danan himself did not mind the issue. He was aware his quality was not good. Although he occasionally thought that it is all because he practiced both incantations simultaneously, every time he thought about it, it reminded him of Posey, which encouraged him to continue on. Although practice in this way would be extremely difficult, his stubborn temper supported him. Practicing pure essence by day, Fawn wisdom at night. 3 years passed by fast. During these years, Sha Danan achieved the worst record within Jadian ever. He used 3 years, which meant he had spent 3 times longer than normal people, before finally completing pure essence's Yuqing first level and was able to easily control all the pores, absorb spirit and meditate 36 times in a row. But what people were not aware of is that he also practiced Fawn wisdom at the same time, laying a solid basis on controlling energy. When Sha Danan timidly announced that at dinner, all Jadian Bamboo Peak disciples were stunned, as impossible as 1,000-years-old iron tree has just blossomed, then everyone laughed. Xavian threw Sha Danan into the air a few times. Tian Belize coldly looked at him, grunted, whispered, "Idiot." Over 3 years, Sha Danan reached the age of 14. Due to cutting bamboo daily, his body had become fairly sturdy. Although he was 2 years younger than Hidi, they were already the same height. Hidi had turned 16 years old from 13 and had become more beautiful. Hidi often felt as though all of the 6 Xixian were much older than her, so she liked to stay with the foolish Xiao Shidi most of the time. For 3 years, they became much closer together. Hidi always had the upper hand. Sha Danan knew Shiji is much stronger than himself. Although she was shouting at him all the time, when teased by Xixiangs, she was the first one to stand up for him. Life in the mountain was boring and quiet. Sha Danan inquired to Tian Belize and Xavian about Grass Temple Village's massacre several times, but found no clues during the investigation still. As time passed, Sha Danan's heart finally had calmed. This morning, Sha Danan took his machete as usual and walked toward the mountain alone. Hidi had completed the bamboo homework 2 years ago and had no need to come. So, for the past 2 years, Sha Danan went to the mountain alone most of the time. However, sometimes when Hidi had nothing to do she would go to the mountain together with him. Today Sha Danan didn't see a sight of Hidi, nor did he care about the matter, and went alone to the mountain. After another month, his bamboo homework will be complete. He now can cut down 2 black bamboo every day, but still was far inferior to Hidi. Hidi could chop down a dozen of black bamboo by the end of the day. A month prior, he finally mastered Pure Essence's Yuqing's first level, then Xavian taught him the second level incantation. He had studied it for a month. Although it is a lot deeper than the first layer, he felt it to be easier than the first layer. For example, control of the body's pores from first level took him 3 years, while the second level needs 1 to turn spirit into vigor energy, absorbing the spirit within earth and sky into the body and turning them into vigor. According to Shi Xiang, it is 10 times harder than the first level, but Sha Danan had surprisingly found it very easy. It seemed Fawn wisdom had something to do with his progress. 3 years of Fawn wisdom non-stop practice, he had begun to master the basics of the vigor cycle. Spirit is part of vigor. With the 3 years of basic practice, Sha Danan's progress was very fast. But he himself didn't believe himself. When other people's practice of first level took 1 year, and he himself needed 3 years, so he felt this must be an illusion. So he didn't care much because no one asked him about his daily cultivation practice anyway. Note 1, phrase from. Translation excerpted from the Heart Sutra Rochester Zen Center translation, based on Philip Kaplow's reading. Note 2, phrase from. Note 3, phrase from Chapter 10, Dark Bamboo Grove. Chapter 10 Dark Bamboo Grove A. Sha Danan returned to the familiar bamboo forest. The whole mountain was covered with green. When the wind blew, the sea of bamboo waved up and down, just like the large wave of the ocean, very spectacular. His heart is relaxed. He took a deep breath and stretched the body, then entered the bamboo forest with a machete. This place was different than where he was 3 years ago. It was in the deepest portion of the bamboo forest. The bamboos here were larger and also harder. The light fog of the early morning floating in the forest like soft veil. There were beautiful crystal-clear dewdrops on the bamboo leaves on both sides of the trail. He strolled for a while in the green ocean. Most of the black bamboos were tall and lush, rising straight into the sky. Light shone down through the gap between the leaves, leaving pieces of shadowing on the ground. Sha Danan looked around for a moment and picked out a large black bamboo. He measured it out slightly, then lifted up the blade and prepared to cut. Puff! Suddenly a muffled sound arose. Sha Danan felt a pain on the head, seemed like something had hit him on the forehead. He looked down on the ground and saw a rolling pine cone. There were only black bamboo near here. There were a lot of bamboo shoots, but there were definitely no pine cones. He thought for a moment, then smiled, looked around and shouted loudly, "Shiji, is that you?" His voice passed through the bamboo forest, but still no one answered afterward. Sha Danan knew Shijia loved to fool people. When he was about to shout again, his head suddenly got hit by another pine cone. At the same time, a creak scream came from above the head. Sha Danan reluctantly looked up and saw there was a gray monkey on the black bamboo with several pine cones in its hands and using its tail to hang upside down on the bamboo. The monkey was creak laughing, much like gloating at him. Sha Danan was stunned for a moment. For the last 3 years he had never seen monkeys in the bamboo forest before. Almost the entirety of Bamboo Peak was covered with bamboo forest. There was only a pinewood forest in the deep valley. It seems like this is where the monkey came from, but today the monkey had came up to the mountain for unknown reason. Bamboo Peak was tall and steep, although it was not as high as Peak of Widow, which was higher than the sky, but also reached straight into the sea of cloud. There is no way to climb up from the foot of the mountain to the top. Most Jadian disciples would use a skyblade to help them travel. Sha Danan, still low in cultivation except the daily homework, usually also heard Xianxia talk about the pinewood forest at Bamboo Peak's back mountains valley, deep and unpredictable, no human inhabitants. Bamboo Peak's founder also sent people to investigate the valley with skyblades in the past. However, it was only an ancient forest, nothing special, only the presence of quite a number of beasts and poisonous insects, but those never came out of the valley, so there was nothing that had happened for the past years. While he was thinking, he suddenly saw the monkey lift up its hand. He then quickly dodged. Another pine cone smashed down. If he had not dodged that, then he would have suffered the same fate again. The gray monkey saw he had dodged it. It screamed a few times with an angry face, seeming to blame Sha Danan as though he shouldn't dodge it. Sha Danan made a face at the monkey, then ignored it and walked away. Thinking that the monkey thought hitting people is fun, that's rather rare, such an ignorant animal. He took 2 steps, then suddenly he heard the sound of wind behind his ears. This time he did not dodge fast enough. Pop! A pine cone hit on the back of his head hard. This time the strength was not soft. Sha Danan's sight blacked out. He could not help but shout loudly. The monkey on the bamboo was clapping and laughing, swinging back and forth, seeming like it was really happy about its throw. Sha Danan felt very angry and rushed toward the bamboo and swung his arms wildly. The huge black bamboo swinging back and forth, but the gray monkey kept its tail wrapped around the bamboo trunk, letting him swing as much as he wanted, completely fearless and creak laughing at him. Sha Danan saw that he could not do anything to the monkey and kept getting more angry, then pulled out the machete and ruthlessly chopped the bamboo. The monkey was still not afraid, only looked down at him with interest on the bamboo. Sha Danan was sweating all over his face. When he was about to finish, seeing success just around the corner, suddenly a scream came from the above. He looked up and saw the gray monkey's tail swing, the body flipped, and jumped to the next black bamboo, and then, pop, threw a pine cone down at him again. Sha Danan was furious, forgot if the monkey going to understand or not, pointed to it and shouted loudly, "I dare you come down." The monkey scratched its head, crooked its head, thought for a long time, seemed like it did not understand what dare mean. It just laughed and make a face at Sha Danan. Sha Danan was mad half to death, but couldn't do anything about it. He barely finished his homework for today, but his head got smashed 7 or 8 times by the monkey, very painful. Sha Danan was full of anger, bitterly went down the mountain and ignored the monkey. Unexpectedly, the monkey had grown addicted to it. For the next few days it was waiting in the bamboo forest for him in the morning. Once Sha Danan came to chop bamboo, the monkey would throw pine cones at him as entertainment. When watching Sha Danan's annoyed face, it would make the monkey very happy. One evening before dinner, Heidi took Sha Danan aside, secretly asked, "Xiao Fan, what happened to your head?" Sha Danan was bullied by the gray monkey for the past few days, got smashed on his head and found it very painful. However, he thought being fooled by a monkey is a shame, so he didn't tell anyone. Now, however, Shaji had asked him directly. He hesitated for a moment and finally told her. Heidi's lip moved, could not help but laugh out. The dimples that appeared on her cheeks was really beautiful. Sha Danan's face turned red and lowered his gaze, seemingly due to getting made fun by her, but also seemed to be another reason. Heidi slapped Sha Danan on the shoulder, said, "Don't worry, Xiao Shitty, these days my mother wanted me to practice more in Tai Chi Cave to be prepared for the 7-peak tournament 2 years from now. Can't believe you got bullied by a monkey. Don't worry, tomorrow I will accompany you up the mountain and teach a lesson to that bad monkey." Her tone is sort of like coaxing a child, but Sha Danan got used to it, smiled sadly and did not bother with it. The next morning, Heidi got up early, and went to back mountain with Sha Danan. The mountain breeze was blowing gently. Heidi, dressed in red, just like the first day she went up to the mountain with Sha Danan to chop bamboo, was bouncing around in front. Sha Danan followed behind, watching the beautiful girl in front, just like a piece of red cloud. A faint fragrance came following the mountain wind waving gently within the mountains. He strolled absent-mindedly. Suddenly an idea of how good it would be if walking like this forever came to his head. As he was thinking, Heidi was already far ahead. She looked back and shouted, "Xiao Fan, why you are so slow?" Sha Danan woke up and his face turned red, not daydreaming anymore, and quickly caught up. Before they went into bamboo forest, Heidi told Sha Danan, "Xiao Fan, you go in first, I will follow from behind." He was blank for a moment, felt a little confused, then shook his head. He set the silly idea aside and walked towards the depths of the bamboo forest. When arrived at the destination, the forest was silent. Sha Danan looked around, but still couldn't find Grey Monkey. He muttered in his heart, "Did the monkey pass spiritual? Expected today he will find helper, so not dare to come." He thought, then looked around, but still could not find trace of the monkey, so he came to one of the black bamboo and got ready to cut. Creak creak, a sudden familiar scream came from above. Sha Danan dodged like conditioned reflex, but it is too late. Pain arose from the head and got smashed by a pine cone, very painful. Sha Danan looked up and saw the Grey Monkey, as usual, hanging upside down on the bamboo laughing. He was very happy, jumped up and pointed to the monkey and laughed, "Haha, you finally come." His voice wasn't too loud, but the monkey was shocked. Thinking that person will always turn to rage, grow furious when he got smashed. But now, today, was very happy. Could it be because he had been smashed for a few days and got addicted to it and will feel uncomfortable if not getting hit, but happy when getting smashed? At that moment, suddenly, a red shadow flashed between the bamboo. Heidi was riding on the phoenix soul flying toward this direction, as fast as lightning. 5 fingers turned into a claw shape and grabbed at the monkey. Chapter 10, Dark Bamboo Grove B. But the monkey was very smart. Its eyes caught that coming and immediately reacted. It released its tail that was wrapped around the bamboo and let its body fall. Heidi had prepared all available ways to attack if it is going to escape from any direction. However, she had not expected the monkey would fall down. She could not help but feel slightly startled and caught empty air. Sha Danan was ready to make a move, but the monkey opened its arms in midair and immediately grabbed the bamboo. Seeming like it knew the lady in red at the top was powerful, the monkey did not hesitate and stay around. Immediately it swung from bamboo to bamboo and sought to escape. Heety's ambition rose, shouted out from the air, "Hurry!" Left hand pointed out, Phoenix soul pierced through the air. Sha Danan began to run along on the ground and follow. If in an open area, Heety could catch the gray monkey in a second with Phoenix soul. But now, in the thick bamboo forest, the stalks really obstructed their way. The gray monkey was very intelligent, never escaping in a straight direction. It swung from left to right, kept on turning while escaping forward. Heety, who needed to pay attention to the monkey and had to beware of the oncoming black bamboo at the same time, was having difficulty. As for Sha Danan, he could only chase along on the ground, helpless. So, the two people and the monkey kept on running. Within the sounds of gray monkey's creak screaming, the chase seemed to last forever. Sha Danan's breathing was getting heavier and he already felt tired. The chase was over a far longer distance than he had expected. But, green bamboo forest seemed endless, layer upon layer. Sha Danan's mouth was growing dry. Suddenly he saw a gray figure drop from above and fall straight down. He was pleased beyond expectation and used all of his strength to rush forward. Then, at this moment, Heety suddenly shouted from above, "Be careful!" In front of Sha Danan, a cliff suddenly appeared. Sha Danan stopped quickly and almost fell over the edge. He calmed his mind and was surprised to see a deep abyss on the bottom of the cliff. Far into the valley, there was a hazy fog, things could not be clearly seen. Near the edge of the cliff there were no longer black bamboo, but a variety of wild trees, mostly they were pine trees. It seemed like they had reached the abyss behind the mountain. Sha Danan saw the gray monkey falling down and, using the same trick in midair, clutching onto the branches and swinging, reducing the force of the fall and escaping. As he was growing anxious, a piercing wind sound came. He raised his head and saw Heety flying toward him, holding out her hand as she cried, "Get on!" Sha Danan reached out and grabbed Heety's hand without thinking much. Heety pulled hard and pulled him onto Phoenix Soul. Phoenix Soul suddenly sank a little, but rose right back to normal again. Sha Danan experienced it for the first time and didn't know what to do. Heety pulled him behind her back, quickly said, "Hold my waist, hurry." Sha Danan held as she said. Heety couldn't wait to set out. Two people riding on Phoenix Soul straight into the valley like a piece of red figure, chasing after the gray monkey. The wind was blowing hard next to Sha Danan's ears. He could hardly keep his eyes open, but the Phoenix Soul under his feet seemed soft but firm, making people feel as though they would fall off at any moment. With fear in his mind, he couldn't help but hold Heety tighter. The red clothes like a cloud floating in front of his eyes. The sight of Sher Jezbak was like a fare from heaven, very elegant. There were faint fragrances floating into his nose. Happiness grew in his heart, he wished time would never pass onward. There was no way for Heety to know the weird thoughts of the little boy behind her. Her mind was focused on the monkey in front. She had always been favored by her parents and Xianxia's arrogance developed in her personality. Now she couldn't catch a monkey, this was definitely unacceptable. So in the deep valley, gray figure in front while the red figure chasing closely behind among the shadows of the wood. So, after they had chased for half an hour, the gray monkey seemed like it must be some type of rare species. It still had no sign of exhaustion, and was able to escape at high speed. However, Heety had gradually grown more familiar with the way to travel through the woods after the long chase. They were now growing ever closer. The gray monkey fled all the way to the depths of the valley. Sha Danan saw Heety's back and saw the woods ahead were growing more clear. Light spilled though, it seemed like open ground was ahead and there was a faint sound of water. At this time the screaming of the gray monkey had become more rapid, seeming to be surprised that they didn't give up after chasing for a long time. But there was no way to turn back, the only way to escape was to keep on going. A moment later, the surroundings became brighter, it was a piece of open ground. There was gravel all over the ground and a small pond in the middle. The water waves flowed toward the west. When the gray monkey fled there, it seemed to hesitate for a moment. However, the wind-piercing sound from behind could arrive at any moment. The monkey was forced to fall on the ground and run forward. Strangely, the monkey ran at a very slow pace. There was no way to refer to it as fleeing, it was more like walking. But still, it was moving forward step by step. Sha Danan felt strange as he saw that. Hidi, however, was too busy dodging obstacles and keeping eyes on the monkey at the same time. Her mind was heavily concentrated. There was no time for her to think too much. Seeing the gray monkey was getting closer, she was pleased beyond expectation. Scolding loudly, she drove straight into the open area and rushed toward the gray monkey. Seeing as they were about to catch the monkey, Sha Danan's mind suddenly echoed with a boom. His body could not help but shake a few times. A disgusting feeling that would cause a person to throw up came from the inner organs and surged straight into the brain. Just a moment later his whole body was shaking hard. Sha Danan was surprised and overwhelmed. At that moment his chest suddenly felt hot. A sudden warmth appeared, protecting his heart and defending against the sense of disgust. Sha Danan subconsciously looked at his chest. The feeling of warmth was coming from the dark purple bead from Posey. At the same time, Hidi's body also shook a couple of times. Her body weakened and fell off. The two were in mid-air, but now that Hidi had lost control, Phoenix Soul immediately stopped. The two began falling off from mid-air at once. Sha Danan rolled a few times on the ground in a lot of pain. He could not care much now. Before he even stood up he quickly shouted, Shaji, are you okay? But Hidi was lying on her side, motionless. Her face got pale, cold sweat all over her face, seemed she had fainted. Sha Danan was shocked and guessed it must be related to the strange feeling. While bearing the pain, he got up and ran next to Hidi's side and pushed her several times and called a few times. But Hidi still gave no response. Sha Danan looked around and saw within a 30-foot radius around the pond, there was not a single plant growing. However, outside of the 30 feet, woods were flourishing. He grit his teeth and forced back the disgusting feeling in his heart and carried Hidi. He picked up Phoenix Soul at the same time, and went toward the outer edge. The distance of 10 feet, usually it was simply not worth mentioning, but with that disgusting feeling that continuously attacked his heart again and again, it became extremely difficult. Once finally out of the 30 feet and coming to rest under the large pine tree, the sense of disgust soon disappeared. Sha Danan put Hidi down and breathed heavily. He looked toward the pond and saw the gray monkey was still there, with an anguished look on its face, and looking in his direction, seemed like it was asking for help. Sha Danan frowned, but couldn't bear it, stood up and walked to the pond again. After only a few steps, the disgusting feeling reappeared. At the same time, the warmness from the chest reformed, helping him withstand the discomfort. Sha Danan walked toward the monkey slowly, and his head was already sweating profusely. The gray monkey didn't move when it saw him coming. It seemed to get overwhelmed by the disgusting feeling already. Sha Danan took a deep breath, leaned over and picked up the monkey. Then, he turned around and began to carry it toward the outer edge. The gray monkey was, surprisingly, very obedient this time, quietly leaning in his arms. Finally they came out again, walked along next to Hidi, who was still unconscious. The disgusting feeling disappeared. Sha Danan set down the gray monkey and sat on the ground, breathing heavily. The gray monkey was also relieved, laying on the floor. Its eyes were rolling, but not planning to escape, just kept looking at Sha Danan. Sha Danan unbuttoned his lapel and took out the bead that had been tied with red string. The original dark purple had turned into light purple. The green energy seemed to be stimulated. The circling speed was 10 times faster than normal, continuously crashing against the surface of the bead. Like before, each time the green energy hit against the surface, the Buddhist mantra deflected it back. The warmness that saved Sha Danan seemed to have also come from this Buddhist mantra. Sha Danan can obviously see that the Buddhist incarnation, whether in size or brightness, was far less than 3 years ago when Sha Danan had first discovered it. Chapter 11, Weird Change. Chapter 11, Weird Change A. Sha Danan looked at the bead for a while. His breathing gradually grew calmer. Aside from the color, the brightness of the bead looked somewhat different. He couldn't find any other differences, so he put it back on his chest. He looked at Hidi and saw that she was still unconscious, but her face wasn't as pale as it was before. She seemed much better now. He held out Phoenix Soul and carefully looked at it. This was his first time looking at an esper so closely. It felt soft and very comfortable, reminding him of the flying figure of Hidi. His heart filled with envy. After a moment, his hand gestured like Hidi's and he called out up. Phoenix Soul was like a dead snake, no reaction and motionless. Gigi, the gray monkey held its belly, fell on the ground and laughed. Sha Danan stared at it, but after struggling through difficulty together with this monkey, he felt a little friendliness and the hostility from the past was gone. He spit out his tongue, then made a face to the monkey and ignored it. He put the Phoenix Soul back next to Hidi, then his eyes looked at the pond in the open ground. It was a small pond, could not locate where the water came from, probably from underground springs. The pond water was jade green, impossible to judge its depth. There was a gap on the west side of the pond where the water flowed out and merged into a stream. In the center of the pond, there was a stacked pile of rocks of varying sizes and shapes. A small part of it showed above the water. Among the rocks, there was a black rod. 1 foot of the rod was exposed above the surface, the rest of it was underwater. It was black all over, could not tell what type of material it was composed of, but it was ugly for sure. Sha Danan didn't care about it, he only felt this place was very odd and that they should leave as fast as possible. Although Hidi was fine, she was still unconscious. No matter how hard he tried, she didn't wake up. But the gray monkey, on the other hand, was extremely energetic, scratching its head and catching lice restlessly. Sometimes it pounced between the trees. It picked a few wild fruit and tossed 2 to Sha Danan, then, it sat down on the ground and began to eat. Sha Danan took a bite of the wild fruit. It was sweet and juicy, his appetite could not help but increase. Since he went up to the mountain early in the morning and chased the monkey, he had not had a drop of water for the whole day, and now, near noon, he was already hungry. He finished one after a few bites and was about to pick up the second one. He suddenly shook his head, gently set it beside Hidi. After eating the wild fruit, the hunger in Sha Danan's belly diminished and he felt refreshed. He stood up and stretched, looked at the surrounding area. The ancient forest, gurgling streams, such a beautiful scene. Who would know this place was strange? At this moment, Sha Danan suddenly felt heat against his chest. A moment later, several muffled ka-ka-ka sounds arose, seemed like something had broken. He was shocked and quickly took the bead away from his chest. He was surprised to see green light glowing on the bead. The green energy inside was as aggressive as wolves and tigers and hit hard against the surface of the bead. That was inhibiting the energy became weaker and dimmed, seemed like it was not able to withstand anymore. Sha Danan didn't know this common-looking bead was actually the well-known evil item, Sinister Orb. The bead's origin was unknown, however, its special ability to absorb creatures' essence and blood was notorious. If any living thing came near it, Sinister Orb will suck out all the essence and blood to their death in just a moment, leaving only the skin and bones behind. It was the most horrible evil item. A little more than 1,000 years ago, the bead was obtained by Elder Blackheart. He used its power to siphon out blood to refine it to an esper. Suddenly, he became the strongest individual and killed a vast number of people from the side of good. His reputation increased dramatically. It later became one of the 4 evil treasures. After the death of Elder Blackheart, the bead went missing. Skysong Posey Divine Monk came across it by chance in the large swamp to the west 30 years ago in an accidental discovery of this fierce bead. Within a 10-mile radius, numerous bones of the dead were strewn about, with no presence of a single living thing. The resentment of the dead was everywhere. Posey's merciful heart was moved and he utilized Fuwa incantation to purify the area. Then he used the incantation of Mojin Tamer day and night to defend against the evil force, never stopping for 30 years straight, and strung it with the Buddhist treasure jade prayer beads, using the purified energy to resist the sinister affection and finally covered the evil spirit. With the help of the beads, the energy was unable to break through the layer upon layer of Fuwa power. Unexpectedly, in Grass Temple Village battle, Posey was heavily injured by the mysterious man and was nearly killed. Although the man in black was also wounded, Posey knew he had not injured him on the inside. The man would try to obtain a sinister orb again once he had healed. Posey took 3 days death pill to extend his life for 3 days. He chose the risky path, gave sinister orb to Sha Danan and told him not to show it in front of people and throw it off a cliff when he had time. Although innocent lives may still be hurt, it would be better than the orb falling into the hands of evil. However, Posey could have never imagined Sha Danan, wanting to remind himself of the monk's kindness, kept that fierce item as a souvenir. Sinister orb, no longer suppressed by the influence of Posey's Fuwa incantation and the purified energy of jade prayer beads, gradually eroded the incantation with evil energy. Skysong Mojin Tamer incantation, however, could not be taken lightly. Although the incantation lost its master, it still worked in devotion to its duty and suppressed the evil energy for 3 years. Unaided over the course of time, it could not completely withstand the energy. Gradually it grew weaker. Then today it could be seen that sinister orb will break through the incantation and harm people once again. Sha Danan did not know these many twists of fate, but his mind did not feel good. That year in the battle at Grass Temple, the had appeared multiple times when Posey dueled with the man in black. Although he was young, he could still remember it quite clearly. Now, seeing the situation of the mantra on the bead was growing critical, his mind grew anxious. Clasping the bead tightly with his hand, he transferred a little of his fallen wisdom into the bead. Both incantations were similar. The mantra grew a lot brighter. However, not even waiting until Sha Danan smiled, it turned dim a moment later. At the same time, an icy cold energy invaded his body. Half of Sha Danan's body turned numb. The gray monkey suddenly saw suffering on Sha Danan's face, green light glowing on his face. Creak creak, it called twice quite anxiously. Sha Danan couldn't worry about too much. He felt all his blood went in reverse, all flowed toward his right hand where the odd bead was. The fawn wisdom in him collapsed immediately, no longer acting as the cold energy's opponent. Pain went through all his nerves. He couldn't bear it any longer, staggered back a few steps, and suddenly the entire body flicked. A familiar disgusting feeling came back, straight into the 5 internal organs. He had accidentally stepped into the open ground again. However, this time there was no more warmth coming to his chest. The gray monkey was worried, let out creak creak many times, but still didn't dare to step into the open ground. Sha Danan didn't know what to do. His body felt both hot and cold, like being bitten by thousands of ants. He wanted to throw up, but there was nothing in his stomach for him to vomit. He felt like living death. His mind was gradually getting blurred. He stumbled and went forward, unaware that he had went in the wrong direction. His strength was gradually dissipating. Chapter 11 Weird Change B. His body was shaking, hands and feet were drained of strength. He fell on the ground. At this moment he already reached the edge of the pond. He used the last of his effort to channel Tai Chi Xianxia Dao, barely absorbing the spirit into his body and turned them into fawn wisdom. It helped reduce the pain slightly, but it was already gone shortly afterward. Sha Danan couldn't care about much right now, doing the best he could to reduce the pain as much as possible. The cold energy, however, was too powerful, and there was also a strange disgusting feeling. Almost all of his internal organs turned upside down and flooded their energy to his brain. Stars began flashing before his eyes, his breathing was uncontrollable. His throat suddenly felt a little sweet, then a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. He almost fainted. At this time, a small muffled sound arose, the sky darkened instantly, sinister orb's green glow grew bright, the entire bead turned green, while dim golden light flashed, was completely shattered. Sha Danan's body was immediately covered by green light, like a bloodthirsty demon was once again reborn. The strange thing had not yet completely ended. Almost at the same time when the green gas regained its freedom, a huge sound came from the center of the pond. Suddenly a storm and the cracking of rocks shooting in all directions made a huge noise. The green water turned into a great wave, circling the center of the pond as a huge vortex. In the middle of the vortex, between the water spray, an item slowly rose up with black gas all over it. It was the mysterious black rod, about 2 feet long, not metal nor iron, rushing Sha Danan with vicious sense. Sha Danan screamed and fell backward. Sinister orb seemed to be stuck to his hand, he could no shake it off. Light redness, the color of blood, could be faintly seen slowly flowing from Sha Danan's body into the bead. Within the sound of crashing water waves, the mysterious black rod whistled through the air targeting the green flashing light of Sinister orb. A moment later a loud crash roared, 2 of the most wicked things on earth crashed together. Sha Danan was shocked, his whole body dropped 1 yard's height. The ground under his body formed a large hole with the great force. Sha Danan fell back on the ground, blood all over his face, his head was dizzy and sight was blurred, however, the pain inside of his body seemed to lighten slightly. His eyes were bleeding, sight turned red. He rubbed his eyes and saw the mysterious black rod had smashed on Sinister orb. The black gas kept on advancing and attacking. The Sinister orb seemed to know a great enemy was ahead and took back all the green energy to defend. The cold energy and the disgusting feeling in Sha Danan's body disappeared. Sha Danan was surprised and panting, subconsciously shook his hand, but the 2 strange objects were just like part of his hand, he could not remove them no matter how hard he tried. Black gas and the green light were still battling. Sha Danan was frightened. He just wanted to get as far away from these 2 strange things as possible. He used all his strength to get up, but then his head felt dizzy immediately. His entire body staggered, then his legs were out of strength and fell back to the ground again. The 2 energies from the green orb and black rod seemed to be enjoying the fighting, but the black rod seemed to have gained the upper hand. Just a moment later, the black energy invaded deep into the green energy, seemingly unable to resist. Just at this moment, Sha Danan felt terrible pain at the center of his palm. He saw that at the area where his palm attached to Sinister orb, the fresh blood came out continuously and merged into a large drop of blood. Sha Danan trembled and his face turned pale. As Sinister orb bathed in a large drop of blood, the green light grew brighter and began to counterattack. Not only regaining control of the situation, but also starting to overwhelm the black gas. With more and more blood coming out from his hand, Sha Danan started to lose his consciousness. The red blood flowed to the joint between the black rod and Sinister orb, and after a moment, the blood began to sink in, slowly dyeing the tip of the rod blood red. A faint smell of blood wafted in the air. As time passed, it became darker and darker red. The black gas and green light that were fighting had dimmed down. The difference had changed into harmony. After a long time, the strange change had finally came to an end. The black rod and green bead lost their brightness and combined together, they fell off from Sha Danan's hand. Xiao Fan! Xiao Fan! Xiao Shitty! An anxious call sounded in Sha Danan's ear. His head was in a lot of pain. Even opening his eyes seemed like it needed to use all his energy. Heedy's anxious figure became more and more clear. He moved his lips, whispered, Shiji. Heedy, relieved, asked, Xiao Fan, you awake? Sha Danan forced a smile, said, I'm fine, Shiji. Heedy helped him to sit up. Sha Danan glanced at his right hand, but no part of his hand was injured. Nothing was present aside from some paleness. He was surprised. He remembered a large surge of blood had come out from his palm, but now, how come there is no sign of it? Was that a nightmare? Xiao Fan. Heedy saw him staring blankly, so she was worried and pushed him. Sha Danan woke up, he was about to tell her the strange thing that had just happened, however, he had no idea where to begin. Then he thought it was too awkward, froze for a moment, and finally said, nothing, Shiji. Heedy was relieved. Since the time she woke up, she was surprised to find the sky was already darkening. While she was laying under a large pine tree, her Shitty unconsciously fell in the distance away. She was frightened and ran to Sha Danan's side, but fortunately he woke up after a short while. Heedy looked around and said to Sha Danan, Shitty, this place seems very strange, we should leave as soon as possible. I will tell mother to come back here and check again tomorrow. Sha Danan nodded. Just when he was about to get back up, he suddenly felt pain in his entire body. If it wasn't for Hidi being fast enough to support him, he would fall down again. Hidi saw that his face was extremely pale. Her heart was worried and she carefully helped him to stand up. Sha Danan looked at his body, but couldn't find any wounds, then said, Shiji, I am just a bit dizzy, nothing serious. Hidi looked at him and nodded, said, we shall return quickly. It's already dark, I'm afraid Mom and Dad and Xianxia are all worrying about us. Sha Danan said, yes. Hidi took a deep breath and checked the surrounding area and saw nothing strange, thinking of how she had fainted for no reason. Her hand waved, Phoenix Soul flashed with red light and came out. Just when Hidi and Sha Danan were ready to leave, a sound suddenly came from their side. They looked forward in that direction and saw that the gray monkey was standing next to them, opening his mouth and smiling. Its hands dragging a 2-foot-long mysterious black rod. In Bamboo Peak, Hall of Quietude, Tian Belize was walking back and forth. His brow was furrowed and his face was filled with anxiety. This morning, his daughter and the useless 7th disciple went to the back mountain and played. They haven't come back even though it's now dark. Surin already went out to look for them and now all of his disciples had also been sent. However, the whole Bamboo Peak was covered with thick woods. Looking for the two people is just like searching for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound came. Tian Belize looked up and it was Surin returned with the two little devils. Hidi and Sha Danan seemed to have nothing serious, but strangely, an unknown monkey was sitting on Sha Danan's shoulder. Chapter 11 Weird Change C. Tian Belize was relieved, but the anger on his face was still present. Sha Danan looked at his master. He was frightened and afraid to move. He lowered his head, however, that naughty gray monkey kept messing with Sha Danan's hair and seemed like it was in search of lice. Hidi put away Phoenix Soul and saw the angry look of her father. She rolled her eyes and made a large smile, trying to look like the most innocent and cute flower while she skipped to Tian Belize's side. She took his hand and said, Dad, we're back. Tian Belize grunted, said, where were you two? Hidi giggled, Xiao Fan was bullied by a monkey while he was doing his bamboo homework. I tried to capture it to help Xiao Fan. Oh, that's the monkey. Then she pointed in Sha Danan's direction. The gray monkey that was sitting on Sha Danan's shoulder was surprised. It screamed twice at her and made an angry face, then, it scratched its head and put all attention on Sha Danan's hair again. Hidi made a face. Then, she began to summarize what happened throughout the chase. Then we went to a valley, and I suddenly felt weird at my stomach, then passed out unknowingly. When I woke up I also saw Xiao Fan unconsciously laying on the ground. But fortunately we didn't get injured. When we were about to come back, I saw that monkey really liked Xiao Fan, so we brought it back. Tian Belize frowned and turned to his wife, asked, how is it? Surin shook her head, I already checked there when I was looking for the two of them in the mountain, nothing suspicious. I think it's mostly because Ling Er's cultivation is not strong enough and she was forced to ride on Phoenix Soul with Xiao Fan, so, she ran out of strength in the end. Hidi coquetry said, Mother, what are you saying? When did I not cultivate enough? Xiao Fan, am I right? Sha Danan quickly said, yes, yes, yes. Tian Belize rolled his eyes at Sha Danan, said coldly, as a Jadian disciple, you got bullied by a monkey. If this got leaked out, I shall be shamed for your disgrace. Surin walked over, took Hidi's hand, softly asked, haven't eaten for a whole day, hungry right? Hidi spit out her tongue, laughing, really hungry, mother. Surin stared at her, and took her to the kitchen while murmuring, smart kid. Sha Danan also felt the hunger in his belly. But standing in front of Tian Belize, how could he dare to take a step? While hearing Surin and Hidi getting further away, his master had not made a movement. Sha Danan secretly raised his head and was surprised to find the hall was empty. Tian Belize had left already without any notice. It seemed like in his heart, scolding this idiot disciple is a waste of energy. Sha Danan stood there for a long time. He turned around finally as he heard his stomach rumble. However, he wasn't willing to go to the kitchen but, instead, went back to his room. Returning to his room and closing the door, the gray monkey looked around from his shoulder. Seeming like it knew it was at home, it jumped down from his shoulder, went to his bed, jumping around while swinging his pillow wildly. Sha Danan looked at the gray monkey and smiled, but he was soon overwhelmed by the hunger. He sat down at the chair and poured a cup of cold water from the overnight pot, and drank it. A coolness struck into his heart. He sat for a moment, took out an object from his clothing. It was an ugly black rod. The orb that Posey gave to him was tightly melded together with the rod. The orb changed into a mysterious green and black. At the location where they connected, it was dyed dark red with dried blood. Not only ugly, also a bit sick. He looked at it for a while, then suddenly let out a bitter laugh. He threw the rod to the wall, created a loud crash, and fell down in the corner of the room. The gray monkey was surprised and looked up at Sha Danan. He could not understand why he had gotten mad. Sha Danan sighed, took off his shoes and went to bed. He covered his head with the blanket. The monkey scratched its head and was confused. That night, Sha Danan's sleep was restless. The hunger was intolerable. He slowly fell asleep around midnight. Chapter 12, Reunion. Chapter 12, Reunion A. A half a month had passed since the journey to the ancient valley. Sha Danan had entered Jadian for 3 years. It was also the end of his daily bamboo. The result at the end of 3 years of training, however, made Sha Danan feel embarrassed. Since that mysterious journey to the valley, for the following month, Sha Danan often felt dizzy, weak, and grew easily tired. He was guessing that it is all because of the large loss of blood that day. However, he examined himself and couldn't locate any wounds. Although he was worried, he did not dare to ask his master, so he buried it inside of his heart. He was not saying anything, however, his body spoke for him. In the past, he could chop down about 2 black bamboo. Now, however, he was breathing heavily after only a few swings and he could not chop down 1 black bamboo for the entire day. That day in the valley, sinister orbs sucked out half of his blood. If not because of his tough body, he would already be laying in his bed unable to get up. If Sha Danan wanted to chop the bamboo like he used to, it was physically impossible. This lasted until half a month later, when Sha Danan began to feel better. However, by then the bamboo homework almost reached its end. On the last day, under the watch of Xavian and others, Sha Danan used all his strength to chop off 1 black bamboo in a half hour. Xavian and others looked at each other. Not a word had been spoken. Only Hidi came up and hit Sha Danan's shoulder, smiling. "Xiao Fan, don't worry, it's good enough that you have 1/10 of your Shiji strength." Sha Danan gave a bitter smile. At dinner, everyone in Bamboo Peak gathered in the dining room. When Tian Balis sat down, Xavian reported to him about Sha Danan. Tian Balis coldly laughed, not looking at Sha Danan, but Surin smiling said, "Ah, Xiao Fan, you have already been in Bamboo Peak for 3 years. Sha Danan immediately answered, "Yes." Surin sighed softly, said, "Ai, time passes so fast, so quickly it has been 3 years. Suddenly, she stopped and raised her voice, speaking to the other 6 disciples. "Do any of you have that feeling?" Bamboo Peak disciples were shocked, straightened up their backs and answered, "Yes." Surin snorted, said, "Your Xiao Shidi has already grown up, but in 3 years none of you have any advancement. Are you trying to kill me and your master?" No one said a word. They all looked at Xavian. Under all the pressure of other Shidi, Xavian said, "Xianxia, please don't worry, we will work hard this time." The word disbelief was clearly showing in her face. Just when she was about to speak, Tian Balis cut in, "6." Amandla was surprised, raised his head and asked, "Master, are you calling me?" Tian Balis blandly said, "I saw you keep on waving your arms at the dishes in the kitchen these days. What's going on?" Amandla's face turned red, his tongue tied, murmuring, "Master, you saw that?" Surin said, "Bishu, what is it?" Manhwa hesitated for a moment, whispered, "Disciple wanted to see if I can guide the object to move." Everyone was surprised. Navigate object is the basic of Jadian's Esper cultivation. An individual must at least reach Pure Essence 4th level in order to do it. Tian Belize nodded, asked, and? Manhwa whispered, seemed like it moved a little. Wow. Everyone was surprised. Ledaxin, who was sitting next to him, slapped his hand on Manhwa's shoulder, smiling. Surin was also smiling, sitting across from him, and said, "Nice, it is difficult to imagine you would work so hard. When did you find that out?" Manhwa was finally relieved and said, "Not long ago, I was practicing in my room." Suddenly, the cup of water moved. "I was wondering if I broke through level 3. Then he shyly smiled, continued, "But Disciple wasn't sure, so often I tried to test it again, but was discovered by Master." Tian Belize smiled, said, "That's what it is when you reach between levels 3 and 4. Although there is a great difference between the levels of power, there won't be any clear sign at the beginning. You are clever, even though you started late, you finally caught up." Everyone was smiling and congratulated him. In the middle, Hidi cut in, asked, "Sixth Xianxia, have you decided which type of esper you want to craft?" Manhwa thought for a moment, responded, "No, I just confirmed to Master that I reached level 4, I haven't had time to think about it." Surin smiled, said, "No need to worry. Think about it for a few days. You know how your master is, he will never force you to craft a sword. When you think of anything you like, just find the material and craft it." Sha Danan stood in admiration, seeing Sixth Xixiang smiling and his mouth open wide. Then he heard Tian Belize say, "Sixth." Manhwa quickly answered, "Master." Tian Belize said, "Following our Jadian's tradition, disciples that reach Pure Essence level 4 need to travel around the world and seek material for Esper at the same time. It will depend on your luck to see if you can find the spiritual material. You prepare and pack up stuff and leave in a few days." Manhwa was startled for a moment. He was happy and also didn't want to leave, quietly responded, "Yes." But then remembered something, said, "Master, all the meals in here were prepared by Disciple, but when Disciple leaves?" Ledaxin laughed, "What do you need to fear? Wasn't I here before you arrived? Don't worry, they won't starve." Manhwa and the others laughed. Hidi said, "Now you've said it, Fifth Xixiang, because of the food you cooked, I was having nightmares when I was young." Ledaxin's face turned red. Everyone laughed. When the laughter began to quiet down, Tian Belize said, "From now on, let Seventh do the kitchen work." Everyone was startled. Ledaxin was surprised, "Master, Shidi is still young." Tian Belize looked at Sha Danan. Sha Danan immediately said, "Master, don't worry. I often help Sixth Xixiang in the kitchen, I know what to do." Tian Belize nodded, not saying anything more, waved his hand and said, "Eat." 3 days later, Manhwa finished packing up. He told Sha Danan everything he needed to know about the kitchen, then left the mountain. Manhwa was the youngest of all Xixiang. Sha Danan was the closest to him. Now that he had left, Sha Danan began to feel lonely on Bamboo Peak. Now, Sha Danan started his second homework cooking. Chapter 12 Reunion B. This was his first time actually cooking. He was busy in the kitchen for the entire morning. At noon, Tian Belize and the others entered the dining hall. The table was filled with dishes as it used to be. Sha Danan, sitting at the end of the table, clasped his hands together. Everyone could feel his nervousness. Everybody sat down. Tian Belize didn't say a word. Surin smiled and said, "Xiao Fan, how does it feel to cook for the first time?" Sha Danan opened his mouth, but couldn't think of anything to say. Tian Belize snorted, said, "Eat." The disciples answered and began to eat. It was silent in dining hall. Sha Danan became extremely nervous, his forehead was sweating, he murmured, "Master, Xixiangs, I didn't do very well, you guys. Wow, that was delicious." Hedi suddenly cheered, putting another piece of bamboo shoot into her mouth. Sha Danan was startled. All of the Xianxiang smiled and nodded. Never knew Xiao Shidi could cook so well. Nice, nice. Speaking unclearly, better than old fifth, no, better than old fifth and sixth add together, ho ho. Even Tian Belize nodded and smiled. Sha Danan felt satisfaction as he saw it. After that, Sha Danan continued to work in the kitchen. Although he didn't show any talent in cultivation, he was gifted in cooking. He needed no teacher and still can cook a delicious meal, far better than anyone else. In his heart, a little recognition from Tian Belize is already his greatest pleasure. Time passed, half a year had gone by again. Jadian's 7-peak tournament held every 60 years was drawing near. Not only Surin, but Tian Belize as well, began to remind the disciples to practice. Everyone focused on practicing, no one bothered Sha Danan, no one put any hope in Sha Danan anyway. Sha Danan didn't care much either. He seemed to find a few meanings of happiness from his dishes. When he had time, he practiced Taoist cultivation, then, he practiced Foan wisdom at midnight. The days were peaceful. The gray monkey from the ancient valley lived with Sha Danan for half a year. Sha Danan gave him a name Ash. Just like his master's name, normal and nothing special. From the time Sha Danan began to work in the kitchen, Ash often followed Sha Danan to the kitchen and stole food. After half a year, he was twice as fat as before. In Bamboo Peak, however, Ash had an opponent, it's Tian Belize dog Big Yella. For some reason, Big Yella always disliked Ash. At the beginning, Big Yella always barked at Ash every time they saw each other. Ash always got scared and hid in high places. As time passed by, Big Yella seemed to agree that Ash is a member of Bamboo Peak. However, when they would meet, Big Yella will always bare his teeth and Ash got scared and screamed. Then Big Yella barked back and walked away. Winter came. The weather in Bamboo Peak was getting harsh. Beside Tian Belize and Surin, who are highly cultivated, the other disciples were adding an extra layer of clothing. That day, there was unusual sunshine. After Sha Danan finished his kitchen business, he came out and stretched. He sat down next to a pine tree and enjoyed the sunshine. After a moment, just when he was about to fall asleep, he heard some barking. He opened his eyes and found that Big Yella was also laying lazily, basking in the sun while Ash walked slowly from behind and was getting closer to Big Yella. Sha Danan was surprised. Big Yella often came to the kitchen looking for food. He knew the relationship between the monkey and the dog rather well. Today, however, seemed like the sun had risen from the west. Ash intentionally approached Big Yella. Sha Danan immediately woke up and kept his eyes on them. Ash almost got close to Big Yella. Although Big Yella couldn't see anything behind him, his nose smelled something unusual. He turned back and bared his fangs, barked a few times. Ash's body curled slightly, still seemed to be scared, but then, he rolled his eyes, waved his right hand in front of Big Yella. Big Yella didn't care about it at first. But his nose sniffed the air a few times, seeming like he smelled something. His eyes stared at Ash's hand. His eyes didn't blink. His body didn't move. He didn't bark anymore, he showed his long tongue, wagged his tail and acted friendly. Sha Danan was very surprised. After he took a look at what is in Ash's hand, he couldn't help but laugh. Ash was holding a bone. Sha Danan used it to cook soup. Because he knew this was Big Yella's favorite food, he specially hid it in a high place. However, Ash stole it and came here to bribe Big Yella. Ash threw the bone in front of Big Yella. Big Yella was already drooling, immediately opened his mouth and chewed on it. As Ash watched Big Yella eating it, he carefully approached Big Yella, hesitated a moment, then patted Big Yella. Big Yella groaned. Ash quickly took his hand back. After a moment, he patted Big Yella again. This time, Big Yella didn't react and was busily dealing with his bone. Ash put his hand on Big Yella, gently patting Big Yella's soft, bright, yellow fur. Big Yella seemed to enjoy it. He curled back a little, groaned again, but this time there was no hostility. Ash's gut strengthened. He happily cried and began to look for fleas in Big Yella's fur. Sometimes Big Yella will turn his head and lick Ash. The relationship between the dog and monkey changed faster than anything. Shaw Danon was stunned. Thinking of the intelligence of the monkey, but, then, he must hide the bone more secretively. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard the sound of piercing wind from the sky. 2 white lights coming from the west. Big Yella was surprised and began to bark at the white light. Ash patted his head to comfort him. Big Yella grew quiet. Shaw Danon saw the 2 white lights land in front of the Hall of Quietude. After the bright light disappeared, 2 men appeared. One was tall and handsome with white clothes. The other one was a juvenile, slightly shorter, about 15 or 16. Shaw Danon held his breath. The sadness that was once forgotten rose back into his heart, because of the lonely figure of the past. Jing Yu? He stood up. His voice became hoarse. The juvenile was shocked. He immediately turned around, his eyes opened wide. His mouth opened to speak, but in the end, out of thousands of words, 2 finally came out. Xiao Fan. Chapter 13, Prodigy. Chapter 13, Prodigy A. Disciple Kevern, Bay under the house of Master Vast Kalo's Dragon Head Peak, are to pay a visit to Tian Shirshu and Su Shirshu. In Hall of Quietude, Tian Belize and Surin sat in the main seats. Other disciples stood at the side, while 2 men in white clothes stood in the middle greeting Tian Belize. The 2 were Bay and Kevern. Shaw Danon was watching them from the end of the row. Having not seen them for a few years, everyone had grown up. At that moment, Bay turned and faced Shaw Danon. Their eyes met. Bay lightly smiled and Shaw Danon nodded. Tian Belize looked at Kevern, shifted his gaze to Bay, then his face darkened. He knew the quality of each of the 2 disciples here was far ahead of any disciple in his house. Kevern was well known in Jadian, however, the young Bay could already use a sword. This meant he had reached at least pure essence 4th level. He had been adopted only 3 years ago. This achievement was quite shocking. When he thought of that, he looked at Shaw Danon. Comparing the 2, Tian Belize's mood grew worse. He coldly asked, "What did your master send you here for?" Kevern bowed and said, reporting to Tian Shirshu, Master Vast Kalo was entrusted by Master Doilshin to take care of this 7-peak tournament that takes place 2 years from now. Due to a change in the arrangement, Master ordered Lin Shitty and I to come and inform you. Tian Belize snorted and carefully examined Bay, said, "He wants to provoke me, right?" Kevern and Bay's faces changed. Bay wanted to go forward, but Kevern held out his arm to stop him. He smiled and said, "Tian Shirshu really loves to tell jokes. We are both under Jadian, and Tian Shirshu is highly respected. Our master does not have any intention of disrespect." The color of Tian Belize's face was still dark. There did not seem to be any improvement. Surin had a kind smile on her face, gently said, "Don't mind him, he was kidding around." "Right, the change in arrangement that you were talking about, what is it?" Kevern respectfully replied, "Report to Su Shirshu, the change is like this. In the past 7 Peaks tournament, each house sent 4 people, main house Peak of Widow sent 8, the total was 32 people. Opponents decided by sortition, winners advance, lasting a total of 5 rounds. The final winner will be considered Jadian's most talented pupil among the disciples and will be educated under the guidance of the elders." Surin smiled, kindly said, "At the contest last time, I remember you were the star of the tournament. You were in the final. If not due to Peak of Widow having Inu there, you would surely have become the champion of Jadian." Kevern's face did not change, still smiling. "Su Shirshu has flattered me. In the last tournament, Ina Xiao Shixian was gifted and deeply cultivated. I am nowhere near his level." I had no words to say. But the 7 Peaks tournament that is going to take place 2 years from now, after Master and the head of the faction had discussed, we will have a change in the rules. We came here to inform the two Shirshu. Tian Belize and Surin's tones changed, asked, what it is? Kevern answered, Master Vasp Kalo thought that the meaning of the Seven Peaks tournament was to find and give education to the talented disciples. Now Jadian has almost 1,000 disciples, especially a number of new generation members, and many talented disciples among them. It is the event that only takes place every 60 years, but each house only sends 4 people, it is really too few. So, Master suggested that each house send 9 people, main house has the most people so they will send 1 more, in total there will be 64 people. The other details are just as usual, sorting in 6 rounds, this way there will be no regret for undiscovered talent. Tian Belize and Surin exchanged looks. The color on their faces became worse. Bamboo Peak had less disciples and also lower quality. At first, it seemed that gave them the advantage, however, it actually is more beneficial to Peak of Widow and Dragon Head Peak since they have more talented students. Surin looked at her husband and lightly shook her head. Tian Belize knew what she meant. This had been already discussed between the head and Vasp Kalo, everything had been set, there was no need to argue. He coldly responded, that's fine, I have no comment. Kevern smiled, that's great. Also, Master had instructed that Lin Shidi and Tian Shirshu's disciple Zheng Shidi are old friends, he wishes Tian Shirshu may let them have a chat with each other. Tian Belize was in a bad mood. He waved his hand and impatiently said, go, go. They had already waited for a long time. Because he was facing a senior, however, he did not dare to speak. Now since he approved, he immediately turned around and walked toward Sha Danan. They walked in front of him. He carefully looked at Sha Danan. He softly said, you have grown up, Xiao Fan. Sha Danan nodded hard, said, you too. Oh, did you get any news of anything about our village? They shook his head, I asked my master many times, but still have made no progress. What about you? Sha Danan bitterly smiled, same here. They pulled his hand, said, let's go out there and talk. Sha Danan hesitated for a moment. He turned and looked at Tian Belize and Surin. Tian Belize ignored him. Surin smiled and said, go. Sha Danan nodded and hurriedly followed Bei outside. In the hall, the only guest was Kevern. He looked at each Bamboo Peak disciple. His sight finally landed on Xavian. Kevern bowed, smiled, and said, this must be Xavian Song Xixiang. We had met each other in the last tournament. Xavian quickly bowed back, Xixiang has good memory. You still remember this defeated opponent. All the disciples were surprised. Hidi asked her mother that was sitting next to her, Mom, did Xixiang really lose taught his person? Surin nodded, lowered her voice, yes. That time, your Xixiang had finally won 2 rounds. Your father and I were very proud of him. Then in the 3rd round the opponent was this individual, the fight was lost after just a few hits. Hidi stuck out her tongue, said, so does that mean that person is very powerful? Surin didn't answer her immediately. She turned her head and looked at her husband, seeing his face was steel green, sitting there motionless. She shook her head, said, Kevern's skill is far greater than your Xixiang. That day he didn't even use any tricks. Especially the esper he crafted, frozen ice, was made out of 1,000-year-old Arctic crystal, extremely powerful. Your Xixiang is no match for him. Tian Belize seems felt something. He turned his head and looked at Surin. Their eyes meet and understand the word that hide inside of their heart, if only Bamboo Peak has such talented student. Tian Belize seemed to feel something. He turned his head and looked at Surin. Their eyes met and understood the words that hid inside of each other's heart, if only Bamboo Peak had such a talented student. Kevern achieved success in cultivation, also gained deep trust of masters. He often travel around the world and know a lot things. Plus his clever and fluent tongue, Xavian, who got beaten by him, already had no hostility. Kevern achieved success in cultivation, also gained deep trust of the masters. He often traveled around the world and he knew many things. In addition, his clever and fluent tongue, Xavian, who had been beaten by him, already had no hostility. Kevin was telling some kind of joke and causing everybody to laugh. Then, Kevin's sight landed on Hidi and saw the phoenix soul around her waist. His eyes brightened, said, "Is that the famous Hidi Xianxia?" Hidi lifted her eyebrows, asked, "How do you know it's me?" Kevin smiled, stepped up a few steps, said, "Xianxia is only 16, but the accomplishment on pure essence is already superior to others. This is well known within our faction. I admired it for a long time. From what I can see today, you are well deserving of the reputation." Hidi blushed, asked in an angry tone, "How do you know? You never saw me fight before." Kevin was startled, quickly smiled and answered, "Xianxia is not only as beautiful as a flower, but also quite intelligent, making me ashamed as a Xianxia." Hidi looked at his handsome face and also heard his praise about her beauty. Her heart felt sweet but her face stayed the same. Nonsense. Not acting like a Xianxia, shame on you. Tian Belize frowned. Surin said, "Ling air, no nonsense." Chapter 13 Prodigy B. Kevin quickly said to Surin, "Su Shirshu, please don't be mad at Xianxia. It's my fault to choose the wrong term to use." Then, he took out a small box from his sleeve and passed it to Hidi. "Xianxia, the refresh bead inside of this box was obtained by chance while I followed my master Vastkalo to wipe out a group of heretics. Although it is not some valuable treasure, wearing it can help you stay cool against the heat of summer. Additionally, I heard it helps ladies to keep their skin smooth. Today I will give this to Xianxia as an apology for my mistake." Hidi blushed again. Surin said, "Shi Shirji, refresh bead is a treasure also. Ling air can't take it. You can put it back." Kevin smiled, "Su Shirshu may not know, this refresh bead is useless to me, just like a chicken rib. But Xianxia is young and beautiful, she will make it useful. This is my little gift, I hope Xianxia likes it." Hidi looked at Kevin. Her expression relaxed. She held out her hands and received the small box, whispered, "Thank you, Xiang." Kevin was very pleased, said, "You're very welcome. With Shimi's gifted intelligence, there is a great future ahead of you. Although there are many talented students in Jadian, there are only very few people who have the same potential as you, even I need to step back." For the first time, Tian Belize finally smiled. Hidi said, "Xiang flatters me." Kevin shook his head, "No, I was also brought to Jadian by Master when I was young. During that time, however, my cultivation was far behind you." But Hidi was very pleased to hear Kevin's praise, but when she heard the word "but," she could not help but ask, "But what?" Even Tian Belize and Surin turned to hear what the "but" meant. Kevin said, "But if comparing potential, there is a person that can compare to you." Hidi, startled, asked who? Kevin smiled and pointed to the outside of Hall of Quietude. "That would be my Lin Shidi. 3 years ago he was adopted by Master Vastkalo. Just a few years later, his achievement was surprising. He is gifted in cultivation. There is no one in our house who can match him. He used only 3 years to pass Yuqing Realms level 4. There is no one like this for 1,000 of years. Master is very proud of him, said he is the genius of 1,000 years, can almost match our Master Jade Leaf." Tian Belize suddenly broke the arms of his sandalwood chair. His face was steel green. Kevin was surprised, whispered to Surin, "Su Shirshu, did I say something wrong?" Surin smiled bitterly. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly there is a cry outside of the hall, "Ouch." Then a person fell in on the floor and rolled a few times. That person was Shaw Danan. Everyone's mood changed. Hidi rushed forward to help him to get up, asked, "Xiao Fan, what happened?" The fall had not been light. Shaw Danan's head was still a bit dizzy but his mouth still mumbled, nothing. "I am fine." They ran back into the hall. His face was worried. "Xiao Fan, are you alright? I accidentally." Hee immediately knew he was the one that bullied her shitty. Additionally, Kevin was highly praising Bae. It made her feel like a loser. She stood up and angrily said, "Who gave you the permission to bully people?" Then her fingers pointed at him. Red light began to flash. Phoenix Soul released and whistled toward Bae. Surin and Kevin shouted, "Stop!" But Phoenix Soul was as fast as lightning. It got in front of Bae in just an instant. Although it surprised Bae, it didn't make him nervous. He knew he was facing attack from an Esper. He took 3 steps back, left hand pointed at the sky while his right hand pointed at the ground with sword fingers. Note 1. He shouted, "Out!" Dragon roars suddenly filled inside of Hall of Quietude. Bae was surrounded by green light. A green sword was summoned. The sword's edge was as clear as water. It not only blocked Phoenix Soul, it also shone and made everyone's face in Hall of Quietude green. Tianbali snorted, coldly spoke, "Vasp Kalo is really nice." He even gave the Dragon Slayer to him. Kevin saw Bae did not get injured. He was relieved, standing at the side and smiled. Master had said Shitty's potential is far past others. He is destined to have a great future. As such, it is a must to give him additional help. Tianbali's mood became worse. Both Phoenix Soul and Dragon Slayer could not get any advantage over each other. Hee opened her arms. Her body began to lift into mid-air. Both arms crossed in front of her chest. She shouted, "Extend!" Phoenix Soul flew back and returned to Hee. The red glow intensified. The red silk extended hundreds of times longer, immediately suppressed Dragon Slayer's green glow. After a moment, the silk rushed to Bae and surrounded him tightly. Surin stood up and shouted into the air, "Ling Air, do not be rude." The amber silk, however, already surrounded Bae so tight that nobody could see him. Even Hee was covered by layer upon layer of silk. Sha Danan was enchanted by what he saw. Suddenly someone said, "Phoenix Soul truly is as powerful as the rumor." He turned and saw Kevin. His eyes were fixed looking at the fighting scene. His mouth was mumbling, but his face had no sign of worry. Just when victory was determined to be Hee's, they suddenly heard the sound of cloth tearing. There was an opening within all those layers of silk. A little bit of green light leaked out. The color of Tianbali's and Surin's faces changed. Roar! A loud bang like the cry of the angry dragon. The opening became larger. Green glow brightened up again. It was like a dragon surrounding him. Bae broke through the silk and charged at Hee like a released arrow. Hee put both hands in front of her chest and formed a tai chi. All the silk returned and formed vast layers of barrier in front. Bae's Dragon Slayer stabbed through the red silk layer after layer. Although he became slower, the momentum still hadn't weakened. Victory or defeat will depend on the next moment. Clang! A chilled air passed. Dragon Slayer got hit back. Bae was shocked. He saw an ice wall was formed between him and Hee. Even with Dragon Slayer's power, he could not break through the ice wall. Kevin was already behind him and pulled Bae back. Hee's face was white. Surin quickly turned her back to Tianbali's. Both espers lost their owner's control. The glow grew dim and returned back to the hand of their master. Within Hall of Quietude it was nothing but silence. Note 1, Sword Finger. It normally used when holding sword. If the person is right-handed, the right hand hold the sword while left hand form sword finger and put the finger on right wrist. When carrying, or not using the sword, left hand will hold the sword behind the left arm and hold the sword's handle with sword finger, pretty much like how Anan hold her sword except she used right hand instead of left. Sword finger is simply pointing out index and middle finger. Chapter 14, Divine Power. Chapter 14 Divine Power A. Tianbali stood up and examined Bae. The color of his face was extremely bad. He said coldly, "Good skill. Good momentum." Kevin whispered to Bae, "Shitty, apologize quickly." Bei frowned and stepped in front. He spoke, but it was to Sha Danan. "Sha Fan, that was my bad. It was just testing to see each other's level of cultivation, however, I didn't hold back my strength. Sorry." Sha Danan was really worried about his friend, but he said, "No, it was nothing." Tian Belize became more angry. He suddenly took a step forward. Red glow passed by on his face. Kevin began to worry. He was different from Bei. He was in Jadian for a long time and knew Bamboo Peak is way weaker than the other 6 houses. However, their headmaster Tian Belize and his wife Surin had unbelievable strength. No one ever dared to underestimate them. Even the proud master Vast Kalo reminded him before they departed, although Tian Belize has a bad temper, his cultivation skill is extremely high, plus his wife is also well known in Jadian for her wisdom. Even our head of the faction Master Doyle Shin needed to treat the couple with high respect. It was best not to make him mad if not necessary. But Bei didn't know about it. Even if he did know, he wouldn't remember it anyway. Tian Belize became even more angry. Just when he was about to make a move, Surin pulled his hand, her lips slightly smiled. "You are already so old, why bother arguing with a junior?" Tian Belize was startled for a moment and stopped. Kevin quickly stood in front of Bei, also said, "Tian Shirshu, please forgive us. For the sake of our master, please don't argue with the ignorant younger generation." Sha Danan knew Bei had made his master angry. In his eyes, Bei was the only orphan of Grass Temple Village. Bei was just like his own brother. He couldn't help but keep down in front of Tian Belize, said, "Master, it's all disciples' fault. I saw Jingyu, no, Lin Shixiang had brought his sword, so I was interested to see his level of cultivation. That's why we fought, it's all disciple." Tian Belize was already holding his anger and had no place to express it. Kevin was enough already, but now Sha Danan speaking there like an idiot. He couldn't hold his rage anymore. "Shut up, you useless fool." Then, he waved his sleeve. Sha Danan felt strong wind blow at him. All the air surrounding him seemed to disappear. The mighty force pushed his body away and threw him into the wall of Hall of Quietude. Bang! His body landed on the hard, stable wall, then he fell on the ground. Sha Danan felt dizzy, then he spewed out large amounts of blood from his mouth. Within Hall of Quietude, everyone was stunned. "Dad!" Hidi was the first one to cry out. She rushed forward and helped Sha Danan to stand up. They ran almost at the same time. He saw the blood on Sha Danan's chest. He wouldn't be as angry if the one who had been injured was himself, however, Sha Danan was trying to help him and that's why he got injured. Bei couldn't care anymore. He turned and shouted at Tian Belize, "Short fatty, what were you trying to do?" At that time, Dragon Slayer seemed to understand its master. The green glow brightened up again. Tian Belize's eyes opened wide. He must have been mad because of the words "short fatty." He swung his arm, then disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Kevin quickly shouted, "Shitty, careful." Bei was already prepared. He saw Tian Belize moving as swift as a ghost. Bei immediately held up Dragon Slayer, using the sword spirit to create a green aura to protect himself. Tian Belize saw the mighty green light as nothing. He suddenly appeared in front of Bei and forced all the green glow to back away 3 feet. Tian Belize's large, angry eyes were almost touching Bei's face. Bei was nervous. He took a few steps back unsteadily. Even in this case, Dragon Slayer was still hanging in mid-air defending its master. Tian Belize laughed coldly. His right hand suddenly reached out and passed through the sword spirit. Red glow appeared on his palm. With the red glow he pushed back the green light. He quickly seized Dragon Slayer. Kevin immediately dashed in front of Bei and shouted loudly, "Tian Shirshu, please have mercy." Tian Belize didn't go after him. He let Bei be protected by Kevin. He just focused on an examination of Dragon Slayer. At that time, almost all the green sword spirit was gone, however, Dragon Slayer still struggled in Tian Belize's hand, shone half of his body green. Tian Belize raised his eyes and said coldly, Dragon Slayer is 9 skies Esper, but it doesn't guarantee invincibility. Then, his fingers suddenly grabbed hard onto the handle. Dragon Slayer immediately stopped moving. At the next moment, green glare rose up again, much more brightly than Bei's. Cavern cried out, Tian Shirshu. Tian Beli's face was as cold as ice. He said no more. His right hand held Dragon Slayer and gave a powerful slash toward Bei and Cavern's direction. The green light mightily glared, creating a green pillar that is 2 persons in height. Cavern grit his teeth. Both of his hands held out sword fingers and drew out a white sword. This was his famous frozen ice sword. The green pillar Tian Belize released almost reached them. Cavern protected Bei and walked back a few steps. His right hand made a different sword mark. Frozen ice swiftly sent out white light, formed 7 layers of ice wall. The green sword chi broke through the ice walls easily, unlike Bei's. It crushed the ice walls into millions of pieces. The green sword chi had no sign of weakening, it charged toward Cavern like an angry dragon. Cavern's face was pale and had nowhere to go. He used all his strength and used frozen ice to form a shield with a white glow. Bang! The green sword chi hit against the white light. Although it didn't immediately crush the shield, it pushed the white glow back rapidly. Cavern used all his strength and managed to hold the green sword chi 1 foot away. It was just like a human trying to hold off against an aggressive beast. Cavern tried to keep the shield going, but his feet began to collapse and be pushed backward by the powerful strength. Chapter 14 Divine Power B. From the beginning of this interaction until now, Tian Belize stood still where he was and did not make a move. Dragon Slayer's green glow, however, was getting brighter and brighter. Cavern and Bei were pushed out of Hall of Quietude to the ground outside. At the place where the green light passed by, it seemed like it had been slashed by a large blade. A 1-foot deep rift was left in its way. The green light pushed back Cavern another 3 yards. The white light shield was only 6 inches away from Cavern's body. His feet sank into the earth. A moment later, Cavern couldn't hold any longer. White light disappeared. Frozen ice got hit with great force into the air and lost control. Cavern and Bei's faces were as pale as a dead person. But then, the green light suddenly stopped in mid-air at the critical moment. Cavern was sweating, he did not dare to move. After a while, the green light was no longer controlled and slowly disappeared. Clang! Frozen ice landed on the ground in front of them. Cavern put himself together a little. He quickly said respectfully, "Thank you for Tian Shirshu's kindness." Bei was still surprised to see the common-looking Tian Belize had such great power. Suddenly an item was tossed out from Hall of Quietude. Cavern and Bei were surprised. It was Dragon Slayer. It landed right in front of them, next to frozen ice. "You two leave." Tian Belize's voice returned to normal. Coldness was clearly visible. Cavern quickly responded and pulled Bei along. They retrieved their own swords and flew back. The disciples saw Tian Belize's anger. None dared to make a sound. Especially Sha Danan, it was his first time seeing Tian Belize use his mystic power. He almost forgot his own wound on his chest. He accidentally tore his wound, he immediately cried ouch. Tian Belize heard Sha Danan's cry. He looked toward Sha Danan. Sha Danan forced himself to bear the pain. Tian Belize did not say anything. He looked at all the disciples. Everyone lowered their head and did not want to meet his eyes. Tian Belize sighed and shook his head. He put both hands on his back and walked toward the rear hall. Surin told everyone, "All of you leave for now." The disciples answered. Hidi carried Sha Danan and left with the disciples. After everyone walked out of Hall of Quietude, Surin went into the rear hall and passed the back door. She saw Tian Belize standing in the corridor and looking at the bamboo in the courtyard. Surin walked next to her husband, softly asked, why so mad today? Tian Beli's slight shook his head, responded back, when Ling Er fought with Bei earlier, Kevern formed Ice Wall to stop Dragon Slayer. You saw what happened, right? Sir inside, he didn't take out frozen ice. Tian Beli snorted, last Seven Peaks tournament, Kevern needed to rely on the power of Esper to form Ice Wall. I can't imagine he already reached that level within just several decades. Then he turned and looked at Surin. What level of cultivation do you think he is at? Surin said, when he cast, he seemed relaxed and not using all his power. That means he is at least Yu Qing level 8. Tian Belis opened his mouth then stopped. Surin helped him to continue, within Bamboo Peak, none can be his opponent. Tian Belis deeply looked at his wife, then slowly he turned his head, looked at the bamboo in the garden. As winter grew closer, the green leaves had become yellow. After a moment, he suddenly asked, how is Seventh? Surin looked at him, her lips smiled, how good can he be? He coughed out loads of blood due to you, great master. Tian Beli's fat body shook, but he didn't turn his head. Tonight, bring him a yellow pill. Don't let him pretend to be dead tomorrow and make all of us starve. Surin kept on smiling. Night came, the sky darkened. Shah Danan slowly walked back to his dormitory. After he pushed the door open, Ash was the first one who rushed into the room, then Big Yella followed. The monkey and the dog played around in his room. Shah Danan smiled a little. He sat down next to the table. His chest still hurt, but his brain was filled with the scene of battle between Tian Belis and the others. He could not help but sigh. What is the use of sighing? A gentle sound came from outside. Shah Danan was surprised. He turned and saw Surin was standing at the door. The night wind blew her clothes about, like a fairy from heaven. He quickly stood up, said, Xianxia. Surin walked to him, put her hand on his shoulder, smiled, it's all right, sit. Shah Danan followed the order and sat down. Surin carefully examined his face and put her hand on his chest, then nodded, good, nothing too serious. She took out a white bottle and poured out a yellow pill that's about the size of a fingertip. She passed it to Shah Danan, take it. Shah Danan hesitated for a moment, then he took the pill and swallowed it. A warm feeling came from his stomach, then to his limbs. The pain in his chest disappeared. Shah Danan rose up and exercised his body. Everything was normal. He hurriedly said to Surin, thank you, Xianxia. Surin nodded. She took back the bottle and sat on the other chair. She said, no need to thank me. It was your master who was the one who told me to bring you yellow pill. Shah Danan was startled, asked, master is not mad at me anymore? Surin looked at him, smiled, he told me to come see you, surely he is not mad at you. I don't know if you are mad at him? Shah Danan was surprised, immediately said, no, Xianxia, I would never dare. Surin raised her hand and stopped Shah Danan, said gently, Xiaofan, listen to me, okay? Shah Danan quietly said, yes, Xianxia. Surin said, today your master hit you, it was his fault. I saw it. However, he regretted after he hit you. His temper is just. Her gentle face had signs of sadness, she continued, he is a competitive person, always cares about his reputation. Even if he regrets, he won't say it out loud, so don't hate him. Shah Danan shook his head, Xianxia, I am not mad at master. It's just me being too stupid, made master mad. Surin looked at him, lightly sighed, it has nothing to do with you, actually. Cultivation is based on one's quality and potential. Although hard work will pay off, but still the result will be less than others. Your master understands that. What he was worrying about is not that. Shah Danan was curious, asked, what is it that master worried about? Surin smiled helplessly, the people like Kevern are almost impossible to get. Now in Jadian, Bamboo Peak is getting weaker and weaker. Although your master's cultivation is high, disciples often got teased by Ulshur Bo and Shirshu. His heart has a lot of difficulty bearing it. He also worries one day he will leave. Note 1, Bamboo Peak will never be able to come back. He won't be able to face all the ancestors of Bamboo Peak. All the burdens are on him. Actually, it is very miserable. Sha Danan was silent. Surin then realized, smiled bitterly, really? What is the use to tell this to a 14-year-old kid? She stood up and slapped his shoulder. Rest early. Sha Danan answered, yes, Xianxia, walk slowly. Surin nodded, then left. Sha Danan followed her to the door. After he saw Surin's shadow was gone, he returned back into the room. But just when he came back, he saw, next to his desk, in the light a candle, a lady in red standing there. He was startled, then quietly cried, Shaji. Note 1, it mean when Tian Belize die. Chapter 15, Secretly Teach. Chapter 15, Secretly Teacha. The lady was Hidi, no doubt. She was worried about Sha Danan's injury, so she came to see him, but she could never have imagined her mother would be there, too. So Hidi hid outside of the door and waited for Surin to be gone. She noticed Sha Danan was rooted on the floor. She said angrily, what are you standing there for? Sha Danan woke up. He tried to find an excuse, but then he saw Hidi lowered her head. It's because Big Yella came and pushed against Hidi's leg. Hidi bent over and patted Big Yella's head. Big Yella licked her hand. Creak Creak. Ash went behind Big Yella and pulled on its tail, seemed like it wanted to pull Big Yella away from Hidi. Ash felt Hidi's eyes, he looked up and showed his teeth. Hidi didn't get angry. She made a face toward the monkey in reply. Since Ash came here, it went along well with everyone except Hidi. Hidi was surprised to find Big Yella didn't go aggressive at Ash. What happened? Hidi asked Sha Danan while pointing at Ash and Big Yella. Sha Danan told her about the meat bone. Hidi laughed, can't believe that stupid monkey did that trick. Then she changed topic, she examined Sha Danan, asked, today, my dad hit you, anywhere not feeling well? Sha Danan shook his head, nothing, Shaji. Hidi said, what's the matter with dad? He is not happy and vented his anger onto you. Sha Danan quickly said, no, it's my stupidity that made master mad. Hidi stared at him. Sha Danan held back what he was going to say. Hidi snorted, it has nothing to do with you, actually. It's just because he saw the two people had good potential, so his mind. Then she stopped and looked at Sha Danan. She realized that meant she was saying he is stupid, then she changed topic again, what was my mom coming here for? Sha Danan replied honestly, Xianxia came to visit me and gave me 2 yellow pills. Very effective, I was fully recovered after taking one. Yellow pill? Hidi was surprised. Yes, Sha Danan looked at her, asked, what it is? Hidi said, that is my dad's treasure. I heard mom say it was made from 23 different types of spiritual herbs. Marvelous medicinal effect. Even I didn't have the luck to take it. Sha Danan's mouth opened wide. Hidi's eyes rolled, continued, perhaps my dad was impressed by you, but doesn't seem like it. Sha Danan said, it must be master's kindness. He saw me injured, so he gave me a magical pill. He, senior, is very broad-minded. Hidi laughed, my dad, broad-minded, haha. Anyway, I'm not going to argue this with you. Why is there the sound of rain? Sha Danan listened carefully. Outside really was raining. Hidi walked to the window. She pushed the window open. Cool wind came in from the window. Cold, tiny raindrops hit on the face. The sky rained in the silent dark of night. Everywhere was dark except for the blurry shadow of the bamboo in the courtyard. The rain fell from the sky. In Sha Danan's eyes, it was gentle. He even felt that the night was beautiful, the rain was melodious, when the raindrops hit against the bamboo leaves he was pleased to listen to its sounds. The sound that resonated within his soul. Standing next to him was a beautiful lady. happiness and sadness within this beauty. She was watching. At this rain, Big Yella and Ash also quieted down. Big Yella lay on the bed. His eyes were half opened. Ash sat next to Big Yella and searched through Big Yella's thick fur. Candle's fire suddenly flickered in the mountain wind, making a soft popping sound. "It's raining," Heidi softly said. Sha Danan answered, "Yeah." Heidi stared into the night for a few moments, then turned back to the table, quietly said, "Xiao Fan, close the window will you? It is getting cold." Sha Danan nodded and closed the window. Heidi sat next to the table absently. She took out a small box, then opened it under the light. The candle reflected in her eyes, like a pair of gentle flames. "Say, do you think this refresh bead is pretty?" Heidi's eyes were fixed upon the bright, small bead. Her voice wasn't stable. Sha Danan's heart suddenly felt empty, slowly sank. He went to her with all his courage. He used all his strength to make himself look normal. Heidi raised her head and looked at him. She suddenly found her Shitty's eyes were so bright, but at the same time, so sorrowful and wild. She lightly closed the box, asked gently, "Xiao Fan, what is it?" Sha Danan lowered his head, fell silent for a moment, then said, "I am all right, Shiji." Heidi felt weird, but didn't bother much about it. She stood up and said, "Okay, it's late now. I should head back." Sha Danan woodenly stood up. Heidi took a few steps, then suddenly stopped and turned around smiling. The beauty of that moment hid deeply in Sha Danan's heart. "How could I forget this? I even forgot the point for me coming tonight." Sha Danan took it and read a few lines, then he cried, "Pure essence incantation. Shaji, this." Heidi rolled her eyes, said angrily, "Why did you cry out so loud?" Sha Danan immediately lowered his voice, "Shaji, this is the level 3 incantaton." "You? Me?" Heidi snorted, "Of course I am giving it to you." Sha Danan was surprised, "What?" Heidi said, "I know Dad always looked down on you. Today he hit you, it was even more idiotic." "Huh, he doesn't even bother to teach his own disciple and scolds you." "I don't want to see it anymore. You use this incantation and practice it secretly. Achieve whatever someday and show my dad. Don't be so embarrassed like today." Sha Danan frowned, "But Shiji, if Master and Shernyan know it, they will scold you." Heidi said impatiently, "You already said they will scold me. Just a few words and lock me up for a few days. So what? I can't let you get fooled by other people." Sha Danan was shocked. His heart was like a burning flame. He looked at Heidi's figure. At that moment he thought, even if he died for her, he will never regret. Heidi said, "You also need to remember to put in more effort. One day, find a chance to have a draw with that stinky bae. However, you will never catch up to Kever and Xiang, don't even think about it." Then, she waved her hand, "Keep everything as secret." She left and disappeared into the darkness swiftly. "You will never catch up to Kever and Xiang." These words, each hit heavily in Sha Danan's heart. His face was pale. His hand held the paper tight. Within the mountain and rain, sky and earth, who can see that youngster, walking in the rain and looking at the sky? Chapter 15 Secretly Teach B. At dawn, after the rain, Sha Danan came back to his familiar kitchen and began to boil water. The bright fire in the stove was like an evil spirit dancing on the flame, shone red against his face. Sha Danan used a thin piece of firewood as a fire stick and moved the firewood around. "You will never catch up to Kever and Xiang." These words, he had repeated in his heart thousands of times. Each time it just hurt his heart even more. He knew he was being stupid. Shiji didn't mean it. She only said the truth that everyone would agree with. However, he couldn't help it. There was a wild fire like this in his heart. It kept burning his heart, until the actual fire burned his hand. Ouch! Sha Danan shouted. He jumped back. The thin firewood caught on fire when he was not paying attention and burned his hand. He blew on his hand. Sha Danan went to the jar and put his hand into the cool water. Sha Danan smiled bitterly. Of all the things he needed most now is a fire stick. A few calls came in from the outside. Sha Danan recognized this was Big Yella's voice. He was wondering why Big Yella's usual bark had turned into Sha Danan walked to the door and found Big Yella and Ash were fighting over a black, short rod. Big Yella's mouth was biting one end of the rod while Ash used its hands to tug at the other end. Because Big Yella was biting the short rod, its voice turned into the weird Sha Danan took the short stick away from them and drove Big Yella and Ash away. He knew they would not go away easily, so he threatened them, Go. Don't mess around in here, or else I will not make lunch for you too. Big Yella and Ash exchanged looks. One roared at Sha Danan while one made a face. Then, Ash jumped on Big Yella's back and they walked away. He cursed at the two animals. After Sha Danan returned to the kitchen, he realized the short rod was the strange, short, black stick found in Ancient Valley half a year ago. Ash recovered this somewhere in the room and used it to play with Big Yella. Sha Danan sighed, then an idea came to him. He walked quickly to the stove and pushed the firewood around with the black stick. That stick was made out of some unknown material, it won't catch on fire, and also didn't transfer heat. After the entire morning, the stick was still cool. Sha Danan thought this stick was perfect for him. Pity for the dead Black Heart Elder. If he knew this sinister orb, the most powerful esper of the evil factions, was being used as a fire stick, even if he were resurrected, he would die again of anger. That day at noon, every one of Bamboo Peak's disciples were sitting in the dining room. Tian Belize was the last one who entered. His eyes landed on Sha Danan for a moment. Sha Danan lowered his head, then Tian Belize moved his side away. So, all of you saw what happened yesterday, right? Tian Belize asked. Everyone was quiet, only Xavion said, yes, Master had shown his might and punished the nonsense. Tian Belize suddenly shouted. The disciples were terrified. Tian Belize said angrily, yesterday, all of you should know other houses' disciples were highly cultivated. Not to mention Kevern, even though he had been adopted for only 3 years, had came and began messing around. Don't you know that? Everyone was silent, only Sha Danan suddenly raised his head. Tian Belize coldly said, 7 Peaks tournament is almost here. All of you useless people, from today on, everyone lock themselves in their room. If you can't have any decent improvement, let us see if I will peel your skin off. Everyone had the word unwilling shown on their face, but none said a word. Hede carefully asked, Dad, then I shall. You too. Tian Belize said without hesitation. Just when Hede was about to speak, her sleeve got pulled on by her mother. Hede turned and looked at Surin, she then took back the words that she was about to speak. Tian Belize's voice was resounding through Hall of Quietude, except for 7th, who is responsible for meals, all of you cannot leave here for these 1.5 years. Lock up and practice, understand? So, in the peaceful Bamboo Peak, it was covered by nervousness that had never appeared before. All the disciples were focused on cultivation except a free dog, a naughty monkey and a boring cook. Chapter 16, Navigate Object. Chapter 16, Navigate Object. Bark. Bark. Creak. Creak. The bark of a dog and the scream of a monkey mixed together across Mount Jadian's Bamboo Peak, breaking the peaceful quiet. Sha Danan ran out from the kitchen with the black fire stick in his hand. He shouted angrily, Stupid dog. Stupid monkey. I dare you not to run. Ash jumped on Big Yella's back. Big Yella was already prepared and ran away. Sha Danan couldn't catch up, and all he could do was watch as Ash made a face and put a delicious bone into Big Yella's mouth. Big Yellow was so happy that if it had not been because its teeth needed to hold the bone, its jaw already fell open from laughing so hard. Sha Danan went back to the kitchen with an angry face. He took care of the kitchen since he was 14. His cooking skill was unexpected to everyone. Even the cultivated dog, Big Yellow, couldn't help but also hunger for Sha Danan's meal, especially the bone he used for making soup. But the soup was made for humans. Although Big Yellow was the oldest, should be receiving the highest respect, all he could do was simply watch and not get to eat. After he became friends with Ash, the scene that just happened appeared very commonly in Bamboo Peak. For the past 2 years, no matter how hard Sha Danan tried to hide the bone, with Big Yellow's nose and Ash's agility, this bone battle always resulted in defeat for Sha Danan. 2 years passed by fast, actually 1.5 years. Sha Danan had grown into a 16-year-old young man. His body was taller than his Shiji Hidi now. For this period of time, under Tianbali's order, every Bamboo Peak disciple needed to practice their cultivation except a Manhwa, who was traveling. Only Sha Danan as a cook was the most relaxed. For 2 years, under nobody's watch, Sha Danan practiced alone. But the thing he couldn't believe is, following the instruction of Xavion's incantation, with barely 1 year of practice, he seemed to master the second level of Yuqing, refining vigor. He questioned himself, but he didn't ask Tianbali's. Xavion and Hidi were focusing on cultivation. They had no time to spare for him. Manhwa was also not here. As a result, Sha Danan could only bury the question in his heart. But there was a more important thing facing him. Hidi gave him the incantation for 3rd level secretly. He understood that was a serious act against the faction's rules. But then, every night when he was standing alone in the courtyard and looking at the sky, he always remembered one phrase. You will never catch up to Kevern Xiang. 10 nights later, he began to practice level 3's incantation. In pure essence, Yuqing's first 3 levels are the foundation of all magic. The difficulty progressively increases. 3rd level was different than the first 2. The first 2 were introducing spirit and refining vigor. The 3rd level's main idea was energy. Focus began to be aimed toward cultivating Tai Chi energy. The incantation stated, Tai Chi energy, 3 combined to 1. Qi, neutral, Yuan, beginning, follow the 12 periods, Yin and Yang combine, energy starts at Z, becomes all things. When Jadian disciples practiced this far, the difference between potentials will be made clear. Intelligent disciples would pass this level quickly and move straight into navigate object, built upon a stable foundation. The disciples with slightly worse potential would stay there forever and might waste their entire life in it. Sha Danan had entered Jadian 5 years ago. He heard a lot from his Xianxias. Clearly all the Xianxias grouped him on the worst side. Sha Danan returned to the kitchen and began to boil water. The fire brightened again. He used the poor fire stick to move the firewood around a few times. After the fire became stable, his eyes looked at the fire stick. He hadn't discovered anything. He was just doing a very natural thing, daydreaming. The entire fire stick was mysteriously black except for the round bead. It was only a foot long. The strange thing was that you could faintly see the red vein-like lines under the black color of the surface. Sha Danan's entire body had shaken. The idea of forging with blood made him sick. These years, he slowly forgot the journey to the ancient valley. Once in a while he woke up in the middle of the night from dreaming of the ancient valley again. At that time he felt he was lonely. One person facing the unknown beast. One person facing the mysterious death. Each time, he had uncontrollable excitement and rage. He was thirsty for blood. He even thought of the monk Posey in Grass Temple Village a few years ago. Sha Danan did not know why he would have such a feeling. Fortunately he had a way to calm his mind, Fa and wisdom. This Fua incantation could clear out evil thinking from one's mind. He practiced it for 5 years, and the most common use for it was to suppress the strange thought that appeared in his mind for the past 2 years. Suddenly something hit Sha Danan's head. It was a pine cone. Anger rose inside his heart. Sha Danan turned and shouted, "Stupid monkey, don't let me catch you or else, oh, you are, Sixth Xixiang." Sha Danan saw a person was standing at the door, with a bag on his shoulder and a smile on his face. It was Manhwa. Manhwa carefully looked at Sha Danan, said, "Wow, after just a few years, you brat, you have grown as tall as me." Sha Danan swiftly walked toward him and grabbed his shoulders, smiled, "Sixth Xixiang, why gone for so long? We all missed you." Manhwa smiled, "I am back now, aren't I?" Then Sha Danan asked, "Does Master and Xianxia know you are back?" Manhwa said, "No. I just came back and saw there was smoke coming out from the kitchen, so I guess you must be working there, kid. Didn't see me for a few years, did you miss me?" Sha Danan nodded. Manhwa patted his head, suddenly whispered, "Come, go see Master with me." Sha Danan was startled, asked, "Why do you need me to go with you?" Manhwa said, "Master let me travel for 1 year, but then I played, I used an extra half a year to find good material for an esper. I am afraid Master will be mad at me. Come with me." Sha Danan stared at him, "So that's why you came to see me first?" "Oh yeah, Sixth Xixiang, what esper did you craft?" Manhwa hollowly laughed, "Ho ho, I just feel like seeing you first." "Shao Shitty, come." Then he pulled Sha Danan away. After a while, both Big Yella, who was chewing the bone in the corner, and Ash, who was catching a flea on Big Yella's back, heard a furious roar coming out of Hall of Quietude. "Disgraceful person, you tried to anger me to death." At dinner time, for the first time in 2 years, everyone was here, sitting in the dining hall. After everyone had their seat, Tianbali's face was still angry. When people greeted Manhwa, they couldn't help but ask, "Sixth, why was Master so angry after he met with you?" Manhwa was embarrassed. He kept switching topic. Sha Danan, on the other hand, was holding his laughter, making his face look weird. Then, Hidi finally couldn't help it. She asked, "Dad, Sixth finally came back, why are you so mad at him?" Manhwa slightly raised his head and looked at Tianbali. Tianbali stared back at him and Manhwa was forced to lower his head again. Tianbali snorted, "Sixth, why don't you show them your esper?" Manhwa's mouth opened wide, could not say a word. Then he looked toward Surin, but Surin smiled, "Bishu, let them see it, let them know what made your master so mad." Manhwa knew he couldn't avoid it. He slowly took his bag and took out a few items and let them lay on the table. Everyone did not even blink, afraid to miss some important details. It was extremely quiet in the dining hall. On the table, there were 3 wood-made cubes with a half a fist size. It's white all over with dots carved on it. They were 3 dice. Chapter 16 Navigate Object B. Everyone was stunned. Then, everyone laughed. Manhwa blushed. Tianbali angrily said, "Rotten wood cannot be craved, note 1. Surin, however, shook her head and smiled, "It doesn't matter, it's not really important. Let it be. The esper is for him to use anyway." Tianbali stared at Manhwa, then said to Surin, "How do you know he is not using it to scam people?" Manhwa was surprised, quickly said, "Master, Xianxia, disciple would never do such a dirty, shameful thing. It's just because I found a 1,000-year-old 3-bead tree at Shishui Lake south of here. The tree is very spiritual, so I used it to craft 3 dice. I didn't realize." Tianbali was still angry, said, "Now you are happy, right?" "Humph, now great, you've crafted a gambling tool. At the 7 Peaks tournament, which is just a month away, when you show up on the stage with this thing, will I be able to save face?" Manhwa did not dare to speak. Surin shook her head, said quietly, "It is the thing he likes. Don't force him. You still remember Vanti Xixiang." Tianbali suddenly was shocked and turned to Surin. Surin sighed, told Manhwa, Bishu, you know your master and I never forced you to craft a sword like the Xianxians of the other houses. Esper, however, is always of a major concern. You need to act accordingly. Manhwa looked at Tianbelis again and saw his master was still unhappy. He did not dare to speak much, so he nodded, yes, yes. Surin looked at her husband again, then said to everyone, time passed so quickly. Next month is already 7 Peaks tournament. At that time, we will all go to the main house peak of Widow. Make sure to be prepared. Then, her beautiful, gentle face became serious. Rapidly she said, this time, do not let me and your master be disappointed, get it? Everyone immediately answered, yes. Sure, Yang. A weak voice appeared within the response of the disciples. It was Sha Danan. Surin frowned, asked, what is it, Xiao Fan? Sha Danan cautiously said, you mean I will be going, too? Surin was startled, then looked at Tianbelis. She smiled, yes, aren't you a member of Bamboo Peak? Sha Danan cheered with a Manhwa. He was so happy that he ignored what Tianbelis said, there are 9 spots, anyway. Even if we give one to an idiot, still one is wasted. At nightfall, Sha Danan went back to his room. Big Yella and Ash were already resting on Sha Danan's bed. 1.5 years ago, because Big Yella became friends with Ash, it also moved to Sha Danan's bedroom. At first, Tianbelis was very worried because he couldn't find his dog. Then, after he found out what happened, he snorted and left. Sha Danan saw Tianbelis didn't say anything, so he didn't drive Big Yella away. Actually, it was a case of being unable to drive Big Yella away. Big Yella took half of the bed, Ash took half of the other half. It is obvious how the owner felt. As time passed, however, Sha Danan got used to it and did not complain about sleeping with Big Yella and Ash anymore. That night, Sha Danan's mood was great. He sat next to the table and saw Big Yella lazily laying on the bed. Ash took the black fire stick from the kitchen again and used it to rub Big Yella's body. He felt Ash was really interested in this fire stick. But now he didn't want to bother thinking about it. His heart was filled with happiness that his master allowed him to go to 7 Peaks tournament. Sha Danan looked toward the monkey and dog, but it seemed like he was talking to thin air. Look, I get a chance to join 7 Peaks tournament. That is just great. Master is really broad-minded. Even though I am so stupid, he is allowing me to come and learn. Maybe I can meet Jingyu there. Then, he paused and quietly spoke to himself, but going on the platform and dueling will just bring shame to master. Anyway, if it's meant to be then let it be. Big Yella, Ash, am I right? Creak creak. Sha Danan raised his head. Ash put all his thought into Big Yella's fur and catching fleas. Only screamed a few times in response to answer him. Big Yella is even more direct. Its dog ears folded and ignored him. Stupid dog. Sha Danan angrily called out. Ash threw the fire stick at him. He dodged it and the fire stick bounced on the table and landed on the ground. Creak creak. Bark bark. The dog and monkey's sound became symphony. Sha Danan made a face toward the two animals. He sat down, then his mind came up with the image of Kevern in Bamboo Peak 2 years ago. Form wall of ice. Sha Danan quietly said. When he didn't practice, it was fine, however, after he did, it became worse. He began to realize the far distance between himself and Kevern. Then, he thought of that night. Hedi was sitting in this room next to the light. Those soft, glowing eyes. His heart felt like being stabbed by a needle. The fire stick quietly lay on the ground. Sha Danan suddenly felt himself to be much like the fire stick, so lonely, laying on the ground alone. Alas, he sighed, imagining if he could reach that level of cultivation. Then, a totally relaxed, uncaring movement. He did his first navigate object movement, he waved his hand toward the fire stick. That moment felt like an eternity. Sha Danan was very normal, with no disappointment and acceptance of his failure. Then, he saw the fire stick moved a little. Just that little bit, slight movement, seemed like awakening from a long sleep. It moved. Note 1, rotten wood cannot be craved mean, no matter what you do to a rotten wood, they cannot become better. Chapter 17, Attend. Chapter 17 Attenda. That morning, everyone was excited for the Seven Peaks tournament. The disciples were especially excited, every one of them had a smile on their face. Although there would be some nervousness, they all got covered by excitement. Within them, only Xianxia Xavian, 2nd Wu Dai, 3rd Zheng Dali and 4th He Daji had participated in the previous tournament. 5th Ladaxin and 6th the Manhwa were new students and, of course, Sha Danan and Hidi, too, had never been there. It only took place every 60 years. As Tian Balis and Surin were making the final preparations, Hidi pestered Xavian, who was the most experienced, de Xixiang, is it really that many faction members attending Seven Peaks tournament? Xavian said, correct. Seven Peaks tournament is the most important event in our faction. Anyone who can represent their house in the tournament is a talented student. Not to mention the exciting battle scene. 4th He Daji heard them talking and came over. He winked at Hidi, smiled, Xiao Shimi, you may not know, actually de Xixiang still has something he did not tell you. Hidi asked, ah? What is it, 4th Xixiang? He Daji smiled, being the winner and standing in the middle of the platform while listening to the applause of hundreds of people. This pride cannot be escaped. But, if a young beautiful shimi from the other houses admired and cheered for de Xixiang, isn't it a more joyful occurrence in one's life? Then, he turned and asked Xavian, de Xixiang, am I right? Xavian blushed. Hidi was curious, asked, de Xixiang, why is your face red? Xavian shook his head hard, kept on murmuring, no, my face didn't turn red. He Daji coughed and saw everyone had gathered around him. Sha Danan and Amanla were puzzled, but Wu Dai and Zhang Dali were both smiling. So Idaji said, oh, 2nd Xixiang and 3rd Xixiang are both here. I have a bad memory these days. I think it was at the previous tournament, when de Xixiang won twice in a row and entered the 3rd round, there was a young, pretty shimmy. I forgot her name. Wu Dai quickly said, I can't remember it clearly. I think she is a shimmy from Bamboo Heights. Her face is extremely pretty. But the name? Zheng Dali said, we all forgot her name. But we can still remember she clapped her hands the loudest and flirted with de Xixiang. Everyone laughed. Hidi began interrogating, de Xixiang, who is the Shiji who was being so nice to you? Xavian was embarrassed. He stared at Idaji and hollowly smiled, no such thing. Don't listen to your 4th Xixiang. Bamboo Heights Bako Shimi was just cheering for me because of Xianxia. Ha? Hidaji immediately said, de Xixiang, that's odd. Me, 2nd and 3rd Xixiangs all forgot her name. How come you recalled her name so fast? But the kindness of Bako Shiji to de Xixiang is. Everyone laughed. Xavian realized he said it wrong. He knew Hidaji was an expert in battles of wits. The more he said, the more mistakes there will be. He snorted and ignored them, stupid people. Haha, I am going to check if Master and Xianxia is ready yet. Hidi still wanted to ask, but Xavian ran away fast like the wind. So, she could only ask Hidaji. Her eyes were filled with excitement. 4th Xixiang, tell me, what does Bako Shiji look like? Hidaji said, Xiao Shimi, aren't you always going to Bamboo Height to visit Master Shueyu with Xianxia? How come you never saw Bako Shiji? She is Master Shueyu's favorite student. Hidi shook her head, Mom and I went directly to Master Shueyu when we went to Bamboo Height. We rarely met any Shiji there. Come on, tell me. Hidaji smiled, no need to hurry. Today, when we go to main house's Peak of Widows, you will see her, most likely. Hidi rolled her eyes, seemed like she realized something. Oh, no wonder why Xianxia was so excited today, he had some evil thought in his head. Everyone was confused, then when they realized, they all laughed. Hidi herself also laughed. The little nervousness was gone. She looked around and saw everyone had a smile on their face. But when she looked at Sha Danan, she was surprised. Even though Sha Danan had a smile on his face, Hidi could sense that Sha Danan was lost in thought. Hidi pulled Sha Danan aside, quietly asked, "Xiao Fan, you have any trouble?" Sha Danan was startled. His right hand touched his chest, then finally responded, "I am fine, Shiji." Hidi directly asked, "What is it?" "Let me see." Sha Danan hesitated for a moment, then took out an item and let Hidi see it. Hidi was surprised, asked, "Why would you bring this black fire stick with you?" Sha Danan looked at Hidi's surprised face. He mumbled, "Master's kindness allowed me to participate in the Seven Peaks tournament." Hidi understood what Sha Danan was saying. She couldn't hold in her laughter. "Ah, haha, that's why. You bring this fire stick to participate in Seven Peaks tournament?" Jadian's 2,000-year history, 6th Xixian's gambling dice is already weird enough. Can't imagine you really bring this fire stick to, ha 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 ha, it's killing me. Disciples heard Hidi's laughter and came to see what happened. They laughed after they heard the reason. Sha Danan saw Xianxia and Shiji next to him were smiling and happy, but anger arose in his heart. The anger in his heart was just an instant, however, it was so intense that it almost made Sha Danan stop breathing. He lowered his head and held the ugly fire stick tight. The familiar chill spread to his palm. "Xiao Fan." Hidi suddenly took back her smile, "I am sorry." Sha Danan was shaken, he raised his head. Hidi said, "I was planning to give you an esper so you won't become a joke within our faction. But Mom forced me to practice too much, I forgot about it." Sha Danan shook his head, said, "Shiji, cultivating is more important. You don't need to worry about me." Hidi patted his shoulder, smiled, "Doesn't matter anyway, everyone knows your limits. This time is just a chance for you to learn." She lowered her voice, "If anyone is giving you a hard time, you have to tell me, and I shall help you get back at them." Sha Danan looked at Hidi's gentle eyes. He wouldn't doubt her promise. He could also feel the kindness from other people around him, however, his emotion was still unstable. What is it, that burning inside of his heart like raging fire, making it difficult for him to breathe? Hidi was still grinning. She patted her favorite Xiao Shidi's shoulder. She whispered, "Let me tell you. There are a lot of fun places in Peak of Widows. This time, we sneak out and go there, sound good?" Sha Danan suddenly didn't want to look at her beautiful face. He lowered his head. His mind was sweet and frustrated. He said, "Yes, Shiji." Hidaji suddenly said from behind them, "Master and Xianxia are here." They turned and saw Tian Belice and Surin were coming out from Hall of Quietude. Tian Belice wore a sky-blue robe. His face looked serious. If not for his fat belly and short body, he would look more like an admirable master. Surin wore a light green dress and a jade flower in her hair. Xavian followed behind them. His face looked as serious as it could be. But as other disciples saw him coming, their face was working hard not to smile. Following behind Xavian were Big Yella and Ash. Ash was already used to sitting on Big Yella's back. When Ash saw Sha Danan, it screamed, "Creak creak," and jumped on Sha Danan's shoulder. Tian Belice looked at each disciple and nodded, "Let's go." He waved his right arm. Red light flashed in the middle of his palm. His famous Esper Flame Spirit appeared. Just when Tian Belice was about to step forward, his pants got pulled on by someone. It was Big Yella. It kept swinging its head and tail, and its mouth moaned. Its dog eyes stared at Tian Belice. Tian Belice hesitated and murmured, but still waved his sleeve and rolled up Big Yella and brought Big Yella to Flame Spirit. Tian Bali stood on Flame Spirit and was the first to fly away. Surin shook her head, smiled, come. Then she paused, spoke to Xavian, Darren, Xiaofan's skill isn't strong enough. You carry him. Xavian nodded, yes. Surin nodded. Green light flashed and brought her to the sky and followed Tian Bali's red light. Among the Bamboo Peak's disciples, Wu Dai, Zheng Dali, Ladaxin's cultivation had not yet reached level 4 and could not use an esper. Sha Danan rode with Xavian while the other three rode with Hidaji, Amanla, and Hidi. Hidi's esper was Phoenix Soul. Hidaji's esper was Landscape Brush, really fitting his bookworm personality. However, the most comical was Amanla's Gambling Dice esper. Once it was activated, white light flashed and the dice enlarged 10 times of its size, circled around in midair. If comparing the gambling tools of this earth, the winner would be here. Chapter 17 Attend B. Fifth Ladaxin worriedly looked at Amanla's dice, asked, Sixth, that thing won't fall out of the sky, right? Amanla grinned, Fifth Xixiang, let's have a bet. If it falls from the sky, you win, then I. Ladaxin said, will I dare to win this bet, then? Amanla was startled, oh, that's right. Xavian walked in front of Sha Danan, smiled, Xiaofan, are you ready? Just when Sha Danan was about to nod, Ash screamed from his shoulder. They were surprised. Ash pointed to the sky, then pointed to itself. Sha Danan was startled, you want to come too? Ash grinned. Sha Danan hesitated for a moment, then looked at Xavian. Xavian thought for a while, then smiled, Master brought Big Yella anyway, let's bring Ash there too. Sha Danan was glad. He nodded. Ash was even more excited. Xavian turned to the others, said, let us get going too, or else Master will be mad if we are late. They answered and left with their esper. Hidi told Sha Danan before she departed, be careful, hold Xixiang tight. Sha Danan nodded, said, I know, Shiji. Hidi smiled. Her hand pointed. Phoenix Soul rose and carried her to the sky. Xavian drew out his esper 10 Tiger. He was Bamboo Peak's oldest disciple. Although Ishurdis crafted different espers, he still crafted a sword. 10 Tiger was yellow all over, 4 feet long and 2 inches wide. It was slightly larger than the average sword. Sadly, an esper's strength could not be determined by size. Sha Danan had experience with riding Hidi's Phoenix Soul. So, when Xavian pulled Sha Danan to 10 Tigers, he wasn't surprised. But Ash, on the other hand, had held Sha Danan's head tightly. Xavian lightly smiled, Shao Shitty, here we go. Then, his right hand pointed at the sky. 10 Tigers roared. The sword ascended 3 feet. Sha Danan grabbed Xavian's back. The sword tip slowly raised at about a 70-degree angle. Sha Danan needed to rely on Xavian in order to not fall. Then, 10 Tigers charged into the sky. Sha Danan held Xavian tightly. Although he was nervous, he didn't want to close his eyes. He saw Bamboo Peak was getting further and further away from him. Suddenly, everything in front of him turned to white. He was inside of thick clouds and unable to see anything. Clouds were surrounding him. The wind blew against his face, feeling like it cut. Sha Danan's body was shaking. It's nervousness. It's excitement. Flying within sky and clouds, a dream had become true. Within the sea of clouds, flying for some time now, just as Sha Danan's emotions became settled, there was another surprise waiting for him. 10 Tigers had brought them out of the sea of clouds. The blue sky, as blue as a deep ocean, so pure and boundless. When they came out from the clouds, the cloud beneath their feet seemed like a water spray, following them, creating long, thin cloud trails. Like the waves in the sea, the thin cloud trail slowly descended back to the sea of clouds. Xavian finally lay the sword flat after they were 300 yards above the clouds. They headed straight to Peak of Widows. The mountain peak stood tall and magnificent. There was the ringing of bells echoing from the peak. Peak of Widows looked like a stairway to heaven. Shah Danan held his breath as he saw countless amounts of colorful lights near the mountain peak. The closer to Peak of Widows, the more concentrated the lights were. Shah Danan knew those were the light of disciples' espers. Due to the 5 elements, they came with different colors, very pretty. The lights like stone rain rushed toward the mountain peak. Shah Danan and Xavian with 10 tigers soon joined into the colorful river of light. Xavian and Shah Danan landed on a huge square. Once they landed, Ash looked around and jumped off of Shah Danan's shoulder. It jumped around in the square. Shah Danan did not care about it. He saw the white jade fence. This place was familiar to Shah Danan. He remembered this place was Jadian's 16's Cloud Sea. He hadn't seen it for 5 years, however, it was exactly the same without any changes. It was still beautiful. Today was just slightly more crowded than usual. The square was very crowded. The disciples attending 7 Peaks tournament seemed to be temporarily staying here. There was approximately a few hundred people. Most people wore Jadian clothing. Many were the younger generation. Jadian had been cultivating many young disciples. Although there were a few hundred people in the square still seemed spacious. Xavian searched through the crowd. Suddenly a bright sound called, "De Xianxia, we are over here." Shah Danan and Xavian looked toward the direction where the call came from. It was from the Bamboo Peaks disciples. They were standing next to one of the forges in the middle. Hidi was waving to them. Xavian answered and walked toward them with Shah Danan. Shah Danan looked around and saw the disciples from other houses were standing in groups. They were happily chatting. They all seemed to be looking forward to the tournament. Hidaji was the first one to ask, "De Xianxia, was the trip all right?" Xavian smiled. "It's not the first time coming here, what could happen?" Hidi looked at Shah Danan, smiled. "Xiao Fan, the scene along the way is fine?" Shah Danan recalled the magnificent scene of the mountain peak in the sky, said, "Very beautiful." Hidi giggled, patted his shoulder, said, "Try harder in cultivation. When you craft your esper and learn how to fly, you can go into the sky and see as much as you wish." Shah Danan didn't answer, instead he smiled and nodded. Xavian looked around and asked Hidaji, "Fourth Shidi, where are Master and Xianxia?" Hidaji said, "We followed Master and Xianxia to here, then the head house's brother lead Master and Xianxia to Crystal Hall. They said it's 7 houses Master's meeting. Discussing some of the tournament's details. Master ordered us to stay here and wait for him." Xavian nodded, then he waved his hand to gather his shidi around him. He looked around and whispered, "I have seen many new faces from other houses. You guys were here earlier, get any information?" Hidaji shook his head, "I also have the same feeling. It seems like the other houses have recruited many new people." Second Wu Dei looked around, "There are many new people. But, I guess, when we go on the stage tomorrow, most likely we will be facing the previous cultivated Xianxias. They are the ones who have the experience." Xavian suddenly sighed, "Second Shidi, it may not be so. Do you still remember the young disciple Bei from Dragon Head Peak 2 years ago?" Wu Dei was startled, then everyone was silent. They looked at each other in the eyes, nobody said a word. Shah Danan had a complicated feeling pass by. It was gladness, admiration, and also jealousy. "What can trash do?" Someone suddenly said. Everyone was surprised. That was Hidi. Her cheeks began to turn pink, her eyes opened wide, angrily said, "If he doesn't come to the tournament, it will be fine. However, if he does, the best will be meeting me on the stage, at that time we will see who will be the victor." Bamboo Peak's disciples looked at each other. Amandlo was smart, reacted to it quickly. He smiled, "Xiao Shimi is right. If it really happens, Xianxias, let's have a bet on who is going to win." Get lost. Fifth Ladaxin kicked him away. Xavion smiled. Just when he was about to say something, someone lightly coughed from behind him. A lady softly said, "Song Xixiang, long time no see." Xavion seemed to receive a heavy blow. Note from Mui, from this chapter, it began to foreshadow the effect of Sinister Orb had on Sha Danan, and the relationship between Hidi and Sha Danan begin to get further apart. The unstable and complicated emotion Sinister Orb had on Sha Danan is going to affect him greatly in future. When Hidi tells Sha Danan to work harder and fly into the sky by himself, it has shown Hidi begin to has no interest in hanging out with Sha Danan. Chapter 18, Come Across. Chapter 18, Come Across A. Xavion was startled. The call was like the celestial melody within his ears. When he woke up, he turned around like lightning and saw 5 to 6 female disciples were standing there. From their clothing, it appeared that they were from Bamboo Height, the house that only accepts females. A beautiful lady was in the front facing them. A smile was on her face. Sha Danan wanted to ask which house the Shijis were from, but when he turned around and saw Wu Dai, Zheng Dali, and Hidaji, each had an evil smile on their faces. Then he turned to Xavion and saw his face had a silly smile and stunned look. It appeared that he could not find the right word to say. Sha Danan thought for a moment, and knew who that lady was. Hidaji and others were standing there waiting for a show, however, Xavion was just standing there with a dumb look on his face. Not only the Bamboo Peak disciples couldn't take it, even the Bamboo Height disciples were giggling. The lady blushed slightly, said softly, "Song Xixiang." Xavion still hadn't reacted. Hidaji was impatient, said, "Haha, Bako Shurji. We haven't seen each other for many years. How are you?" Bako turned her eyes at him for a moment, smiled, "You are Hidaji, Xixiang?" Hidaji nodded, "It's me. When Shiji has a good memory. We only met once 60 years ago and still you remember me." Bako smiled, "Xixiang was fighting against a powerful opponent in the last duel and showed us your surprising skill." "Of course I will remember." Hidaji blushed. At the previous Seven Peaks tournament, he had faced a powerful opponent from Peak of Widows during the first round. Even though he tried his best, he still lost. But he just smiled. "Let's not mention about my past history. My cultivation level will never be able to match when Shiji and our Xixiang. By the way, after the tournament, our Xixiang was often thinking about you." Bako's face flushed slightly, but did not reply. She peeped at Xavion. The shimmies behind her were already laughing. Xavion used to be a brave fellow, now, he looked like a shy young man. He quickly answered, No, when did I often?" "What?" A young lady behind Bako cut in before Xavion finished. "Does that mean you did not miss our Bako Shiji?" Xavion peeped at Bako. Bako was also looking at him. Her eyes did not blink. He blurted out, No. I did miss her." "Ha!" Everyone of Bamboo Peak and Bamboo Height disciples laughed. Especially the girls behind Bako who laughed the loudest, causing disciples from other houses to look toward them. Hidaji waited for the laughter to be gone, then he told the Bamboo Heights ladies, "Shijis, actually our Xixiang didn't mean that he does not miss Bako Shiji, it's not just thinking about her often." "Then what is it?" someone from Bamboo Height asked. Hidaji looked at her and smiled. He was just thinking about her every quarter of an hour, saying her name every quarter of an hour. So, that's why he said he did not think about her often. Often also means every hour in Chinese. Everyone laughed. Xavion glared at Hidaji. He looked at Bako and found that she wasn't mad. He was relieved and murmured, "When shimmy, they were just joking, don't listen to them." Bako smiled, then turned around and held her shimmy who laughed so hard that she almost fell. After that, she turned back and asked, "How does your heart feel?" Xavion kept saying, I, but couldn't finish his thoughts. Looking at his face, the other girls laughed again. Bako shook her head and glared at him and ignored him. She walked to Hidi, held her hand, looked at her face, asked, "You are Ling Shimi?" Hidi was surprised. "Yes." "When Shiji, how do you know me?" Bako smiled. "You often came to our bamboo hike visiting master with Su Shirshu. We already know you. Have not seen you for a number of years, you have grown more beautiful." Hidi held Bako's hand, smiled. "How can I ever be able to compare to Bako Shiji's beauty?" Then she whispered, "My Xianxia was enchanted by you." Bako peeped at Xavian. Xavian immediately had a silly smile on his face. She shook her head, quietly said, "Your Xianxia really is a wood brain." Hidi chuckled. Bako took Hidi to the bamboo hike disciples. Laughter often came from the girls. They all ignored Xavian and the others now. Xavian wanted to speak with Bako, but did not know what to say, so all he did is stand in the same spot. Even Shah Danan shook his head. Amandla suddenly said, "Huh? A lot of people have arrived." Shah Danan was curious. He turned and was shocked to see about 30 people were coming toward them. Everyone was in white clothes. Everyone looked proud and handsome. The first person was Kevern. Kevern. Shah Danan stared at them. He repeated his name again and again. Fourth Xixiang Hidaji suddenly laughed. Dragon Head Peak was expected to have such a significant number. Kevern also saw the Bamboo Peak disciples. He quickly walked toward them. The others followed. He held his hands in front of himself, saluted, "Song Xixiang, we meet again." Xavian did not want to be impolite. He returned the salute, Xixiang, you have come as well. I wonder, are you going to join the tournament?" Kevern smiled, "I do not want to come. But Master said I still need practice for my cultivation, and he ordered me to join, so I took a spot." Xavian nodded, "That's great. With the talent of Xixiang, victory must be yours." Kevern shook his head, modestly said, "Song Xixiang has flattered me." When those two were talking, Shah Danan's eyes searched through the disciples behind Kevern. After a moment, Bei's eyes, which were also searching for him, met with Shah Danan's. They came out from the crowd and held each other's hand. There were thousands of words to say, but they couldn't say anything all of a sudden. A while later, Bei asked, "Xiao Fan, you joined this tournament?" Shah Danan nodded, smiled, "Yes, Master was being very kind to me. He let me come with." "What about you?" Bei said, "I joined this tournament too." "Humph, what's so great about your shorty master? 2 years ago I came to your place and your master treated you in such a way." Shah Danan quickly said, "No, he is not like that normally. That day he was just in a bad mood." Bei realized that it's a rare chance to meet with his best friend and did not want to ruin it with this silly topic. He quickly switched the topic, smiled, "You brat, I haven't seen you for 2 years, you have grown so tall." Shah Danan punched him, grinned, "What, only you are allowed to grow and I'm not?" Bei laughed. They could talk about anything they wanted since there were no elders nearby and the other people did not bother them. Shah Danan unintentionally turned around and saw Kevern was greeting the ladies. A strange pain struck at Shah Danan's heart, caused his face to change. Bei was surprised, "What is it, Xiao Fan?" Shah Danan shook his head, forced himself to smile, "Nothing." His eyes were still fixed on Kevern. Kevern was in front of Hidi and Bako all read. He greeted Hidi first, "Tian Shimi, still remember me?" Hidi was chatting with Bako and the other Bamboo Heights female disciples. All of a sudden, she saw Kevern appeared in front of her. She blushed, her voice turned very low, "Yes, hello Xixiang." Hidi's pink face and watery eyes, this beautiful face reflected in Shah Danan's eyes, felt like a knife had sliced through his heart. "Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Why does your face look so pale?" Bei was puzzled. He was concerned, "Are you ill?" Nothing. I am fine." Sha Danan said quietly. Bako's mind was shaped. She looked at the reaction of Hidi and understood what happened. She asked Kevin directly, Xixiang, why do you only recognize Tian Shimmy? So we, the Bamboo Heights Shimmy, are not worthy enough for you to remember? After that, all the girls behind her began to ask. Kevin immediately responded, what do you mean when Shiji? How could I dare to be impolite to Bamboo Heights Shiji? Bako chuckled, Xixiang joins Seven Peaks tournament again, surely you are determined to win? Kevin's eyes brightened, said, at the previous tournament, when Shiji had passed 3 rounds, but unfortunately lost to Inu, Xiao Xixiang. After 60 years of practice, plus Master Shui Yu's careful teaching. With the title of Bamboo Heights Best Student, you also seem to want to shoot for the champion spot of the tournament. Bako smiled, no way, how could I dare to compete against Xixiang? As for the title of Bamboo Heights Best Student, I am not really fit for it. Kevin frowned, when Shiji, you are too modest. Bako smiled, nope. Master Shui Yu's knowledge is incomparable. My potential is too dull, can't get a secret teaching from her senior. My house has another talented shimmy, Xixiang, you need to be careful. Kevin was excited, but his face was still smiling, that's even better. With the ability to defeat Wen Shiji, that person must be a brilliant prodigy. I will be looking forward to meeting her. Bako chuckled and nodded. Then she pulled Hidi to the side. At that time, a whistle came from the sky. The sound was louder than thunder. A few hundred Jadian disciples looked above them. A red light arrived, now they could see a Taoist from Peak of Widows was standing on top of a red sword. He announced, all Xixiangs, the heads of the houses in faction have delivered orders, all Xixiangs who are participating in Seven Peaks tournament, please come to Crystal Hall. Chapter 18 Come Across B. A disturbance within the few hundred Jadian disciples lasted a while. Then, some people came out and walked to the other side of the square. Sha Danan thought the highly cultivated disciples would fly there directly. But, it seems no one had the intention to do it, everyone just walked. He walked with Bei. Looking around, he saw Hidi was walking with Bako and the other Bamboo Height disciples. Xavian and other Bamboo Peak disciples followed behind them. As for the Dragon Head Peak, about 7 or 8 people came out from the crowd, but they walked in the other direction. They greeted the other disciples from other houses. Kevin especially, he was very familiar with the disciples' names. Everyone smiled at him. Xixiang is very good at making friends. Noticing Sha Danan kept looking at Kevin, Bei said, he is highly cultivated, deeply trusted by Master Vastkalo. Everyone respects him. Sha Danan nodded slowly, expressionless. At the end of the square, it was one of the Jadian 6 scenes Rainbow Bridge. 5 years ago, Sha Danan and Bei had walked past here after they were saved. Now they revisited this place again, their minds were mixing with different types of feeling. Stepping on such superb craftsmanship, seeing the clear water running down at the sides of the bridge and still reflecting the 7 colors of the rainbow, the ignorant children from 5 years ago had now become Jadian's disciple. They walked at the rear of the crowd. Bei suddenly sighed, 5 years. Sha Danan remained silent and just kept walking. The sight before him was the same as that day. As they got higher up on Rainbow Bridge, the clouds sank below them. The clear blue sky lay above their heads. Why don't you fly up there? Sha Danan asked suddenly. Bei was a little surprised. You don't know that disciples are forbidden to fly near Crystal Hall. Kevin told me it is to respect the head, so we need to walk in a holy place like Crystal Hall. Also, when Master Jadian founded Jadian clan, for protection purposes, he set up an extremely powerful array at Peak of Widows called Regenesis Sword Array. Any who dare to fly above Peak of Widows will get slain by Regenesis Sword Array. Sha Danan was surprised, so that's why even the skilled disciples don't fly in here. Is that Regenesis Sword Array really that powerful? They looked at the mountain peak before him, said, I haven't seen it either, however, it must be powerful. From what I heard, Regenesis sword array was passed down by Master Jadian, and 1,000 years ago Master Jadeleaf improved the power of it. With that, no one ever dared to come to Mount Jadian and harass us. Sha Danan also looked at the magnificent mountain peak, said, amazing. As they talked, they walked across Rainbow Bridge with other people. Sha Danan looked at those people. There were about 60 people. Majority of them were male, about 13 or so were female. Most of the females were wearing bamboo height dresses. But regardless of male or female, they were all filled with spirit. Male were dignified and handsome, female were beautiful and polite. No matter who see them, they would say Jadian had worthy successors and bright future. After Rainbow Bridge, it was the Jadian spiritual beast protector Water Kirin's pond. Unlike 5 years ago, the ancient beast Master Spirit didn't hide in the pond this time, but already lay next to the pond. The lazy appearance of it, however, had no difference compared to 5 years ago. When the Jadian disciples got off of Rainbow Bridge, they bowed to the enormous beast, then went to the steps of Crystal Hall. Sha Danan and Bei followed behind them. Bei whispered to Sha Danan, "Do you still remember our first time here?" Sha Danan nodded, "Remember. Got myself soaked. But that doesn't really matter. Seeing that large monster scared me to death." Bei smiled, "Yup, when did we ever see such a thing while we were still in Grass Temple Village? I thought the world's largest animal was the bear from Mount Jadian." Sha Danan burst into laughter. Everyone turned and looked at Sha Danan. Sha Danan immediately settled down. Bei was also surprised. He coughed twice. His face was slightly red. The other people looked at each other, then continued walking. Sha Danan was relieved. He turned to Bei. They looked at each other in the eyes and smiled. Sha Danan and Bei walked down from Rainbow Bridge, arrived at the green pond. They bowed to the Water Kirin. The Water Kirin, however, was sleeping since the beginning. It didn't react to anyone. The snoring was loud as thunder. Surely it didn't know the two young Jadians had bowed to it. Sha Danan and Bei didn't expect Water Kirin to react anyway. They walked toward the steps. Sha Danan said, "Jingyu, last time you came to Bamboo Peak in such a hurry. I didn't have time to congratulate you on your level of cultivation." Bei smiled, "It's thanks to Master Vaspkalo and all Xianxia's teaching." Then he paused, voice grew deeper. "Actually, the first few years when I practiced, I always thought of the bloody bodies in Grass Temple Village, so I pushed myself to work harder, hoping one day I can attain vengeance for our parents and friends." Sha Danan's heart grew sour. He held out his hand and patted his shoulder. Bei settled his emotions, then grinned, "Okay, let's not talk about the past. What about your cultivation?" Sha Danan shook his head, "You know, I was not as smart as you when we were still young. These years in Bamboo Peak, Master and Xianxia had treated me well. But I'm too stupid, very slow in progress. I really let them down." Bei snorted, "You are not stupid. I think it's most likely because your shorty master purposely made things difficult for you, not teaching you the true Jadian incantations." Sha Danan didn't know the conflict 2 years ago still caused Bei to hate Tian Belize. He smiled, "Can't be. My master is not that kind of person. Anyway, let's not talk about me. Is your Esper still Dragon Slayer?" Bei nodded, smiled, "That divine sword is Dragon Head Peak's most valuable treasure. Master handed me this sword. Besides its might strength, it is always very spiritual. Helped me a lot in cultivation." Sha Danan was envious, even his face had shown it. "That's great." Bei asked him back, "What about you, Xiao Fan, you have any Esper?" Sha Danan was startled. He put his hand on his chest and touched the black fire stick. A chill slightly rose in his palm. "No." He quietly said, "My cultivation is not high enough to use an Esper yet." Bei didn't have any reactio to it, clearly he had already expected this answer. He comforted Sha Danan, "It doesn't matter, Xiao Fan. As long as you work hard, you will be successful at last. We are still young yet, just pretend this is a chance to learn." Sha Danan's lips moved. Looked at his old friend's kind face, listened to his friendly words, but in Sha Danan's heart, he didn't feel any pleasure. To learn? Everyone thought he came here to learn. A sudden anger rose in his heart, like a firewad burning, but extinguished a moment later. He lowered his head, didn't say anything, not even an idea to blame his friend, for he found he himself also agreed with what his friend just said. Like an answer in his heart, the fire stick in his clothes reacted. A coldness suddenly rose from his palm to his shoulder. Sha Danan was surprised. Then he found that his feeling did no damage to his body. The coolness was quite comfortable. He looked at Bei and found he didn't notice the change. Just when Sha Danan felt relieved, suddenly, a deafening roar burst behind them. Sha Danan, and even the cultivated Bei, also felt the shock in their ears. Their ears kept ringing. The Jadian disciples also turned around and checked what was going on. Everyone was bewildered to find such a weird roar in the holy place of Jadian. They turned, and after a look, everyone was frightened by what they saw. Chapter 19, Draw Part. Chapter 19, Draw Part A. Near the green pond, the sleeping water Kirin was suddenly awakened. Aggressively it turned its head. Its eyes burned with immeasurable hatred. The hair on its back stood on end. Opening its huge jaw and baring the two long fangs, it was preparing to attack. Its target was the Jadian disciples. Water Kirin was an ancient spiritual beast. The blue sky had darkened. As it took its first step, the quiet mountain wind turned into fierce howling gusts, passing through Peak of Widows. The water in the pond also changed. Previously the water had been as flat as a mirror, now the water was whirling at high speed, forming a deep vortex. From the vortex, a pillar of water rose into the sky. The pillar was about 3 yards thick, circling in mid-air. Then, seeming as though it had received some sort of command, the water pillar thundered down in front of Water Kirin. At that time, every Jadian, including the highly cultivated Kevern, could not keep calm. Some had even grown pale and begun shaking. The reason why Water Kirin was able to be a great helper to Master Jade Leaf and had become the protector of Jadian had shown. Within the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire and earth, Water Kirin was the legend of all spiritual water beasts. Without any assistance it could control the water and form a water pillar of such size. It didn't even appear to be hard work. The spirit strength was far stronger than that of a normal cultivator. Within Jadian, only a few could do that with the help of an Esper. Jadian disciples bore witness to the rage of Water Kirin that had not shown for thousands of years. Everyone was stunned. Water Kirin kept on roaring. Its eyes filled with anger as though it felt something it really hated and was prepared to fight to the death. The water pillar became faster and faster. Then, the water pillar struck at the Jadian disciples. Just at that critical moment, a call came from the sky, "Master Spirit, please calm down." A dark green figure arrived and stood between the disciples and Water Kirin. It was the head of Jadian, Master Doyle-shun. He had not changed in the past 5 years. He frowned, also unclear about what happened to Water Kirin. The situation, however, is dire. The students behind him were the finest disciples. Within the water pillar, there were shadows of many kinds of beasts that had once been slain by Water Kirin. The souls were absorbed by Water Kirin into its body and did not allow the souls to reincarnate. Now, Water Kirin put these souls into the water pillar to increase its strength. Even with the divine strength of Master Doyle-shun, this water pillar may be difficult to deal with. Seeing the water pillar in front of him, Doyle-shun had nowhere to go. He took a deep breath, said, "God of compassion." He held up both hands. Quickly, but softly, he formed sword fingers and drew a Tai Chi in front of his chest. The Tai Chi circle glowed with white light. Then Doilshin turned around and allowed the Tai Chi to attach to the back of his dark green robe. Then the robe fell off into mid-air and stretched 10 times wider, protecting the disciples. The water pillar hit against the enlarged, dark green robe. The beasts inside the water pillar roared furiously. Under the heavy blow, the green robe was being pushed back a few yards immediately. On the stairs, the young Jadian disciples felt strong wind blowing against them. Except for the few more highly cultivated disciples, none could stand firmly. They couldn't imagine what might happen to them if Master Doilshin did not help them block that strike. Sha Danan also fell. They wanted to help him, but he himself could not stand either. He fell to the other side. Sha Danan let go of the black fire stick and held out his hands seeking for support. He didn't notice the chill had left the moment he let go of the fire stick. In midair, Master Doilshin's face was solemn, prepared. Behind him, many people arrived. They were Master Vasp Kalo, Tian Balis, Surin as well as other elders and heads. All of Jadian's masters were here. Facing this situation, anyone would be fearful. The water Kirin, however, had no sign of fear under the eyes of Jadian's elders. The anger in his eyes had extinguished and been replaced by a look of confusion. The water pillar also shrank and fell on the floor, creating a large pool of water on the ground. Water Kirin grew quiet, but its enormous body still appeared fearsome. It ignored all the elders, who were standing in the sky. Its eyes searched through the Jadian disciples. Its nose sniffed and could not find any smell. It repeated this weird movement for a few times, then gave up. Water Kirin shook its head, turned back and lay back down. Its eyes closed. After a moment, the sound of snores rang out. Everyone was speechless. Master Vast Kalo was the first to put himself back together. Quietly he went and joined Master Doilshin, whispered, "Head Xianxia, it is not good for the disciples to remain here for long." Doilshin realized, then nodded, "You bring our disciples up there first. I will check Master Spirit." Then, he dashed to Water Kirin. Vasp Kalo turned around and announced, "That was just a joke from Master Spirit. No need to worry everyone. Now, whoever is participating in Seven Peaks tournament, go to Crystal Hall in order." The disciples responded, they fell to rank. Their hearts knew that had definitely not been a joke. Following the group, Sha Danan and Bei entered the magnificent Crystal Hall. Standing in the hall, the memories from 5 years ago suddenly refreshed in Sha Danan's mind. "Jing Yu," Sha Danan said suddenly. "What?" Bei looked at Sha Danan. Sha Danan asked, "I suddenly remembered one thing. For these years, did you see Uncle Bozo?" Bei's face darkened, shook his head, "No. Today is also my first time returning to Peak of Widows. I asked Kevern Xixiangs about Uncle Bozo 3 years ago. I heard he was still crazy, running around Peak of Widows all day. With the care of the Xixiangs in Peak of Widows, however, he should be fine." Sha Danan was silent for a moment, said, "When the contest is over, I want to see him." "You want to come, too?" Bei nodded, "Yes, I also want to see him." All of a sudden, a green figure passed through the hall. Master Doilshin had returned. All Jadian elders' eyes landed on him. Master Vasp Kalo walked forth and asked, "Head Xixiang, Master Spirit?" Doilshin held up his hand and gave him a look. Master Vasp Kalo immediately stopped. Then Master Doilshin turned around as though nothing happened, kindly said to the Jadian disciples, "Everyone is here." "Good, good." Everyone bowed, said, "Greeting, head of faction." Master Doilshin smiled and returned to his seat. He looked toward Master Vasp Kalo. Master Vasp Kalo stepped forward, announced, "Everyone, you are all Jadian's best disciples. From the establishment of Jadian clan until now, it has already been 2,000 years. Jadian is the orthodox Taoists and the leader of the side of good. However, there is a saying, achievement comes from hard work, the fallen is a result of laziness. Also, go against the water current, flow backward if not advancing forward. Our faction's ancestors wanted to remain for the next generation and pass down the Seven Peaks tournament events. This is already our 20th session. The Jadian disciples were amazed. 20th, once every 60 years, that meant it had already lasted 1,200 years in length. Master Vast Kalo was satisfied to see the reaction of the disciples, then said, "Today, under the leadership of head Xianxia, Doilshin, Jadian became prosperous. Numerous of the young, talented disciples are in Jadian, so we specially increased the number to 64 people to prevent any regret of undiscovered talent." Sha Danan could not help but look at Tian Belize. Tian Belize sat next to Master Doilshin. His face was emotionless, but his eyes showed impatience. This change was said to be discussed between the heads of the houses, but in reality, it was just an agreement between Doilshin and Vast Kalo. Chapter 19 Draw B. Master Vast Kalo continued, "Because of the increased number, there are a few changes in sortation. Everyone look this way." He pointed toward the right side of the hall. There was a large, red, wooden box. On top of the box, there was a hole large enough for an arm to enter. In this red box, there are a total of 63 wax beads. Each has a piece of paper inside with a number written on it, 1 through 63. The conversation within the disciples roused to out of control. Master Vast Kalo ignored them, continued, "After the sortation is completed, the contest will carry out based on the numbers. Number 1 versus number 64, number 2 versus number 63 and so on. In the second round, the victor between number 1 and 64 will face the victor between number 2 and 63 and continue onward. This will take place until the final. Understand?" Jadian disciples were silent for a moment, then somebody shouted out, "Excuse me Vast Kalo Shirshu, there are 64 people but why are there only 63 wax beads?" Master Vast Kalo appeared to be prepared for this question. He coughed. "The rule for this session is each house sends 9 representatives. Peak of Widows sends 1 extra. But, because only one house can send only 8 representatives, meaning one person is missing, results in 63 people." Everyone's eyes landed on head of Bamboo Peak, Tian Belize. Though Tian Belize's face was mad, he sat still in his seat. The Jadian's disciples discussed with each other. When the talking quieted down, Master Vast Kalo solemnly said, "But this is not difficult to work around. Within these 63 wax beads, whoever draws number 1 will be extremely lucky, because there is no number 64 as an opponent, so the first round there is no need to fight." Jadian disciples began another uproar. Jadian was a famous clan, the rules were very strict. This method of selection was ridiculous, but no one opposed it. Master Doilshin stood up. Everyone immediately quieted down. Master Doilshin nodded, then, "Let's begin." Everyone's eyes landed on the large, red, wooden box. First, 10 disciples from Peak of Widows went to the box, each put their hands into the box and took out a wax bead one by one. Dragon Head Peak's disciples followed. They said something to Sha Danan then followed the others to the red box. Sha Danan watched Bai's back for a moment, then moved his sight to the 7 masters and all the elders. Among these people, Master Doilshin, Master Vast Kalo, Master Tian Yun, Master Shang Zhangliang and Master Tsing Shu Chang who Sha Danan met 5 years ago. Only the Taoist nun seated at the farthest right was unfamiliar to him. She was most likely the well-known Bamboo Heights master, Master Shui Yu. Sha Danan heard his Xianxias talk about this master often. He heard that Bamboo Height was the only house that exclusively adopted female disciples. Master Shui Yu's cultivation skill was very deep and well known within Jadian. The Bamboo Height disciples often performed well in Seven Peaks tournament. Sha Danan looked at Master Shui Yu. Her age seemed to be around 30 like Surin. Her robe was moon white. Behind her, there were no elders, but a young female disciple. Her clothes were as white as snow, her face was very beautiful. A long sword was on her back. It was sky blue from the handle to the edge. Waves could be faintly seen flowing around the sword. The young lady felt his eyes. She turned suddenly and stared at him. Sha Danan felt as though he had been shocked by lightning. He was surprised and his face turned slightly red. The girl had no expression on her face, but her eyes were filled with scorn. She quickly lowered her head. Just at this embarrassing moment, someone pulled on his hand. It was Heidi. "Xiaofan, what are you doing? It is our turn to draw the wax bead." Sha Danan hurried, "Yes, yes." Then he didn't look at Master Shuiyu any longer and followed Heidi to the red, wooden box. Only Bamboo Peak and Bamboo Height had not gone yet. Xavian and other Bamboo Peak disciples each picked up one wax bead from the box, then went back to the center of the hall. Everyone was busy checking their number from the bead. Bako and the other 7 disciples from Bamboo Height came out. The girl in white whispered something to Master Shuiyu, then Master Shuiyu nodded, "Go." The girl in white responded and walked with the Bamboo Height disciples and smiled to Bako. They took out the remaining 9 wax beads from the box. The disciples were checking their numbers. The masters of the houses also became nervous, hoping their disciple had drawn a lucky one. The paper with the number 1 written on it. Seemingly in response to the master's feelings, words issued out from the Jadian disciples. "Ah, I get 26. Mine is 33, what number is yours?" "Oh, mine is 47, I wonder what number is my opponent, let me see." After long while, no one said they got they precious number 1 paper. Vasp Kalo frowned, coughed then asked, "Who got the number 1 paper?" His voice covered all the disciples' sounds. The hall was silent. Then, after a long time, within the crowd a small sound, with surprise and caution, seeming like he was not believing his luck, answered, reply to Vast Kalo Sherbwa. "It is here." Everybody looked at him. Sha Danan was standing there, with a piece of paper in his hand, looking at Tian Belize, speaking timidly. Chapter 20, Trace of Evil. Chapter 20, Trace of Evil A. Instantly, everyone's eyes landed on this unremarkable Bamboo Peak disciple. Tian Belize and Surin looked at each other. Surin smiled, nodded. The Bamboo Peak disciples surrounded him. Ladaxin hit heavily on Sha Danan's shoulder, said, "You stinking brat, never knew you had such luck." Sha Danan scratched his head and stuck out his tongue. Amandla regretfully slapped his head, "I should have put a bet on who may get the number 1 wax bead." Must be unexpected. Get out." Heidi pushed him away, then told Sha Danan, "Xiaofan, you are going to be useless in round 2 anyway, give this to me." Sha Danan never expected his Shiji would say that. He was startled, then said, "Oh." He proceeded to hand the paper to her. Xavian said quietly, "Xiao Shimi, don't mess around." Heidi chuckled. She held out her finger and flicked against Sha Danan's forehead, said, "Silly, I was just joking." Sha Danan blinked and laughed. Vasp Kalo frowned, announced, "Good, the sortation has completed. In a moment, come see me and report what number you received. Later they will be posted on a list on a red board, so you can check who your opponent is." Now, Head Shixiang has prepared a speech. The disciples immediately grew quiet. Master Doilshan left his seat and walked slowly to the front. His eyes swept across the disciples, then said, "Everyone, all of you are Jadian's hope for our next generation. Everyone here possess great potential. In the future, the position of master, elder, or even the head may be succeeded by one of you." Many Jadian disciples were excited. Master Doilshin showed a gentle smile. "Of course, to get this far and attain the seat of elder and master, you all need to work hard." Everyone said at the same time, "Yes." Master Doilshin held his long, then nodded. "We Jadian clan, since Master Jadian to now have always been a well-known faction of good. Today, we are the leaders of the good cultivators in this world. The good rise up while the evil hid themselves. People live peacefully. The remaining evil, however, are treacherous and vicious. Their hearts never die. In the recent years, there are signs of evil preparing to rise up again. In the times like this, they need the good to get rid of them. So everyone must focus on cultivation, strengthen your mind. If we are strong, the evil can find no opening for them. All the disciples shouted, "Understand headmaster's teaching." Master Doyleson smiled, "Good, good." Another thing I want to announce, to encourage Jadian disciples, I have discussed with masters and elders and it has been decided from now on, the winner of 7 Peaks tournament will receive a small prize. Ah! Master Doyleson looked at those young disciples, said, "The reward for this session is Union Mirror." What is that? Shaw Danan had never heard of it before. He turned to Hidi and Manhwa, but they were also confused. Other young disciples appeared to be lost, too. But, for the older disciples, such as Kevern, Xavian and Bako, their faces shone with the rare excitement and yearning. Hidi noticed De Xiang knew something. She got closer and asked, "De Xiang, what is Union Mirror?" Xavian whispered, "Union Mirror was the esper of Master Wu Fangzi, the 10th headmaster of Jadian. I had never seen it before, only heard Master told me it is one of our faction's treasures. Extremely powerful. The one unique feature of it, if the spirit power of the caster is strong enough, Union Mirror can reflect all attacks. The caster will be undefeatable." Everyone's mouth opened wide. Manhwa stammered that means invincible? Xavian shrugged, "I am not sure how it looks exactly anyway." But Master shouldn't be wrong about it this time. He peeked at Master Doyleson, then whispered, "It seems the masters had to pay a great price into holding this tournament." Everyone's faces were strange. Most people swallowed. With the treasure in front of them, even as cultivators, their stable minds were shaken. Master Doyleson stopped for a moment, smiled as he watched the disciples were discussing about the tournament. After a while he said, "Good, so basically that is it. All of you return and take a rest, for tomorrow morning the contest will begin." Together the Jadian disciples saluted, said, "Yes, headmaster." Master Doyleson nodded, "Go." The disciples left the hall, leaving the elders and the heads remaining. Master Doyleson turned and smiled to the elders, "Xianxia, you shall rest, too. Beginning from tomorrow, there will be many competitions that need all of you to take care of." Some elders had wrinkles all over their faces, while others appeared very young. They said nothing and left the hall. Finally, only the heads of the 7 houses were in Crystal Hall. Master Doyleson slowly took back his kind smile. His eyes swept through the 6 other people, said, "Okay, only 7 of us are here now." On the right, head of Sunrise Peak Shang Zhangliang frowned, asked, "Head Xiang, what do you want to tell us?" Master Doyleson nodded. Slowly said, "I checked Master Spirit." Everyone was shocked. After the incident at the stairs, the disciples were still frightened as they were passing the pond. This time Water Kirin was peacefully sleeping. Passing the rainbow bridge back to Cloudsea Square. They said a few things to Shaw Danan then left with disciples from Dragon Head Peak. Shaw Danan went back to Bamboo Peak's people, listened to Xavian talk about things that need to be regarded and about lodging. As Shaw Danan was listening to him, he suddenly recalled, cried, "Damn." Everyone was surprised. Hidi asked, "Shao Fan, what it is?" Shaw Danan looked around, said urgently, "I was talking to Bei and forgot about Ash. Now, I have no idea where he went." Everyone realized they hadn't seen the figure of the gray monkey. They immediately searched the square. The disciples from other houses were already gone, but there was no sign of Ash. Shaw Danan was anxious. Since 2 years ago he brought Ash from the ancient valley, for 2 years, he and the monkey, plus Big Yellow later on, had lived together. Peak of Widows was inconceivably large. How could he ever be able to find him again if Ash went into the forest and looked for wild fruits? Shaw Danan suddenly heard Hidi huh? He turned and saw Hidi grinned and pointed, "Look." Everyone could not help but laugh. Ash was sitting on Big Yellow's back. It screamed and waved at Sha Danan. Big Yella's jaw was closed tightly. Its mouth was holding a bone. Big Yella carried Ash and arrived in front of them. Ash jumped on Sha Danan's shoulder. Sha Danan patted its head and made a mad face. Where did you go? Ash wasn't scared. It grinned, pointed to Big Yella, then gestured with its hands. Sha Danan watched it for a moment, then suddenly asked, Where did you find this bone? Ash gestured again and pointed to one end of the square. Sha Danan looked at Xavion. Xavion quickly looked around and saw no one nearby. He whispered, embarrassed, That place is Peak of Widows Dining Hall. Chapter 20 Trace of Evil B. Everyone was startled, laughed, then shook their heads. Xavion led them to one end of the square, said, We shall go to the dormitory now. Xiao Shimmy, you are a girl, we have arranged for you to join the Bamboo Heights Shimmies. No problem, right? Hidi shook her head, smiled, I wanted to talk more with Bako Shiji anyway. Plus, I can help Xian to say some nice words to her. They laughed. Xavion blushed and pretended not to hear anything and walked away. Sha Danan glared at his monkey. Stupid monkey, next time if you go and be a thief, watch how I am going to punish you. Ash Creek screamed and grinned. It was either that he didn't understand or didn't care about Sha Danan. Sha Danan scolded again. Then he turned back and shouted, Hurry, you stupid dog, all you know how to do is eat. Big Yella raised its eyes and saw everyone was walking far away. It stood and caught up with them lazily with the bone in its mouth. In Crystal Hall, the 7 houses' heads were there. All their attention was on Master Doilshan. Sunset Peak's headmaster Tian Yun was the first to get up, said, Head Shixiang, did you find out what happened to Master Spirit? Master Doilshan sighed, slowly said, I had carefully checked. Master Spirit had nothing unusual. What? Every master was surprised. Master Doilshan looked at his Shixiandi, said, Indeed. I had repeatedly checked many times. Everything was normal for Master Spirit. I really can't understand why it suddenly became so aggressive, then left so quickly. Tian Belize pondered for a moment, said, I think the target of Master Spirit was the disciples. Can it be one of the disciples had provoked it? Head of Bamboo Height Master Shueyu said, Impossible. If a disciple really made it mad, then why would Master Spirit give up after the first strike? The tone of Shueyu's voice was extremely cold. The voice made people feel chilled. Tian Belize stopped speaking. The oldest-looking Seng Shu Chang, the head of Peak of Wind, said, Head Shixiang has a conclusion already? Master Doilshan sighed, Not to conceal it from you, I am also confused by it. Master Spirit is our mountain guardian. It cannot be underestimated. I wanted to use the secret psychic art to investigate, but then Master Doilshan unexpectedly stopped. Tian Belize asked, Head Shixiang, what was it? Master Doilshan was embarrassed. Psychic art is a simple trick. It can help us to communicate with Master Spirit. But when I tried to use it, Master Spirit was sleeping already, I could not do anything about it. They were stunned. Master Doilshan coughed, said, No need to worry about it at the moment. We can plan later when Master Spirit wakes up. There is one more issue laying in front of us. I want to discuss with all of you. Seeing Master Doilshan's serious look, seemed it was not a minor issue, they removed their smile from their faces and sat silently. Master Doilshan also returned to his seat. Pondered for a moment, then said, You know the Kongsang Mountain, Node 1, 3,000 miles east from here? They were startled. Master Vast Kalo said, Head Shixiang, are you referring to the Kongsang Mountain that contains Cave of Fangs? Master Doilshan nodded, exactly. Seng Shu Chang frowned, I heard Cave of Fangs is a natural cave, immeasurably deep. The climate there is ice cold and wet. Only countless numbers of bats live there. It is said to be home to more than millions of them inside the cave. This kind of barren place, why does Xianxia mention it? Master Doyleson said slowly, all of you may not know, even though no life goes near that place now, 800 years ago it was a major hideout of the evil. The climate there is just right for the evil to practice their curses. Later, the Taoist from the side of good went there and wiped them out. The evil fled away and left this place deserted. Master Shuiyu spoke coldly, so, what are you trying to say, head Xixiang? The manner of Shuiyu was impolite to Doyleson. Everyone knew, however, Master Shuiyu always spoke like this. Master Doyleson also didn't care. He sighed and said, Shuiyu Shimi, I had received a letter from Incense Valley half a year ago. It said that near the Cave of Fangs, there is signs of evil remaining active. So, they want to ask my opinion. After some consideration, I sent my disciple Ikai to quickly investigate Kongsang Mountain. Sunrise Peak Shang Zhangliang smiled, isn't that great? Ina Shirji's potential and cultivation had earned him the champion position of last session's Seven Peaks tournament. With him there, what cannot be accomplished? Master Doyleson smiled back, Shang Xixiang praised too highly of him. After Ikai had gone for a few months, he sent a letter back to me. The evil people truly had been active around Cave of Fangs. But their purpose, it is more surprising. Everyone was surprised. Sung Shu Chang asked, what is it? Master Doyleson was still remaining calm. He said, according to Ikai's letter, he had captured an evil follower. After interrogating him, Ikai found out Cave of Fangs was the headquarters of Bloodforger faction, 800 years ago. During that time, Bloodforger was one of the 5 largest evil factions. After they were defeated by our good ancestors, they had fallen. The Cave of Fangs was also deserted. In recent years, Bloodforger has shown signs of rising. Although all important Bloodforgers were slain by the good in the Cave of Fangs battle, there was a secret cave that has not yet been found. There are many unique treasures and evil incantation scrolls that had not been discovered. Everyone understood. Master Song Song laughed coldly, evil-minded people, wishful thinking. Master Doyleson shook his head, no matter if this rumor is true or not, according to what I know, after the battle 800 years ago, the side of good didn't find any treasure storeroom located in Cave of Fangs. If there really is an undiscovered secret cave, I am afraid there will be an extremely evil object that we must be wary of. Master Tianyu asked, Xixiang, what is the extremely evil object, is it really that important? Master Doyleson said quietly, sinister orb. Master Vasp Kalo was surprised, said, didn't that disappear along with Elder Blackheart's death, already? Master Doyleson shook his head, though Elder Blackheart is dead, that doesn't mean sinister orb will have vanished from this world. The evil object like this cannot be controlled by normal people. The evil disciples may hide it since they can't use it. Elder Blackheart was from Bloodforger. Sinister orb may very possibly be inside of the secret cave. They were silent for a while, then Master Shuiyu coldly asked, what is the will of head Xixiang? Master Doyleson said, after I received Ikai's letter, I immediately informed Incense Valley and Skysong Temple. They replied and said they will send their best disciples to Kongsang Mountain to stop the evil followers. Tian Belize frowned, then you are saying. Master Doyleson smiled, this time is a rare chance for our disciples to earn some experience. There are many prodigies in Jadian, but most never go out there and practice. Also, these years the world is so peaceful, there have not been battles with the evil for a long time. From this chance in Seven Peaks tournament, I decide to send our top 4 disciples to Kongsang Mountain. It can stop the evil followers' plot and also allow our disciples to gain experience. And he exchanged his smile for a solemn look. I heard both Skysong Temple and Incense Valley have some very talented disciples. If we do not do anything about it, we can't hold our position as leader of good any longer. Then, I will have no face to see my master and ancestors. They nodded. Master Vasp Kalo said, head Xixiang is very correct. Master Doyleson looked at the other masters, said, so, that means everyone is fine with it? They nodded. Master Doilshin said. Good, then that is set. I had already prepared rooms for Xianxia's in Crystal Hall. Please, you may all go rest now. Then he clapped his hands 3 times. Several children came in. Lead the heads to their room. The children answered. The heads got up and saluted to Master Daolshan, then left. Note 1. Kongsang is named after the mulberry forest near the town. Kongsang town is the birthplace of Confucius. Chapter 21, Dark Night. Chapter 21 Dark Night A. Seven Peaks Tournament was the most important event of Jadian. Peak of Widows needed to find a place for several hundred additional disciples. If the Bamboo Peak disciples wanted to continue their relaxing day, it would be a silly dream. Except Hidi, the other 7 disciples were squeezed inside one room. In Peak of Widows, it was normally 4 disciples per room. 3 people were sleeping on the floor. It should be enough space for them, however, it would be slightly crowded. Suddenly, someone complained, really, you guys kept saying how good the main house is. Now they asked 7 of us to squeeze in one room, so stingy. 6th, stop complaining. If other Xixiang hear this, that will not be good. 2nd Xixiang, you're sleeping on a bed, of course it is comfortable. But I am sleeping on a freezing floor, why don't we switch positions? Zzzzzzz. What, you fall asleep all of a sudden, and snore? Zzzzzzz. Humph. 4th Xixiang, you are always so handsome, humor, intelligent. Zzzzzzz. What is that? Is it really popular to fall asleep instantly nowadays? De Xixiang, you are always so kind, how could you let your shitty dash? Zzzzzzz. You are, 3rd Xixiang. Roar. They were surprised. Suddenly, the wall shook. Someone shouted angrily from the next room, hey, does everyone in Bamboo Peak snore that loud? The room immediately fell silent. After a while, someone giggled. Then, the previous voice began to speak again. 5th Xixiang, you? What you? I am sleeping right next to you. You want to switch places? I don't care. We are both sleeping on the floor, anyway. Ahem, nothing. Alas, the floor is cold, which is already bad enough. The worst part is that there is too little space. It's impossible to be comfortable when sleeping. Xiao Shidi is fine, his body is exactly right for the size. 6th Xixiang, why do you talk with your eyes closed? Don't you see a dog and a monkey are fighting for my spot, now? I am the most crowded, yet you still say I am the most comfortable? But I am still dash. Shut up, 6th. They shouted all at once. After dark, many disciples went for a walk, amazed by the beautiful Peak of Widows. But, as it was getting late, many people went back to their room. As darkness arrived at this sky-reaching peak, in the clear sky, the moon shone on the mountain. Just when Sha Danan was sleeping deeply, he felt something move next to him. He opened his dreamy eyes and found Ash and Big Yellow were missing. He sat up and saw Big Yellow's figure run past the door. Ash was sitting on his back. Sha Danan was curious. He wondered where the dog and monkey were going at such a late hour in the night. He quietly got up and randomly grabbed some clothes. As he went to the door, under the moonlight, he saw Big Yellow carrying Ash towards Cloud Sea. Sha Danan remembered Xavian had told him that direction was to Peak of Widow's kitchen. Big Yellow lived for hundreds of years, already a cultivated dog, but still so greedy. He turned and wanted to go back to sleep, but then, he thought it would be embarrassing if someone saw Bamboo Peak's Big Yellow and Ash went to steal food. So, he decided to chase them back. Once he had made the decision, he saw Big Yellow and Ash had already become a blurry figure. He quickly chased after them. He went swiftly and cautiously to avoid disturbing other people. When he got to Cloud Sea, Big Yellow and Ash were already gone. Under the shine of the cold moon, the clouds softly floating, like veins and smoke. Just when he was heading toward the kitchen, suddenly, there was something that caused his heart to beat heavily. At the opposite side of the kitchen, between the clouds, there was a slim figure walking to the rainbow bridge. Sha Danan stared at that figure. Even from far away, that figure had deeply engraved on his heart. He could easily recognize it was Hidi Shiji. Night, so dark. Why had she walked out here alone, and where is she going? Sha Danan stood still. He was not sure what to do. Thousands of thoughts rushed into his brain. He could already guess what it is, but he just didn't want to admit it. He turned toward the kitchen where Big Yella and Ash had went. He walked as he kept telling himself, Sha Danan, don't step into other people's business. Those 7 steps, the moon shone down on this lonely youngster. Then, he stopped, raised his head and looked at the cold moon. His lips moved. After a moment, he turned back and ran to where the figure had disappeared. Hidi's figure already vanished within the cloud sea. But Sha Danan ran toward Rainbow Bridge without looking in the other direction. Very soon, he was at Rainbow Bridge. The water rippled on both sides of the bridge and reflected the moon in the sky. All Sha Danan cared about now was running. Run, run, run. As he was running across the rainbow bridge, he didn't see anyone's figure. When he reached the end of the bridge, he saw a beautiful figure was staring at the water of the pond. The moon had shone on the pond as bright as day. A sudden indescribable fear rose in Sha Danan's mind. He only knew he could not be seen by his Shiji. He found a small grove at the right side of the pond near the bridge. He quietly hid there and watched Hidi from the shadows. This was almost as it was eternity. Under the moonlight, near the green pond, that young lady had a bit of sorrow, a bit of loneliness. Her eyelashes were dropped. She appeared to be waiting. The wind passed by next to her, blocked the breath, stopped the sound, waved her lapel and hair. In the depths of Sha Danan's heart, there was a gentle feeling rising. It seemed like the lady there was the person whom he should protect with his life. He would do anything for her without hesitation and regret. That moment, he wished it could be eternity. Ling shimmy. Suddenly, a call came from Rainbow Bridge. Hidi turned, her eyes were filled with happiness. Her lips smiled. Xianxia, you are here. Sha Danan's heart felt like it had broken, but he didn't feel any pain. The entirety of his heart was empty but repeated the words Xianxia, Xianxia, Xianxia. He turned his head toward the Rainbow Bridge. A person came down. It was Kevern. Kevern walked quickly to Hidi, gently said, Sorry. My Shurdis love to fool around, so they went to sleep really late, made you wait a long time. Hidi held a bit of anger in her heart. But, as she saw Kevern, the anger was gone. She shook her head and smiled, Doesn't matter, I didn't wait for long. She stopped, looked at the pond, said, But why do we need to meet here? Today, Master Spirit suddenly got mad. I am still a little afraid of him. Kevern laughed, That was nothing. I heard my master say Master Spirit was just playing, everything was all right. Compared to this morning, isn't it much more quiet at night? Hidi blushed, lowered her head, We secretly meet like this. I don't know if this is all right. Kevern looked at her beautiful face, softly said, Ling shimmy, from 2 years ago when we first met, I kept thinking about you. It made it difficult to go to sleep. My mind was filled with your figure. Hidi bit her lip. Her face was getting more red. She didn't seem angry, but sweet. Kevern said again, Ling shimmy, I. Hidi suddenly raised her head, said, Xiang, you can call me Ling. Then, she lowered her head, whispered, My dad and mom call me that. Kevern seemed like he didn't believe his ears, then he asked, Really, Ling? Hidi took out a small box. She stared at the ground. It seemed like it took all her courage to quietly say, I had carried this refreshed bead with me for the past 2 years. She didn't dare to look at Kevern. But after a long time, Kevern didn't say anything. Hidi was curious and peeked at Kevern. He was smiling, with an indescribable happiness. They looked at each other for a long time, then, they opened their arms and embraced. The moon shone upon them, shone upon the bushes, but couldn't shine upon the dark corner. The couple were whispering some sweet words until Kevern said the moon had passed the east sky. Then he said, "Lingair, it's late now. We better return. If people found out we were here, it won't be good." Hidi nodded. They looked at each other and smiled. Kevern took Hidi's hand and slowly walked toward Rainbow Bridge. The moon shone on the couple. After a while, they disappeared on the Rainbow Bridge. The night, it became more sorrowful. Within the bushes, within the shadow, Shah Danan slowly came out, stared at the pond. Watching the moon in the water, swaying with the waves of water. He wanted to cry. But, in the end, he didn't. The pain in his heart like a mad beast ramming wildly, creating wounds everywhere. However, he grit his teeth, didn't say anything. It was like back to 5 years ago. That time, he lost everything, except Bei by his side. The world had completely changed. Tonight, at this moment, only he alone was facing it all by himself. Chapter 21 Dark Night B. Roar. A low roar, like the snore of a beast, came from behind. Shah Danan was awoken from his mixed feelings. He turned and was frightened by what he saw. The Jadian celestial beast, Master Spirit, the giant water Kirin silently appeared very close behind him. It lowered its head. Its eyes almost touched his body. Perhaps Shah Danan was so dead that he didn't notice it. Shah Danan saw Water Kirin's mountain-sized body was in front of him. Its fangs shone under the moonlight. He stepped back and tripped over a rock. His clothes were already messy. Something fell out from his clothes when he tripped. Both Shah Danan and Water Kirin looked down. In between them, a black fire stick was laying on the ground peacefully. The eyes of Water Kirin reflected Shah Danan and the ugly fire stick. Shah Danan's mind kept shouting, "Run, run, hurry." But in front of the Water Kirin, no matter how hard he wanted to run away, his pair of legs were like they did not belong to him. It sat there and did not move. Water Kirin looked at Shah Danan for a moment, then it turned its attention to the fire stick. The giant beast fixed its eyes on the dark fire stick. Its eyes examined the stick from top to bottom. Its large head turned in circles but still couldn't figure anything out. Then, it carefully touched the fire stick with its front claw. Shah Danan was stunned by what he saw. Although he was still scared by the giant beast, he was curious, did Master Spirit go crazy due to its thousands of years of age, or is it just like Big Yella, still an old child, and was interested in a fire stick? Water Kirin's claw touched the fire stick, then immediately took its claw back. It seemed like Water Kirin was really afraid of the stick. The fire stick rolled a little, then stopped. It lay there peacefully. Water Kirin was puzzled, but still not giving up. Its head suddenly turned to Shah Danan. A low roar came from its mouth. Shah Danan was surprised and his muscles were tightened. He immediately held his breath. But that was only for a second. Its head turned back to the fire stick again. This time, it even lowered its head and sniffed the fire stick. Shah Danan's heart was beating hard, however, watching this beast's weird behavior, he realized it looked precisely like Big Yella. If he was not extremely nervous, he would have laughed already. After a while, clearly Water Kirin didn't discover anything. It raised its head. Its large head looked around and was still puzzled. After a moment, it gave up. Water Kirin snorted and glared at Shah Danan. Again, Shah Danan was frightened. It walked to the pond and dived in. Shah Danan put himself together and slowly got up. He felt the back of his clothes were all wet. The sweat on his forehead was like raindrops. He picked up the fire stick and saw nothing weird. He complained loudly, "God! Suddenly, the water sprayed out from the pond. The giant tail of water Kirin appeared on the surface of the pond. Sha Danan quickly put the fire stick back into his clothes. He ran away as fast as he could. He could hear the sound of water behind him, but he didn't have the guts to look back. All he wanted was to get away from the beast as far as possible. He got on Rainbow Bridge and kept running until he could hear the sound no longer. When he finally reached the end of the bridge, he stopped and panted. Sha Danan's breathing was back to normal. He was tired. He lowered his head and saw, under the moon, a lonely shadow was following him. He raised his head, looked at the sky, the cold moon hanging in the sky. He watched it, blankly. Dawn, everyone woke up. Manhwa kept rubbing his back, complained loudly, "Really, my back is almost broken for the whole night. How am I going to participate in the contest?" Fifth Ledaxin frowned. Sixth, don't yell. I don't feel anything on my back. Xavion said, right, Sixth, you complained for the whole night, still not enough? Didn't you hear Fifth and Xiaoshidi say nothing? Manhwa rolled his eyes, said, Fifth Xixiang has hard muscles and skin. Asked Xiaoshidi, look at him. Hey, Xiaoshidi, why are your eyes all bloodshot? Last night you really didn't sleep well? Sha Danan finished packing up the sheets and sat in the chair next to the window, staring at the sky. Big Yellow lay next to his feet. Ash was searching for fleas in Big Yellow's fur. Manhwa walked to him and slapped Sha Danan's shoulder heavily. Sha Danan was surprised. Ash and Big Yellow were surprised by him. Sha Danan said, What is it? Manhwa frowned. Xiao Fan, why are you absent-minded? You really didn't sleep well last night? Sha Danan was startled. No, nothing. Manhwa said, then why are your eyes bloodshot? Just as Sha Danan was about to reply, he dodgy cut in. Sixth, don't step into other people's business. It does not matter if Xiaoshidi didn't sleep well. Today, he doesn't need to duel. However, you, on the other hand, if you don't hurry and get ready, don't blame anyone else if you are late. Manhwa could no longer worry about Sha Danan. He dashed to the other side of the room and took Ledaxin's basin, washed his face roughly, murmuring, Humph, Xiaoshidi has such a good life, look at his half-dead sleepy face. Really, Fifth Xixiang, give me back the basin, it's late for me. Bah, I haven't washed my face, yet. Sha Danan was tired of his Xixiangs fighting over the basin, so he walked outside. Xavion asked him from behind, Xiaoshidi, have you washed your face, yet? Sha Danan turned and answered, I did, de Xixiang. Xavion nodded, that's good. It is fine for you to go for a walk, but remember to go to the dining hall to eat breakfast, got it? Sha Danan replied, yes. Ash jumped on Sha Danan's shoulder. Big Yellow saw Ash was leaving, it got up and followed lazily behind them. Sha Danan saw the busy figures of Jadian's disciples in the corridor. After a while, Sha Danan unwittingly arrived at Cloud Sea. The day was still early. Only a few disciples were walking around Cloud Sea. The cool wind came by, past Sha Danan's cheek. It was cold. It just like last night. His heart hurt. He was already 16 years old. For 5 years at Bamboo Peak, the love for his Shiji was already deeply rooted in his heart. Last night, he saw Hidi secretly met Kevern with his own eyes. His mind was in a state of chaos. His mind was flashing the images of last night that pained his heart to death. His entire body was wandering aimlessly. Suddenly an exclamation came from behind. It surprised Sha Danan. He saw a young Jadian disciple was standing next to him. In his hand, there was a golden fan with mountains and rivers drawn on it. His bright eyes didn't look at Sha Danan, but stared at Ash, who was sitting on Sha Danan's shoulder. Chapter 22, Contest. Chapter 22, Contest A. Ash saw that person staring at itself with a weird look. Ash got angry and scratched the person with its claw. The person wasn't prepared. His face almost got scratched. Fortunately, he reacted fast, his neck bent back and dodged it. Sha Danan was surprised and told Ash to stop. The person was also surprised. With his hand covering his cheek, he mumbled, "That was close." Sha Danan was a bit embarrassed, said, "Xianxia, sorry." Unexpectedly, he didn't care. He waved his arm and smiled, "That's all right. It was my carelessness. I forgot that monkey phantasm have very bad tempers, very easily harm people." Sha Danan was startled. Monkey phantasm? The person was surprised. What? You don't know that monkey is a monkey phantasm? Sha Danan was puzzled. What is monkey phantasm? That person opened his eyes wide, examined Sha Danan, asked, "You don't even know it's monkey phantasm, why would you have it?" Sha Danan said, "When I was cutting down bamboo, it smacked me with pine cones, then, it followed me back home." The Jadian disciple's jaw seemed to almost fall off, murmured, "Got smacked by pine cones and it followed you back home, got smacked by pine cones and it followed you back home." Sha Danan shook his head and walked away. After he took a few steps, the person followed him. The person smiled and whispered, "Shitty, oh, no, Xixiang, you." It was the first time Sha Danan had been called Xixiang. The person's age was at least 20. Sha Danan quickly said, "Oh, I don't deserve that, just tell me what you want to say." The person grinned, "Ho ho, shitty is so easy to approach. Let me introduce myself first. My surname is Tsang, name Shushu. Peak of Wind's disciple." "Shitty, your name is?" Sha Danan said, "I am Bamboo Peak's disciple." Sha Danan, is a Xixiang, you are, uncle? The person was startled, then smiled in embarrassment. I was not intentionally trying to gain advantage over you. My shushu is books. Not uncle. It's all because of my dad. My mom named me Xiong. How dignified singing Xiong sounds like. However, my father saw that I loved to read books, so he named me Shushu. This became a joke, really. Sha Danan couldn't help but laugh. This person's name was as funny as 6th Xixiang's. The frustration in his mind was eased by this person. He said, so, Sing Xixiang, you really love to read, then? Issa smiled, in regards to that, I don't need to be modest, no one in Peak of Wind reads as many books as I do. But, most of the time, I like to read about anecdotes and strange magical creatures, often that made my dad mad at me. Anyway, you really don't know this monkey is monkey phantasm? Sha Danan shook his head, said, "No, I thought it was just a normal monkey." Seeming like it understood what they were talking about, Ash suddenly screamed and pulled Sha Danan's hair. Sha Danan cried, "Ouch, stupid monkey." Issa looked at it with admiration, said, "So smart." Sha Danan said, while bearing the pain, "All that stupid monkey knows is how to hit people, you still call that smart?" Issa said, "This monkey may seem common, but with this strong spiritual mind, it is a rare celestial creature. Do you see the small line between its eyes?" Sha Danan turned and looked closely, and discovered a thin vertical line was under the gray fur. There was no way to discover it without close examination. He said to Issa in admiration, "You can even notice such small details. Amazing." Issa spoke solemnly, "Don't underestimate it. From what I had read in Monkey Phantasm is a divine creature. It looks no different from a normal monkey when young, but its third eye will open once it grows up. It is not only able to use magic of the 5 elements, it is also able to see things from thousands of miles away. The legendary faculty of clairvoyance came from Monkey Phantasm." Sha Danan took Ash into his arms. He couldn't believe that the monkey had such a great background. No matter how hard he tried to picture it, Ash looked like nothing other than a normal fat monkey. Ash seemed to have gained a few pounds over one night at Peak of Widows. Ash was bewildered why so many people were looking at itself. It screamed madly. Sha Danan made a face and tossed Ash at Big Yella. Big Yella was surprised and jumped away. It was relieved to see it was Ash. Ash gestured, like demonstration, and turned its attention to big yellow fleas. Issa looked at Ash admiringly, then turned back and asked Sha Danan, Zheng Shidi also came to participate in Seven Peaks tournament? Sha Danan nodded. What about you Tsing Xixiang? Issa smiled, me too. Yesterday, I got number 33. What is your number? You had better not happen to be my opponent today. Sha Danan smiled as well. I got number 1. Issa was surprised. You were the Bamboo Peak disciple yesterday? Sha Danan's face flushed, nodded. Issa smiled. You are so fortunate. Then, he paused and calculated in his mind, said it seems like we will not meet each other until the final. This is going to be difficult. Sha Danan laughed. With my level of cultivation, I will be out after the second round. Issa stuck out his tongue. I am afraid I can't even pass round 1. They both laughed. They chatted for a while, then Xavian called, Xiaofan, time to eat. Sha Danan answered, then said farewell to Issa. Big Yella and Ash followed Sha Danan to Xavian. Xavian asked, who is the person you were talking to? Sha Danan said, a Xiang from Peak of Wind. His name is Issa. Xavian was surprised. Issa? Sha Danan was bewildered. What it is, does Xixiang? Xavian turned and said, that person is head of Peak of Wind, Sung Shu Chang, Sing Sherba's only son. He is very talented, has strong memory, high knowledge, his cultivation is also very deep. He is one of the hot topics for this tournament. Sha Danan was startled, he couldn't find a word to say. After breakfast, Jadian disciples gathered at Cloud Sea. Hundreds of people were there. On the large square, 8 platform stages were set up while everyone was eating breakfast. Each platform was about 20 meters away from each other. They were placed in the shape of bagua. Next to the largest platform, Xian, a tall red list displayed the disciples' names, numbered in gold characters. Sha Danan's name was at the farthest right, without an opponent. Sha Danan looked at his Xixiangs. They were all smiling except for Amanla who was complaining, not fair, not fair, not dash. Chapter 22 Contest B. Shut up! A shout came from their side. They were surprised and found it was Tian Belize, Surin, and Hidi. Bamboo Peak disciples immediately saluted, Master Xianxia. Tian Belize nodded and did not say anything. Surin said, the contest will be beginning soon. You must make us proud, understand? Yes. They said all at once. All Sha Danan noticed was Hidi who was standing next to Xianxia. Today, she seemed to be more beautiful. She seemed to be in a very good mood. Sha Danan's heart was felt like it had been stabbed by a needle. He lowered his head. Xiao Fan. Surin noticed her disciple was unusual today. She walked toward him. Sha Danan quickly raised his head and responded, yes, Xianxia. Surin asked, are you all right? Sha Danan shook his head, nothing, Xianxia. Surin took a look at Sha Danan. Xiao Fan, your luck allowed you to skip the first round, but you still need to pay attention to Xixiang Shiji's duel. It is good for you, understand? Sha Danan nodded, yes, Xianxia. Surin turned to Tian Belize. He nodded and walked toward the platform. Bamboo Peak's disciples followed. Dang! A clear bell ringing sounded in Cloud Sea. The noisy square suddenly became all silent. On the center of the large platform, Master Doilshin and Master Vast Kalo appeared. Master Doilshin took a step in front and announced to the disciples, the tournament begins. Then he waved his sleeve, the bell rang again. Dang dang filled the sky. Sha Danan peeked at Hidi, seeing her excited smile. He couldn't move his eyes to anywhere else and couldn't hear what Master Doilshin and Master Vast Kalo said. Then another bell ringing came again and pulled Sha Danan back to reality. He realized the contest had already begun. 63 people, 8 platforms, so there will be 4 groups. Within the first group, Hidi was the only one from Bamboo Peak. Her platform was at Lee of the West. All Bamboo Peak disciples rushed there. Hidi's first opponent was a disciple of Sunrise Peak. His name was Manhwa. He jumped onto the stage. The disciples cheered for him. Surrounding the Lee platform, most of the disciples were from Sunrise Peak. Even their head, Xianxia, was there. It appeared that they valued Manhwa greatly. Tian Belize and others were covered by the Sunrise Peak disciples. Almost everyone at the platform wore Sunrise Peak's robes. Tian Belize did not care. His eyes met with Xianxia's. All they did was give a faint smile. There were disciples already bringing the seats for the masters and Surin. Tian Belize and Surin sat down. Hidi came and said, "Dad, Mom, I am going up there." Tian Belize looked at his daughter, said, "Go." Surin said kindly, "Careful." Hidi looked at the stage, smiled without a bit of nervousness, said, "Wait for my good news." Then she turned, with the smile still on her face. Her left hand formed an incantation, shouted, "Up!" Red light flashed. The phoenix soul around her waist had moved under her feet, carrying her to the platform. This performance was far better than Manhwa's jumping up to the stage like a monkey. Since most of the disciples were males, they were attracted by Hidi's beauty. The applause was so loud that even disciples at the other platforms turned and wondered what happened. Sha Danan and others were standing behind Tian Belize and Surin. Surin smiled and told Tian Belize, "Seems like Ling'er's cultivation has improved." Tian Belize smiled. Although he said nothing, he appeared to be in a very good mood. Hidi already arrived at the stage. She was only 1 yard away from Manhwa. Her hands folded, said, "Xianxia, it is an honor to face you." Manhwa noticed the red glow coming from Hidi's esper. It must be the phoenix soul that his master had warned him about. He replied, "Tian Shimi, please go easy on me." He took a step back. His right hand summoned a sword with faint brown glow in front of him. Surin frowned, whispered to Tian Belize, "This sword is same as Ling'er's phoenix soul, both are earth element. This battle will be dependent on the level of cultivation of the caster." Tian Belize smiled, "Of all the earth espers in Jadian, who can match your phoenix soul? I say that sword is 18,000 times worse than yours." Surin said, "Nonsense." Chapter 22 Contest C. The bell rang, announcing the contest had begun. Right after the bell, Hidi immediately pointed. The phoenix soul with red glow charged at Manhwa as fast as lightning. Manhwa didn't expect Hidi would attack immediately. He fell back 2 steps and sent his sword to face phoenix soul. Red light and brown light crashed together. Hidi and Manhwa's bodies shook, then returned to normal. The two espers battled in mid-air. Tian Belize frowned. Surin was also surprised that Manhwa's cultivation isn't low. At the same time, the Sunrise Peak disciples cheered, "Yeah!" The cry from nearly 100 people immediately covered Bamboo Peak's disciples' voices. Sixth the Manhwa snorted, "Why so loud? It isn't a screaming contest." On the stage, the two espers were in a draw and returned to their respective masters. Manhwa took 7 steps, murmured some kind of incantation, then shouted, "Dash!" His brown sword went high into the sky, then, in the speed of lightning, it struck at Hidi from above her head. The force could be felt before the sword even landed. Hidi had no sign of withdrawing. Her left hand grabbed Phoenix Soul and pulled it above her head. Phoenix Soul widened several times, formed a wall of red light above her head. At the next moment, Manhwa's sword crashed on the red wall. The red light severely shook, but there was no danger. Surin was relieved, whispered to Tian Belize, "Ling'er is so silly and arrogant." Tian Belize snorted, shook his head. Manhwa's sword's attack was blocked and the sword returned to its master. Hidi didn't rest. Phoenix Soul extended and rolled up like a long staff. Hidi caught the staff in hand. The audience was amazed. Manhwa frowned. The sword had returned back to him. He grit his teeth. His right hand held the sword while his left hand twisted. As the large staff was about to strike at Manhwa's head, the audience was silent. Then, suddenly, the wooden floor of the platform cracked. 5 or 6 huge stones rose out and blocked in front of him. Tianbali's and Surin's faces darkened while Xianxia nodded. The staff struck heavily on the stone. The dust covered the entire stage. Hidi's body shook heavily, but the stone was indestructible. Phoenix Soul bounced back. The dust hadn't settled. Manhwa's face was slightly pale, but still didn't rest. He roared. His body floated above one of the stones. He held the sword with both hands. The sword brightened and stabbed against extremely hard stone. Another creaking sound. Hidi felt the ground under her feet shake. Then, after several sounds, the wooden floor where Hidi was standing splintered into thousands of pieces. Countless numbers of rock spikes were shooting out from the ground. Ah! Sha Danan let out a scream. He then immediately fell quiet. Suring began to worry. Sunrise Peak cheered loudly. Nice one, Xianxia. Great! Victory! The stage was still covered with dust. Hardly anything could be seen. Manhwa, who was still standing on top of the stone, didn't relax. His eyes widened, search. Expectantly, after a while, within the thick dust, red light flashed and brightened instantly. Hidi was like a flaming phoenix, flew out from the dust with the red glow of Phoenix Soul circling her waist. Hidi formed an incantation with both hands. Then, she swung her hands down. Phoenix Soul stopped circling and entered into the earth like a viper. Without thinking, Manhwa immediately flew backward. Just as he thought, at the location where he was standing, viper-like Phoenix Soul came out from the earth, appearing like a red dragon. A large hole was created. Hidi was standing in mid-air, her hands formed an orchid shape, crossed in front of her chest, shouted, "Extend!" Phoenix Soul paused, then the red light brightened and extended hundreds of times. It went in a circle, went into the ground and came out from the other side. It surrounded Manhwa. Countless layers of silks tightly covered him. Bamboo Peak disciples looked at each other. This was the magic Hidi used 2 years ago against Bei. Today, it became even more powerful. With the sky and earth covered by silks, how will Manhwa differ from Bei? As Hidi kept channeling the incantation, the giant ball of silk slowly contracted. Between the gasp of the lines of silk, the brown glow was faintly visible. Manhwa was clearly continuing to resist, still. Even the silk slowed down due to the resistance, however, it still continued to contract. The Sunrise Peak disciples were quiet, nervously watching the giant red ball. Everyone knew what may happen if they got squeezed like that by an esper. The red silk was 6 feet wide. The red light had completely forced down the brown light. No one could see Manhwa. Hidi was still in mid-air. Her face began to flush. Her hands began to shake. After a while, Phoenix Soul contracted one more foot. Everyone held their breath. At that moment, Manhwa broke through the silk and came out, however, his face was completely pale. The Sunrise Peak disciples cheered loudly, however, Shang Zhangliang closed his eyes and sighed. Tianbali's and Surin smiled to each other. Manhwa was dying trying. Hidi pointed her hand. Phoenix Soul quickly followed and hit Manhwa's back. Manhwa couldn't dodge, even turning his body seemed to be a great difficulty for him. Phoenix Soul hit him, and Manhwa fell off of the stage. Sunrise Peak disciples stopped their cheering, as though muted. Shang Zhangliang stood up, shook his head, yelled at the disciple next to him, "Hurry and help Xianxia." The Sunrise Peak disciples realized and went to Manhwa, helped him to get up. Hidi took back her esper and landed on the ground. She smiled to Munsa, "Thank you, Xianxia, for going easy on me." Munsa looked at her, smiled bitterly. "Tian Shimi is very gifted. I hold admiration." Then, he let the disciples carry him away. Shang Zhangliang came, said to Tian Belize and Surin, "Tian Shixian, although niece is still young, she already has developed great talent. It really fills me with admiration." Tian Belize smiled proudly, "I am flattered." Surin also smiled, said, "Shang Shixian's house has many talented disciples. I believe there are stronger opponents in your house." Shang Zhangliang smiled and walked away. Tian Belize did not press further questioning. He turned and walked. Hidi returned to them. Immediately she was surrounded by Bamboo Peak's disciples. They were all smiling, saying many praising words to drown Hidi with. Sha Danan was happier than anyone else. Tian Belize came over. Hidi swiftly went to Surin's side, pulled her arms and smiled, "How was it, Mom? Aren't I tough?" Surin rolled her eyes, but then laughed, "Yes, yes." Tian Belize was also smiling. His daughter had given them a good start. He was finally able to let out his pressure. He patted Hidi's head. Then, he turned back to the disciples, "Now is your turn. Ling Er has set an example for you all. You must try hard. It is possible for you to match disciples from other houses." They said together, "Yes." Sha Danan shouted along with them. They left and prepared for their own battle. Next round, 3 disciples from Bamboo Peak were up. Tian Belize and Surin separate to observe different matches. Surin noticed Sha Danan was still standing in the same spot. She reminded him to closely observe the contest, then left. Sha Danan thought for a moment, planning to find Hidi and go with her to cheer for their Shixiang. His eyes searched through the crowd and found Hidi was walking quickly toward Cavern. Sha Danan's heart sank. Hidi spoke with Cavern. Cavern and talked to Hidi. Hidi laughed. Together they picked on of the platforms to watch the contest. Sha Danan stood still. A sorrowed disappointment rose in his heart. His blood turned cold and froze his heart. Note: Shenma Z spiritual creature's monkey phantasm came from Mount Sumeru. Extremely smart and naughty. The third eye's open when it become thousands years old. It can see things thousands miles away. Able to control nature. Protector of Buddha. Shenma Z, an ancient book with collection of strange creatures, gods and devils, treasures. Wrote by Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding, his name didn't recorded in any history. Blah blah blah, let's not translate this part. It is just how Xiao Ding keeps saying how smart he is in this part of the note, very intelligent since young age. Very strong memory. Had traveled around the world. He wrote the best book of the world, Shenma Z. P.S. If you don't know, Xiao Ding is actually the author of this book, Xu Xian. You know what I trying to say about the notes above. Chapter 23, Divine Sword. Chapter 23, Divine Sword A. Haha, Zhang Shitty. Suddenly, Sha Danan's shoulder was heavily patted upon by someone. Sha Danan was too focused on Hidi, he didn't notice anyone around him. He was surprised, then he discovered that it was Issa who he met earlier. Issa smiled at Sha Danan, then turned his attention to Ash. Ash saw that annoying guy was here again. It made a face and jumped on Big Yella's back. It patted Big Yella's head. Big Yella turned its head, glared and barked at Sha Danan and Issa, then ran away. Sha Danan frowned, called, "Ash, come back, don't wander around." Issa laughed, "Don't worry. Monkey phantasms are extremely smart. It won't get lost." Sha Danan shrugged. He turned and was about to speak to Issa, he realized something and turned back. He saw the direction where Big Yella and Ash were going was to the kitchen. He said, "Stupid monkey, there you go again." Issa was curious, "What is it?" Sha Danan coughed, smiled, not nothing. Oh, right, don't you need to attend the contest, too? How come you still have time to see me? Issa laughed, oh, I am already done. Got nothing to do, so I came to say hi to you. Sha Danan was surprised, what? You are already done? How is the result? Issa folded his fan and scratched his head, accidentally won a round. Ha. Sha Danan looked at Issa's casual tone. It didn't seem Issa got into a huge fight. He carefully asked, Xianxia, is your cultivation that high? Issa immediately waved his hand, alas, Xianxia, what are you saying? With such little cultivation as I have, how am I suitable to walk on the stage? If not because my father forced me to practice, I will be too lazy to care about it. I'd rather garden, feed birds, read books. How relaxing is that? But, anyway. He put his arm on Sha Danan's shoulder, walked with him, whispered, but, I can never expect in Seven Peaks tournament that there is someone that is worse than me. Sha Danan laughed bitterly, there are many that are worse than you. Issa shrugged his shoulders, said casually, that doesn't matter. No matter how greedy I am, I cannot expect to be the winner, however, I am rather interested by your monkey phantasm. Haha, Xianxia, I will be better if you. Sha Danan saw his evil look, immediately said, Xianxia, don't think about taking my ash. Issa stopped, then rolled his eyes, said, then let me trade with you. You know, I have a lot of rare, fun, valuable creatures in Peak of Wind. For example, the three-legs rabbit, black-white peacock, shellless turtle, and snake with wings. Sha Danan couldn't help but ask, you really have so many strange creatures? Issa was complacent, said, of course. I have spent much effort on collecting those and received punishment from my dad all the time. However, I still like your monkey phantasm. How is it? Which one do you want to trade for? Sha Danan shook his head, no. I kept Ash because I think we have a strong bond between us. Also, the black-white rabbit, shellless peacock you said. Issa immediately corrected him, it is three-legs rabbit, black-white peacock and the one without a shell is the turtle. Sha Danan stuck out his tongue, said, oh, yes, however, I am not interested in those. I am not going to trade. Issa rolled his eyes again. He took Sha Danan away from the crowd of people. He looked around with a strange look on his face. Then, he whispered, Xianxia, I'll show you something good. See if you like it or not. He took out a thick, blue-covered book, handed it to Sha Danan. Sha Danan took a look at the cover. It did not have a title. The cover seemed old. Issa pretended to look normal, but his eyes were peeking around, very cautiously. Sha Danan shook his head, said, Xianxia, I cannot take such a valuable book. My potential is not good enough. It is useless for me to read it. I also don't want to trade Ash. Please, take it back. Issa glared at him, said quietly, that is because you haven't read it yet. Read it first, hurry. Sha Danan looked at his strange behavior. He couldn't help but be curious. He opened it and was stunned. His face immediately flushed. In the book, besides large amount of words, there was also a lot of drawings. They were all naked men and women. It was a pornography book. It was the first time in Sha Danan's life to see such a thing. He cried out, Xianxia, why do you have such a thing? Shush. Issa was surprised, and quickly took back the book, hiding it in his clothes. Then he carefully looked at the disciples around them and glared at Sha Danan, don't be so loud. Sha Danan understood. However, he was still surprised. He whispered, Xianxia, why you have, read such a book? Issa's lips curved, said, so what? Let me tell you, there is only one copy of this book in the world. I had put extreme amounts of effort to get it. I promise, after you read it, you will be able to get every lady's heart in the world. How is it, us it to trade for Ash? Sha Danan shook his head, no. Isa said angrily, this is a no, that is a no. Tell me, what do you want? Sha Danan replied honestly, I don't want anything. Isa could not do anything about it, said, why are you so much like wood? Sha Danan chuckled, didn't mind it. His eyes faintly able to see the beautiful figure within the cloud. Isa gave up. He opened his fan. Then, the bell rang from far away. Another contest had begun. Isa looked in that direction, smiled suddenly and pulled Sha Danan, said, come, I will bring you to watch the most popular person in Jadian. Sha Danan was startled, asked, who? Then, he paused, his face darkened, said, is it Dragon Head Peak's Kevern Xixiang? Isa said, huh? Seemed like he was amazed, then he shook his head, Xixiang's cultivation was well known already. But didn't you hear? This session's spotlight is on another person. Sha Danan thought for a moment, asked, who? Isa seemed to have forgotten the argument they had a while ago. He smiled mysteriously, you will know if you come with me. He pulled Sha Danan with him. Sha Danan was also curious of who that person is, so he followed along. Isa took Sha Danan to the largest platform, Xian. Sha Danan followed behind Isa. He saw below the stage it was overcrowded by hundreds of Jadian disciples. At least 400 or 500 people. Sha Danan guessed more than half of the Jadian disciples were all gathered here. As they walked near, they could hear the Jadian disciples were all discussing excitedly around them. Bamboo Height always has so many beauties. I heard Anan is said to be the most beautiful lady in 500 years. Of course. That day I saw her at Crystal Hall. She is so enchanting. Ha! Who hit my head, Xirshu? A white-bearded old man was next to the disciple, he said angrily, brat, you are a cultivator. Your mind is supposed to be still, yet you still care about women? If you are up there, all you know is her face, you will be lost before you are even able to make a move. Yes. Humph. I already told Head Xixiang, Jadian should not be adopting females as disciples. Ahem, Xirshu you senior is really, brilliant, intelligent, wise, but isn't your voice a bit too loud? What? Am I wrong? The old bearded man's voice raised higher. No, no. The disciples quickly surrounded him. They whispered, Xirshu, Master Shueyu is sitting there. HHMP. The old man lowered his voice, said, if not because she is from the same faction, I already would have dash. The disciples immediately agreed and praised the old man who was highly cultivated who would not bother with the younger one. Isa and Sha Danan looked at each other. Isa shrugged. Sha Danan whispered, the person you mentioned is a Shiji from Bamboo Height? Chapter 23 Divine Swordby. Isa nodded, looked at the stage, said, haven't started yet. You will know her soon. But, alas, there are too many people. They circled around the stage, however, it was too crowded by Jadian disciples, they couldn't find a way to get into the crowd. Sha Danan was even more curious. He wondered who was so popular that could draw so many Jadian disciples here. Isa was anxious, he kept saying, darn it, too many people. I should have waited here last night to get a good spot. Sha Danan was surprised, but before he could say anything, suddenly Isa's eyes brightened. He saw that there was a group of Peak of Wind disciples standing there. Without saying anything, he took Sha Danan to the group. The Peak of Wind disciples recognized it was Isa. They all smiled. A huge man said, ho ho, you are late. Isa didn't bother with him. He took Sha Danan, squeezed into the crowd. The Peak of Wind disciples were very nice to him. They all moved out of the way. Sha Danan followed him. They got inside of the crowd, the view was much better. Near the platform, 8 people were sitting there. They were Jadian's head Master Doilshan, head of Dragon Peak Master Vast Kalo and head of Bamboo Height Master Shueyu. Other people were elders from different houses. Standing behind them, the Jadian disciples were tightly crowded together. The most attractive were the Bamboo Heights female disciples who were standing behind Master Shuiyu. Sha Danan recognized Bako. The one who stood the closest to Master Shuiyu was a beautiful lady in a blue dress he saw yesterday in Hall of Crystal during sortation. Her face was still as cold as ice, attracting many people. See her? It is her. Issa elbowed Sha Danan, told him to look at the blue dress lady. Sha Danan looked at her, said quietly, "Is she the one you said is the most cultivated?" Issa was like a drunk, he said, not necessary to be the most cultivated. She entered Jadian not long ago. Her cultivation is hard to predict. However, everyone says she is certainly the most beautiful. Sha Danan frowned, saying, "Xianxia, your drooling face makes you look weird." Issa said, "Ahem, did I? Heh, you must be wrong. Do you see the Shixiandi around us?" Sha Danan saw most of the disciples' eyes were on the Bamboo Heights disciples, especially Blue Dress Anan. But it seemed like the girls had already gotten used to it. Every one of them acted normal. Anan's face was emotionless, cold like frost and ice, ignoring all the males behind her. Issa swallowed, whispered to Sha Danan, "You can't blame anyone for it. Jadian suddenly adopted many young disciples in recent years. Look around, at least 400 disciples are around our age. Our cultivation isn't high enough. Hard to resist." Sha Danan peered at him. Drawing association with the book Issa had shown, he felt there was a word "say" written on Issa's face. Issa turned and asked surprisingly, "Zhang Shidi, why you not look at them but me? You and I are friends, that's why I brought you here." "Right, who do you think get the best body?" Sha Danan immediately turned his head away. He added a line behind the comment he thought for Issa. Note 1. The noise suddenly disappeared. Under the watch of people, Anan stepped up, saluted Master Shuiyu. Master Shuiyu nodded, said, "Go." Anan responded. She tidied up her dress. Her right hand softly formed an incantation. Her eyes looked at the stage. The faint white smoke around her feet quickly gathered. Soon, a cloud formed. Anan stood on top of the cloud like a fairy. Slowly floating up into the air, it carried her to the stage. Wind came by, the white smoke was like the softest, most beautiful silk. Her dress fluttering between the clouds. Like a goddess from 9 skies descended to the earth, causing people to love and also respect. Then, the sudden applause made Sha Danan's ears ring. He was surprised how popular Anan is. But as he looked at the beautiful figure in midair, he couldn't help to control himself but to think there could be such a beautiful person in this world. A smile appeared on Master Shuiyu's cold face. After a moment, a young disciple walked to the stage. No one noticed him. Square face and thick eyebrows. His look was fine, but at that moment his face seemed excited. Once he got on the stage, he said to Anan, "Lushimi, I am Dragonhead Peak's disciple Aiko. Today I can fight against Shimi, it is very fortunate for me." Boo! Hiss and boo were everywhere. Anan was calm, standing in midair, and said coldly, "Fong Shixiang is courteous." Bamboo Heights 8th generation Anan, today asking Fong Shixiang for knowledge. Sha Danan looked at Anan standing in midair like a fairy. It reminded him of Hidi, who was also standing there in midair not long ago. He could faintly see Hidi's figure from Anan. On the stage, Aiko was still talking. It seemed like he did not mind if he was talking like this forever and not beginning the contest. Fortunately, many people disliked it. After he spoke a word or too, many people, including Issa, who was standing next to Sha Danan, many people began to shout angrily, "Why still not beginning? Pervert! So annoying, like a woman. That Bamboo Heights Shijiouch. What are you trying to do?" "No, I didn't mean dash." Ding! Finally the bell rang. Ainan's eyes glared straight at Aiko. Aiko trembled under the cold glare of Ainan. He couldn't dare to say stupid things any longer. He took back his smile, focused his mind. He held out his right hand and summoned a silver-white sword. Sha Danan frowned. The sword had reminded him of Keveran's Esper frozen ice. Issa snorted. With Keveran's example, many people in Dragonhead Peak love to craft this kind of sword. Sha Danan looked around but couldn't find Keveran anywhere in the sea of people. He did not want to see Keveran anyway. Where did they go? Sha Danan lowered his head. Sorrow rose in his heart. Suddenly, Issa pulled his arm, said happily, Xiao Fan, look, the contest has begun. Sha Danan saw Aiko already summoned his sword. He could feel the chill coming from it. However, Sha Danan discovered Aiko's ice magic's power was still a distance away compared to the day Keveran battled against Tian Belize. However, Ainan was still standing on the cloud, coldly watching Aiko channel energy and form an ice wall. She had no sign of attacking. On her back was a sky-blue sword. This sword seemed unable to combine with its owner like most cultivators' espers. However, no one here dared to underestimate this sword. In cultivation, most espers could combine with their owner after a long time of practicing. They could summon the esper when it was needed. However, some strange espers, due to extreme high spiritual strength, the human body could not bear as a burden, so, the owner must carry the esper with him or her. This type of esper always has spiritual power. The stronger the owner's cultivation is, the more power the esper could release. The Jaden's Treasure Ancient Sword Regenesis belonged to this type. Chapter 23 Divine Sword C. In a 3-yard radius around Aiko, a thin layer of ice was formed. The nearby disciples could feel the chill that came from it. Ainan, who was standing in mid-air, did nothing and continued watching Aiko. Aiko danced with the sword lonely under the eyes of hundreds of disciples. The eyes of other people were fine. But Ainan's eyes were much colder than the chill that came from his own sword. It kind of limited his functionality. Aiko was in a rush. His hand pointed at Ainan from below. The silver sword charged at Ainan. He said, Lushimi, careful. Laughter came out from the crowd. Aiko appeared to be fearful of harming Ainan. Master Vasp Kalo was embarrassed. He snorted heavily. The person seated next to him immediately responded, What? Vasp Kalo Xianxia is dissatisfied? Master Vasp Kalo didn't turn. He said, Shui Yushimi, every disciples in your house are all so pretty. During the contest, Master Vasp Kalo did not praise her disciples' talents but instead mentioned the ladies' beautiful faces. It was clearly sarcasm. Master Shueyu replied, I also didn't know that under Jadian there is such an abundance of lechers and trash. Master Vasp Kalo flew into a fury. Just when he was about to retort, Master Doylshan held up his hand, smiled, Okay, we are hundreds of years old already. Don't you feel humiliated to argue in front of so many disciples? Watch the contest, watch the contest. The two masters snorted heavily, then turned away. Aiko's silver sword was already under Ainan's cloud. Ainan's cold face didn't show anything and she didn't move. The cloud carried her backward. But Aiko's sword was so fast that it caught up to Ainan within an instant. The audience screamed or sighed as they watched the sword get close to Ainan. Ainan held the sword in her hand. She didn't draw the sword out from the sheath. She only used the sky-blue sword block in front of her. Shang! The clear sound filled the entire square. It was as though Aiko's sword received a hard blow. The sword fell back. Aiko and Master Vasp Kalo were both surprised. Without hesitation, Ainan tossed away her sword. The fingers on the right hand twisted and formed a seal. The sky-blue sword brightened in mid-air. Blue light covered the entire stage. It appeared as though this sword was definitely not a normal esper. Aiko was shocked by the bright blue light, but he was also angered by Anan not pulling out the sword from the sheath. He used his sword and formed 3 layers of ice wall. In midair, Anan's eyes were as bright as stars. Her hairs danced in the wind. Her mouth was quietly pronouncing the incantation. Her icy face had no emotion. A loud bang came from the sky-blue sword, like a roar of a mighty beast. The cloud vapor within 20 yards were blown away by the bright blue light. The light was as blue as the sky. The sword flew toward Aiko. Sweat dropped from Aiko's forehead like rain. He was clearly shocked by the power of Anan's sword. Within an instant, the sword was in front of him. Ka, ka, ka. The disciples were stunned as they saw the sword cut through Aiko's ice wall as if it was nothing. With Aiko's strength, it was not that he could not form any more ice walls to defend, it was that he thought 3 layers of ice walls were already enough. He didn't expect Anan's cultivation was so high, and the sky blue sword was surprisingly powerful. At that moment between life and death, Aiko forced himself to concentrate. The silver sword lay in front of him, formed a white shield. Then, Anan's blue sword crashed with the white shield. Bang! With the 2 swords as the center, the loud bang swiftly spread. The Jadian disciples felt the gale hit against them. They all fell backward. The circle of the crowd enlarged instantly. They had never seen such power came from an esper before. After that surprise, everyone turned their attention back to the stage. Anan already landed on the platform. The head returned to her hand. The blue and white light also disappeared. Everyone could see the pale color of Aiko's face. Aiko raised his head, pointed at Anan, his voice was cracked, "You dash." Everyone was confused about what happened. Then a strange thing occurred. A cracking noise came out from the white sword that was floating in front of Aiko. Under the eyes of the audience, a large split appeared. The sword then broke into half, fell on the floor. It was silent. Everyone here knew what an esper meant to a cultivator. On the platform, Aiko spit out a large amount of blood. His hand held his chest. Then, he couldn't hold out any longer and fainted. Note 1, Say Lang mean pervert, tongue sticking out. Chapter 24, Unexpected. Chapter 24 Unexpected A. Immediately several disciples from Dragonhead Peak rushed to the stage and lifted up Aiko. They looked at the broken sword. Their eyes were filled with fury, glaring at Anan like they were wishing they could kill that beautiful lady in front of them. Master Vast Kalo held his fists tight, said coldly, "Shui Yoshimi, your disciple's heart is very fierce. Winning the battle is not enough, she even broke his esper with the power of a divine esper. What logic is that?" Master Shueyu said coldly, "Sweki's cultivation is not good enough. She can't control Aeolian Firmus well. Not that big of a deal." Master Vast Kalo was about to burst in his anger. Suddenly, a hand patted on his shoulder. Master Doyle Shun had risen. He patted Master Casp Kalo's shoulder. Master Vast Kalo looked at him and was forced to hold his hanger. He snorted heavily and strode away. Master Doyle Shun looked at Master Vast Kalo's back, shook his head and smiled bitterly. He turned and saw Master Shueyu also walked away. Anan came down from the stage and arrived in front of Shueyu. Shueyu looked at her, smiled and nodded. Anan didn't say anything. She bowed and followed as Shueyu walked away. Sha Danan put himself back together after the soul-stirring battle. Seeing Shueyu walking with Anan, he realized how alike both of them were. They were both cold as frost. They seemed like they had come out of the same mold. Suddenly Issa sighed, "Can't believe that even Aeolian Firmus has reappeared." Sha Danan was confused, said, "What is Aeolian Firmus?" The Jadian were slowly dispersing. Issa greeted several disciples of Peak of Wind, then walked away with Sha Danan, saying, "Aeolian Firmus is the sword that Anan was using. I had read about it from Aeolian Firmus first appeared in the hand of a cultivator known as Dead Heartmaster 1,000 years ago. Legend said that this sword is made of steel that comes from 9 skies. Dead Heartmaster found it in the northern ice plain. He crafted the sword with it. At the battle between good and evil, the leader of good was our Jadian clan's Master Jade Leaf, but Dead Heartmaster was also rather well known. Especially with his godly sword Aeolian Firmus, he battled evil's Elder Blackheart for 3 days and nights. Then he severely injured Elder Blackheart, got rid of one of our biggest threats. During that time, it was said only Aeolian Firmus could restrain Sinister Orb. From that time, Aeolian Firmus became famous. A dream among the cultivators. However, after Dead Heartmaster passed away, Aeolian Firmus vanished. Never thought that it was in the hands of Bamboo Height. Then Issa shook his head, said, Xiaofan shitty, Sinan has such a godly weapon, this contest will not leave us with any hope. Sha Danan was not disappointed. He never thought of achieving anything anyway. But seeing Issa's disappointed look, he was curious. Xianxia, didn't you tell me that you are not interested in the tournament? Why do you look so disappointed? Issa blushed, said, if I am, at least, able to stand on top of the stage in the final, it would look quite impressive, don't you think? Sha Danan laughed. Issa looked at his weird face and felt embarrassed. He punched Sha Danan. What's so funny? Then he himself laughed also. They walked to another platform and watched another battle. That day, Bamboo Peak had the record of 4 wins and 3 losses. Xavion, Hidi, Hidaji, Amanla and the inclusion of the lucky Sha Danan, 5 people advanced into the next round. This was the best record of hundreds of years. It made Tianbali so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Second day. Dawn's sunlight shone upon Cloud Sea. Jadian disciples came to the square like yesterday. They continued to watch Jadian's 7 Peaks tournament. Bamboo Peak people stood under the red list same as yesterday. Half of the names had been taken out. Next to Sha Danan's name, his opponent was written there Chu Wang. Since the morning, Sha Danan started to feel nervous. Although he knew he came here to absorb knowledge, his heart couldn't help but feel uneasy. He couldn't eat breakfast. He whispered to Xavion who was sitting next to him, to Xixiang, who is Chu Wang. Is he strong? Xavion frowned, shook his head, I am not sure. I have never heard of him. The list says he is Sun Riss Peak's disciple. But, as for the level of cultivation, I do not know. Then, he looked at Sha Danan, seeing him appear nervous, he smiled, Xiao Shitty, don't worry. It is not that big of a deal. The first time I participated in the contest, I was also extremely nervous. Sha Danan murmured, yes. Amanla came, with an evil smile on his face, hey, Shixings. Let us have a gamble on Xiao Shitty's result. Right, I bet Xiao Shitty lose. Me too. Me also, I put double shares. Add me in. Xavion was angry, pointed at everyone, what do you guys think you are doing? Xiao Shitty has a battle ahead of him and you guys want to hurt him more? Sha Danan said thankfully, De Xixiang. Xavion said, 6th. Amanla stuck out his tongue, said, De Xixiang, I was just joking. Please don't tell Master. Xavion said, no, you heard him already anyway. This gamble I put in 5 shares. Amanla and Sha Danan said at the same time, what? Tianbalis and Surin came in. Bamboo Peak disciples stood up and greeted them. Tianbalis looked at them, said, yesterday your performance was not bad. However today, in the second round, the opponents are basically Jadian's elites. You must be cautious. They answered, yes. Surin looked at Sha Danan, came to him, said, Xiaofan, today is your first battle. You must be careful, understand? Sha Danan's heart was warmed, he said quietly, yes, Xianyang. Surin nodded. She wanted to say something more, however, the ringing bell announced the contest had begun. Tian Belize and Surin looked at each other, nodded, said, "You all know which platform you should go to. The red list has stated it. When the contest begins, your Xianxia and I will come watch your battle. Make sure not to make yous lose face." They responded. Tian Belize nodded, spoke with Surin privately, then walked away. Hidi looked around, then went to Sha Danan. Sha Danan's heart beat rapidly. Hidi looked closely at Sha Danan, then laughed. Turned to everyone and said, "Look how nervous Xianfan is. His forehead is sweating." Chapter 24 Unexpected B. The disciples laughed. Xavian said, "I had already tried to comfort Xiao Shidi, but it didn't work. It seems we need Xiao Shimi's help." Hidi said to Sha Danan, "Xiao Fan, I have a battle, too. I can't cheer for you. You need to try hard and be careful." Her face was so close to Sha Danan that he could smell her faint fragrance. He nodded, but he couldn't say anything. Hidi clearly didn't think too much of it. She smiled to Sha Danan, then talked to her Xianxias for a bit. After a while, everyone went to their own platform for the contest. The people who did not need to fight were cheering for their members, however, no one came with Sha Danan. Perhaps everyone thought Sha Danan was hopeless. As Sha Danan stood there watching his Xianxias walking away, his heart had an indescribable pain. Then he slowly walked to the red list, carefully read through it again. The platform for him and the Sunrise Peak disciple Chu Yuan was the farthest Jin platform. Sha Danan gave a bitter smile. On his way to the platform, he heard many people were talking about the contest yesterday. The well-known disciples advanced to the next round easily. They spoke of a very talented disciple in Dragon Head Peak Acid from Cavern. Sha Danan guessed it must be Bei. Most people's topic of focus was Anan, the beautiful lady with the divine sword Aeolian Firmus. Her level of cultivation had surpassed everyone's expectations. Most people were not happy that Anan had destroyed her opponent's swords. But this also brought even more disciples to watch her battle. The vanished Aeolian Firmus attracted even more people. Some elders also wished to witness the godly Esper from the good and evil battle 1,000 years ago. As he heard the discussion between the disciples along the way, he recalled the cold, beautiful face of Anan. He shook his head. Then, someone called, "Xiao Fan." This voice was familiar. Sha Danan raised his head and smiled. It was Bei. Sha Danan quickly went to him, said, "I was thinking why I could not find you. There you are." Bei pointed behind him. "Today, I still need to go to the contest. It is at this platform, so I came early to prepare." Then he looked closely at Sha Danan, smiled, "Today is also your turn. Which platform are you at?" Sha Danan said, "I am going to Jin platform. It will begin soon, I can't come cheer for you. Be careful up there." Bei smiled, "You too." "Ha? How come your Xianxias and elders don't come to watch you?" Sha Danan was startled, forced himself to smile. "You know my house does not have much people. Today many of us need to go to the contest. Master and Xianyang are watching De Shixiang and Shiji's battle." Bei looked at him, sighed and patted Sha Danan's shoulder. Sha Danan smiled, "Does not matter. I came here to obtain experience. Don't worry. You need to try hard, however. Don't let them think our Grass Temple village people are useless." Bei nodded. The bell behind him rang. He turned his head back and checked, said, "My contest is about to begin. I can't talk with you. If I can, I will come to see you after this battle." Sha Danan nodded, said, "Go." Bei turned. Sha Danan watched Bei leaving. He thought to himself, "It will be a miracle if I can still hold out until you get here." He laughed at himself as he made his way slowly to the Jin platform. It was the far eastern part of Cloud Sea. There were only several disciples, most were from Sunrise Peak. The number of people was significantly different than Anan's Qian platform. There was only one chair. A white-bearded old man was sitting there. Sha Danan found that old man was a bit familiar. He remembered that old man was the elder who scolded all the disciples during Ainan's battle yesterday. He complained Jadian should never adopt any female disciples. Sha Danan did not know which house that elder was from. In Seven Peaks tournament, there were 8 platforms. Normally, there would be at least one elder for each platform to watch over the disciples, otherwise, they would be out of control. Sha Danan walked to the white-bearded old man and bowed, said, "Sherbwa, I am Bamboo Peak disciple Sha Danan. Today's contest at the Jin platform." The old man turned and peered at Sha Danan, casually said, "Oh, you are here. Hurry, go on to the stage." Sha Danan responded, however, he saw no one on the stage. It was apparent that Chu Yuang hadn't arrived yet. He hesitated for a second, then decided to follow the old man's order and walked onto the stage. At the same time, Sunrise Peak disciples were whispering. It was clear they were discussing Sha Danan. The morning sun had risen. The sunlight of Peak of Widows gently shone down upon them. Sha Danan was standing on the platform, looking at the east sky. The early sun slowly rising upward. The light was soft and red, brightening up the clouds from far away. Many feelings rose in Sha Danan's heart. 5 years ago he was still an ignorant farmer child. He had never dreamed that he could stand at Peak of Widows to watch the sunrise. No, it was not that he never dreamed of it, it was that he could never imagine there could be such a beautiful sunrise. Life was endless like the clouds. His 16-years-old mind, now it was like a 60-years-old man. Chapter 24 Unexpected Sea. Sha Danan put his hands into his clothes and touched the cold fire stick. A month ago, without anyone knowing it, Sha Danan was surprised to find that he could manage to control the black fire stick. That moment, he could not believe his eyes. Later, after countless numbers of repeats, the fire stick did move under his mind's strength. Navigate object was a shocking term in Jadian's way of cultivation. It was a symbol of level 4 pure essence. It was what new disciples focused on, hoped for, and practiced for. Sha Danan could only dream to reach that level, to make his master proud and to make his master smile. But, is it possible? Sha Danan tried hard to control himself and not tell anyone about it. At the same time, he also tried to navigate other objects in the kitchen, however, they did not move. It weakened his confidence. He was also confused. Why did that happen? At night, when he stared at this mysterious fire stick, he could feel the icy chill slowly circling in his body. Ding! A clear bell rang, surprised Sha Danan. There were still several Sunrise Peak disciples standing present. The white-bearded old man was still half sleeping, sitting on his chair. However, on the opposite side of Sha Danan there was a man standing, about 30 years old, smiling at him. Sha Danan blushed, quickly saluted. Bamboo Peak disciple Sha Danan here to ask for Chu Shixiang's guidance. Chu Yuan smiled, no. There are many talented people. Although Xianxia is still young, with the contest in front of you, you can only stand there normally, without nervousness or fear. This is far better compared to me in the last session. I am in admiration. Sha Danan, startled, murmured, not to conceal the truth, Xixiang, I was actually daydreaming. Below the stage, all the Sunrise Peak disciples almost fell down due to laughter. Chu Yuan was also startled. He couldn't hold the laughter, then thought it was improper, so he forced himself to hold it. Zhang Shidi must be joking. It is the time. I will need Shidi to teach me a lesson. Sha Danan became nervous. He said slowly, Chu Shixiang, please go easy on me. Chu Yuan didn't reply. It seemed like he was very confident. His right hand shook. A sword with a soft yellow glow was summoned. Sword named Xiaoyang. Zhang Shidi, please. Sha Danan looked at Xiaoyang's sword. The yellow glow was soft and comfortable. It seemed like this sword was not common quality. He swallowed, however, he still reached his hand into his clothes and took out the fire stick. Everyone's eyes were on that dark black fire stick. Silence. Ha ha ha, someone laughed and broke the silence. Laughter burst. Someone painfully said, "What is that, that?" I said it already. Everyone from Bamboo Peak are weird. Yesterday, there was a guy that used gambling dice as esper. Today, there is someone with a fire stick. So funny. Ha ha ha. Even Chu Yuan couldn't hold it. He struggled to restrain his laughter, said, "Zhang Shidi, that, is yours, sorry, I can't control it." "Ah, is it your esper?" Sha Danan listened to their laughter. His face flushed. He didn't say anything. He knew the fire stick was ugly and would cause people to laugh at him. However, he couldn't navigate anything other than the fire stick. He had a small, tiny hope that his fire stick could prove himself, so he decided to bring it. But, in the end, the fire stick had brought him disdain and sneers. People were laughing loudly. Sha Danan lowered his head. All he could see was the black, ugly fire stick in his hand. They laughed loudly. Just like when they were leaving, his Xixians were laughing, even his beloved Ling Ershiji also laughed. He lowered his head, closed his eyes. The coolness in his body was calling him. A person. When is it that a person will feel the most lonely? Is it when facing the world's apathy alone? Is it when facing all the sneers alone? A person's blood, is it cold or boiling? He raised his head. The sun shone on his face. No one could see his expression. Chu Yuan's Xiaoyang sword glowed almost as bright as the early sunlight. He shouted. Xiaoyang's sword's light followed his finger and crashed on Sha Danan. The heat blew against his face, but Sha Danan's heart was as cold as ice. Seeing the brightness in front of him, he recalled the morning a long time ago, after the soul-shocking night out there with Bei. When they got back to Grass Temple Village, they saw the bloody scene. At that morning, all his happiness was gone. He could feel as though he were buried in a sea of blood, try as he might to find his parents, but couldn't. The heat felt like it was burning his skin. Another night appeared in his eyes. Next to the pond, a beautiful lady was standing next to the water and embraced with her lover. Alas! The 16-year-old youngster sighed. The pain was so strong that he forgot the glowing light in front of him. He bit his lip. A drop of blood, slowly falling. It landed on the black and green fire stick with blood like threads. In the next moment, he was engulfed by a light that was as bright as the sun. The Sunrise Peak disciples cheered. Within that, there was an exclamation. Issa ignored the eyes filled with hostility next to him. He sighed and felt sorry for his new friend. Pity that the contest's rule did not allow him to help Sha Danan, or else he would already go up there. The bearded old man was also surprised by Issa. On the stage, the bright glow fused with the sunlight. Chu Yuan even thought he had reached the peak of cultivation, and then, after he defeat this trashy opponent, he will defeat every other until the last. After all he needed to do was win 4 more battles. At the thought of that, Chu Yuan could not hide his smile. Xiaoyang's light became brighter. He watched Sha Danan frown and bit his lip under the pain of the heat. Then, at that moment, his heart beat heavily. It seemed like someone used a hammer to hit him inside of his body. No one could see Sha Danan clearly except for Chu Yuan, who was standing in front of Sha Danan. He could see through the light of Xiaoyang. He could see him raise his head, open his eyes. A pair of red, bloodthirsty eyes filled with rage. An unexpected, unknown coldness began to spread. Chu Yuan could see the black fire stick seem to come to life. The black gas rose. The orb on the top of the stick brightened with a green glow, shone on Sha Danan. It was like he had become a different person. Everything happened inside of Xiaoyang's aura. Nobody could see it other than Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan was shocked. Not waiting for him to react, the icy chill had surrounded him. He felt the world was spinning. There was a disgusting feeling inside of him. Moments later, the light green glow from the orb shone on his body. Issa nervously watched Sha Danan being surrounded by the light. He thought of Sha Danan as a roasted monkey. Normally people would think roasted pig, however, Issa thought of monkey, which is weird. He did not want to watch anymore. As the opposite, the Sunrise Peak disciples were cheering. Then, they heard Chu Yuang roared. Xiao Yang's sword flew up into the air. The light immediately disappeared. Sha Danan's figure reapered. Chu Yuang seemed to be heavily injured. He took a few steps backward. Then, blood spouted from his nose, ears, eyes, and mouth. He pointed at Sha Danan with his right hand, but couldn't make any sound. Then his body shook, and fell on the floor, fainted. It was silent. Everyone looked at each other. So surprised that they could not speak. Chapter 25, Luck. Chapter 25 Luck A. After a moment, the white-bearded old man was the first to put himself back together. He jumped on the stage and examined Chu Yuang. His bod was fine. No sign of poison. It appeared that his inside was severely injured by the esper. He frowned, rose up and looked at Sha Danan. He was impressed by this youngster. He peered at the black fire stick in Sha Danan's hand. You won. Putting away his uncertainty, the white-bearded old man said calmly. When Chu Yuang was about to win, but instead fell after a roar. The scenario was mysterious and unacceptable, however, the result was laying in front of them. They couldn't say anything. Issa was also stunned. However, after he heard what the old man announced, he ran to the stage to Sha Danan, as well, hitting him on the shoulder. He chuckled, Good lad, so you were just hiding your skill. Sha Danan turned, stared at him as cold as frost. With a pair of cold, dark black eyes. Issa felt chilled, surprised. Xiao Fan, what is it? Sha Danan's body shook as he heard this question. It seemed to remind him of something. His eyes softened. The coldness in his eyes also disappeared, returning to normal, except for confusion in his eyes. He replied, No, nothing. I am all right. What is it? Issa stared at him. You are asking me what? Why don't you ask me as if you don't know that you won this round? Sha Danan was surprised. What? I won? I really won? Issa was even more surprised. His face turned pale and immediately put his hand on Sha Danan's forehead, said, That's bad. Did your brain get burned by that fire? Sha Danan scratched his head, watched the Sunrise Peak disciples carry Chu Yuang away. Several people blared at Sha Danan angrily. In Sha Danan's mind, the scene of the battle replayed. He looked at his black fire stick. The ugly stick lay in his hand quietly. However, in Sha Danan's eyes, the fire stick that had been with him for 2 years became unfamiliar, just like the nightmare the day in the ancient valley. Pop. Issa saw Sha Danan was lost in thought, used the fan to hit his head, said, What are you thinking? Sha Danan shook his head, sighed. He putted the fire stick back into his clothes, said, Nothing. Let's go. Right, why did you come to see my contest? Issa peered at Sha Danan's fire stick, said, Mine hasn't started yet. I have nothing, so I came to watch your fight. I had never expected it could be such great battle. Ha! Today your monkey phantasm, what its name dash? Sha Danan said, Ash. Issa said, Right, Ash. Why I don't see Ash today? Sha Danan shook his head, I didn't see its figure for the entire morning. Probably hanging around with Big Yella again. Issa said, Ah. Seemed like he was disappointed. Sha Danan guessed that, although Issa said he came to watch his fight, he actually came to see Ash. Wow! From the distance, there was a wave of loud noise. They could hear it clearly, even from far away. In the center of the square, many Jadian disciples were surrounding the Qian platform. Wave after wave of exclamation was issuing from the disciples. Sha Danan hadn't reacted to it. Isa was already stamping his feet. Damn it, damn it. I was too concerned about you, forgot the most important thing. Then he pulled Sha Danan's arm and began to run. Sha Danan was confused, asked while running, "What is it?" Isa's face showed regret. "That is Ainan's contest." Sha Danan smiled, but his heart was also moved by this friend that he only knew for 2 days. On the deserted platform, he couldn't see his master, or any of his Xianxias, except for Isa. A feeling of warmth rose in his heart. "Isa, thank you for coming to see me." Isa startled and slowed the pace. He turned and looked at Sha Danan, smiled. "Ho-oh, that was nothing. If you want to thank me you can give Ash dash. We need to be hurry." Isa shook his head. Then followed Sha Danan, with his mouth murmuring. As they approached nearer, they saw the Jadian disciples were walking away. They were excited and debating. They looked up at the stage. No one was on the platform, however, it was severely scarred. It appeared that the contest was already finished. Isa rolled his eyes, pushed through the crowd with Sha Danan. Then, he found his target, a group of Peak of Wind disciples. Isa quickly went near them. The Peak of Wind disciples smiled when they saw it was Isa. The tall man said, "Shitty, didn't you say you must see Ainan's battle? Why were you not there?" Isa coughed, said, "I had, something to do." "Right, hurry, what is the result?" A man with thick eyebrows said, "No need to ask in order to know. With Aeolian Firmus, even if it is Peak of Widows Duan, he still is no match as her opponent." Isa was surprised, even Duan Xixiang lost to her? Sha Danan asked Isa, "Is Duan Xixiang strong?" Isa nodded, "Yes. Duan is one of the most outstanding disciples in the main house. Many people believe that he can win this tournament." The tall man shook his head, "That doesn't matter much. You didn't see it. The power of Aeolian Firmus is far too strong." The blue light flashed, then a few sounds arose. After that, Duan Xixiang lost. Then he paused and sighed. "You may not believe this, however, in the end, Ainan still had not pulled Aeolian Firmus out of the sheath." Isa was startled, said, "What is the use of having the tournament? Who can stand as her opponent?" The tall man shook his head, "That is not necessary. A godly weapon like Aeolian Firmus, the power is not much different without the sheath. As for Ainan's cultivation, it is terrific." Isa looked at him, said, "Gao Xixiang, how do you know?" Sha Danan looked at the tall man, his mind thought that person really lived up to his name. Note 1. Gao Xixiang said, "That's what I heard from Master." Isa was surprised, "My dad?" Gao Xixiang said, "Yes. Before you arrived, Master was here. At the end of the battle, he said that she might have already surpassed level 8 of pure essence, perhaps she is already at level 9. Isa was stunned. He couldn't say anything. Sha Danan was bewildered. Isa said he did not care about the result of the tournament, but he seemed to be very concerned about it. A ringing bell sounded in the distance. The Peak of Wind disciples seemed to have a contest. They all went to the direction of the ringing bell. Sha Danan saw Isa was still standing there. He pulled him. Isa awakened, then smiled, "It's all over. Now we have no hope." Sha Danan truly didn't care. He said, "Over is over." "Right, why your contest still hasn't begun?" Isa looked into the distance, said, "It still hasn't begun yet, but I should go now." "Where are you going to go?" Chapter 25 Luck B. Sha Danan thought for a moment, then said, "I am going to report to Master in Shenyang, even though it's just a lucky win." Isa nodded, "Come see me if you have time." Sha Danan answered, and they said goodbye to each other. Traveling on his way, he could hear many people were discussing the battle between Ainan and Duan. After a long while, Sha Danan finally found the Bamboo Peak people in the west. He could see the angry face of Tian Belize from far away. Sha Danan always feared Tian Belize, so he quietly walked to the disciples. Tian Belize saw him. He quickly turned his face away without asking about the contest's result. Surin, Hidi and the other Bamboo Peak disciples were there except for Xavian. Sha Danan peered at everyone. Hidi was fine, but the others were depressed. Sha Danan asked Manhwa, 6th Xianxia, how is it? Manhwa peered at Tian Belize, seeing he was not looking in their direction, he whispered, except for Xianxia, all of our contests are over. Only Xiao Shimi won. Master is mad, now. Sha Danan was startled, did not know what to say. Surin shook her head inside, asked Sha Danan gently, Xiao Fan, you are back. How is the result? Sha Danan hesitated, said quietly, Xianxia, I won. Surin, oh, doesn't matter, it is just a loss. Just pretend this is. Then her voice became smaller, she looked at Sha Danan, surprised, what did you just say? Everyone, even Tian Belize, turned to Sha Danan. This was the first time Sha Danan felt proud under the regard of everyone, especially Hidi's surprised eyes. He looked at Tian Belize, raised his voice higher and said, Master, Xianxia, I won. They were surprised. They were now at the Koan platform, watching Xavian's battle. On the stage, the 10 tigers' sword was like a number of tigers, creating earth-shaking roars. It took full offensive and gained the upper hand over the opponent. Besides being cheerful, the Bamboo Peak people could not believe what Sha Danan had told them. Xiao Shidi, so you say that in the contest, you were about to lose, however, Qi Yuang suddenly became ill, bled and fainted? Yes. 4th Xixiang, you and 2nd Xixiang, 3rd Xixiang, 5th Xixiang already asked me 22 times. Why are you still asking me? 6th Xixiang, can you please tell them I am speaking the truth? Manhwa replied, Xiao Shidi, so you said that during the contest, you were about to lose but that Qi Yuang suddenly became ill, bled and fainted? Sha Danan held his head, groaned, yes, this is the 23rd time. Hidi said, why are you guys forcing him? Xiao Dan wouldn't lie. But, then, she still shook her head, said, but Xiao Fan, your luck is so good. Isn't it a bit too much? No wonder other people don't believe you. Sha Danan couldn't say anything. Listening to their disciples' argument, Surin asked Tian Belize, what do you think? Tian Belize frowned, asked her back, if he said he won with his own skill, would you believe it? Surin smiled, this disciple's luck is not like other people's normal luck. Tian Belize snorted. Bang! A loud noise. Xavian roared. The brightness of 10 Tigers' sword was so powerful that people could not keep their eyes open. The opponent finally collapsed by this mighty strength, flew backwards and spit out blood. The Bamboo Peak disciples cheered loudly. Tian Belize's face finally smiled. Xavian walked down the stage. He first greeted his master in Xianxia, followed by the warm congratulations of the people. Ho ho, that was just lucky. 6th Shidi, don't say things that are so disgusting. Xiao Shidi, you are back. What is the result? Didn't get hurt, right? Ah, look at you. Listen to this Xixiang, your cultivation is still not deep, there are a lot of chances in the future. Don't put the result of one battle into your heart. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Tian Belize was the first that walked away. Surin smiled to Xavian, then followed Tian Belize. Xavian was puzzled, and asked the people, what is it? Hidi told Xavian what happened. Xavian turned to Sha Danan with an unbelievable look on his face. Sha Danan curled in a little, to Xixiang, I know it's not good for my luck to be so good, however, this is the truth. I can't control it. Xavian's eyes widened, Xiao Shidi, so you said that in the contest, you were about to lose, but that Qi Yuang suddenly became ill, bleeded and fainted? Xavian's eyes widened, Xiao Shidi, so you say that in the contest, you were about to lose, but that Chu Wang suddenly became ill, bled and fainted? Sha Danan fell on the ground hopelessly. There were only 16 disciples in the third round of Seven Peaks tournament. Bamboo Peak had 3 people in the third round, which was surprising. For the entire day, Tian Belize had a smile on his face. Disciples were discussing secretly. Amandla, look at Master's happy face. This time, we are finally able to throw away our shame. Wu Dai, De Shixiang and Xiao Shimi really made our master proud. He Da Ji, that is a shame for me. Although Xiao Shimi is still young, she is much better than I. Her future is so bright. Zheng Dali, don't forget about Xiao Shidi, he entered the third round, too. Amandla, let's gamble again. What is the likelihood for Xiao Shidi to pass this round? Do you guys dare to bet? Wu Dai, He Da Ji, Zheng Dali, Ladaxin, I bet he loses. Double amount. Amandla, ahem, where is De Shixiang? Ah, Xiao Shidi? Xiao Shimi? Where did they go? Hidaji thought for a moment, responded, I am not sure about Xiao Shidi and Xiao Shimi, however, I can guess where De Shixiang is. They looked at each other, then said together, Bamboo Heights Bako Shiji. Xavian suddenly trembled. Bako was curious, what happened to you? Xavian frowned, I don't know. My body just felt a sudden chill. Bako peered at him, said, aren't you feeling guilty? Xavian immediately shook his head, no such thing. No such thing. Bako's face softened, but still snorted, said, then why did you sneak into Bamboo Heights girl's room? Chapter 25 Luxi. Laughter came out near him. Xavian looked around embarrassed. The contest was already over. Most of Bamboo Heights' female disciples had already returned. They were all smiling and looking at him with interest. Xavian quickly changed the topic. Oh, why don't I see my Xiao Shimi? Bako smiled. Your Xiao Shimi was so pretty and enthusiastic. It is natural that someone asked her out already. Xavian was surprised. What? By whom? Bako shook her head and did not continue. Instead she said, if you see your Ling Er Shimi, best tell her to be careful tomorrow. Speaking about Hidi, Xavian did not feel embarrassed to talk to Bako. He could speak more freely and with a steady flow. He frowned. I know Xiao Shimi has a contest with your Bamboo Heights Ainen tomorrow, however, our masters have such a good relationship with each other, there shouldn't be any problem. Seven Peaks tournament is for testing each other's strength, anyway. Bako looked at him, said, your Shirnyang Su Shirshu does, of course, have a good relationship with my master. My master greatly dislikes your master, though. She still blames your master for stealing our Su Shirshu. Xavian was waiting for Bako to continue, however, Bako looked at the other Bamboo Height disciples, seeing they were all quiet. Xavian was bewildered. What is it? Bako looked at him, hesitated for a moment, then said, Song Shixiang, Lu Shimi is different from us, however, master really likes her. Once she gets to the stage, we can't say for sure. Xavian's face changed. What? Bako stopped, didn't say anything. Note 1, Gao mean tall. So that peak of Wen Shixiang is tall Shixiang. Chapter 26, Self-Esteem. Chapter 26 Self-Esteem A. Xiaofan, didn't you said you were going to find Ash and that big yellow dog, why you bring me to the kitchen? Isa was behind Sha Danan, kept murmuring while they were entering the kitchen. The kitchen was much larger than Bamboo Peaks. It was also brighter. He searched carefully while saying, I didn't see them at the morning, so I guess they must be here. Isa shrugged his shoulder, said, impossible. What do you think monkey phantasm is? They are celestial nature. Far holy than the menkind. And you see it as a thief, a greedy thief. Then Isa was stunned to see Sha Danan held Ash out behind the jar at the corner of the kitchen. Ash screamed in midair. Big Yella came out behind the jar and barked at them. Sha Danan looked at Isa. Issa did not know he should laugh or cry. Sha Danan held Ash in his arms, and scolded Big Yella, "Stupid dog, stop barking. You want people to catch us?" Big Yella understood what he meant, and stopped barking. It looked at Ash and moaned. Sha Danan looked around and see everything was fine. It seemed like the two thieves hadn't steal anything yet. He quickly carried Ash outside, but then he discovered Big Yella did not follow them. Sha Danan turned and saw Big Yella took a bone out from the jar. Sha Danan glared at Ash. Ash grinned with a silly smile on its face. Issa stood next to them, shook his head. They brought the monkey and the dog sneaked out of the kitchen. If someone discover them, the shameful record will never able to wash away. They relieved when they got far enough. Sha Danan said as he gasped for breath, "Right, I still haven't songrate you for whining another round." Issa didn't care, his eyes were on Ash, said, "So what? Going to lose to someone sooner or later. Why Ash is so dirty? You didn't wash it for days?" Sha Danan startled, "Never wash it." Issa seemed about to faint, he hit himself at the forehead, You, how could you treat it like this?" Sha Danan thought that monkey often running around, how can it be clean even if he does wash it? But seeing Issa's heart-hurted face, he knew Issa wouldn't listen to any reason. So Sha Danan changed the subject, "Right, do you know at tomorrow contest, Ainan's opponent is my Shiji Hidi?" Issa startled, "Is your Shiji, the Hidi with Phoenix Soul?" "Yeah." Sha Danan patted Ash, "These 2 days Ainan was really showing off. I am really worried about Shiji." Issa nodded, "That's right. Ainan's Aeolian Firmus alone already bad enough." Sha Danan began to worry, "Shushu, do you think my Shiji will be in danger?" You see, Ainan had destroyed her opponent's sword at the first battle. We also heard the Xianxia from main house was severely injured at the second battle. Issa stared at him, "You worry too much. I can see that your Shiji's cultivation is far higher than yours. You better worry about yourself instead. The opponent will get stronger and stronger later on. According to you, you haven't get to pure essences Yu Qing's level 3 yet. At that time, you will get killed by one blow. Let me hold Ash." Sha Danan hesitated for a moment, then handed Ash to him. Issa cheerfully held it in his arms. Ash was not happy it creaked screaming. Sha Danan sighed, "You are right. Shiji's cultivation is very high. She is also beautiful. So many people like her. How it is supposed for me to worry about her?" Issa held Ash tight. His eyes was fixed on Ash. It was like he will suffer some losses if he doesn't look at Ash for a second. He said casually, "It's good that you understand that. You should focus on how to save yourself tomorrow. I am telling you. The opponent you are facing tomorrow is my peak of Wind Devi Xixiang. His cultivation is definitely cannot be compared by Chu Yu Wang. Especially his sword Wugo, it is crafted by thousands years old flame copper. Very powerful." Sha Danan's eyebrows touched, said, "Every one of you have good esper with you. What can I do about it?" Issa's eyes was still on Ash. He was walking away. "Ash, come with me. I will give you some banana, good?" Sha Fan, what did you said?" Sha Danan walked with him, sighed, "I really admire that you can use esper. How does that feel like?" Issa shrugged, "It just the same. Once you use it long enough, the esper will naturally has some response to you. Then you can use your mind to navigate your esper. It will follow you wherever you go." Sha Danan startled a little, said, "Response, is it like some coolness feeling?" Issa's eyes were on Ash, answered, "Not necessary, depend on your esper's material." Sha Danan thought for a moment, then shook his head and threw away the idea in his mind, said, "Shushu, the godly weapon like Aeolian Firmus, how did they crafted it? The scene must be magnificent, right?" Issa looked at Sha Danan, said, "How would I know? It is also the first time I see the legendary Esper. Then he lowered his head and looked at Ash. Not care about Ash's angry face, he patted its hair. He said, but about response. I had read it from an ancient book. The Esper that can truly connect to cultivator's heart is not some heavenly, divine Esper. Shaw Danon surprised, what is that? Issa said, it is the Esper that added owner's blood while crafting. Use blood to fuse the materials together. The Esper will usually has some evil energy in chi, but it is like become part of owner's body. All taught the book say this is evil way, it usually crafted out some evil Esper, not accepted by the good. But these type of Espers can only used by the person with owner's blood, not like our Espers that will surrender to higher cultivated elders. Issa stopped, discovered no one was next to him. He turned and saw Shaw Danon stopped. He was lost in thought. His look was weird. Issa was bewildered, what it is, Xiao Fan? Shaw Danon's body shocked, he forced himself to smile, nothing. Issa looked him, assumed that he was worrying about the contest. He went to him, smiled and patted his shoulder, rest assured. I already talked to Devi Xixiang. Tomorrow contest, he won't give a hard time and let you lose no so miserable, so your master won't be mad at you. Shaw Danon was still quite absent-minded, but nodded, oh, thank you. They continued walking. Issa was busy looking at Ash. Shaw Danon's mind was filled with thought, didn't say anything. After a while, Ash could not take Issa any longer, it screamed angrily and scratched Issa's face. Issa thought Ash was being obedient, so he lowered his guard. This time he couldn't dodge it. Few scratch marks were added on his face, so painful that he let go of Ash. Ash regained freedom. It did not go back to Shaw Danon, instead, it ran swiftly forward. It went on someone that was walking to Ash. Shaw Danon startled. A lady was standing there with a red silk around her waist. It was Hidi. Just when he was about to speak, the boiled blood frozen down. Standing next to Hidi, it was a handsome young man. Isn't it Kevern? Hidi was also surprised. Ash normally sticked with Shaw Danon. Today it suddenly changed and came to her unexpectedly. She actually liked that smart monkey. She patted Ash and smiled, Xiao Fan, why you are here? Shaw Danon showed no expression. He said quietly, I am walking with my friend. Kevern saw Issa, he smiled and folded his hands, saying shitty, we meet again. Issa returned the salute, said, Shi Xiang, hello. Hidi looked at time, surprised, you two know each other? Kevern smiled, saying shitty is beloved son of Peak of Winds Tseng Shu. With his family secret teaching, he is very cultivated. He is an opponent that we must watch out for in Seven Peaks tournament. Issa chuckled, Shi Xiang, your name is shocking in Jadian. You are the lead of the disciples. How could I dare to do anything? Kevern laughed, Sung Shitty overpraised me. I don't deserve this title. Hidi noticed Shaw Danon was a little weird. She went to him, said, Xiao Fan, what happened? Shaw Danon shook his head, said, Shaji, you know tomorrow your opponent is Anan. You must be careful. Hidi smiled, then looked at Kevern. Kevern smiled and did not say anything. Hidi replied him with a smile, then turned to Shaw Danon, I know. Kevern is highly cultivated and kind. He specially asked me out here to instruct me a few notices that I need to beware of during the contest. Shaw Danon lowered his head, after a while he said, Shaji, tomorrow I have a contest with Peak of Winds Devi Xixiang. I can't cheer for you. You be careful. Hidi casually said, doesn't matter, Xiao Fan, Dad and Mom will come watch me. And beside, she peeked at Kevern, Shi Xian will also come watch my contest. With his advice, I cannot lose. Kevern laughed, I can't promise that. Hidi turned her head back and glared at Kevern, but then she chuckled. Her white skin with faint color of pink, really enchanting. Issa could clearly see Sha Danan's eyes darken quickly, but he didn't get mad. Issa couldn't help but frown. Deep in night, the cold moon hanging on the sky. In Cloud Sea, it's silence. A lonely figure under the cold moonlight aimlessly walking. He walked on the rainbow bridge, back to the green pond. The water was as smooth as mirror. It reflected the stars, like they had fell into the water. A beautiful scene in a fine night, it was so pretty. Chapter 26 Self-Esteem B. But that person appeared not notice that. He was just staring at the water. Seemed like he was trying to recall something. After a while, his body trembled. His hands held tight like it was very painful. Then, he slowly turned his head to the dark woods near the rainbow bridge. He slowly walked to there. The moonlight shone upon Sha Danan's face. There was a little sadness. Should he just, forever stood there at the dark corner, quietly watching other people's happiness, while himself tasting his own pain? Far away, there were sound of footsteps. Dark, he quietly hiding in the woods. So late, what is head Xianxia summoning us for? Following the sound, 6 people appeared. They were the head of the 6 peaks. Tian Belize was there. The one who just spoke was Shang Zhangliang. Master Vastkalo, who was walking in the front, said, I heard head Xixian used psychic art on Master Spirit. I am fear he had discovered something, so he asked us to come and discuss. Master Spirit Water Kirin was the Jadian's guardian spiritual beast. It was very important. No one said anything more. Then, they were getting far away. After they were gone, Sha Danan came out from the woods. He looked at the pond. The pond was calm like usual. Master Spirit already slept. He raised his head and looked at the cold moon. When he was planning to go back, he took the fire stick out from his clothes. What Issa had told him really shocked him. But at that moment, there were no idea in his mind other than Hidi and Kevrin standing together. His heart always seemed stabbed by a needle. But now, his heart was already numb. It was all empty. His souls and spirits were seen to be gone. He slowly held up the fire stick. Under the green surface, he could clearly see the thin, red threads, like blood vessels, spread all over the stick, even on the orb. Isn't that my blood? At the moment he heard what Issa told him, he had an impulse in his mind that he wanted to throw away his fire stick. But then Kevin and Hidi gave him a much more heavy blow. He could no longer care about the so-called evil item. Humph. He laughed bitterly. Even if it's evil, it's still a powerful esper. How could I be suitable for such thing? With me, isn't it the ugly fire stick? A coldness slowly rose from the fire stick and entered his body, seemed like comforting him. Esper? Esper? Sha Danan gritted his teeth. What am I? How could I know how to use Esper? Then, his voice choked. The icy energy seemed also surprised by his sadness. The coldness became more active. Sha Danan could feel it, but did not worry about it. He pretended it was just the mountain wind blew past him. He slowly raised head, looked at the fire stick. The scene of him and Hidi went to the ancient valley appeared in his brain. It was like happened in previous life. The blood vessels of fire stick slowly brighten up with green light. It was responsing. Sha Danan was surprised. He remembered what Issa told him today. An uncontrollable impulse suddenly appeared in his heart. He closed his eyes. Instantly, he felt no chill even though the coldness had spread through his entire body. Around him it was silent, but he could hear a roaring deep of his heart, like countless of souls screaming in hell, with the endless grief rising in his heart. White bone, flesh blood, screaming, smell of blood. Sha Danan opened his eyes, panting. Then, he calmed his breath. His hands lay flat. His finger formed inclination mark. The black fire stick flight away from his palm. standing in mid-air, with black gas and green light. In front of the fire stick, a heathly tree completely withered all of a sudden. The leaf fell on the ground. It was like its life got taken away by some force. It was the first time Sha Danan felt how closely he were with the fire stick. Even the fire stick was stopped in mid-air, he could still feel he is holding it. The familiar coldness had never been so strong before. A strange flesh energy was absorbed by the fire stick, and spread through Sha Danan's body. At that moment, Sha Danan heard a low was behind him. He turned and found the water of the pond was no longer calm. It seemed like something was surprised. He did not think more and quickly ran away. Ran across the rainbow bridge. He did not turn his head. When he finally arrived at Cloud Sea, felt there was nothing strange behind him, he stopped and gasped for breath. Then, he looked at his black fire stick again. Now, the fire stick was like usual, laying on his hand quietly. The next day, Jadian's 7 Peaks tournament entered the 3rd round. 8 platform was exactly enough for 16 disciples, start the contest at the same time. Sha Danan was assigned to Kan platform, Xavian Atli. As for Anan and Heedi's contest, they were assigned to the largest platform, Xian. According to Sha Danan's friend Isa, who he met for only 3 days, the Jadian's old men were having problem on assigning platform. But that was no wonder, Anan and Heedi's battle attracted the most people. Anan and her Aeolian Firmus, every time when she had a contest there would be hundreds of Jadian disciples crowding around the platform. Bamboo Peaks Heedi was also well known in Jadian for her wisdom at young age. She defeated many powerful opponents in the past 2 days. She was also attractive to many young disciples. Today the 2 most outstanding, young female disciples were crossing in battle. Elders may felt sorry for them, but the Jadian disciples already surrounded the Qian platform like a steel bucket. Xavian and Sha Danan were standing in front of Tian Belize. Tian Belize said to Xavian, "Today your opponent is main house's Dubaku. He is very hard-working and cultivated for long time. Extremely strong in defensive magic, the opposite of your 10 Tigers sword. You need to be careful." Xavian said respectfully, "Yes, master." Sha Danan felt this name was familiar. He remembered it was Dubaku who led him and Bay to Crystal Hall 5 years ago. Thought of that, it reminded him of Bay. He heard his friend had won the 2nd round yesterday, and see as a prodigy, but Sha Danan did not get the time to songwrite him. Tian Belize turned to Sha Danan. Sha Danan stood there, lowered his head. Tian Belize frowned, said, "7th, you 2 need to be careful. It doesn't matter if you lose, just careful not to hurt yourself." Sha Danan's body shook. No one could see how he felt, he said quietly, "Yes, master." Xavian looked at far away, told Tian Belize, "Master, it's not early now, Xiao Shidi and I should get going." Tian Belize nodded. Surin smiled, "Look out for everything." Xavian answered and walked with Sha Danan to the outside of the crowd. He had a feeling that this Xiao Shidi was unusual today. He was so quiet, unlike normal days. He said to Sha Danan, "Xiao Shidi, why you did not say anything today, are you nervous?" Sha Danan looked at Xavian, forced himself to smile, but didn't answer. Xavian cheerfully smiled, "Don't think too much, and don't worry about win and lose. Although Master and Xianyang really care about reputation, but they will not blame you. Understand?" "Yes," Sha Danan answered. His mind thought, they don't have any hope on me anyway, of course they won't blame on me. Xavian nodded. They finally got out of the crowd. Xavian laughed, "Xiao Shidi, we will need to go different direction. Good luck to you. Hope you win again." Not wait for Sha Danan to react, he laughed and walked away. Sha Danan sighed and walked toward to his platform. Below Kan platform, most Peak of Wind disciples were there. Sha Danan could see Gao Shixiang and others. Peak of Wind was an important house in Jadian. It had over 200 disciples, after Peak of Widows and Dragon Head Peak. It's appeared that they heard something from Isa. Everyone smiled to Shah Danan friendly. But for some reason, Shah Danan felt the kind smiles were all annoying, like despise to him. He expressionlessly walked onto the stage. Everyone wore opposition of him. This time, Isa wasn't here, because he had his own contest too. Even if he is here, he should cheer for the Xianxia of his own house. In Shah Danan's heart, there was an indescribable loneliness. On the top of the stage, facing so many people's eyes, and yet he had no friend. Because of what, why it is that he always need to face everyone himself, not even able to see a friend. A 16-year-old youngster, his heart was silently calling. He bit his lip, lowered his head. The mountain wind passed his face. Ding! The bell ring from far and near almost rang at the same time, sounding over the peak of Widows. Shah Danan's heart beat. The first idea came to mind is, Hidi Shiji's contest should have already begun. She must not get injured. Then his heart sorrowed, thought, she get hurt or not, when does this up to you to care? Not to mention about Master and Xianxia are there, even Kebrin said he will go there right after he quickly finish his opponent. Quickly finish the opponent. Really impressive, really confident, seeing the opponent as nothing dash. As he was thinking, he thought that he was standing on the stage, until his opponent called for the third time, Xianxia. Shah Danan suddenly awakened. He raised his head and found a peak of wind. Xixian was already there in front of him. He was a huge guy, but his face was kind. He saw Shah Danan was daydreaming, and his expression was a little strange. Chapter 26 Self-Esteem C. Shah Danan flushed. The people below the stage laughed. Devi folded his hands and smiled, I am Peak of Wind disciple, Devi. Zhang, please give some guidance. Shah Danan quickly said, Bamboo Peak disciple Shah Danan, greeted Peng Xixiang. After they greeted with each other, Devi smiled, looked at Shah Danan, then said quietly, Zhang Shidi, Sing Shidi already told me about you, I dash. Shah Danan couldn't control himself, said, Peng Xixiang, please give me all you got. Devi startled. Then took back his smile, his right hand sliced in front of him. A sword that bright with red glow, was like it was burning by fire, was summoned. This sword Wugo was crafted with the 1,000-years-old flame copper. Zhang Shidi, please. Devi had turned into serious. It was like he is facing equal-level opponent. Shah Danan could feel the heat from far away. This fire was strong and fiery, very different than Chu Yuang's Xiaoyang sword's soft warmness. Shah Danan's heart beat fast. His body was shaking. But he gritted his teeth, controlled himself, and took out the black fire stick. Mean laughter came from below the stage. Shah Danan's heart was like stabbed by a needle. Devi did not laugh. He looked at the black fire stick, said solemnly, Zhang Shidi, please. Shah Danan looked at this opponent. Behind the burning fire, he was like an ancient fire god. The burning flame caused smoke in the air. He couldn't see his face clearly. The black, ugly fire stick slowly left his hand and let out the green light. Although ugly, although seemed weak, it stood in mid-air, facing the unstoppable fire. It and its owner had no sign of withdrawal. One person, one fire stick, facing the entire world. The laughter stopped. They all held their breath. The ball of fire became stronger. No one knew what made it burn so vigorous. Even the Peak of Wind disciples could feel the heat. The low cultivation disciples even stepped back. Friend of Isa like Gao Xiang's face changed. They could see Devi was not going to go easy on him. He was completely going all out. The fire dragon was getting stronger, covered up most of the stage. Shah Danan's clothes, and even hair, had sign of burned. He was like in the heated oven. And then, that youngster standing there, although felt the pain, he was not stepping back. His eyes had fear but also rage. The fire in his heart was like burning in his eyes. A whistle, the fire dragon pounced and swallowed the world. Seemed like that moment had frozen the time. Sha Danan and the fire stick entered the sea of fire. The sound of burning fire could be heard from far. Below the stage, Gao Shixiang and others looked at each other in the eyes. Then, they sighed, why it turned out like this? Chapter 27, Persist. Chapter 27 Persista. Good. Below the Qian platform, it was like another world. Everyone were shouting loudly for the two beautiful figures on the stage. The red light of Phoenix Soul and the blue light of Aeolian Firmus shone the stage like the fairyland. But the most beautiful thing was still the two young ladies on the stage. From the beginning to now, it had lasted already 2 hours. They still hadn't able to get the result. Especially Bamboo Peak's Hidi, she had survived long under Ainan's Aeolian Firmus and still had no sign of losing. Even the head of Jadian Master Doyelshan was enjoyed by the contest. Tian Belize and Surin were worried about Hidi. But seeing Hidi was not in any disadvantage, their hearts were relieved. Tian Belize noticed Surin's nervous look. He said softly, relax. Ling Er will be fine. Surin turned and looked at her husband and smiled, then turned her attention at the platform once more. Tian Belize shook his head, then noticed there were some disturbance behind him with the disciples. He turned his head and looked. Even with his high cultivation, he's startled by what he saw. The people were moving out of the way, let out a thin path. Sha Danan was walking slowly. All his clothes were burned. Smoke even came out from some part of his clothes. On his face, hands, body, many places were burned black. They could see Sha Danan was walking with great difficulty. It seemed like every step used up all his strength. But he was still stubbornly walking. Tian Belize saw his youngest disciple was walking toward him. He said nothing and left his seat with his short, fat body. Surin felt something was wrong. She turned and looked at Tian Belize. Her face immediately turned pale. She rose up. At that moment, more people were looking at this way. Sha Danan walked to the front of Tian Belize. Tian Belize looked at this disciple who he neglected most of the time, looked at his ignorant stubbornness. An unstoppable anger rose in his heart. The anger was so strong, people could hear the anger from his tone even if he tried hard to cover it. 7th, which guy hurted you like this? Victory is not enough for him? Surin was surprised that Tian Belize truly got mad because of his young disciple. She pulled Tian Belize's sleeve, but her eyes landed on Sha Danan again. The Bamboo Peak disciples were too shocked to help Sha Danan. On the stage, Ainan and Hidi were battling. The espers were flying around. Sha Danan looked at the stage, then to his master. He saw his master's angry face. There seemed to be an unnoticeable loving care in his face. He used his remaining strength to shake his head, said quiet, "No, master, I won." Then his head felt dizzy. The sky seemed darkened instantly. He fell on the ground and fainted. Sha Danan fell on the ground, unconscious. But the words Sha Danan said before he fell had shocked Tian Belize as well as other Bamboo Peak disciples. After a moment, they lifted up Sha Danan's back. Tian Belize closely examined Sha Danan. His body was burned by fire, but his inner organs were all right. He seemed fainted due to tiredness. Tian Belize did not know what happened in Sha Danan's contest. He noticed many people were looking them. He did not want to stand there and watched by others. He carried Sha Danan, said to Surin quietly, "I bring 7th back first. You stay there and watch Ling Er." Surin frowned, still nodded still. Looking Sha Danan, she couldn't hide her anxiousness any longer. The Bamboo Peak disciples circled them. Amandla said, "Master, let me come with you." Tian Belize shook his head, said, "No need." Even Master Doyelshan was attracted. He said, "Tian Shidi, he is your disciple." What happened? Tian Belize said, "His skills isn't good enough and get some light injury." I will bring him back and cure him. Please excuse me. Master Doyle Shen nodded, then he turned back to the amazing battle. A while after Tian Belize carried Sha Danan, the disturbance was soon calmed down. The disciples were enchanted by the two beauties once again. Only small amount disciples at the outer layer of the crowd noticed a group of Peak of Wind disciples, most with ghastly pale on their face, were gathering at the platform far away. If Sha Danan is here, he would know that platform is where Isa contests take place. In Netherworld, Hall of Yama, there were fire everywhere, burning the crying people. The blood were stink and disgusting. Sha Danan felt the sky was spinning. At that instant, he was back to the peaceful village many years ago. A thunder. The dark clouds covered the mountain. Just in the blink of the eyes, the kind villagers became dead bodies. The peaceful village became a hell. No! He shouted as hard as he could. His muscles were tensed. His heart was like stabbed. Pain came out from his chest. His body trembled and woke up. Ah, he wake up. Xiao Fan had woke up. The familiar voice that was engraved in his heart was the first came to him. The voice contained some anxious and relief. Sha Danan opened his eyes and saw Hidi. It was like, back to the time long ago. She was in all red dress with phoenix soul around her waist. Her beautiful hair falling hanging down smoothly around her neck. Sha Danan could see his reflection in Hidi's bright eyes. Sha Ji. A cry from the deep of his heart. Sha Danan looked at her. His eyes did not blink. How great it is if this moment become an eternity. In the room, everyone gathered around him. Tian Belize took his pulse, nodded, good. No problem now. Everyone relieved and released a smile. Sha Danan saw everyone was here. He was laying on the bed while the disciples were standing. Tian Belize and Surin were sitting on the chairs in front of the bed. What happened? Hidi smiled, are you forget already? You fainted after the contest between you and Peak of Winds Devi. It scared everyone. Lucky nothing serious. Sha Danan moved his body. Except for some tiredness and the pain in his chest, every parts of his body were all right. He's surprised, how can this be? Aren't my body dash? Tian Belize cut in, the burns are just skin injuries, I used the Jadian special ointment to cure it. Your body only received one damaging hit on the chest, but the bones did not get dislocated. It should be fine after few days of rest. Surin smiled, said, Xiao Fan, you should thank your master for it. If not because of him cured you, just your burns alone will tax more than half year to recover. Sha Danan said quietly, with undescribable gratefulness, disciple is useless, bothered master. Tian Belize snorted. His face turned cold, how are you useless? The best in the bamboo peak is now you. Sha Danan was surprised, he did not know what Tian Belize meant. He said, Master, I know, like Shiji, and also the Xixiang and other Xixiangs are far ahead of me, I cannot. Then his voice got quiet. He noticed the Xixiangs and Hidi's faces were weird. Especially the Xixiang. He looked very pale, no like his usual energetic. Now he looked like he was about to fall down. Surin sighed, said, Dashin, bring a chair for your de Xixiang. Ladaxin quickly answered and brought a chair for Xavian. Xavian wanted to refuse, but then his body couldn't hold out, and sat down, panting. Sha Danan was stunned, de Xixiang, what happened to you? Xavian smiled bitterly, did not reply, while Idaji said, Xiao Shitty, now 7 Peaks tournament is at 4th round, our bamboo peak only has you remain. Then he looked at others. Sha Danan then realized, looked at Hidi, said, Shiji, you also dash. Hidi's face darkened, said quietly, I lost too. Sha Danan looked at her disappointment in her eyes. His heart was hurted. But now it was not the time for him to think about something else. Tian Belize looked closely at Sha Danan, said, 7th. Sha Danan's heart beat. He could hear the anger in Tianbali's voice. He began to have a little fear. Yes, master, what dash? Not waited for him to finish, Tianbali asked, your cultivation, where you learned it? A huge ring in his brain. He opened his mouth but did not know what to say. He looked at everyone in the room. The familiar kind Xianxias remained silent, looked at him with doubt. Chapter 27 Persist B. But that was expected. The Xiao Shiji who was used to be dumb suddenly became surprisingly strong. No one could accept that within such short time. Under aggressive eyes of Tianbali, Sha Danan sweated hard on his forehead. He almost told his master that he was practicing other factions' martial art. He was no longer the ignorant child 5 years ago. From daily conversation between his Xianxias, he already knew about the famous Skysong Temple, and also old monk Posi's true identity. For the past years, Sha Danan had practiced Faoan wisdom. The gratefulness in his heart had not lightened. No, disciple is dumb. These years the cultivation did not have much improvement. Sha Danan lowered his head, avoided Tianbali's eyes. He said slowly, few days ago, disciple suddenly able to drive some objects. Disciple himself couldn't believe it, so did not report to master, did not expect dash. Tianbali laughed coldly, did not expect became famous from one battle. Sha Danan immediately said, no, not like that, master dash. Tianbali was not that easy to lie to, he said coldly, you said you can drive some objects, but this need to be at least Yu Qing stage level 4 to accomplish. I asked Darren, he only taught you the level 2 incarnation. Can you tell this ignorant master how did you skip level 3 cultivation and got to level 4? At the end, his voice remained cold, with some fury. Everyone's faces changed. Sha Danan did not say anything. The room was silent. Tianbali's face became worse and worse. Everyone was getting more anxious. Sha Danan quietly got up. Though he was tired, he still got off his bed. In front of everyone, in front of Hidi, he kneeled down before Tianbali. Tianbali said coldly, what? Sha Danan lowered his head, looked at the ground, did not look at anyone. He said quietly, master, please punish me. Tianbali got even more mad. Surin frowned, Xiao Fan, if you have any reason, just tell your master. Why make it like this? Tianbali laughed coldly, good. You are a hard bone. I have a good disciple. Sha Danan trembled. He did not know how he feel. It seemed like there was also another person. The breath became faster. He said quietly, it is all disciples' fault. Master, please punish me. Tianbali suddenly rose up. The chair he sat on fallen apart. He said angrily to Sha Danan, it's all your fault, you know it is a great forbidden in Jadian to learn behind master's back. The punishment is from imprison for several decades to datary all cultivation and expel out of Jadian, you know that? Sha Danan lifted his head and looked at Tianbali. He saw his master's face was filled with anger, he wasn't joking. His heart sank. Why it turn out like this? His mind said. Hidi didn't tell him that when she gave him the incarnation. But still, he did not turn back. The room was dead quiet. No one said anything. The only sound left was the panting of people. A person's heart, in this silence, had quietly, coldly frozen. Sha Danan closed his eyes, lowered his head again. It was like he is taking his final step in his life. Disciple dishonor, master please punish. Bang! A great force hit him. Sha Danan flight back and hit against the wall. He fell on the ground. Large amount of blood spitted out. Xavier kneed down. Other disciples followed, said, Master, please forgive Xiao Shidi. Xavier said, Master, it's me who did not teach him well and let him did such thing. It's all my fault. Please forgive Xiao Shidi. While everyone were winning, Hidi did not move and stood there, stunned, and watched Sha Danan struggling. His body was covered with blood and his face was pale. Tianbelis looked at the disciples and Sha Danan. The anger was still on his face. He snorted then left. Surin looked at them, sighed and shook her head, said to Xavian and others, "You all can stand up." She looked at Sha Danan, then said, "You guys take care of Xiao Fan, I will go see your master." Xavian and others quickly answered, "Yes." Surin sighed again, then left. The people looked at each other. After a while, Hidi walked slowly and helped Sha Danan. Bubbles came out from Sha Danan's mouth. Laying in her arms, Sha Danan smiled. At that moment, a drop of tear fell on Sha Danan's blood-stained face. It was dark night now. In Cloud Sea, the cloud vapor still floating around, like the fairyland. Chapter 27 Persist Sea. Tianbelis stood at the square, looked at the sky. The night sky was filled with countless of stars. The moon was cold as frost. Behind him, a familiar footstep came. Surin went by his side, looked at the stars with him, smiled, feeling better? Tianbelis snorted, didn't say anything. Surin smiled, "You can fool Darren, Lingair and others, but you cannot fool me." That swing is probably intentionally shocked Xiaofan's blood vessels near his heart, so the congested blood can get out from his body, right? Tianbelis looked at the night sky, still remained silent. Surin shook her head, said, "Already hundreds years old, and still care so much about reputation." Tianbelis turned, glared at his wife, said, "You saw that? That brat was like, 'Master, please punish me.'" Tianbelis mocked Sha Danan's tone, said angrily, "It's clearly his fault, and still act like he got treated wrong, make it like the master, is abusing him, forcing him, isn't it? Outrageous." Surin turned around and looked at the dormitories, said, "You think I will believe you did not see that?" Tianbelis said, "What?" Surin said, "Lingair was acting strangely." "Don't you think?" Tianbelis snorted. Surin smiled, "You also see that?" Xiaofan had never left Bamboo Peak for 5 years, the only possibility is that our disciples taught him. Lingair always being nice to Xiaofan. She is also spoiled by us, she would dare to secretly pass them level 3 inclination. If isn't because she felt guilty, with her normal behavior, she would already help Xiaofan. And yet this time she said nothing? Who could that be if isn't her? Tianbelis seemed to have expected his wife to say so. He did not seem surprised, but he still looked angry, unwillingly said, "Even if it's Lingair's fault, look at that Sha Danan talk back to me and not telling anything, damn it." Surin chuckled, patted her husband's shoulder, scolded, "Aren't you the same? And you still blame on a child. And beside, Xiaofan did that for Lingair, this intention is hard to get." Tianbelis rolled his eyes, didn't say anything. Surin looked at him, said, "What are you going to do once you are back to Bamboo Peak?" "Learn behind master's back is great crime. For Lingair, let's not punish him too hard, just lock him up in Back Mountain for 30 or 50 years. Tianbelis startled, snorted, said, "Hardly our house finally got a crazy geek. Doesn't that let Vast Kalo, Shang Zhangliang get away too easily? Don't think about it. Tomorrow don't worry about life or death, just let him continue the contest." Surin held her husband's hand, smiled, "I know you are soft-hearted." Tianbelis blushed, but quickly went back to normal. He peered around, said, "We are old couple now, you don't think people will tease us?" Surin looked at him, said, "What, you become scared now since you are the head of the house? 300 years ago, also at Peak of Widows, didn't you went into my place at dark before 7 Peaks tournament? That time my master Xinyu and Shiji Shui you were nearby. I did not see you scare." Tianbelis giggled, "Your master Xinyu was already 600 years old. She is already an old fool. I don't fear her, as for your vicious Shiji, I already hated her. It's fine for her to be alone for the entire life, but she wanted to keep you with her. I hated her so much already, when did I ever fear her?" Surin glared at him, don't say bad thing about my master in Shiji, they meant a lot to me. Tian Belize shrugged, didn't say anything. Under the moonlight, his eyes said, no matter how good they are to you, you still married me in the end. Surin couldn't help but scolded, silly-minded. Tian Belize was in a very good mood. He held his wife's hand, walking slowly in the cloud sea. Right, I forgot an important thing. What? That brat could use a fire stick as Esper. I was too busy to be angry and forgot to take a look at it. Xiao Fan was secretly practicing cultivation. He probably doesn't know much about controlling Esper. I think you need to find a time to give him some instruction on? Let's talk about it later. Last night Head Xixiang summoned all heads to him. He said after using psychic art and talked to Master Spirit, he discovered Master Spirit's odd behavior was due to some evil spirit. Later it couldn't find it. What are we going to do? What can be done about it? Master Spirit couldn't find it. Master Spirit lived for 6,000 years already. Your master became a fool after living for 600 years. It's not unusual if Master Spirit became a fool. Chapter 28, Top 4. Chapter 28, Top 4a. Next day, the sun rose like usual. Bamboo Peak people arrived at the square. 4 of the platforms were gone, leaving 4 platforms in the 4 directions. Tian Belize and Surin walked in the front. Sha Danan's wounds seemed recovered overnight. He walked between the disciples. Suddenly everyone valued him, and it surprised him. He turned his head back and asked Manhwa, 6th Xixiang, is De Xixiang's injury really bad that he couldn't even walk? Manhwa shook his head. Master had visited De Xixiang his morning. He said that the battle between him and Dubaku was too intense. One all offensive while one all defensive. It end up either side win. It might damage his cultivation. Sha Danan was surprised. Even De Xixiang cannot beat him. Is that mean I am going to lose miserably? Manhwa rolled his eyes, said, if it is following common sense that is. But because of common sense, all of your Xixiangs had bet you lose for the past 2 days. Sha Danan couldn't find a word to say, closed his mouth. The platform at the north was extremely crowded. It was Anan's contest, no doubt. Tian Belize snorted as he looked at that platform. He did not have any good impression to the person who defeated his daughter. He led his disciples to the platform at west. After a few steps, Sha Danan's body shocked. He saw the group of people were coming to their direction. An old man was leading them. The person who was next to the old man was Isa. Behind them were about 100 Peak of Wind disciples. Sha Danan saw Gao Xixiang and others, but he did not see Devi. Like noticed Sha Danan's eyes, Isa said as their shoulders passed, Peng Xixiang did not come, he is resting in his room. Sha Danan managed to smile. But he saw Isa's face was solemn, his eyes were cold. The leading old man was Peak of Wind disciple Tsung Shu Chang. He looked at Sha Danan. Sha Danan felt that old man's eyes were not shape, but it seemed able to look into his deepest heart. He curled in a bit. Tian Belize said, hello Tsung Xixiang. Tsung Shu Chang replied, hello Tian Shitty. I heard your house have a prodigy named Sha Danan. His cultivation was unique and almost killed my useless disciple Devi in yesterday contest. Sha Danan was surprised. What? Peng Xixiang was hurted that badly? The Peak of Wind disciples were discussing of how that person malicious is. Injuried someone and pretended to be surprised, showing himself was unintentional or insult Devi. Anger flashed in Tsung Shu Chang's eyes. But he could not release it in front of younger generation. He smiled coldly, said, Tian Shitty, you had cultivated a good disciple. Tian Belize was frowned and thought Sha Danan was a bad speaker. But after he heard what Tsung Shu Chang said and noticed the sarcasm within, he immediately smiled, you flattered me Tsung Xixiang. Xiao Fan, come and greet Tsung Shu. Sha Danan startled. Tsung Shu Chang waved his sleeve, said coldly, no need, then walked away. Issa looked at Xiaodan and said, I did not see you are actually hiding your strength all along. I asked Peng Shixiang to go easy on you, did not expect this actually caused trouble for him. Xiaodan said quickly, I did not dash. He hadn't finished, Issa already walked away. The peak of wind people followed. Everyone's eyes were icy cold. But when he looked at Gao Shixiang winked to him. He startled, but Gao Shixiang already walked away. Tian Belize peered at the peak of wind people. He smiled coldly, then he waved his hand and led the people to the west platform for today's contest. As they got near, they discovered there were about 200 people had gathered. It seemed like beside Anan's platform, the most crowded place in Cloud Sea was here. Sha Danan was amazed, asked the Shixiangs, so many people. That Dubaka Shixiang is surely strong? They laughed. Hidaji said, Chang Shixiang cultivation is high for sure. But I think they come here to see you most likely, Xiao Shidi. Sha Danan was surprised, how's that? Hidaji chuckled, until now, only 8 people remain in the 7 Peaks tournament. The largest black horse is you. Who doesn't want to come see how many mouth or arms you got? Sha Danan was muted. Tian Belize led them to the platform. The people moved out of the way when they saw it was the bamboo peak. Many disciples were from Peak of Widows. Because Dubaku had a contest today, most disciples from main house were here. But there were not many elders from main house, even Master Doilshan was not here. Tian Belize frowned, asked Surin, Head Shixiang is not here, is there anyone from main house has today? Surin shook her head, said, no. For some reason, the disciples' quality of main house this year are not that good. Only Dubaku remain now. Tian Belize pondered, then walked to the 6 chairs located right below the stage. Only a white-bearded old man sat there. He rose up as he saw Tian Belize arrived. Sha Danan startled. It was the white-bearded old man in the contest between him and Chu Yuang. The white-bearded old man seemed also remembered him. His eyes landed on Sha Danan for a moment, then turned to Tian Belize, Tian Shixiang, I can never imagine your house have such prodigy this year. Tian Belize seemed have good relationship with this senior, he smiled, said, Tara Shixiang overpraised me. Please sit. The bell rang. Tian Belize turned to Sha Danan, said, 7th, go up there. Hundreds of eyes landed on Sha Danan at that instant. Sha Danan had never been stared by that many people before. He flushed, answered, yes. Then he walked to the stage without looking back. But then he was pulled by Surin. Sha Danan was surprised, Surin Yang, what it is? Surin smiled, said with loving care, does your body still hurt? Sha Danan shook his head, Master himself had cured me, it's almost recovered. Surin shook her head also, said, outside is easy to be recovered but the inside is hard. Xiao Fan, Dubaku you are facing isn't a common opponent, even your Dishixian lost to him. Though according to your Dishixian, Dubaku was also serve-rely injured after he won, but with your cultivation you still couldn't I am afraid. Just give up when you can't hold out. Don't take risk and get injured, understand? Sha Danan didn't nod, but murmured, Master will be mad. Surin shook her head smiling, silly child, just go. Your master worries so much about you. Sha Danan immediately turned and looked at Tian Belize, and saw Tian Belize was chatting with the white-bearded old men. He did not look at him. Surin patted his head, said, go. Chapter 28 Top 4b. Sha Danan walked slowly onto the stage. He stood there with what Surin just said, your master worries so much about you. Since he was young, Tian Belize was no different than God in his mind. Although Tian Belize did not treat Sha Danan well, to get his master's approval was Sha Danan's greatest wish. And now, heard what Surin suddenly said, he could not believe it. The people below the stage began to feel not right. After a while, even Sha Danan felt something was wrong, his opponent still hadn't arrived yet. The disciples from main house was worrying. They kept looking around. At that moment, a main house disciple was running toward them. He rushed to the white-beard old man and whispered to him. The white-beard old man couldn't believe what he had heard, asked, "Really?" That disciple looked at the stage, and finally nodded. The white-beard old man's face turned pale, fell back into the chair. Tian Belize was puzzled, asked, "Tara Xixiang, what happened?" The white-beard old man looked at him weakly. He sighed and pulled himself back together, rose up and announced, "Main house disciple Dubaku, due to the injuries yesterday contest, he give up today contest." It was silent. After a moment, the crowd rose into an uproar. Though the Jadian disciples were cultivators, many of them cursed. As for the Bamboo Peak people, the first reaction of them was not cheer, but a weird look. They looked at each other for a while, then smiled bitterly. Tian Belize and Surin slowly rose up, staring at their young disciple on the stage. Surin smiled, said quietly to Tian Belize, "I already said it. This small disciple's luck is not common." Tian Belize couldn't say anything, but bitterly smiled. That day, it seemed like everyone wanted to look at Sha Danan like he was a precious beast. At the same time, the contest result came out. Sha Danan was fortunate to be able to list into the semifinal along with Kevern, Anan, and Issa. Many people already expected Kevern to win the tournament. Anan was also extremely popular for the past few days. But Issa and Sha Danan entered semifinal was out of many Jadian's elders' expectation. Issa was known for being Tsung Shu Chang's only son. Though many people of Peak of Wind knew Issa was very talented, but he was not well known in Jadian. During the contest, he defeated many opponents with his flawless magic skills, amazed many people. In comparison, Sha Danan was seen out of spot within the four people. On the stage, the four people stood shoulders to shoulders. The head of the faction Master Doyle Shin and head of Dragon Head Peak Master Vaspkalo stood in front of them. Master Doyle Shin had a smile on his face, could not see any unsatisfied for none of his disciples remain in Seven Peaks tournament. Below the stage, near 1,000 disciples were gathered. All the Jadian's elders were sitting in the front. Surin looked at the stage, whispered to Tian Belize, "Sha fans seem a bit nervous." Tian Belize snorted, did not say anything. How could he not see what his wife was able to see? Onto the stage, Kevern was cool and calm, Anan was cold as frost, Issa was smiling, only Sha Danan was standing there, looking at the ground, both hands did not know where to put. Master Doyleshin looked at the four people. He smiled, turned to the disciples below the stage, "Everyone, the Seven Peaks tournament had selected our top 4 disciples. Their talents surpass many people, amazing cultivation. They are our Jadian's elite, burdened with the future of Jadian clan." Suddenly someone below the stage laughed. Then, Jadian disciples burst into laughter. Master Doyleshin frowned, peered at Sha Danan who was the youngest out of the 4. He shook his head. The laughter continued, the solemn situation turned into clownery. Master Vasp Kalo stepped forward. His eyes were like blade, sweep across the crowd. The laughter instantly extinguished. It soon returned to silent. Vasp Kalo had in charge of Jadian's punishment for years. The disciples feared him more than Master Doyleshin. Wait until it returned to absolute silent. Master Vasp Kalo stepped back, said to Master Doyleshin, "Head Xixiang, please." Master Doyleshin smiled, "I don't have much to say, Vasp Kalo shitty, you go." Master Vasp Kalo nodded, announced, "Tomorrow contest, Dragon Head Peak Kevern vs Peak of Wind Issa, Bamboo Height Anan vs Bamboo Peak Sha Danan." Master Vasp Kalo kept on talking. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Sha Danan could finally relax. Many people were looking at him, so he almost could not breathe. "Why you sweat so much?" Suddenly, Issa asked quietly. Sha Danan was surprised. After he defeated Devi yesterday, Issa was being cold to him. He did not expect Issa would talk to him. Though they only knew each other for 3 days, Shah Danan had seen Isa as his friend. He looked at Isa, and saw he was standing there looking forward, smiling to the disciples below the stage. It was like he had never spoken to Shah Danan. "Idiot, don't turn your head." Isa's face did not change, only the corner of his lips moved. "You had made my dad to scold me half dead." Shah Danan immediately turned his head away, whispered, "Sorry, I was, AI, is Peng Xixiang alright?" Although Peng Xixiang is heavily injured, but it's not too bad. He will recover after few days, or else why I am not make you to pay back. But I can never expect you are really hiding your strength. No, alas, I did not know what happened. I think it must be Peng Xixiang went easy on me, and my head was burned so dash. I asked Peng Xixiang, though he lost, he praised a lot about you. He said he had gave all he got, did not go easy. So you don't need to worry about it. Shah Danan surprised again, then he asked, "Then about your dad scolded you dash?" "Huh, that is because Gao Xixiang and his idiots were having a big mouth, told my dad about me asking Peng Xixiang to go easy on you. Peng Xixiang was trying to help me, but dad scolded me, otherwise I won't pretend to be like this in front of people. Shushu, I am really sorry. That was nothing. Don't mention it. I got scolded all the time when I was young anyway. But you bastard need to be careful tomorrow. Next battle is against Bamboo Heights Icy Beauty. Careful not to get killed by Aeolian Firmus." Shah Danan said sadly, "I know that too. It will be great if the contest placed me against you dash." Then he stopped. He and Isa felt a frozen chill. They turned and saw Anan's cold eyes were on them. Shah Danan was stupefied. Isa gasped. They stopped talking and pretended listening Master Vast Kalo's reminder. After Master Vast Kalo finished, the disciples were dismissed, prepared for tomorrow climax of the tournament. Shah Danan and Isa walked down the stage, they could feel the chill on their back. They wondered as Anan came from Northern Ice Plain. Their hearts were frozen just from one stare. Just when he wanted to say goodbye to Isa, he said Isa changed his face, looked at him contemptuously and snorted, walked away. Surrounded by Peak of Wind disciples, Isa's father was looking at them. Shah Danan smiled bitterly, then turned and walked to the Bamboo Peak people. Tian Belis looked at him, said, "Let us return." Then he looked at Hidi, said, "Lingair, come with me, your mother and I want to speak with you." Hidi answered and smiled to Shah Danan before she left. They returned to the dormitory. Once they were back to the room, Wu Dei and others quickly told Xavion the good news. Ladaxon held up Shah Danan and laughed. Only Amanla kept shaking his head, said, "God has no ears or eyes." Chapter 29, Supreme Art. Chapter 29, Supreme Art A. The night returned. Shah Danan couldn't go to sleep. Even Ash's eyes were also opened, looked at him. Other Xixiangs were already snoring. Big Yella also fell asleep. Moonlight was like water, came in from the window. It landed on the ground like snow. Shah Danan quietly got up, Ash immediately jumped into his arms. Shah Danan carried it, patted its head, and walked outside. Not a sound at the corridor. It was silent. He smiled bitterly. Since he arrived at Peak of Widows, he never had a good sleep. Thinking of the contest tomorrow against Anan, there was still an undescribable nervous in his heart. In his arms, Ash uneasily moved. Shah Danan looked at it, and found its eyes were staring at the shadow in front. In the dark, a figure passed by. Shah Danan followed it. The figure did not run fast. The shoulders kept shrugging, it was like that person was crying. Shah Danan could recognize that person was Hidi. He was puzzled, but seeing Ishiji was crying, a pain was in his heart. Hidi went to the Cloud Sea, arrived near the central platform. Seeing no one was nearby, she couldn't hold it anymore, fell on ground and let out the cry. Shah Danan had never seen Ishiji was so sad before. He went to her side, said quietly, "Shiji, you dash." Hidi was surprised. She jumped up and turned around. She was relieved to see it was Sha Danan. Then her heart soured, couldn't help but threw herself on Sha Danan, cried on his shoulder. Sha Danan's body was petrified, couldn't move. Her sound of sob was next to Sha Danan's ear. He could feel the warmness from her body. It was like his dream had came true. A faint delicate fragrance came. Sha Danan stood there, looking far away. Even though he really wanted to hold that lady, but he did not. Perhaps, truly embarrass you, the life will be different? Hidi left his shoulder. Sha Danan's heart became empty, like he had lost something. His shoulder was wet with tears. Hidi rubbed her eyes, looked at Sha Danan's shoulder, said, "Sorry, Xiao Fan." Sha Danan shook his head, said, "Shiji, what happened to you?" Just when Hidi was about to speak, creak creak sound came near their feet. They looked down and saw Ash. She bended down and held Ash. It had never ever been like this, Xiao Fan, never ever. That lady stand in the moonlight under the darkness of night. Sad and beautiful. She said to Sha Danan with some grief, "Dad and Mom had never scolded me like this before." Seeing this beauty within the sorrow, Sha Danan's heart was like teared apart, like all her sadness was brought by him. He forced himself to remain calm. He asked gently, "Shiji, what happened? Why Master and Xianxia scolded you?" Hidi hesitated, looked at Sha Danan. Since young, this Xiao Shidi was her closest playmate beside her parents. In her mind, she thought of an idea. When did Xiao Fan Shidi became so gentle to me? But this idea was only just a flash and passed by. Her heart was filled with grief at that moment. She cried to Sha Danan, "Isn't it all because of Brother Kevern?" Sha Danan's face instantly became pale. He held his fists tight, so tight that his nails went into his palms. "You still don't know it?" Hidi was no longer aware of Sha Danan, but in Sha Danan's heart, he was shouting wildly, I know, I already know it." The moon coldly shone upon this earth. Kevern Xixiang and I in love with each other. I told them, I am really in love with him. Hidi calmed down a little, but hadn't discovered, each time she spoke, Sha Danan became more pale. "But Dad scolded me loudly, said I am ignorance. Even my mom who always loved me stood on Dad's side. Why it is like this, Xiao Fan?" Sha Danan lowered his head, did not want Hidi to see his face. He said quietly, "How did Master and Xianxia know?" Hidi did not discovered something was wrong about Sha Danan. She almost cried again, "I could never expect this. I found it out later." Bamboo Heights Bako Shiji told this to Shueyu Shirshu. Shueyu Shirshu told my mom. I reminded Bako Shiji so many times not to tell anyone about this, but she still let it out. I dash. A drop of tear came out from her eyes. Sha Danan said sadly, "Perhaps Master and Xianxia are doing it for your own good. They are your parents, they won't be bad to you." Hidi dried out her tears, said loudly, "What do they know? They only know the difference of houses. They only know Brother Kevern is head of Dragon Head Peak Master Vast Kalo's favor. They only know if people know I am with Brother Kevern they will be ashamed in Jadian. They had never think of me." She said with anger indefinite, "Those reputation compared to my happiness, what are they? I really doubt they care about reputation or their daughter." Sha Danan lifted his head, looked at this unfamiliar Shiji. How sad are these eyes? Like a small bird without its parents in the storm. How weak. Sorrow with panic had stabbed his soul like a blade. Chapter 29 Supreme Arc B. Sha Danan seemed immediately defeated by these eyes. A sadness that had never happened before rose up in his heart. If he could help this lady to carry her pain, no matter how difficult it is he will carry it. But he did not know what to say, all he said was, "Shiji. I need to be with him," Hidi said certainly. Instead to say it was to Sha Danan, rather to say this was for her heart, for Tian Belis and Surin who were not here, I must stay with Brother Kevern. We had made a vow, no matter how hard my parents disapprove, even wait until the sea dry up, the stone rotten, we will still be together. She looked at the night sky, swore to the bright moon. The moonlight quietly shone upon her. Her beauty was like the grieve lily bloomed at night, completely ignored the heart-dead shadow standing next to her. Standing on the stage, the sun of early dawn shone upon Sha Danan. Warmed his body but not his heart. He stood there expressionless facing the fairy like Anan. The Frost Lady's scorn was so obvious. In the square, everyone knew Sha Danan mostly rely on luck instead of strength to get to semi-final. Behind her, Aeolian Firmus was glowing with blue light. Sha Danan looked at this legendary item, he thought lightly, after a while, is it what he is going to face? Then, he totally forgot this question. Since last night, his mind was going up and down. In Cloud Sea, only 2 platforms left. If talk about numbers of disciples watching, the people who were watching Kevern and Ised West was not even 1/3 of the people here. Almost everyone was drew by the most popular Anan and the lookiest Sha Danan. As for the elders, most were sitting below this platform include Master Doyleshan. But, after everyone cheered when Anan arrived on the stage, they were discussing how fast Sha Danan would lose, in the blink of the eyes or in a second. Below the stage, Tian Belis frowned. He knew the level of cultivation Sha Danan is at. But with all the disdain behind him, it made him very uncomfortable. Surin who was sitting next to him was looking around, searching for Hidi. After the argument last night, Hidi went away crying. With her understanding of her daughter, she was afraid Hidi went to watch Kevern's contest. She shook her head. Although she really loved her only daughter, but this time she completely stood on her husband's side. She always thought the people from Dragon Head Peak were not that good. She turned and looked at the stage. At the same time, Sha Danan also turned and looked at them. Their eyes met. Sha Danan did not see the person he was looking for. He turned away quietly. Surin frowned, said to Tian Belis, Xiaofan look a bit strange today. Like half dead. Tian Belis said lightly, he is only nervous. Child never faced such great situation before, not surprising. Surin became quiet, did not continue. Sha Danan turned back and looked at Anan. Under the sunlight, her beautiful face was shining. Soon, Anan felt Sha Danan's eyes and shown disdain again. But this time, Sha Danan did not avoid. He did not even felt her scorn. That beautiful face meant nothing to him. Only his heart was saying quietly, painfully, she is not here. She went to watch Kevern's contest. Anan quickly discovered that Sha Danan was only using his eyes to look at her, while his hollowness told her that he was actually thinking about something else and ignored her existence. This was Anan's first time experience it. Her eyes shone a slight of surprise. Ding! The bell rang, sounding over Peak of Widows. The surrounding quickly quieted down. Anan straightened her body, took a deep breath. Only need to win 2 more battles, only 2 more, and she could make her dream real and reach her master's expectation. Aeolian Firmus brightened up behind her back. Bamboo Height disciple Anan, please leave guidance. Sha Danan was like waking up from dream. His first reaction was not to salute, but to search through the crowd with his eyes. So many people, but none is the one he is searching for. Anan's face changed. The Jadian disciples below the stage were also in an uproar. This person was the first one that being impolite to Anan. Tian Belis and Surin noticed this disciple was really not right today. Sha Danan slowly turned his head. His face was like dying embers, said lightly, I am Bamboo Peak disciple Sha Danan. Shiji, please don't hold back. Anan startled. People normally said polite thing before the contest, but Sha Danan looked weird, who will say don't hold back? It sounded like sarcasm. But he did not look like it. Anan was the favorite disciple of Master Shueyu, her mind was strong. Her face did not change. Not speaking anymore, she held out her right hand. Aeolian Firmus slowly rose up in the air. Sha Danan looked at that bright blue light getting darker and darker, brighter and brighter. It had turned his entire body blue. He could not feel any more nervousness, instead, he was like long awaited. He took out his ugly and black fire stick. Laughter bursted from below the stage. Compared to the noble Aeolian Firmus, his fire stick was like a ugly worm. And at this moment, it was like a dead, ugly worm. The icy cold feeling filled his body again. For some reason, the fire stick seemed excited today. The circulation of the cold energy appeared to be faster than usual. Sha Danan could even felt, if not because he was blood bonded with the fire stick, if not because he was holding the fire stick would already charge at Anan. No, it was not charge at Anan, it was to Aeolian Firmus. This strange feeling was like two deeply hated enemies. At that moment, Anan's face also changed a little. The glow of Aeolian Firmus was too bright, even she was puzzled by it. But Sha Danan had no will to think. He looked at this beautiful girl in blue glow. He suddenly discovered she was like Shiji. But this Shiji was looking at him coldly. On the stage, an unexpected thing happened. Sha Danan and Anan did not make a move. They just stared at each other. The people were in a discussion. Anan realized Aeolian Firmus was having weird behavior. But she used her mind to check, there were nothing abnormal. Aeolian Firmus just seemed a little overly excited. Chapter 29 Supreme Art C. Feeling the numberless eyes below the stage, Anan frowned. Focus her mind. She snorted, kicked out all ideas in her mind. Aeolian Firmus brightened, rose into the sky, but it still had its sneth on. Since the beginning of Seven Peaks tournament, Aeolian Firmus became the main focus of many people. Until now, Anan defeated all her opponents without unsheath her sword. This caused many people to wonder who can make Anan to actually draw out her sword. Many people guessed during the final battle, with Kevrin's cultivation, he should able to do it. The blue light shined on Sha Danan's face, but could not reflect any of his expression. Black fire stick glowed with fiant green light, slowly left his hand and stopped in mid-air. Even they had already took a look at the fire stick before, but everyone here, including the Bamboo Peak people, was the first time seeing Sha Danan cast magic. Amanla snorted, if not because I see it with my own eyes, I cannot believe the foolish Sha Shidi have suddenly become a gifted genius. On the stage, Anan held her incantation mark tight. Aeolian Firmus turned and charged at Sha Danan with unstoppable momentum. Fire stick immediate went forth. The mystic green light crashed with the bright blue light in mid-air. It was like the fire stick did not fear this momentum. At the next moment, under the stunned eyes of the audiences, Sha Danan appeared to be vulnerable and received a hard blow. He fell backward. The fire stick lost its glow, and flight back to its master. The Bamboo Peak people rose up, some screamed out like a manla. Sha Danan's back hit on the pillar and fell on the floor. Blood spitted out from his mouth, landed on the fire stick. Without anyone's notice, the blood was absorbed. The power of Aeolian Firmus had shocked everyone. Anan's cold face without sense of hesitation, the blue light flashed, the Aeolian Firmus heartlessly chopped at Sha Danan from mid-air. Black gas suddenly rose from the fire stick. The green light was getting brighter. With blood on the corner of his lip, he slowly got up. Face pale but eyes red, a savage look. The fire stick already rushed toward Aeolian Firmus within the black gas and green light. The two espers met in midair, then immediately bounced off. Anan and Sha Danan could feel their bodies shocked. The blue and green lights were flying across the sky. The giant, hard woods of the platform were drifted like paper scraps. The sound was like thunder's roar. Not a single Jadian could remain normal. Since the beginning of the contest, there were no battle was as exciting, magnificent as this one. Just after a while, the entire platform had completely fell apart due to the power of two Esper. The surrounded audiences had backed up for a distance away from the platform. Sha Danan and Anan were floating in midair. Anan's both hands held incantation mark, focus on controlling the Esper. The posture was serious and cool. Sha Danan on the other hand was a bit strange. Although the fire stick is surprisingly powerful, he did not held incantation mark but gesturing in midair, and the fire stick followed his will, battled with Aeolian Firmus. Even like that, Sha Danan had the suffer that could not tell. The power of Aeolian Firmus was far greater than he could imagine. Every time fire stick hit Aeolian Firmus, channels of his body shocked. If not because he had practiced Foan wisdom to strengthen his channels, and protected him, and managed to within Aeolian Firmus' godly power, he would already dead. Anan did not seem to feel anything. Under her control, the blue light was brighter and brighter, gradually suppressed the fire stick's black gas and green light. Sha Danan was complaining in his heart over there. Anan here was also surprised. Her opponent's fire stick could have equal amount of spirit force, it also had a draining force. It kept draining her vigor. If not because she had a stable foundation, she feared she couldn't control her blood inside of her. Thinking of that, Anan felt the blood rushed into her brain again, and almost lost balance in midair. Her mind became angry and anxious. From the battle, she could tell her opponent's cultivation in pure essence is far behind of herself, but his Esper was so weird and powerful, even Aeolian Firmus could only gain the upper hand in surface. Anan gritted her teeth, face flushed with pink, her clothes fluttered without wind. After another hit between Aeolian Firmus and the fire stick, Sha Danan's entire shocked, the fire stick also slowed down. Aeolian Firmus flight back. Anan held out her right hand and held Aeolian Firmus. At the instant her hand touched Aeolian Firmus, the blue light glow so bright that it swallowed her body. Aeolian Firmus let out a loud bang like dragon's roar. Anan and Aeolian Firmus rose straight into the sky. Sha Danan already forgot everything around him. With his bond between him and the fire stick, Sha Danan could feel the fire stick was almost like alive. It was very excited, a strength savage thinking rose in his brain. He stood in midair, roared at the sky. The sound shocked earth, the sky changed. The black gas and green light rose into the sky. The fierce wind blew, the cloud whirl. Suddenly, the blue light flashed, the whistle sound increased quickly, until it was deafening, no one could hear any other sound. The blue light concentrated together, formed a giant pillar, and struck from above the head. It was like it is going to cut Mount Jadian in half. Sha Danan's face twisted. His eyes, nose, mouth and ears were bleeding. But his eyes had no sense of fear. He also held the fire stick. The black gas and green light were like holding in his hand, and faced the blue light pillar. The Jadian disciples held their breath. No one underestimated Sha Danan anymore. The elders looked changed. This contest is a battle of life and death. But why no one come to stop? Bang! Like a thunder. It seemed like the entire peak of Widows shook. The blue light backed up. Anna reappeared in the sky, holding Aeolian Firmus, a stream of blood flow out slowly from her mouth. Below the stage, Master Shueyu stood up. In midair, Sha Danan could only hear the wind next to his ears. His eyes were blurred. The blood almost covered his eyes. If he can hear, he will hear the screaming from the Bamboo Peak people from below. Surin's lips lost color. Seeing the small disciple covered by blood in midair, she hurriedly said to Tianbelis quietly, "Bye, let Xiaofan give up, hurry tell him give up." Tianbelis's body shook, stared at midair, then slowly shook his head. Could no longer feel any pain. In the ever-changing sky, an idea suddenly passed through Sha Danan's mind. After I died, will Shiji going to visit me? After many years, many of happiness days, is she going to forget about me? He rubbed the eyes, the blood, and the water. Anan felt extreme pain in her body. The energy in her channels were unrest, like was about to leave her body and cheer for the savage devil within the horrified green light, black gas. It was already the life and death moment. It was already the eternal instant. That beautiful lady stood in wild wind. Let the wind blew at her face like blades, she still not back up. She lifted her head, looked at the sky. Wind suddenly stopped, frozen in the air. The world, suddenly quiet, stopped at that moment. Bang! A low roar scene came from heaven, sounding within the earth. Anan drew out divine sword Aeolian Firmus. The blue light disappeared, like a giant dragon sucking in the water. The blue light was absorbed by the clear blade edge. The Peak of Widows was silent. The 1,000 years Aeolian Firmus finally unsheathed. Anan's face was cold as frost, her hand held the sword mark, took 7 steps in 7 stars position. Walked 7 steps in mid-air. The sword pointed toward the sky. Her face was completely pale, her mouth worded the incantation. Rage of 9 skies, turned to divine thunder. Might of heaven, arrive at this sword. Then, the originally clear sky turned dark. Dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Sound of thunder was roaring. The lightning flashed at the edge of the clouds. Fierce wind blew. Shah Danan opened his mouth. This scene had appeared in his memory of long time ago. On the ground, all the elders and even Master Doilshan stood up, turned and looked at Master Shuayu with an unbelievable look on their faces. After a moment, Tian Bali said, "You have raised a good disciple." Master Shuayu ignored everyone. Her cold face eventually shone worry, watched the 2 people. Thunderblade. Master Doilshan slowly moved his eyes away. His heart was shocked. He could never imagine in Jadian, within the young disciples, there can be such extraordinary talented person. But, looked at this female disciple's face, although she was able to cast this type of amazing magic, her body was shaking, face was pale. It seemed her strength had reached its limit. The thunder howl was getting more rapid. Shah Danan could feel the fire stick was filled with energy at moment Aeolian Firmus was unsheathed. It was like the blood-bonded Esper shouted from its heart. It was like it had waited for his moment for 1,000 years. The sky was getting darker, the dark clouds were covering the head. A swirl appeared in the thick clouds. Chapter 30, Suspect. Chapter 30 Suspecta. Like the path to Nether, the dark, bottomless, giant swirl hung upside down on the sky. Like the devil opened its mouth and about to swallow everything of the world. Fierce wind was freezing, the wind gathered the clouds. Thunders were howling, lightning were flashing. Shah Danan flight toward Anan. The green light of fire stick flashed, very noticeable under the dark clouds. Anan looked at figure of Shah Danan who was surrounded by green light, her face paled. Thunderblade was the highest level of Taoist art. Using normal body to summon the might of heaven of earth, it was clear pressure of Anan bearing was extremely heavy. Aeolian Firmus was a godly weapon, a prefect weapon for casting Thunderblade. But even with that, Anan's cultivation practice was not enough for that. She could feel coming from the dark clouds, wave after wave of energy rushed into her body like angry tide. Though no one could see anything weird on the outside, her blood was boiling, like swelled by the great force. If not because Aeolian Firmus kept absorbing the energy, Anan would probably already fall. The wind whistled, the thunder roared. She stood in midair, she almost thought she was a powerless grass in the wind. The next moment, she recalled what her master said when she taught her this skill, "Sweki, the fine quality of you is the only one I met in my entire life. But this incarnation is too strong, the back firepower is hard to withstand. Your cultivation is still basic, though you can manage to cast it, never cast it if not necessary, otherwise you are risking your life." Bang! A thunder burst right above Peak of Widows. Everyone could feel the earth below them was slightly shaking. It was like the ancient god of thunder was awakened from sleep, and roar in anger. Everyone's color changed. Shah Danan was only 20 feet away. By looking at this situation, everyone knew once Anan is done with channeling, he will turn into dust. But Sha Danan stopped. It was like he hit on a soft wall, couldn't advance any farther. Sha Danan's face turned to dead pale. Thunderblade is one of the Jadian's final art, so amazing that it formed an invisible barrier while channeling. So Sha Danan could not advance. The fire stick getting brighter, but still couldn't advance. In comparing spiritual strength, Fire Stick is definitely not weaker than Aeolian Firmus, but in comparing cultivation, the difference is too much. He only used his own spirit to drive the Fire Stick. It could never match Ainan's supreme art that refined by many Jadian's masters for thousands years. At that hopeless moment, just when the swirl became more rapid, lighting flashing, the light of Aeolian Firmu getting brighter, the moment of this supreme art was about to complete, Ainan's body suddenly shocked, the white face turned red, and spitted out large amount of blood. The light of Aeolian Firmus became unstable. Ainan gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and focused her mind, spirit on Aeolian Firmus. After a moment, the light became stable. It was getting even brighter, so bright that could not look it with eyes. A bang came from the dark clouds. A light came from the deepest of the giant swirl. It was a combine of numerous of lighting. It was aiming at Ainan's Aeolian Firmus. But hopelessness rose in Ainan's heart. Just as she had expected, a sharp whistle came. She was focusing on protecting Aeolian Firmus and ignored the barrier. Without the barrier, Sha Danan and the Fire Stick formed a green light pillar, charged at the beautiful lady in the wind. Is that it? Everything end here? Her heart calmed down. Her mind lightly thinking. At that instant, just at that short instant, the world was quiet, frozen, everything fixed there. Only she was standing in mid-air, clothes and hair fluttering. She reopened her eyes, watching the green light charged at her. That moment was like eternity. Sha Danan saw her, and her eyes. She stood there alone in the storm, so quietly facing the might of heaven. Only her face was a bit pale. Her eyes had a bit sorrow, a bit panic. The wind screamed. The world was lonely. And that beautiful lady, quietly looking at him. Whose eyes were so sorrow and lonely. It was like last night, that person was hurted by love. This pain deeply entered the marrow, deeply entered the soul. Deeply. Deeply. Is she the lady that love other person? The one that you will never regret to think about her for entire life? Sha Danan suddenly smiled, with grief and hopeless, just like last night. The Fire Stick entered the light of Aeolian Firmus. No one could see the two figures anymore and could not see the light of Fire Stick had suddenly dimmed. At that moment, a giant lighting came from the sky, landed at Aeolian Firmus. The whole world, all the gods, seemed like at the same time, sang together. The giant light pillar reflected from Aeolian Firmus, with earth-crashing momentum, striked at Sha Danan. At the critical moment, Fire Stick rose up, blocked in front of its master. At next moment, Sha Danan had swallowed by the light. Long time. Long time. Long time. The dark clouds scattered, the light disappeared. The people stared at the sky, watched the young man holding his black fire stick, like a rock covered with scars, falling. He did not fall on the ground. Tianbali swiftly appeared below him like a shadow, and caught Sha Danan. He immediately opened Sha Danan's mouth, took out a vial and poured the yellow pills into Sha Danan's mouth. The pills dissolved quickly in Sha Danan's mouth. Tianbali did not say anything. He jumped up and Flame Spirit rose up, carried him away. He did not look at the square for one more time, and judging by which direction he was going, it was to Bamboo Peak. Surin and other Bamboo Peak people quickly followed. At that time, Ainan landed on the ground and soon surrounded by the ecstatic Bamboo Height disciples. She silently looked at the sky, looked at the red light in the sky. He was like slept for thousands years. Wanted to wake up but the eyes could not open. In the endless darkness, only he alone. He definitely did not wish to walk in the darkness alone, but beside darkness, there is nowhere else for him to go. So he became angry, fire burned in his heart. So he swore to the Lord of Netherworld, even if his body and soul turned into ash, he wanted to have a bit of light, and bury everything of the world together with him. Chapter 30 Suspect B. The anger since ancient time was wild like the beginning. Shah Danan slowly opened its eyes. Soft light shined into his eyes. The familiar smell floating inside of the room. Here, seemed like no one is here. He slowly sat up. Just when he raised his hand and wanted to rub away the sweat on his forehead, a heart-tearing pain came from his shoulder, chest, and stomach. He gasped and face turned pale. He sat on the bed, did not dare to move. After a while, the pain was gone. It was afternoon now. The door was closed. The two windows were opened. He could faintly see the green bamboos in the courtyard. Big Yella and Ash were not here. Are they looking for meat bones again? He smiled. In this empty room, he smiled to himself. The door was pushed open. Surin came in. Shah Danan moved a little, said, Xianxia, hadn't stand up, his face was already twisted together from the pain. Surin quickly walked to him and sat on the bed, softly said, Don't move, Xiao Fan. Shah Danan waited for the pain to ease a little, then said, Disciple did not know Xianxia is coming dash. Surin glared at him, said, Life is already half lost, you still have the heart to remember this manner. Don't talk about rubbish, sit up. Shah Danan giggled. Surin examined him, said, Your outer injuries are almost recovered, but the inner channel's damaged too serious. It won't work if you don't rest well. Shah Danan said, Yes. Disciple had disgraced master in Xianxia, I am so sorry dash. Surin cut in, said, It's you had made your master proud. For 300 years, beside your master, no other disciple was as remarkable as you in Seven Peaks tournament. Shah Danan blushed, said, That is because disciple has good luck. Surin smiled, patted his shoulder. Shah Danan remembered, asked, Contest is over, right? Who won? Is it Lu Shiji? Surin shook her head, said, No, it's Dragonhead Peak's cavern. Shah Danan felt unknown sorrow in his heart, said quietly, So it's Ji Xiang. He is really powerful, even Lu Shiji with Aeolian Firmus lose to him. Surin heard what he said, and seemed reminded her of something. She sighed and changed topic, Your injuries this time are not light. Your master used a lot of effort to save you. According to him, using Aeolian Firmus to cast Thunderblade, although Ainan's cultivation isn't strong enough, if not your fire your Esper blocked it for you, even gods cannot save you by then. Shah Danan heard what she said, and suddenly remembered. He looked around but couldn't find that ugly, black fire stick. Surin looked at him, said lightly, You Esper was taken by your master. Shah Danan startled, said quietly, Yes. Then he couldn't help but ask, Master, he's seen your dash. Surin said, You were fainted for 5 days and nights. Your condition was stabilized at last night. Today morning, Head Xixiang of Peak of Widows sent a letter here, and asked your master to go there. So he should be in Peak of Widows now. Shah Danan slowly nodded. He did not know how he shall feel. He thought it is not a problem. But the fire stick that had been with him for 2 years suddenly left him for the first time, he felt a bit empty. Surin looked at him with a strange look, but then said, You just woke up, don't tire yourself, rest more. I instructed them to not bother you. The meals will let Bishu to bring them here. Shah Danan said, Thank you Xianxia. Surin nodded, said, Rest. I will tell Bishu to bring the meal to you. Then she turned and walked toward outside. When she was about to left the room, Shah Danan called. Xianxia. Surin turned, said, What? Shah Danan looked at her, hesitated for a moment, then said, Xianxia, I want to ask, do you know what is the result of this contest for Bay of Dragonhead Peak? I was at Peak of Widows, did not have the time to ask him. Surin looked at him again, said, he entered the top 8, but lose to his Xianxia cavern. Sha Danan said, so he too thank you Shirin Yang. Surin shook her head, said, rest. Then turned and left. Sha Danan slowly lay down, looked at the ceiling, did not say anything. Jadian Peak of Widows, inside of Crystal Hall. Master Doilshan sat at the center, other 6 heads were also there. Other than that, there was no one in the hall. Everyone were silent. Master Doilshan lowered his eyes, looked at the black fire stick in his hand. Tian Shitty, Master Doilshan broke the silence, said, what do you think? Tian Belize pondered for a moment, then said, when Sha Danan adopted, he did not have this item. Most likely because of coincidence and got this treasure by chance. Master Vasp Kalo said coldly, this stick can be a match with the Aeolian Firmus, which is a divine weapon. But across the world, there are nothing mentioned about this stick. Tian Beli's face darkened, said, how large Shenzhou is. There are numbers of treasures not known by the world. You and I are just frog in the well. Master Vasp Kalo was angry. He hadn't speak, Bamboo Height Master Shueyu already said coldly, of course we are frog in the well. But this black stick had evil gas when it casted. It is clear that the stick is an evil item. Not sure why Tian Shixiang did not see it. Tian Beli snorted, said, so black gas is evil gas? With some red threads it's a evil item? If it's like that, I go back and paint my face black. Are you guys going to slay me like I am a evil heretic? Master Doilshan frowned, said, Tian Shitty, don't say such thing. Why calling yourself a evil heretic? Tian Beli snorted, then turned his head away, not saying anything more. Chapter 30 Suspect C. Master Doilshan sighed, putted the fire stick on the teapoy, said, today ask you all to come as for discuss about Bamboo Peak disciple Sha Danan's weird esper that was used during 7 Peaks tournament. It has unknown history and extremely strong power. Also we are discussing about sending the top 4 disciples to Kongsang Mountain, Cave of Fangs to investigate. Other 3 disciples you have no comment, only Sha Danan dash. The more Tian Belize heard the more angry he got. He was already confused about how Sha Danan's cultivation advanced so fast, and also felt suspicious about the fire stick. But now in Crystal Hall, not discussing other disciple but his. How could he not get mad? His face darkened, immediately rose up, said loudly, Head Shixiang, what you want to do about it? Master Doilshan never thought Tian Belize will have such great reaction. He was surprised. Sitting next to Tian Belize, head of Peak of Wind Seng Shu Chang who normally had good relationship with him, pulled Tian Belize's sleeve, said, bye, Head Shixiang did not say anything. You sit down first. Master Doilshan's face dimmed a little, said, Tian Shitty, this thing is really strange. I as a leader of this faction, will handle this impartially. You don't need to worry. The anger was still on Tian Belize's face. But looked at Master Doilshan's face while Seng Shu Chang persuading him, he sat down in the end. Master Doilshan slowly said, everyone, all of you have examined this stick. On the outside it looked normal, but in the inside there are savage spirit. But the most important point is, with our level of cultivation, we cannot control this object, while a disciple with only pure essence level 4 could use it. Why is that? Everyone include Tian Belize were silent. They were the top cultivators, how would they not know the answer? It's just none wanted to say it out. But in the end Master Doilshan said, from what I think, this stick most likely is blood smelted item. Although they were prepared for it, the heads' looks were still changed a little. The blood smelted item is the owner putted his own blood into the esper while crafting. This type of art was really difficult, the esper's materials were extremely unique, and it's very dangerous. One mistake could lead to esper's vicious energy backfire and end up with painful death. Of course, if it's success, the power of esper must be extremely powerful. And one more good thing is that the esper connect with owner's blood. Only the one with the creator's blood could use it. But because it used blood as medium, the esper often contains savage energy. Legend said this type of blood smelt art was passed down from ancient devils. The Falcon heretics passed down from generation to the next generation. But there were no famous blood smelt esper. Perhaps the way to craft it is so dangerous that even Falcon people did not dare to try. But, in a Jadian disciple, there was such esper. Master Doyleshan looked at Tian Belize. Tian Belize's face was ghastly pale, slowly shoot up. Xianxia, maybe you are right. But I got to say, Sha Danan is just 16 years old. How can he know the art of blood smelt? From the time he came, he never left the mountain for these 5 years. He did not even bring anything with him when he came. Where can he find such rare esper material? Master Vast Kalo suddenly said coldly, perhaps he is sent by Falcon people and place him in Jadian. It's not weird. Tian Belize was mad, said, if he really have the heart, then why he used it under the eyes of 1,000 people in 7-peak tournament? And beside, if he is really Falcon's spy, Vast Kalo Xianxia, I am fear your bay isn't clean. Master Vast Kalo was stabbed at the weakness, stood up, said angrily, what did you said? How can my Jingyu compare to your stupid disciple? Tian Belize's face darkened even more, snorted, peered at him, said, yes, my disciple is stupid. But I heard he entered the semi-final. I don't know what place did Vast Kalo Xianxia's prodigy Bei got? Vast Kalo said angrily, he was just unfortunate to face his Xianxia cavern. If not because of they, why he can't enter semi-final? Then he paused, laughed coldly, but he is not lucky like someone else who rely on people to give up to advance, and still not feel shame talk about that. Tian Belize shouted, so the battle between him and Anan is also luck? Master Vast Kalo said, correct. Because he did not have the luck, that's why he lost so badly that he almost died. Tian Belize was getting more angry, but his tongue was not smart, couldn't beat Vast Kalo. His anger caused his face turned all red. What do you want? You want to see am I not as good as my reputation too? Master Vast Kalo had no sign of stepping back. He stood up and said proudly, then I need to test Tian Xianxia's flame spirit sword. Tian Belize did not bother to say anything more. He stepped forth with right hand held sword mark. The air in the hall seemed frozen. Impudent! A loud hit. Master Doyleshan's hand smacked on the teapoy. Face angry. He stood up, said, you two really pretending that this head of faction is head is it? Master Doyleshan was at the position of the head for 300 years already. Highly honored. Usually he was kind, but this time he was mad. It surprised Tian Belize and Master Vast Kalo. They stepped back and said quietly, yes, Head Xianxia, please calm down. Master Doyleshan looked at the two, the anger on his face took a while to be gone. After a ponder, he said, Tian Shitty. Tian Belize stepped forth, said, Head Xianxia. Master Doyleshan looked at him, said, anyway, the history of this black stick is unclear. If it's Falcon's item, and Sha Danan got something to do with Falcon, we cannot keep him. You understand? Tian Belize lowered his head, quiet for a moment, then said, yes. Master Doyleshan said again, Tian Shitty, I know you don't like it. But this is very important, we cannot take it lightly. You go back first, wait for Sha Danan to recover, then interrogate him thoroughly, and bring him back here. We are going to discuss about that afterward. How it is? Tian Belize's face pale and then flushed. Stamped his feet, nodded, not saying anything and left. A whistle from the outside of the door, probably used sword to fly back. In the hall, Sing Shu Chang said to Master Doyleshan, Head Xianxia, Tian Xianxia's bamboo peak hard have such talented person, but with this thing happen. It is natural that he is not happy about that. Please don't mind him. Master Doyleshan sighed, shook his head, of course I don't mind. I know Tian Shitty. I can trust him. Then, he seemed remembered something, turned to Bamboo Height Master Shueyu. Shueyu Shimmy, your female disciple ain't in these days dash. Shueyu said lightly, thank you for Head Xianxia's worry. Sweki's body almost recovered. If not because Tian believes Xixiang has a weird person and a strange esper, and consumes Sweki so many chi within one battle, she will not lose to that person. Vasp Kalo's face changed. Master Doylshan waved his hand, said, Aya, the thing is the past, no need to argue it. Vasp Kalo and Shu Weiyu glared at each other, then turned their head away. Master Doylshan sighed, then turned his eyes on the teapoy, seeing the black and ugly fire stick was laying there quietly. Chapter 31, Path of Righteous. Chapter 31, Path of Righteous A. Big Yellow lay on the floor, eyes half closed, its tail swing frequently. Ash lay on the bed, the pair of bright eyes looked at Shaw Danan's anxious face. Shaw Danan glared at it, tiredly said, What you looking at? Of course Ash did not understand what Shaw Danan meant, so it creaked twice. Its master was injured, but looked at this monkey's face, it got no sign of worry, but felt happy for Shaw Danan's suffer. Shaw Danan said impatiently, Go, get out. Shaw Danan heard footstep came from the door. He smiled, said, Sixth Xixiang, why you send the meal so early today? His voice stopped all of a sudden as he saw Tianbali's stout body came in from the door. Shaw Danan surprised. These days, Surin let him rest under quiet condition. All the Xixiangs include Hidi only visited him once. Only Amanla came and sent him the 3 meals. He did not expect Tianbalis will appear. He startled, then he realized and got off from the bed, about to salute. Tianbali's heart was depressed, volatile. He waved his hand, said, No need. Shaw Danan answered, then stood up at the side. Watching Tianbalis sat next to the table, he held his breath. Tianbalis looked at this disciple's reaction. There was no way he looked like an outstanding, talented person, more like someone who was dumb, but why? Tianbalis shook his head, sighed, said, Seventh, come sit here. Shaw Danan surprised again. Normally Tianbalis did not care about him. Today he was little kind to him. He could not believe his ears. Tianbalis waited for a moment, saw Shaw Danan was still staring at himself, seemed like did not react. He became little angry, said, Do I need to please you to sit down? This scold filled with anger. Shaw Danan found back the normal feeling of his master. He immediately reacted and sat down. Tianbalis stopped. Then he smiled bitterly, shook his head, said, How is your body? Shaw Danan respectfully said, Reply to master. Since came back from Peak of Widows, thank to master, Xianxia's cure, and all Xixiang's care, it almost recover. Tianbalis looked at him, said lightly, 7 Peaks tournament already passed for more than a month, look like you are almost recover. I have a few questions that I need you to answer them right now. Shaw Danan's heart sinked. He felt the thing that he feared finally came. But he could only say, Yes, master, please say it. Tianbalis said slowly, Your black stick, where did you get it? Shaw Danan's heart beat, and looked at Tianbalis. Tianbalis was also staring at him. His face was still calm, but his eyes were aggressive. Thousands of thought in his mind, but he couldn't make a sound. Tianbalis' face darkened, said, Say it. Pressed by his master, sweat already appeared on Shaw Danan's forehead. Although he did not have much experience, but years ago in Ancient Valley, sinister orb accidentally combined with the weird black stick was too awkward. From what he had heard from his Xixiang's daily conversation, the path of good never allow evil thing with ability to suck out blood. If he allow Tianbalis to know what actually happened, the result will be unimaginable. Other than that, in his heart, there was still one thing, a thing that he feared the most to tell, especially when he found out Posey was 4 divine monks of Skysong and remembered the incantation he taught him. At that moment, he determined not going tell anything, even a little, about Posey no matter what happened. Tianbalis stared at him. Shaw Danan left his chair and kneeled down. Master. Tianbalis frowned, snorted, then coldly said, Speak. Shaw Danan lowered his head, said slowly, This black stick was found by chance when Shiji and I went to Back Mountain's Ancient Valley. Tianbali startled, then remember about that happened 2 years ago. Hidi was fainted for no reason in the ancient valley. Surin went there and checked but could not find anything strange. He too went there later. This thing remained as a mystery. As time passed he forgot it. Now, it seemed it was all because of this black stick. But how dangerous is an item that could knock out Hidi while no one control it? How could Shah Danan able to drive it? The mystery became more confusing. Tianbali asked lowly, "How you get it?" Shah Danan did not dare to lift his head in fear to let Tianbali to see his expression. He was not a smart person. Especially the situation now was very anxious. He could not find an explanation within such hurry. Tianbali saw him hesitated. He immediately shouted, "Speak." Shah Danan was surprised. The sweat raining down. His heart raced. He did not dare to hide anymore, so he told the story of that day, but he took away thing about sinister orb. He only said that day in ancient valley, he saw a black stick. He felt curious and picked it up. As the result, the black stick sucked out his blood. It's supposed to be sinister orb. He felt sick then fainted. Before he fainted, he could see the black stick absorbed his blood. He finished and still not raise his head and look at Tianbali. Tianbali frowned and pondered, this small disciple doesn't seem lying. This type of special power of the Esper is definitely not made up by him. But such weird Esper was the first time he heard of. If there is something that is similar to this black stick, it will be the wicked Esper of Falcon thousands years ago, sinister orb. But it was obvious that the black stick does not look like sinister orb. Tianbali stood up, hands behind his back. He walked across room, pondering, then turned back to Shah Danan, said, "You get up first." Shah Danan answered, rose up, but his head was still looking down, and stood on the side. "Even it's like that Esper is blood bonded to you, it's a blood smelted item." Shah Danan was curious, "Master, what is blood smelted item?" Tianbali startled, then said impatiently, "Doesn't matter if you don't know. Just listen to my question." Shah Danan immediately lowered his head again, said quietly, "Yes." Tianbali looked at him, said, "Even this black stick is a precious Esper that not known by the world, you must get to at least pure essence to level 4 in order to drive it." Shah Danan's face changed. Tianbali said slowly, "That day on Peak of Widows I already asked you. Now I am going to ask you again. Who gave you the inclination for level 4? Shah Danan shocked. He knew he was in great trouble for the mysterious black stick. If include him secretly practiced inclination, the punishment would be unimaginable. Chapter 31 Path of Righteous B. At that moment, seemed like Hidi's face had passed by in front of his eyes. Go to mountain and chop down bamboo with him, the gentle face under the candlelight and raining night, and running around in Bamboo Peak in the past, even the delicate fragrance of her was so clear in his memory. Every drop of the memory rose in his heart. He knelt down, and heavily kowtowed, did not say a word. He lay on the ground, did not move. The newly recovered body was skinny but strong, with a bit grieve. Tianbali looked at him deeply. After a while, he gave out a long sigh, said, "Stand up. Follow me to Peak of Widows. As for can you come back alive, it will depend on your performance." In deep of white clouds, it was peacefully quiet like the fairyland that people dreamed. Mount Jadian, Peak of Widows, Crystal Hall. Jadian's heads of the 7 peaks were all gathered there. Their eyes were on the kneeled young men. Master Doyleson watched Shah Danan kneeling there. His brain remembered the 2 children's figures 5 years ago when they were saved. Time passed like in the blink of the eyes, they were already grown up. His heart sighed, his eyes left Shah Danan, and turned to other masters, said, "Everyone, what Shah Danan just said, what is your decision?" They were quiet for a while, then, Master Vastkalo's voice suddenly rose, said with certainty, "This boy's word cannot be trusted." Shah Danan's body trembled, but did not lift his head. Master Doyleson frowned, why Vasp Kalo shitty so certain? Master Vasp Kalo peered at Sha Danan, said, art of blood smelt is evil and vicious. If not because of Falcon Heretic teaching him, how could he know the way to craft such esper? So this person must be Falcon spy, we cannot let him live. Master Vasp Kalo was in charge of Jadian's punishment with high position and reputation. His voice was so certain. Sha Danan immediately turned pale, almost couldn't breath. No one said anything, only Tian Belis darkened his face, said slowly, if he has really deliberately planned to place him into Jadian as a spy, then why he use it during Seven Peaks tournament under the eyes of 1,000 people? Master Vasp Kalo snorted, said, Falcon heretics are already difficult to understand. Doing such weird thing is not unusual. Tian Belis said angrily, isn't that too fetched, irrational? Master Vasp Kalo said coldly, me irrational? Excuse me Tian shitty, is the art of blood smelt belong to the good? Tian Belis couldn't say anything. His face flushed. Anyone could see that Tian Belis was stand on his disciple's side. At that embarrassing moment, a icy cold voice came, it was head of Bamboo Hike Master Shueyu. Then excuse me Vasp Kalo Xianxia, you said art of blood smelt is evil and vicious. Then may I ask, what make it evil, what make it vicious? Master Vasp Kalo opened his mouth and about to speak, but stopped, and then said, it's Falcon wizardry, what else do I need to say? Shueyu said coldly, then that mean Vasp Kalo Xianxia knows nothing about the art of blood smelt. Then why say this is evil vicious, and want to kill this boy? Master Vasp Kalo looked at Master Shueyu aggressively, said, oh, Shueyu shimmy, what do you mean? Master Shueyu said lightly, Xianxiang, first I don't know much about the art of blood smelt. Although there are rumors but most are just guesses. If blood smelt can really happen by chance, aren't we killed the wrong person? Second, this boy is just 16. His background is clear. Saying he is a Falcon follower, it is just too illogical. Master Vasp Kalo squinted his eyes. His eyes were sharp, said, why Shueyu shimmy is so abnormal today to help this boy, really hard to understand? Anger flashed on Master Shueyu's face, said, I am just talking about fact. I will definitely not like someone who see other house as a talented person, and fear it will be danger to his position, so find some small matter to get rid of him, animal. No one here is as sharp as Master Shueyu. Master Vasp Kalo was in rage and swiftly rose up. Master Doilshan immediately interrupted, okay, why argue again? Sit down, sit down. Master Vasp Kalo did not dare to disobey the head's order, and sat down. Shueyu's face was as nothing happened, sat quietly on her chair. Master Doilshan shook his head, turned to other people, said, everyone, what do you think? Other heads quiet for a moment, then head of Peak of Wind Seng Shu Chang said, head, I think Shueyu shimmy is right. This boy's background is clean, and never left the mountain before. Maybe it is just really a coincidence to find this treasure. It is our Jadian's fortune. Master Doilshan nodded, turned to head of Sunset Peak Master Tian Yun. Tian Yun looked at Vasp Kalo, said, I agree with Vasp Kalo Xianxiang's decision. Master Vasp Kalo got an ally. He nodded to Master Tian Yun. Only head of Sunrise Peak Shang Zhangliang was left. He looked at Tian Belis, then Master Vasp Kalo and Master Tian Yun, and Master Doilshan at last. He pondered for a second then said, I think Shueyu shimmy is right. Tian Belis was relieved while Master Vasp Kalo snorted. Master Doilshan nodded, said, everyone already said it, then I should say my own. Then he said to Sha Danan who was still kneeling, Xiao Fan, stand up first. Sha Danan shocked, lifted his head and looked at all the masters. He slowly rose up. Master Doilshan looked at him, seemed like he wanted to see him more clear. Then he said to other heads, everyone, actually I think Sha Danan does not seem like a Falcon follower. Though there is savage power inside of the fire stick, but unlike the Falcon espers that shone its vicious, bloodthirsty energy that we had seen before. Master Vasp Kalo couldn't help but said, Head Xixiang, Falcon heretics are dangerous and vicious. Rather to kill the wrong person than let him lose. Master Doyle's look changed, looked at him, shouted, Vasp Kalo shitty, do you know what you just said? Vasp Kalo understood he said the wrong thing. He lowered his head, not saying anything. Master Doyle's face was serious, but his voice turned low, said slowly, Vasp Kalo shitty, you had in charge of Jadian's punishment for 200 years already. I really respect your fairness. But these years you are getting more aggressive, filled with anger, I really worry. You understand?